On the seventh day of the apocalypse, when she opened her eyes again, the once introverted and frail heiress had become the vessel for a powerful soul from another realm. She had bound herself to an extraordinarily potent system, capable of leveling up, farming, and stockpiling resources. While others struggled to find food, she feasted on hotpot and steak. When faced with zombies, others fled in terror. She charged forward, slaying them, extracting crystal cores, and awakening her extraordinary abilities. Those who had bullied and mocked her were astounded to discover that the frail girl they once knew had not only survived but carved a bloody path to the pinnacle of the apocalypse. Yi Xia, cutting through the apocalypse, dominating the end of days. System. The mission is to enable the male lead to dominate, not for you to do so.
Yeah, you.
In this chaotic world, there is more than one male lead. To prevent the world from collapsing, she needed to choose a male lead and become his strongest ally, assisting him in defeating all adversaries and unifying the apocalypse. But whom should she choose? Unexpectedly, 2 years into the apocalypse, she became the cherished light of them all. Chapter 1. Xia, have you not undergone any mutation? As the sun set, the prestigious Shenging Academy in City S lay in eerie silence. Inside the teacher's office, a male student clad in a soccer tracksuit appeared pale and trembling. He held a fire axe, nervously approaching a fabric sofa, muttering, "Junior Yi, if you must blame someone, blame your bad luck for being scratched by a zombie. It's not just me. Everyone wants you dead." On the fabric sofa lay a girl, her fair neck marred by a gruesome scratch, oozing black, putrid blood. Her mind was awake, yet her eyes remained closed, inhabiting a foreign body that required time to adjust.
You.
The original owner of this body shared her name. While she pondered, a dark shadow loomed from above. A tall boy blocked the golden light flooding in through the window, casting her petite form into darkness. He raised the fire axe, aiming for her neck, the blade glinting coldly. "Junior Yi, I beg you, when I swing this axe, please don't move. If you do, and I fail to sever your head at once, I'll have to strike again and you'll suffer, won't you?" The absurdity of his words nearly made Yi Xia laugh. Others might wish to sever her head, yet they asked her not to move. How ridiculous. She was not the original Yi Xia and would not be an easy target.
Whoosh.
The sound of the axe slicing through the air echoed.
Swish.
Yi Xia opened her eyes. Beneath her long, dark lashes, her pitch-black pupils emanated a haunting and chilling glow. She raised an eyebrow, her tone slow and deliberate. "Senior, what are you doing?" The boy was unnerved by her gaze, stumbling over his words. The fire axe froze midair. As he stammered without articulating his intentions, Yi Xia tilted her head and smiled. "Did you just say you wanted to use the axe to behead me?" She regarded the gleaming axe. "Then I must retaliate. By the rules of this world, her actions could be deemed self-defense, right?" The boy was taken aback. Staring at her slender arms and delicate legs, he couldn't fathom how she would retaliate. Before he could recover, a chilling gust surged from below, striking him squarely in the face, leaving no time to evade. Thud. His body was sent staggering back several steps, and only when blood trickled from his nose did he grasp the incredulity of the situation. How was this possible? He was a standout athlete, a city-level soccer player. Yi Xia, however, was merely a frail heiress known for her ill health. The disparity in their strength was akin to iron versus cotton. Yet she had managed to. The boy was stunned, while Yi Xia wore an expression of dissatisfaction. Weak.
Too weak.
This body was more fragile than she had anticipated. Her full force strike had only caused him to stumble a few paces. Had it been her original body, even mountains would have crumbled. Forget it. She didn't want to dwell on it. The disparity was infuriating. "Senior Zhou, have you resolved the situation?" The commotion had attracted the attention of several girls in academy uniforms who cautiously pushed the door open. They immediately spotted Zhou Chongguang slumped over the desk, his face smeared with blood, a look of sheer shock etched across his features, as if he had seen a ghost.
Ah!
One girl shrieked, "Yi Xia." She must have turned into a zombie and bitten Zhou Chongguang's face. Upon hearing this, the other girls panicked. "Oh no! If Zhou Chongguang couldn't stop her, how could we? When she was scratched by a zombie, we should have killed her immediately. It's our fault for being too kind." Since Yi Xia would eventually turn into a zombie, it would be better for her to die sooner rather than later. The original Yi Xia struggled to run 100 meters without gasping for breath. How could she have possibly beaten Zhou Chongguang to a pulp? But zombies were different. They felt no pain, possessed no thought, only an insatiable thirst for flesh. Though their speed was slightly slower than that of ordinary people, their strength and stamina were enhanced. Quick, lock the door, and confine them inside. One girl rushed to the door handle. The other snapped back to reality and retreated like a tide. After all, with Zhou Chengguang bitten, he wouldn't survive. 2 zombies would be trapped inside. But just as they were about to close the door, a fire axe swept in like a whirlwind, as if intending to sever their heads.
Whoa!
The girls were so startled by the onslaught that they fell to the ground. In the next moment, the fire axe accurately severed the door handle. Metal scraps rolled across the floor. Yixia calmly stepped over the debris, her small shoes tapping rhythmically. In the sunset, her pale cheeks glimmered with a faint golden hue, her dark pupils resembling the vast night sky, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. This was Yixia? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Though her appearance had not changed, her aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Regardless, the girl's fluid movements and striking beauty did not resemble that of a zombie. Xia, have you not undergone any mutation? The girl holding the door swallowed hard, her astonishment evident. Yixia looked down at her. Upon recognizing her visage, a glint of cold light flickered in her dark eyes. The girl had wavy, voluminous hair, and her fitted shirt accentuated her alluring figure, with the length of her skirt deliberately shortened by 2 inches. Yixia called out, Yaolan, a so-called friend of the original owner, more accurately described as a leech. Under the guise of friendship, she frequently borrowed items from the original owner, including but not limited to high-end skincare products, luxurious cosmetics, designer handbags, hairpins, earrings, hand creams, umbrellas, meal cards, pens, and even work supplies. Each time she claimed to borrow, yet never returned. She had even borrowed sanitary napkins multiple times. What audacity! Listening to Yixia's clear enunciation, everyone was stunned. She hasn't turned into a zombie. Then how did Zhou Chengguang get hurt? Was it Yixia? With her frailness. Amidst the murmurs, Zhou Chengguang covered his face and said, the wounds on my face are indeed related to Junior Yi. Not only had his nose bled profusely from her strike, but he had also lost a front tooth, rendering his words mumbled and incoherent. Yet the envy in his gaze towards Yixia was palpable. I think Junior Yi must have awakened her extraordinary abilities. What? Upon hearing this, the girls' gazes shifted towards Yixia, filled with confusion, shock, and envy. Yaolan's expression twisted further. She never anticipated that the weakest, Yixia, could awaken her supernatural abilities. This was truly the ultimate force in the apocalypse. Yet, her reflexes were swift. Pinching her thigh, a tear fell. That's wonderful, Xia. You're alright, I almost thought you.
Hey.
Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?
Oh.
Yixia regarded her performance with an impassive expression. Concern was lost on her, but envy and jealousy were unmistakably evident. Yaolan's heart skipped a beat. Damned Yixia, had she truly awakened her powers and become so arrogant? Wiping her tears, she asked pointedly, Xia, how did you awaken your powers? No sooner had she spoken than a boy rushed down the corridor. He was frantic, angry, and terrified. This is bad. The zombies are swarming up from downstairs. What are you all shouting about? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? You're drawing the zombies here. Chapter 2. Slaying Monsters, her specialty. The commotion had indeed been significant, with the girls' shrill screams naturally attracting the zombies. Everyone was rendered speechless. In the eerie silence, the growls of the zombies could be distinctly heard, as if echoing in their ears. The shadows of the monsters loomed against the corridor walls. Bloodied zombies ascended the stairs one after another, their forms distorted and elongated under the pull of the crimson sunset, a most terrifying sight. However, watching the horrifying scene, Yixia turned to Yaolan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Wish to awaken your powers?
Yes.
I'll teach you.
All right.
Yaolan snapped back from her terror, nodding with joy. She believed that if the weakest and most useless Yixia could awaken her powers, then surely she could too. Then there would be no need to fear the zombies. Xiaolan, you should get up. Yixia scoffed internally, yet with a gentle demeanor, she pulled Yaolan up from the ground, mimicking the original owner's tone as she called out Yaolan's name. Yaolan gazed at her excitedly, feeling as though she was on the brink of acquiring her powers. Unbeknownst to her, Yixia was tugging her arm, hastily making her way towards the staircase. They were on the 5th floor of the teaching building, the top floor, where 7 zombies had already gathered on the 4th. At the corner of the stairs from the 4th to the 5th floor, tables, chairs, and cabinets were haphazardly piled up. The zombies had been impeded by the makeshift barrier created by students, unable to enter. Unfortunately, the allure of the living was too potent for the zombies. They relentlessly crashed against the barrier, unyielding. As Yixia and Yaolon appeared on the 5th floor, the zombies opened their bloodied mouths wide, emitting excited roars, their hollow, decayed eyes seeming to glimmer with fervor. Roar! One by one, they reached out with their ashen arms, akin to demons from hell. Yaolon panicked, desperately twisting her body, attempting to escape Yixia's grasp. Yixia, are you insane? What do you think you're doing? Let me go. Didn't you want powers? I'm helping you. Yixia effortlessly countered Yaolan's struggle, kicking her knee and sending her towards the 4th floor. Get bitten by a zombie and survive, perhaps you'll gain powers.
Boom.
The barrier collapsed with a thunderous crash. The zombies stumbled over the fallen furniture. This situation terrified Yaolon. No. Xia, I'm begging you. She ceased her struggles, gripping Yixia's arm tightly, as if it were a lifeline. At that moment, she stood at a 45-degree angle on the staircase, her weight leaning heavily on Yixia. If Yixia were to let go, she would become a meal for the zombies. 5 meters. For meters, the nearest zombie was less than 3 meters away. She could even smell the putrid stench from its mouth. Tears and snot smeared her face. Wah. I don't want powers. I don't want them anymore. Xia, please, for the sake of our past friendship, spare me.
Ha.
Yixia's expression remained indifferent. The original owner was inherently frail and sickly. Throughout her life, while others played with friends after class or during breaks, she was left to recuperate at home, taking medication daily, with a family doctor visiting every few days. Such an upbringing fostered her introverted nature and profound longing for friendship. Yaolan's feigned closeness and concern led the original owner to believe she had found a good friend. Thus, whatever Yaolon desired, she willingly provided. LV's shoes? She gave them. A Chanel dress? She provided it. And Hermes' handbag? She offered that too. Even if Yaolon directly asked for money, under 100,000, she would comply. Yet, once the apocalypse struck, Yaolon regarded her as a burden, distancing herself and even abandoning her multiple times. What bond could there be between them? It was merely a one-sided siphoning. Seeing Yixia's unwavering demeanor, Yaolon was thoroughly panicked. She had never witnessed such a cold and dangerous expression on Yixia, as if she truly would feed her to the zombies. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hurriedly exclaimed, Xia, you weren't bitten by a zombie by accident. Someone pushed you from behind. I saw it. I'll tell you who it was. Will you let me go then? Oh?
Yejus gazedarkenet.
In the original owner's memories, the situation had been particularly dire. Students were frantically fleeing, and the original owner had been inadvertently squeezed out, resulting in her being bitten by a zombie. It turned out not to be an accident, but a deliberate act. She smiled, her expression devoid of mirth. Shaolon, thank you for sharing this, but why are you only saying this now?
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yaolon repeatedly apologized, unsure whether it was for this incident or for past grievances. 2 meters, 1 meter. As the zombies drew nearer, Yaolon trembled uncontrollably, succumbing to the pressure of death. She lost control of her bladder. Yixia was equally taken aback, immediately releasing her grip, her lovely visage tinged with disdain.
How old is she?
Can't even hold her bladder. Stunned by the shock, Yaolon collapsed to the ground. Roar! Before she could react, a zombie lunged at her. The scent of fresh human bodily fluids emanating from her excited the zombie immensely.
Ah!
She rolled and crawled away, desperately fleeing towards the nearest teacher's office. She wasn't alone. Other students were also seeking refuge in the rooms. The zombies were closing in. The corridor was no longer safe. The only chance of survival lay in hiding within a room. Yixia cast them a perplexed glance. What was there to fear from slow-moving, mindless humanoid monsters? She turned back, kicking the nearest zombie aside, then grabbed a chair nearby, striking the heads of 2 zombies with it. The nearest 3 zombies were repelled by her. With a swift motion, she yanked open a window in the corridor. Being on the 5th floor, below was a stretch of lawn. If executed properly, a jump from this height would leave her unscathed. Yi Jr., what are you doing? Hurry into the office. Zhou Chengguang shouted from the doorway. Why do you care about that lunatic? Close the door, quickly. The zombies are coming. Yaolon reached out to pull Zhou Chongguang's arm, attempting to shut the door. Zhou Chongguang, close the door quickly. Others chimed in. To everyone else, Yi Xia's actions seemed akin to seeking death. The height of the 5th floor could lead to a broken leg, if not worse. In an apocalypse, being disabled was a grave taboo. Wouldn't that render one fodder for the zombies? However, just as Yi Xia prepared to leap down, a series of cold, mechanical voices resonated in her mind. Host soul scanning. Scan complete. Binding in progress. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Apocalypse dominance system activated. Yi Xia's expression shifted. Whew. Ding. Within 5 minutes, each zombie killed grants 20 experience points. The reward level is determined by the number of zombies ultimately slain. Small package, medium package, large package. The office door had been securely shut, leaving her utterly alone except for the zombies. The ones she had repelled were already rising unsteadily from the ground, preparing to attack once more. Countdown, 4 minutes 59 seconds. 4 minutes 58 seconds. 4 minutes 57 seconds. Time trickled away, and Yi Xia could afford no distractions. Whether it was an opportunity or a misfortune, her focus was solely on the system rewards. No matter what, she was determined to claim the finest spoils, be it from this life or the last.
Whoosh.
The evening breeze surged through the window, wildly tousling Yi Xia's dark hair. She fixed her gaze on the advancing zombies, her beautiful, obsidian eyes reflecting the ghastly, bloodied faces before her. Yet, she felt no trace of fear. Instead, a crimson glimmer flickered deep within her pupils. After all, slaying a few monsters was her forte. Chapter 3. A fatal mistake in addressing names within the confines of the teacher's office. Zhou Chongguang firmly opposed. No. We cannot leave Sister Yi outside. Just 10 minutes prior, he had nearly taken the life of Yi Xia, a fellow human, and thus he was overwhelmed with guilt. We must provide Sister Yi with a means of escape.
Senior.
You witnessed her madness firsthand. We should disregard her. Yao Lan's expression twisted in anguish. She had always been concerned about her image, even dressing impeccably as the apocalypse loomed. Yet Yi Xia's insanity had embarrassed her terribly. Her hatred was palpable. Disregard her? Then perhaps I should disregard you. Do you realize you were the last one to enter? The others urged me to close the door quickly. Yao Lan did not feel a shred of gratitude for Zhou Chongguang's words. Instead, she shot a venomous glare at the other girls. Normally, they shared a good rapport, yet they abandoned her in her moment of need. With a malicious grin, she declared, "It's merely fate that I survived. If Yi Xia were to die today, it would be her destiny. I have no time to discuss this." Zhou Chongguang was repulsed by her words. He forcefully pushed Yao Lan aside and peered through the glass of the office door, only to be met with a shocking sight. Yi Xia was engaged in a gruesome battle against the undead. With a swift motion, she plunged a chair leg into a zombie skull, causing a grotesque explosion of viscous fluids. The creature, a female zombie clad in school uniform, erupted in a horrific melange of colors as its brain matter splattered forth. Yet, even in death, the creature was not fully vanquished. With a savage roar, the zombie attempted to bite her. Undeterred, Yi Xia brandished another chair leg and thrust it into the creature's mouth, piercing through its neck. Countdown, 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Zombies killed. One Zhou Chongguang was astounded by her efficiency. Dispatching a zombie in 30 seconds was a feat even the most seasoned scavengers struggled to achieve. This skill was nothing short of terrifying. Yet Yi Xia shook her head, dissatisfied with her own speed. She needed a more formidable weapon. It was unrealistic to dismantle 2 chair legs for every zombie she encountered. To truly eliminate a zombie, one must sever its brainstem or destroy its cervical spine. Using a chair leg was akin to a hellish challenge. Sister Yi, catch. From a distance, Zhou Chongguang shouted. Tossing a fire axe her way, Yi Xia glanced up, deftly positioning herself to catch the axe as it fell. Thanks, she responded, lifting the axe with her delicate hands and charging towards the remaining zombies.
Crash. Crash.
With each swing of the axe, 2 more zombie heads toppled. Countdown, 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Zombies killed. 3. With the axe in hand, Yi Xia's combat prowess surged. She transformed into a relentless harbinger of death. Her aura fierce and commanding, leaving no undead standing in her path. Soon, all 8 zombies in the corridor lay defeated. Countdown, 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Zombies killed. 8. With no more zombies in sight, She turned her gaze to the lawn outside, where a dozen more undead roamed, ample prey for her to hunt. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped onto the windowsill and then jumped out.
Ha!
Yixia has truly lost her mind. She'll surely fall to her death. Yao Lan's eyes sparkled with malice.
What?
Zhou Chengguang stared in disbelief. Hadn't all the zombies been slain? Why was Yixia seeking death? A crowd rushed to the window, only to see Yixia land gracefully atop an air conditioning unit on the third floor, adjacent to a balcony cluttered with cleaning supplies.
Inside.
A male zombie clad in a crisp suit awaited, its name tag revealing it had once been a teacher, trapped by students during the initial outbreak. As the creature prepared to emit a triumphant roar upon seeing a living person, Yixia swiftly swung the axe, severing its head before it could make a sound. Countdown, 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Zombies killed. 9. Yixia leaped again, performing an agile roll as she landed on the grass. 4 or 5 zombies lunged at her simultaneously. With her axe gripped tightly, her expression was cold, radiating an aura of lethal intent that stunned even the students above. It was time to hunt. St. Ing Academy, located in the suburbs of City S, boasted a serene environment with flourishing flora and verdant lawns, creating a picturesque setting. The campus spanned over 10,000 acres, with an impressive building area of 39,000 square meters, accommodating students from elementary to university levels. The group was headed towards Mingda Building, each member burdened with a pack filled with supplies. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a business suit, his thinning hair slicked back meticulously. This was Zheng Jiqiang, the leader of the team. Prior to the apocalypse, he served as the deputy director of the grade. After the world changed, he awakened a metal-based ability and gathered students they encountered for survival. "Director, there's something amiss at Mingda Building," a voice called out, prompting Zheng Jiqiang and the others to gaze ahead, aghast at the scene before them. On the lawn lay a horrifying mass of zombie corpses, their decaying blood mingling with dismembered remains, a sight that sent chills down their spines, rivaling the total number of zombies they had slain that day.
What?
Who did this? Incredible. Could it be that the sports department had evolved? It had to be them. Typically, those with weaker physiques, such as the elderly, children, and the ill, were more likely to become zombies, while those with strong physiques, like athletes and coaches, were more prone to developing abilities. Thus, their speculation was not unfounded. As they gazed at the shocking sea of corpses, Zheng Jiqiang narrowed his eyes, contemplating that whoever was responsible must be recruited into their team. Their combat prowess was extraordinary. At that moment, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, causing the trees lining the campus road to sway. Before they could react, a shadow darted towards Mingda Building like a whirlwind, leaving only a fleeting trace behind. Countdown, 7 seconds. Zombies killed. 24. The battle against the undead had drained Yixia of her strength. Having just emerged from unconsciousness and nursing an injury to her neck, she was utterly fatigued. Yet her resolute spirit refused to yield. Now that the mission was underway, complete with a reward system, she was determined to excel. With only 7 seconds remaining, crystalline beads of sweat trickled from her bangs, disappearing upon contact with the grass. She narrowed her eyes at the last remaining zombie. Persevere. Just a little longer. In a final effort, she hurled the axe, embedding it into the zombie's skull. Yet, to her dismay, the creature remained standing, advancing toward her. Her obsidian eyes sparked with determination as she prepared for battle. Suddenly, a blade of wind descended from above, ending the zombie's life. Countdown complete. Zombies killed. 25. Task settlement in progress. At last, the system's notification echoed in her mind. Yixia closed her eyes, her exhausted body leaning forward. A gentle breeze swept through, and she fell into a sturdy embrace. The familiar scent reassured her that this person was trustworthy and dependable. Leaning against the boy's solid chest, she gasped for breath. Observing her pale lips, ashen face, and frail demeanor, he felt a pang of anguish in his heart. With a swift motion, he lifted her into his arms, his movements gentle and cautious, as if cradling the most precious treasure. Mingza? She briefly recalled a memory. However, to her surprise, the warmth emanating from the boy suddenly turned cold and displeased. As she sensed the dark aura radiating from him, the fading consciousness of Yixia cursed inwardly. Damn it. I'm too exhausted. My memories are jumbled. I must have called the wrong name. Chapter 4. The Search for the Chosen One. As Yixia slept, she discovered herself in a vast expanse of whiteness. A mechanical voice resonated throughout the space. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have eliminated 25 zombies, earning 500 experience points. As this is your first task completion, your reward is doubled, totaling 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 1. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 2. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 3. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 10, earning 10 free attribute points. You have unlocked character and backpack features. Please check them. As the system's voice continued to announce her achievements, white light enveloped Yisia. With each level gained, she felt her body grow significantly stronger. All negative effects vanished. Dizziness, chest tightness, fatigue, none remained. Upon reaching level 10, the once barren space instantly revealed two icons, character and backpack. In her previous life, Yisia had encountered numerous talking artifacts and ventured into many mysterious realms, thus her expression remained remarkably composed. Upon clicking the character icon, she was met with the following details. Name, Yisia. Age, 17. Level, 10. Note, the level cap for ordinary humans is 10. The limit for ability users is unknown. Abilities, none. Race, human, divine phoenix, bloodline activated at 99. Attributes, constitution 53, strength 42, speed 66. Endurance 45. Note, the attribute cap for ordinary humans is 100. The limit for ability users is unknown. Yisia scarcely had time to examine the other data before her eyes landed on two words, Divine Phoenix. Regardless of the perilous situations she faced, as long as the Divine Phoenix was by her side, she would traverse the heavens, shatter the stars, and emerge victorious in every battle. The Divine Phoenix is your destined spirit beast, nourished by your spiritual blood and inseparable from you. Thus this system has brought it along. However, the conditions to unlock the Divine Phoenix bloodline must be explored by the host. This was sufficient. She had initially expected to arrive in an entirely new world with nothing, yet the presence of the Divine Phoenix was a delightful surprise.
Yeji's spirits lifted instantly.
She clicked the second backpack icon, and 2 rows of storage slots appeared before her. Counting them, there was space for 20 items. The first slot was occupied, while the rest remained empty. To her astonishment, the occupied slot was labeled Luxury Gift Pack. Why is it a luxury gift pack? Shouldn't it be small, medium, or large gift packs? Did the system make a mistake? The task rating was perfect. Thus, the system upgraded the reward to a luxury gift pack. Excellent. Her intense efforts in dispatching zombies for 5 minutes had paid off. Yisia opened the gift pack, and true to its name, it radiated a golden glow. Congratulations, host. For opening a luxury gift pack, you have received 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, 50 pounds of vegetables, 50 bottles of mineral water, 10 self-heating hot pots, 10 self-heating rice packs, 10 instant noodle packs, 10 packs of biscuits, 10 loaves of bread, 10 sausages, 10 marinated eggs, 10 bottles of cola, 5 lollipops, 5 bags of beef jerky, 1 pack of cigarettes, and a set of seasonings. You have also received a 5-piece sports outfit, 5 pairs of shoes, 1 bulletproof vest, 1 helmet and 1 baseball bat. You have obtained 1 speed elixir and 1 strength elixir. Warning: insufficient backpack capacity. The temporary storage function has been activated. If the temporary storage period exceeds 24 hours, items will be automatically destroyed. A series of announcements filled Yisia with excitement. The once empty storage slots were now brimming, with even a few items spilling over. Thankfully, there was a temporary warehouse. Honestly, the items provided by the system were quite commendable. After all, food, water, clothing, and medicine were essential in a post-apocalyptic world. Especially food. In recent days, students had quarreled over food distribution, with most only managing 2 meals a day, each leaving them half full and their stomachs growling. With such a bounty of food suddenly at her disposal, how could she not feel elated? After glancing at the clothing, Yisia turned her attention to the 2 bottles of elixirs. Speed elixir temporarily enhances speed, swift as the wind, rapid as lightning. Strength elixir temporarily enhances strength, boundless power, infinite potential. These were precisely the miraculous potions needed for monster hunting. Satisfied, Yisia closed her backpack and continued to explore the system's little realm. Discovering a clock in the upper right corner, the hands spun continuously, indicating the passage of time. She had missed it earlier, entirely due to the blinding white light of her leveling up, which had progressed without pause. Yisia clicked on the icon, revealing a line of details. The time bound to the host system is Day 7, 1813, of the apocalypse. Please note, the countdown to find the chosen one has 5 years, 356 days, 3 hours, and 29 minutes remaining. What was this? Yi Xia's expression turned astonished. The countdown for killing zombies was displayed in bold, while the countdown before her was in red, inexplicably imparting a sense of urgency. The host's main task is non-negotiable and cannot be abandoned. The host must select a chosen one and assist them in establishing a base to dominate the apocalypse. Failure to complete the task in time will result in obliteration. The term obliteration was rather stark and brutal. Yet, she could not comprehend why she needed to assist the chosen one. I have a question.
Speak.
Those referred to as the chosen ones are often favored by fate. They bear countless fortunes and can be viewed as the epicenter of destiny, easily rising to the pinnacle of the world, so they should not require my assistance, right?
Je eu furolet herbrais, person earnest.
Assisting someone endowed with such fortune to conquer the apocalypse over 5 years seemed overly simple. She could potentially complete the task in just 1 year. Indeed, you're the clever host personally selected by this system, the system flattered. Due to some minor reasons, the 3,000 worlds have fallen into chaos, resulting in multiple chosen ones in your apocalyptic world. Yi Xia could not be bothered to comment on those minor reasons. She pressed for the crucial details. How many were there? A few? A dozen? The exact number remains unclear and requires the host to explore. Yi Xia raised an eyebrow. If it were merely a few, that would be manageable, but a dozen chosen ones converging in one world would surely lead to chaos. Chosen ones possess an indomitable spirit, never willing to submit to others. Once the time comes, they would not need the system to obliterate her. The world would collapse due to the divine conflicts among these powerful beings. Her arrival seemed more like an attempt to rectify this chaotic world. Suddenly, a smirk tugged at the corners of Yi Xia's mouth. Speaking of which, I was also favored by fate in my original world. Is it possible for me to dominate the apocalypse without choosing a chosen one, relying solely on my own strength? Please, host, do not entertain dangerous thoughts. Please, do not exacerbate the chaos in this already tumultuous world. However, if the host completes the task, you may choose to return to your original world and continue being favored by fate. The system's voice seemed somewhat defensive. Very well, Yi Xia shrugged. The meaning of this is that it is not acceptable. The apocalypse has arrived, with rampant viruses, zombies, mutated beasts, and invasive plants. Host, seek out your destined child and assist him in uniting the apocalypse to dominate the world. Establish the last bastion of purity for humanity. The mechanical voice of the system resonated powerfully in Yi Xia's ears, as if it aimed to engrave this conviction deeply into her mind. The last bastion of purity. Yi Xia silently echoed the system's words. Suddenly, the space dissolved rapidly, and she awoke from her slumber, opening her eyes. Outside the window, the night had fallen. The sky was devoid of stars and the moon, shrouded in an eerie darkness. Instead of the familiar chirping of insects, she was greeted by the monstrous roars of creatures. Compared to the day, the zombies seemed even more active at night. This was not a good omen. Yi Xia shifted her gaze and unexpectedly met a pair of eyes. In the darkness, her own eyes were as black as the mysterious night sky, while his were deep and calm, glimmering with a dark brown hue, reminiscent of a beast on the arid plains. Yet, for some reason, there was a hint of sorrow. After gazing at each other for a while, the youth finally spoke. His voice elegant and melodious, my name. Yi Xia interjected. What is this, starting with that? Chapter 5. The Beast. The loyal dog seeing her silence. The youth's expression fell, and he lowered his gaze, pursing his lips as he articulated slowly, I am not Mingza. I am Yiyu. Yi Xia promptly revealed the answer. As she spoke, the moon, which had been hidden behind clouds, peeked out. The radiant moonlight illuminated the office, allowing Yi Xia to clearly see the youth before her. His strikingly handsome face contrasted sharply with his formidable aura. His features were clean and refined, with sharp brows and cold eyes. A small mole at the corner of his eye, and long, thick eyelashes visible when he lowered his gaze. Though he appeared slender, the outline of his form hinted at taut muscles beneath the academy uniform. The rolled-up cuffs revealed sun-kissed skin, indicative of years of training. You are Yiyu? Yi Xia reiterated, concerned he might not have heard her. Yiyu lifted his face, again fixing his brown eyes upon her, now less shadowed and more clear. Yi Xia mused. For some reason, it feels like a beast has turned into a loyal dog. And it's merely a mistake in a name. Was it necessary to appear so sorrowful? Fortunately, his awkwardness dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. Suddenly, she recalled the character panel she had seen in the system space, which clearly displayed her every stat. She wondered if it could be used on others. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Yi Xia closed her eyes and summoned Yiyu's data with a single thought. Name: Yiyu. Age: 18. Level: 17. First tier ability user. Ability: Wind race. Human, bodyguard of the Yi family. Attributes: Strength 179, Speed 206, Endurance 172. Constitution 165. Loyalty 100. Note: Maximum 100. His overall stats were notably high, as Yi Xia had anticipated. After all, she had not seen anyone else before she had collapsed into his arms while slaying the last zombie. One could say that he truly deserved to be a wind ability user, leveraging external forces to push his speed to the limit. Furthermore, the full loyalty score delighted Yi Xia immensely. In a world where humans devour one another, the true terror often lies not only with the zombies but also with the hearts of men. Those in positions of power dread the day they might be betrayed. Yiyu, with his loyalty of 100, was undoubtedly Yi Xia's strongest shield. She could trust him implicitly, without fear of betrayal or treachery. Her dark pupils reflected Yiyu's handsome face, and her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Yiyu, feeling somewhat bashful under her gaze, lowered his head and asked, "Miss? Is there something on my face?" Yi Xia teased. This loyal dog is rather shy. She smirked slightly, averting her gaze. "There's nothing."
Oh.
Yiyu's ears flushed a faint red, but thankfully, in the pitch darkness, only Yi Xia could see. Time for resource allocation. A voice shattered the previous silence. Groups of students emerged from beneath the desks in the teacher's office, their faces alight with joy. Wonderful. Food is finally here. I've been hungry for 10 hours. I hope there's enough for everyone to be full. However, their joy was short-lived as grim news soon followed. Zheng Jiqiang stepped forward, his expression heavy as he announced, "Students, the search for supplies did not go well today. Everyone's food has been halved."
What?
The students were taken aback. Someone immediately exclaimed, "We've only been eating half full these days. If it's halved again, one tea we only be 3/10 full?"
Right.
Why should the team members eat 7/10 while we starve? The director wouldn't be hiding supplies, would he? The students were agitated, demanding an explanation. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Zheng Jiqiang shot a glance at a male student behind him. Receiving the signal, the student retorted loudly, "Have you no shame? If it weren't for the director's kindness, could you have survived to this day? Our team fights zombies daily, while you just hide in the classroom and sleep. Yet you want to eat your fill?
Pa.
Do you think we're your parents? I would have thrown you out long ago." At the mention of throwing people out, the students fell silent, as if frozen. Zheng Jiqiang then spoke again, his tone soothing, presenting himself as both just and magnanimous. All right, Lu Hao. Let us not speak like that. We are all classmates. During the apocalypse, we should help one another. As the saying goes, unity is strength. One person's power is limited, but when many unite, their strength becomes infinite, doesn't it? So, let us put aside our quarrels, our grievances, and unite as one to overcome any challenges. It must be said, Zheng Jiqiang was indeed skilled at delivering platitudes. Given a podium and a microphone, he could likely speak for an hour. In just a few sentences, the students were surprisingly calmed. One by one, they quieted down, awaiting the distribution of food and water. A few even appeared particularly remorseful. Indeed, although they might not be full, they faced no danger from zombies and should be grateful. "Thank you, Deputy Director," someone expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. Just call me Director, and I am responsible for you," Zheng Jiqiang replied, not fond of being called deputy, yet smiling as he acknowledged them. Observing the crowd, filled with admiration, gratitude, shame, and envy, Yi Xia couldn't help but sigh. He truly played the role to perfection. Firstly, just from his voice, it was clear Zheng Jiqiang was not merely eating 7/10, he was clearly full. Moreover, the water ability user was not Zheng Jiqiang himself. And his last remark was generous at another's expense. Lastly, the students of Xingyin Academy fell into two categories, either from exceptionally wealthy backgrounds or outstanding scholars. Most of the students Zheng Jiqiang had taken in along the way, aside from those with abilities, were likely noble sons and daughters from illustrious families. As for the ordinary yet excellent students, Zheng Jiqiang acted as if he didn't see them. This approach was self-evident. If he could safely escort the wealthy heirs back to their parents, it would be seen as a monumental favor. Don't worry, everyone will receive food. After a while, all students were distributed their rations and water. Several students with military and political connections were secretly given extra portions of bread by Zheng Jiqiang. Yet, Yi Xie and Yi Yu received nothing at all. Not only that, but the team members distributing the food also shot them several disdainful glances. What was going on? She didn't care about that little food. In the system's backpack, there exists a plethora of supplies, with provisions aplenty. Which of them could possibly be inferior to the expired bread they distribute? Her displeasure stemmed solely from their attitude. The dean is looking for you. Shouldn't you hurry? At this moment, a male student named Lu Hao strode forward, his tone dripping with arrogance. Oh, Yi Xie was curious to see what they were up to. So, she led you to find Zheng Jiqiang. Chapter 6. PUA? She wishes to withdraw from the team. In the adjacent classroom, Yi Xie spotted Zheng Jiqiang at the podium and casually checked his profile. Name: Zheng Jiqiang. Age: 53. Level: 10. First level ability user. Ability: Metal Race. Human. Deputy Director of the Senior Year at Xingying Academy. Attributes: Strength 103. Speed 79. Endurance 87.
Constitution 95.
It was indeed peculiar. Despite being at the same level as her, his statistics were significantly higher. Host, your physical condition is too poor.
You, Alricht.
It seems I must exercise more diligently in the future. Upon noticing her and Yi Yu's arrival, Zheng Jiqiang adopted an educational tone. Do you know why you lack food? No, she replied lazily. Zheng Jiqiang continued. Yi Yu, your reckless departure from the team has caused immense harm and halved our supply search. Such behavior is irresponsible and devoid of team spirit. As a member, you must heed my authority. He unleashed a barrage of accusations at Yi Yu, who remained expressionless, his deep brown eyes devoid of emotion. Besides Yi Xie, the words of others fell on deaf ears. Zheng Jiqiang's tone grew harsher. Yi Yu, it is your reckless actions that have left Yi Xie without dinner. In an instant, a flicker of darkness ignited in Yi Yu's eyes. He hung his head, clenching his fists tightly. The wind around him sensed his turmoil, swirling chaotically and lifting his inky locks. Zheng Jiqiang was pleased with his reaction, pondering where the Yi family found such a protective companion. It was rumored that before the apocalypse, he was already formidable, and with the enhancement of abilities post-apocalypse, he had become even more powerful, dispatching zombies with ease. It was no exaggeration to say that over 80% of the zombies in their team had fallen to Yi Yu's hand. Unfortunately, his peculiar disposition rendered him silent and unable to communicate, yet Yi Xie was his Achilles heel. With this thought, Zheng Jiqiang turned to Yi Xie, speaking earnestly. You should also encourage Yi Yu to prioritize the team. Your physical condition is already poor. It's not easy for us to look after you. And one must learn to show gratitude.
Pua? CPU?
These two terms flickered in Yi Xie's mind. She recalled that since joining the team, Zheng Jiqiang had frequently employed the same rhetoric to educate both her and Yi Yu, often emphasizing the notions of teamwork and team spirit. Yet, when faced with zombies, they would retreat to the back, letting Yi Yu do the fighting. Only when the danger had passed would they emerge to scavenge for supplies. There was no collaboration, no struggle side by side. They treated Yi Yu merely as a tool for slaying monsters, hardly qualifying as proper teammates. Care for her was even less on their agenda. The supplies she and Yi Yu acquired were no more than what ordinary students received, vastly inferior to those from more privileged backgrounds. Is the team you speak of merely sending Yi Yu to fight zombies while you cower, like tortoises in the greenery? Yi Xie's tone dripped with sarcasm. How dare you speak to a teacher like that? Zheng Jiqiang, far from feeling ashamed, reprimanded her. Yi Yu is both brave and capable. Isn't it normal for the capable to do more? Moreover, you merely lounge around the team, and if your bodyguard doesn't contribute, that wouldn't be right, would it? Yi Xie's gaze turned icy. Indeed, whether in this life or the last, she could never bear hypocrites like Zheng Jiqiang. His moralistic rhetoric was utterly nauseating. Zheng Jiqiang felt uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. He realized that this girl before him seemed transformed. How could this once timid and frail girl dare to retort? How could she exhibit such defiance? Why are you staring at me? Nothing. I simply want to punch you. With a voice as clear as a spring, Yi Xie declared, and in a swift motion, she delivered a kick. Zheng Jiqiang, caught off guard, crashed against the wall with a resounding thud, nearly toppling under his own weight. Not bad, Yixia remarked, leisurely twisting her ankle. Undoubtedly, her body, enhanced through system upgrades, was far stronger than when she first awoke. You dare strike me? What of it? Her brazen words hung in the air, and Zheng Jiqiang instinctively attempted to retaliate with his abilities. Yet, before he could unleash them, a sharp wind blade sliced through the air, severing a patch of his thinning hair, leaving him with a bald spot. This was Yi Yu's wind-based ability. The youth stood protectively beside Yixia, his brown eyes glinting like those of a beast. Zheng Jiqiang, recognizing he could not contend with Yi Yu, felt his dignity challenged, his face flushing with indignation. You too. Not only today but tomorrow, no, even the day after, you shall have no food. This is the price of your disrespect towards your elders. Yet, in the face of his fury, Yixia remained unfazed, her lips curling slightly as she coldly proclaimed, "From this moment forth, Yi Yu and I withdraw from the team, no longer bound by your authority, regardless of whether you are the dean or the captain. We are no longer associated with you. Thus, you lack the right to impose any consequences upon us." With her resonant declaration, Zheng Jiqiang's mind momentarily short-circuited. Unbelievable. It was inconceivable. The frail daughter of the Yi family, who could barely run a few steps without gasping for breath, dared to voluntarily leave the team. What kind of absurd jest was this? Have you considered the consequences? After a long pause, Zheng Jiqiang finally managed to ask, his face a mask of astonishment. Of course, Yixia replied without hesitation. Though in a world overrun by the undead, one required a formidable group of allies. The current assembly of individuals was unworthy of being her companions. Leading Yi Yu, she strode towards the door without a backward glance, her silhouette resolute. Zheng Jiqiang found this even more incredulous. Was she not afraid of being devoured by zombies? How could a 17-year-old girl, raised in a greenhouse and ivory tower, possess the courage to confront the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world?
Bang!
Yi flung the classroom door open, revealing two figures standing at the entrance. Lu Hao had gone to summon Zhou Chengguang. Sensing the peculiar and oppressive atmosphere within the classroom, Zhou Chengguang inquired, Yixia, did you have a quarrel with the director? No, Yixia recalled the recent events. She had not quarreled with Zheng Jiqiang. She had simply kicked him and declared her departure from the team. That's good. Zhou Chengguang sighed in relief. However, upon entering the classroom and seeing the footprint on Zheng Jiqiang and his bald hairstyle, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Yixia's response. If you can act, then there's no need for idle chatter. Chapter 7. People may lie, but eyes do not. Zhou Chengguang's expression turned awkward. Director, did you need something from me? Ah, Zhou Chengguang, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Zheng Jiqiang, having recovered from his shock at Yixia, greeted Zhou Chengguang with a smile. He even personally moved a chair for him, speaking in an overly caring tone. Have you eaten well today? I have plenty of food in my bag. Feel free to eat as much as you like. I'm full, Zhou Chengguang replied, bewildered by Zheng Jiqiang's enthusiasm. Having been famished for several days, he unexpectedly received an abundance of food today and devoured it ravenously, indeed satisfying his hunger. He licked his lips, only to notice Zheng Jiqiang gazing at him with eager anticipation. Zhou Chengguang, have you awakened some extraordinary ability?
Huh?
Zhou Chengguang was taken aback. Did he possess an extraordinary ability? How could he be unaware of it? Zheng Jiqiang was equally astonished by the genuine look on his face. If Zhou Chengguang had not awakened an extraordinary ability, then who had? Was it one of the other athletic students? However, since their return with supplies, the person discussed most among the students had been Zhou Chengguang and Yixia. Remembering the cold girl who had left resolutely just moments ago, Zheng Jiqiang shuddered. An absurd thought crossed his mind, nearly causing him to lose his balance. It couldn't possibly be her, could it? In a daze, he heard Zhou Chengguang say, Director, I believe you are mistaken. The one who awakened the extraordinary ability is actually junior sister Yi. Zheng Jiqiang plopped down onto the ground, his face shifting through shades of red, white, blue, and purple. The disparity in their physical abilities was too vast. He had initially assumed that the one who awakened an extraordinary ability was Zhou Chengguang, and the discussions surrounding Yixia must have been due to her asthma acting up. He could never have imagined that the one who had slain dozens of zombies was the latter. What a blunder, indeed. He glanced at Lu Hao, his tone urgent. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly help me up and let's go after them. Meanwhile, Yi Xia and Yi Yu returned to the office to retrieve their belongings, which amounted to merely a backpack. Upon their return, their classmates eyed them with a peculiar expression. Yi Yu pushed through the crowd, grabbed his backpack, and was about to put it on when he noticed something was amiss with its weight. He unzipped it and discovered that some items were missing.
You.
Sensing his unusual demeanor, inquired, "What's wrong?" "Something's gone."
What?
"A pack of biscuits." Yi Yu tightened his grip on the shoulder straps of the backpack. This was the food he had saved specifically for Yi Xia, but before she had the chance to eat it, someone had stolen it. "Apologies, Mississippi." "No need to apologize." Yi Xia interrupted, her small dog having gone hungry every day while saving a pack of biscuits for her. The dog's loyalty was so sincere that she saw no reason to blame it. The true culprit was the one who stole the dog's biscuits. Her ink-like, cold gaze swept across the entire office. "Who took the biscuits? Return them now, and I shall overlook the matter." The classmates sat in silence. Yi Xia stood tall in the center of the group, exuding an oppressive aura of authority that sent shivers down spines. With a cold smile, she declared, "Then I shall retrieve them myself." With that, she fixed her gaze on a female student in the front right, striding over with purpose, grasping the girl by the collar as one would a chick. "Hand over the items." "It wasn't me." The girl protested sharply, her voice piercing. "You have no evidence.
Why should you assume it was me? Yo met herkese onda verinkli.
People may lie, but eyes do not. Among all the students here, you are the only one who refused to meet my eyes. When I demanded you return the items, your first reaction was to claim I had no evidence, rather than to assert your innocence. Oh, and your shifty gaze suggests a guilty conscience." Caught off guard by her keen observation of micro-expressions, the girl dropped her facade and confessed, "I already ate the biscuits. I can't give them back." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Xia's fist struck her stomach, causing her to vomit profusely onto the floor. With a beaming smile, Yi Xia remarked, "Well, there you have it." The girl, now infuriated, shrieked, "You hit me. Do you know who my father is? That's something you should ask your mother." Yi Xia had no interest in knowing anything about her father, striking the girl's stomach repeatedly until she had expelled all the biscuits. Only then did she stop. Looking at the sticky mess on the ground, she clicked her tongue in disgust. "How revolting. Consider it a gift, I no longer want it." With a toss of her chin, she took Yi Yu's hand and left. Indeed, unless it was something she did not desire, no one could take anything from her. She stepped out of the classroom against the moonlight, her cascading black hair flowing behind her, wild and beautiful. One boy remarked, "I feel like Yi Xia has become more beautiful." She was already beautiful, wasn't she? Another boy chimed in. "Her face is small, her eyes large, and her skin fair. She's a campus beauty." "No, it's different. It's her aura? She's just more captivating now." The boy struggled to articulate his feelings. Previously, he had seen Yi Xia as frail and lifeless, like a withered tree that could be blown over by a gust of wind. Now, however, she radiated vibrant life, resembling a thorny rose bush in full bloom. Beautiful, enchanting, and attention-grabbing. Had the departing Yi Xia been able to hear their discussions, she would undoubtedly have been left speechless. Were they out of their minds? Discussing beauty amidst a catastrophe? They should be contemplating survival instead. She and Yi Yu approached the staircase around the corner. At that moment, Zheng Jiqiang burst from the classroom, panting heavily as he called out, "Yi classmate! Don't go, wait." Yi Xia ignored him, descending the stairs step by step. Zheng Jiqiang positioned himself in front of her with outstretched arms, a forced smile plastered on his round face. "It's all a misunderstanding." "I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. Please don't impulsively leave the team." His sudden change of attitude made Yi Xia feel repulsed. Step aside. Whether it was the insincere Zheng Jiqiang or the timid teammates, or even the thieving girl, they all convinced her that this team was not worth staying in. Since she would leave eventually, why not do it now? Chapter 8. She will stand at the pinnacle of the apocalypse, I assure you. From now on, we will split the supplies 50-50. No, let us make it 60-40. I take 4, you take 6. Midway through his proposal, Zheng Jiqiang seemed dissatisfied with the offer and added, "Or, you can take 90% directly. There will be as many supplies as you desire. Just remain in the team." Zheng Jiqiang was confident that with Yi Xia and Yi Yu's abilities, their team could leave the school and reach the nearest survivor base within half a month. It was certainly not an issue. He did not want to let them go. Alas, Yi Xia was resolute in her decision to leave, coldly repeating, "Step aside." The students behind her stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Such an enticing offer. And she dared to refuse? Although she and Yi Yu were indeed formidable, the capabilities of just two individuals were ultimately limited. Zheng Jiqiang's methods might have been questionable. But wasn't he entirely wrong? There is strength in numbers. Xia. Zheng Jiqiang attempted to say something more. Yet the boy beside her emanated an astonishing chill. His deep brown beast-like eyes growing darker and increasingly displeased. This old man kept calling out to her with such familiarity. It was revolting. More nauseating than that pile of vomit. Get lost. With Yi Yu's blunt and forceful words, a profound silence engulfed the surroundings. The air whipped chaotically, forming blades of wind that seemed poised to strike and sever. Zheng Jiqiang shuddered and stepped aside. Yet, he could not comprehend how he had triggered Yi Yu's ire. With a rhythmic patter, Yi Xia and Yi Yu descended to the third floor. Zheng Jiqiang watched as their figures grew more distant, unwilling to relent. He chased after them. Do you know a classmate named Songying? Her father is a high-ranking officer in the military district of City S. If we deliver her to the base, it would be a tremendous favor. I have been teaching at Shenying Academy for 28 years, always serving as the deputy director of the grade. Why? It because of my connections? Opportunities now lie before us. If we seize them, we may ascend to the pinnacle of humanity in these apocalyptic times. I shall inform Commander Tsang that your contributions are unparalleled. As he babbled on, Yi Xia found his words rather amusing. All this effort to form a team merely to escort the daughter of a high-ranking official into the base for personal gain? Such is the conduct of a hypocrite. Nevertheless, Yi Xia remained confident. Even without resorting to underhanded tactics, her own strength could carve a bloody path to the summit of this new world. Deputy Director Zheng. The girls stepped out of the classroom, basking in the cool moonlight. I wonder, after decades without a promotion, is it truly due to a lack of seizing a good opportunity? With her exquisite features, she might as well have told him to take a good look in the mirror at his own ugly visage. Zheng Jiqiang's face turned a shade of green with anger. Having groveled so much, why had Yi Xia not yet acquiesced? Lu Hao emerged as well, glancing at Zheng Jiqiang's ghastly expression, and shouted, "Don't be ungrateful. The director has been more than generous with you." Yi Xia was far from the naive students. She would not fall for their dual act of flattery and intimidation. Yet Lu Hao's rank was too low for her to bother with. Suddenly, a flicker of darkness flashed in her ink-black eyes. Having long danced on the edge of danger, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding them. Something was amiss. Stealthily, she moved closer to Yi Yu, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, "Yu, be cautious." She leaned in close enough for him to catch a whiff of her unique fragrance. The boy's body tensed, especially when her soft fingertips brushed against his skin, igniting a tingling sensation in his palm. Yet, he too sensed the impending threat. Steeling himself, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising emotions, and stepped forward, his tall frame casting a shadow over Yi Xia in the moonlight. "Yes, miss," he replied in a low, clear voice. Seeing that they had not left, Lu Hao mistakenly believed his words had made an impact and boasted, "Oh, so you're staying? Clearly, you wish to play hard to get." Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the bushes, charging straight at the loud and arrogant Lu Hao. Clumsy as a pig, he was swiftly knocked to the ground.
Ah!
A sharp bite sank into his shoulder. In the moonlight, he beheld the shadow's murky eyes and its face, a ghastly gray devoid of color. Its mouth wide open with crimson lips, teeth still clenching a piece of flesh, his own flesh from his neck. "No, I don't want to die. Save me," Lu Hao cried, clutching the nearest person, Zheng Jiqiang's leg, in desperation. Zheng Jiqiang attempted to shake him off but was unable, yelling, "Let go." When Lu Hao refused to release his grip, Zheng Jiqiang kicked him repeatedly in the face. "Director, you said that as long as I followed you and the team, I could reach the military base's safe haven, and perhaps even see my mother again. Woe is me, I miss my mother."
"Fool.
"You've been bitten. Your mother may very well be dead." Zheng Jiqiang cursed in exasperation. The transformation time ranged from 30 seconds to 3 hours. If Lu Hao turned into a zombie, he would undoubtedly be the first to bite him.
Clang.
The sound of metal resonated in the air. Zheng Jiqiang summoned a small knife with his metal-based ability, directing it towards Lu Hao's arm.
Swish, swish, swish.
Unaccustomed to his powers, Zheng Jiqiang struggled with the dull blade. hacking away without success. In a frenzy, after several desperate attempts amid Lu Hao's agonized screams, he finally severed Lu Hao's arm, flesh and bone together. At that moment, Lu Hao transformed. His remaining hand and feet contorted abnormally. His yellow skin faded to a ghastly white, his eyes losing their luster, and the skinless neck twisted grotesquely, ultimately resembling a nightmarish figure at a terrifying angle.
Damn.
Zheng Jiqiang gasped in shock. He had never seen a zombie so closely. He always hid in the safest spots during supply runs. Turning to flee, he was tackled to the ground by Lu Hao's hefty form, with no means of escape.
How?
It's me, the director. Don't bite me.
Please.
Zheng Jiqiang's cries only seemed to excite Lu Hao further. With a gaping maw, he sank his teeth into Zheng Jiqiang's neck, blood spraying forth. Chapter 9, Level 1 Zombie. Level 1 Crystal Core. Perhaps Zheng Jiqiang's ample meals had made him particularly succulent. The shadowy zombie, attracted by the scent of his blood, lunged at his beer belly, voraciously tearing into him. In his final moments, he glimpsed the serene faces of the girl and boy amidst the pure white moonlight. Both appeared remarkably calm. Zheng Jiqiang lamented. If only he had devoted the past 7 days of the apocalypse to training and enhancing his abilities instead of cowering from danger. Could he not have faced the zombies with the same fearlessness as they? Regret washed over him. But alas, it was too late.
Ding.
Level 1 zombie detected. Host must eliminate it promptly. Completing this task will yield experience points and a random level A equipment. Current kills, 0, remaining 3, as Zheng Jiqiang succumbed to transformation. The system's voice echoed in Yixie's mind. Level 1 zombie? No wonder the shadowy zombie seemed so much faster. Its level was indeed different. Her attention shifted to the mention of level A equipment, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This task was hers to conquer. Roars echoed in the distance, ordinary zombies drawn by the sound, perhaps a dozen in number. You, hold them off. I'll handle these 3, Yixie declared. Picking up the small knife Zheng Jiqiang had conjured and charging forward. Level 1 zombies possessed enhanced speed, strength, hearing, and smell, particularly their speed. No longer sluggish like ordinary zombies, they moved with the agility of a human. Fortunately, her physical prowess had also improved. Otherwise, battling in her post-awakening state would have been precarious. With incredible speed, Yixie darted towards the shadowy zombie, skillfully evading lunges from Zheng Jiqiang and Lu Hao. Engaging in a dance of combat with the shadowy figure. Her combat experience and martial skills were of the highest caliber. Even 1 against 3, she maneuvered effortlessly. Moreover, she felt that slaying these monstrous beings was far simpler than battling the beasts of the forest.
Swish.
As the shadowy zombie exposed a weakness, Yixie thrust the knife into its neck. If Zheng Jiqiang were still alive, he would be utterly astonished. The seemingly dull knife unleashed tremendous lethality in her hands, piercing through the shadowy zombie's neck. With a firm grip on the knife, she furrowed her brow and made a swift cut across its throat. Thud. The zombie's head fell to the ground. Since Zheng Jiqiang and Lu Hao had only recently transformed, their strengths paled in comparison to the shadowy zombie. And Yixie dispatched them with ease. Throughout the encounter, Yu's gaze remained fixed on Yixie. He longed to assist her, yet recalling her words. He diligently cleared the surrounding ordinary zombies. Stealing glances at her every few seconds, he resolved that if the situation turned dire, he would risk everything to protect his lady. However, it was evident that Yixie had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Miss. After vanquishing all the ordinary zombies, Yi looked up to see the girl approaching, a trail of blood staining her path. The silver crescent moon hung behind her. Her steps were light and graceful, akin to a cat in the night. A few droplets of crimson adorned her pale visage, resembling the waxy plum blossoms in a snow-covered field. The series of announcements brought a smile to Yixie's lips. Not only had she leveled up, but she had also acquired S-grade equipment. Acknowledging the contribution of her teammate, Yiyu, she praised him without hesitation. You did exceptionally well. Yiyu gazed at her intently. The brilliance in her eyes, her joyful expression, and her tone of admiration made his heart race. If humans had tails, Yiyu would surely be wagging his uncontrollably. Yixie's eyes sparkled with mischief. She could hardly wait to explore the mysteries of the newly acquired bracelet. Just as she was about to leave, she glanced at the 3 level 1 zombies. In her previous world, magical beasts produced cores. The higher the level of the beast, the more precious the core, which had a multitude of uses. Forging and alchemy were indispensable. Naturally, ordinary magical beasts did not yield cores. Only those above the spirit beast level did. With these thoughts in mind, she approached the shadowy zombie with her dagger. A swift slice to the back of its head revealed a crystal the size of a soybean. Indeed, a core. Yi Xia understood the significance of this item all too well. She swiftly extracted cores from Zheng Jiqiang and Lu Hao, totaling 3 cores. As she delightedly collected them, Yu observed her with a lack of curiosity in his brown eyes. "Don't you want to know what they can do?" she inquired with genuine interest. "No," he replied expressionlessly. Yet, seeing her enthusiasm for the glistening objects prompted him to mimic her actions, digging into several ordinary zombies' heads. But to no avail. He lowered his head, confusion etched in his features, resembling a bewildered large dog. He could not comprehend why he was unable to find the cores. Yi Xia chuckled at his plight. "Stop digging. You won't find anything that way." With a hint of cleverness in her gaze, she pointed to the shadowy zombie and remarked, "Did you notice that this one was faster and stronger?" "Yes," he replied, his brow furrowed in confusion, as if he did not grasp her meaning.
Yeah, you.
Not one to withhold information, explained directly, You should be able to feel your wind-based ability has grown stronger after days of usage, right?"
Yes.
When Yu first awakened his ability, his wind blades were too weak to sever a branch, yet now he could slice through a trunk. This proved his proficiency had improved, and he had indeed become stronger. If humans could evolve, then so too could zombies. Yi Xia presented the 3 cores before Yu's eyes. Under the moonlight, they shimmered like gemstones. The zombies we encountered recently are all ordinary or level 0, while only those above level 1 produce cores. These are of great significance and will surely become highly sought after. We must collect more. Understood. Yi responded earnestly, nodding vigorously. If the lady desired cores, he would certainly procure more for her without question. Chapter 10. The S-Grade Bracelet, the Apocalypse Garden. 10 minutes later, Yi Xia selected another teaching building 100 meters away as their resting place for the night. Shungying Academy, a prestigious institution, boasted spacious and elegant classrooms. The blackboard was designed to slide open, revealing a vast multimedia screen in the center. Students could also bring their own computers, allowing for lessons to be conducted on the large screen or via personal devices. Each student was equipped with a specially designed ergonomic desk and chair, adjustable to their unique physique and height. During breaks, one could recline the ergonomic chair for a comfortable nap.
Click.
Yi locked the doors of the classroom. Snap. Yi Xia adjusted the ergonomic chair to the most comfortable position and lay back.
"I'll take a short nap." "Okay."
Yu approached and sat beside her, gazing at her serene sleeping face. His brown eyes gleamed with softness as he watched her for what felt like an eternity, as if time itself had halted. After a moment, he made a decision and gently brushed his finger against her cheek. Feeling the soft touch of his fingertip, he could not resist moving from her cheek to her nose, and then to her brow. "Lady, you are truly beautiful," his youthful, gentle voice echoed in the silent classroom. But the next moment, hearing his own echo, he realized the impropriety of his actions and quickly withdrew his hand, his deep brown eyes filled with remorse. How could he have acted so inappropriately towards her? Meanwhile, Yi Xia had entered the system space and promptly checked her upgraded attributes. Name: Yi Xia. Age: 17. Level: 11. Ability: Nun race, human, divine phoenix, bloodline 99. Unlocked. Attributes: Constitution 59, Strength 51, Speed 79, Endurance 56. Each attribute had increased slightly, and she could feel her body becoming healthier. After a brief glance, she opened the system backpack. In the temporary backpack, she immediately spotted the mysterious bracelet. The previous items, baseball bat, helmet, and bulletproof vest, were E-grade equipment, emitting a white glow. In contrast, the S-grade bracelet radiated a golden light. E-grade white, D-grade green, C-grade blue, B-grade purple, A-grade red, S-grade gold. As she examined the bracelet, she discovered it was made of black jade, not particularly translucent, with some impurities and cracks. At best, a fine-grade variety. The system described it as a mysterious spatial bracelet with no attribute bonuses. Spatial. Yi Xia's eyes sparkled with delight. The system's built-in backpack only had 20 slots, which was hardly sufficient for storage, and the temporary backpack could only hold items for 24 hours. Now, with additional space, her urgent need was alleviated. She donned the bracelet and silently wished to enter the space, transitioning from the white expanse of the system realm to a thatched cottage? Indeed, it was a thatched cottage. The entire dwelling spanned 100 square meters, furnished with a stove, a table for chairs, and a wooden bed. Though simple, it was clean. Without hesitation, Yixia transferred 90% of her supplies from the system backpack into the spatial bracelet. However, she kept essential items like stamina potions, life potions, and the precious cores in the system backpack, as the system was bound to her soul, while the bracelet was not. After completing this task, she suddenly felt a gentle breeze, refreshing and fragrant. If it were merely a closed space, there would be no airflow. Unless... Realizing something, Yixia approached the tightly shut wooden door of the cottage, placed her hands against it, and pushed it open with force. With a whoosh, a wave of fresh air, mingled with the scents of grass and flowers, rushed in. Instinctively, she shielded her eyes with her right hand, and through her fingers, she beheld a vast expanse of lush green grass, dotted with unknown small flowers in shades of red and yellow. The azure sky was adorned with a few cotton-like white clouds. A spring of clear water flowed down from the distant snowy mountains, pooling beside the cottage. This resembled her little sanctuary from her past life. Yixia stepped out of the thatched cottage, making her way toward the spring. Gazing at the crystal-clear water, shimmering under the sunlight, she could not resist the urge to lick her parched lips. It dawned on her that she had not sipped a drop of water all day. Bending down, she cupped a handful of spring water and tasted it. The water was sweet and pure, so refreshing that it felt as if her very pores were opening up. Most importantly, the spring water contained a hint of spiritual energy capable of rejuvenating one's spirit. The glistening droplets cascaded down her chin as she wiped away the excess, then picked up a handful of soil. The soil was dark and gleaming, rich and fine, perfect for cultivation. As this thought crossed her mind, the system chimed, ding. The touch of sweetness in the mountains task has been released. Please, host, indulge in creating your own pastoral farm. The system will reward you with varying levels based on the final outcome. Countdown 7 days. This is a side quest. The host may choose to accept or decline. Yixia had always harbored dreams of cultivation. Naturally, she accepted the task. In her previous life, she had enjoyed nurturing spiritual herbs and elixirs. At this moment, wandering through the vast expanse, breathing in the fresh air, listening to the babbling of the spring water, and treading on the fertile black soil, her enthusiasm for cultivation surged. She was determined to craft this pastoral farm. In the future, this place would be her garden in the apocalypse.
Classroom.
Yixia's consciousness stirred awake from the space. She opened her eyes to find the classroom deserted. Unsure of where Yiyu had gone, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway, followed by the creaking of the door. She could discern the cautious movements of the person, yet she caught everything with her keen hearing, honed by vigilance. No sound could escape her ears. With a swift motion, she concealed herself beneath a desk. In the shadows, a slender figure emerged from the doorway. Upon noticing the empty chair, a look of confusion crossed his face. He hastened towards her.
Yiyu sprang fort.
She forcefully pinned him against the desk, towering over him. Her delicate right hand gripped a small knife, pressing it against his neck, her eyes glinting coldly, her tone aggressive.
Who are you?
What do you want?
Speak.
With a mere flick of her will, he could become a soul claimed by her blade. However, despite her firm grip, he showed no signs of resistance, remaining compliant beneath her hold, silent for a long moment. After the system upgrade, her strength had significantly increased. She was no longer the frail student of the past. Was this person perhaps a masochist? Chapter 11. Braving fire and water. Yixia pondered, frowning as she recognized the figure in the moonlight. You? How could it be you? Indeed. The person she had forcefully subdued was Yiyu. His loyalty rating stood at a solid 100, an undeniable fact. Yixia trusted that he would not harm her. Thus she swiftly sheathed the knife, albeit with a hint of lingering anger. Where have you been? Why are you wandering around instead of staying in the classroom? I almost thought something had happened to you. Yiyu pursed his lips in silence, pulling 2 small items from his pocket.
Yiyu fujuset hergaze.
Chocolate. He held the chocolate in both hands, his deep voice uttering 3 simple words, Miss. Eat. Did you go looking for food? Then why were you sneaking back? She had thought someone was plotting something sinister given his light footsteps. Perhaps sensing her displeasure, Yiyu lowered his head, speaking with a hint of unease. I felt you were sleeping soundly, so. He trailed off, but Yixia understood. She sighed in exasperation. The little dog had ventured out to find food, returning quietly so as not to disturb her slumber. Thus, it was a beautiful misunderstanding. As she sensed her anger dissipate, Yu's gaze brightened, the solemnity in his deep brown eyes akin to a medieval knight pledging his loyalty to a princess. For the miss, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. To honor his sentiment, Yixia took a piece of chocolate from his hands, unwrapped it, and savored it. This tastes delightful. You should try it. I'm not hungry. Before he could finish a sentence, she swiftly unwrapped another piece and placed it in Yu's mouth. The rich cocoa melted in their mouths, sweet and indulgent. Perhaps it was due to her feeding him, Yu found this chocolate to be extraordinarily delicious. He had never tasted anything so exquisite before. Alas, there were only 2 pieces. Once Yixia finished the chocolate, she began contemplating dinner. She stroked her chin, muttering to herself, having had dessert before dinner. Now it's time for the main course. In fact, her bracelet space contained rice, vegetables, and a stove. Preparing a sumptuous meal was not beyond her reach. The problem was, Yixia did not know how to cook. Suddenly, she turned to Yu, her dark, beautiful eyes locking onto him. In her memories, Yu was an exceptional cook, rivaling even Michelin-starred restaurants. With a single thought, she attempted to draw him into her space.
Miss?
Yu's brown eyes looked at her in confusion. She quickly realized that while the space could nurture plants and animals, it could not accommodate humans. Very well. If you cannot enter, then so be it. The golden finger bestowed by the system was already substantial enough, even if he could not enter the space. It was not a significant loss. It was just unfortunate that she would not be able to enjoy Yu's cooking tonight. She inquired, Yu, would you prefer instant noodles or self-heating rice? The instant noodles came in flavors such as braised beef, spicy beef, and tomato with egg, while the self-heating rice offered options like Taiwanese braised pork and curry beef. As she listed the myriad of delectable choices, Yu's stomach growled audibly in the silent classroom. His face turned crimson. Just from the sound of his stomach, it was clear he was quite hungry. Remembering that he had claimed moments ago that he was not hungry, Yixia couldn't help but chuckle. Let us have one of each flavor of instant noodles and self-heating rice. What flavor do you want? I will eat whatever Miss eats. Yu's reply left her perplexed. The system had provided 10 buckets each of instant noodles and self-heating rice, all different flavors. Unless they split each one, it was impossible for them to eat the same thing. No, you must choose one. Yu recalled the delightful flavors of mushroom chicken noodles and green pepper stir-fried meat rice. Aware that Yu typically shunned mushrooms and green peppers, he offered these 2 dishes. Yu, with a swift motion of her right hand, retrieved 2 containers of instant noodles and a self-heating rice packet from her spatial storage, placing them upon the desk. A rare expression of surprise graced Yu's face as he stared intently at the food before him, as if trying to discern its origin. His expression seemed to inquire, where did this come from? From my spatial storage, Yu replied, a radiant smile gracing her lips. In this apocalyptic world, we shall never again know hunger. We can have as much food as we desire. Seeing her smile, Yu returned it, his grin youthful and pure. He felt a genuine sense of joy for his young mistress, as she was not adept at cooking. Indeed, even the simplest meal kits were beyond her. Thus, the responsibility fell entirely upon Yu's shoulders. Remembering that instant noodles required hot water, she offered him a few instructions before her consciousness flitted back to her bracelet's spatial realm. Though she lacked culinary skills, she could certainly boil water. Yu sought out a water bucket by the stove and ventured to the spiritual spring to fetch water. She noticed the water was icy and, with a clever idea, added 2 bottles of cola to the bucket before returning to the thatched cottage. Along the way, she collected some twigs to serve as kindling. With a flourish, Yu poured the water into a large iron pot, arranged the firewood in the stove, and finally ignited the twigs with a flint. These were skills she had mastered long ago, executed with ease. The water soon reached a rolling boil. Yu carefully portioned the hot water into bowls and, with a mere thought, returned to the classroom. In the classroom, Yu was just finishing adding the last seasoning packet. She keenly sensed the time discrepancy. Yu, how long did you take to add the seasoning? 1 minute. And how long was I asleep? 5 minutes. Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Remarkable. The time ratio within the spatial realm is 10:1. If we cultivate there, Wouldn't it mean the growth rate of plants and animals is accelerated tenfold? Excellent. I am even more eager to begin planting. Chapter 12. Hoarding films. Attracting zombies. Night you prepared the self-heating rice and soaked the noodles in hot water. During the wait, Night she provided him with 5 bottles of mineral water and a set of sportswear, intending for him to change. However, Night you took the mineral water and drank 1 bottle in quick succession. Miss, I can't finish all this, he remarked, eyeing the remaining 4 bottles. I didn't intend for you to drink it all, she replied, touching her nose. The rest is for bathing. At this, Night you fell silent. Water resources were precious, and, without a water-type ability user in their group, he was reluctant to waste it. Night Shiyu, sensing his thoughts, reassured him, I have plenty. Not only is the spring water abundant, but I haven't even used up the 50 bottles provided by the system. Moreover, the spiritual spring water, imbued with energy, would be too extravagant for bathing. Thus, mineral water would suffice. Hearing her confident tone, Night finally took the mineral water and sportswear to change in the hallway. In the classroom, Night Shiyu also bathed using the mineral water. Her original uniform was unsalvageable, stained with blood. She donned the sportswear issued by the system, tearing a clean piece of fabric from her discarded clothes to tie her flowing hair into a neat ponytail. The moonlight illuminated her through the glass window, revealing a fresh and revitalized version of herself. Just then, Night returned, the enticing aroma of noodles and rice wafting through the air. Night she retrieved 2 marinated eggs and 2 sausages from her spatial storage, adding them to the noodles and rice. Oh, and of course, 2 bottles of chilled cola. She nearly forgot that. The two sat at their chairs to enjoy dinner. Halfway through, Night she opened the laptop on the desk. The school had been without power since the 5th day, and thus, there was no internet. However, the laptop still had some battery life and contained a downloaded library of 1 terabyte of films. Night she launched a highly rated historical drama, savoring her meal as she became engrossed in the storyline. After a restful night, the morning sun's bright rays cascaded over Night Shiyu's face. Standing on the classroom balcony, her hands resting on the railing, her black ponytail danced behind her. In the original owner's memories, the classroom at this hour would echo with the harmonious sounds of students reading aloud, voices rising and falling, a blend of male and female, like a chorus resonating throughout the campus. She stretched languidly, reflecting on how carefree that existence seemed, days filled solely with study. Meanwhile, her own life had been steeped in bloodshed and peril, cohabiting with beasts amidst a backdrop of violence. Yet, with the apocalypse upon them, the differences seemed less stark. Turning to Night she asked, have you organized everything? Moments ago, she had extracted 4 bottles of water, 2 packets of biscuits, and some snacks, beef jerky and lollipops, from her spatial storage for him to stow in his backpack. This way, should they encounter anyone on their journey, they could openly partake in their provisions. Yes, Night nodded, indicating he had done so. Their morning's objective was the Agricultural College of St. Anne University. To fulfill the task of creating a rustic farm, they required a variety of fruits, vegetables, and small animals like chickens, ducks, and fish. Night Shiyu speculated that the college would at least possess the former. In any case, they needed to investigate. As they departed the teaching building, she collected the laptops from each classroom. Just because there was no power now did not imply there would be none in the future. The entertainment on those computers, be it dramas, movies, or single-player games, would serve her well in the days to come. By the time she emerged from the teaching building, she had successfully gathered over 100 laptops. Even if each one contained 1 terabyte, that amounted to a staggering 100 terabytes. She nodded in satisfaction. However, as they made their way through the tree-lined path to the agricultural college, she noticed a group of followers trailing behind. It was the original team. The students observed the retreating figures of the girl and boy, unease etched on their faces. One voice timidly asked, Senior Song, are we certain we want to follow them? Of course. Song Ing, the girl who had pilfered cookies, replied with a mix of certainty and indignation. Night Shiyu caused the deaths of Zheng Jiqiang and Lu Hao. She must be held accountable. Exactly. Yao Lan, who had mysteriously reappeared after a night's absence, chimed in fiercely. We can't let her go so easily. Though they spoke bravely, a hint of fear lingered within them. With the death of their leader, their strongest combatant was gone. Everything seemed lost. If they did not find a reason to cling to Night Shiyu, how could they escape the school? Some timid students began to cry. What if Night Shiyu refuses to take responsibility and won't lead us to the base? She must take responsibility. If she can't even assist with this small favor, that would be selfish and heartless. The apocalypse has arrived, and there must be some sense of justice. Indeed, how could she disregard human rights? A portion of the students, stirred by Song Ying and Yao Lan's words, resolved to confront Night Shiyu. After all, they were a group of privileged youths, unaccustomed to violence. How could they face zombies? Zhou Zhongguang muttered under his breath. Wasn't the director and Lu Hao killed by zombies? What does that have to do with Night Shiyu?
Yao Lan Vito.
If she hadn't insisted on leaving the team, would they have died? Song Ying added, exactly. If you think it has nothing to do with you, then don't team up with us. Their tone was provocatively challenging. After a brief discussion, Zhou Zhongguang and a few other students decided not to associate with them. This choice ultimately saved their lives. Meanwhile, Night Shiyu, casting a glance at the approaching Yao Lan and Song Ying, narrowed her eyes, her mind racing with a plan. She needed to shake them off. She quickened her pace, darting forward, making a left turn and then a right, and suddenly, she vanished. Where had she gone? How could she disappear with just a turn? Yao Lan and Song Ying exchanged perplexed glances. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached from the right. Yao Lan immediately exclaimed, "She went that way." Leading Song Ying and a group of students eager to have Yi Shiyu take responsibility, they surged forward. They followed her into a narrow alley behind a dormitory building. At the end stood a brick wall, and on the ground lay a computer playing a movie, echoing the sound of footsteps. What was happening? Was this a dead end? But where had the computer come from? Before they could process the situation, the volume suddenly increased. A horrifying, bloodied head let out a terrifying scream, reverberating through the alley and sending chills down their spines. It was a zombie film. The surrounding zombies, drawn to the sounds from the alley, staggered toward them, joining in the chorus of roars from the film. No 3D, 4D, or 5D experience could rival this. It was truly immersive. In Chapter 13, at the agricultural college, the seeds were sown. In the film, a random passerby met a gruesome fate at the hands of the zombies. Watching this scene, Song Ying was nearly petrified with fear.
Yao Lan.
What kind of path have you led us down? If you want everyone to die, just say so. I didn't. Yao Lan was equally startled by the sudden turn of events. Her face turned pale as she replied, "I thought it was Yi Shiyu and the others." Enough. Song Ying was furious to hear Yao Lan daring to retort. Unable to deal with the powerful Yi Shiyu, could she not handle Yao Lan? With that thought, she slapped Yao Lan across the face, cursing, "It's all your fault." A handprint immediately appeared on Yao Lan's right cheek. Then, Song Ying struck Yao Lan's left cheek as well, leaving her with symmetrical handprints on both sides. Yao Lan dared not utter a word. Song Ying's father was a high-ranking official in the military district, and if they were to reach the base and seek favorable treatment, they would have to align with Song Ying. Her status was the highest among all the students. Pointing at the few ability users in their original team, she commanded, "What are you standing there for? Quickly kill the zombies. We need to escape." The ability users dared not express their anger and could only brace themselves to comply. However, the volume from the computer was too loud, and the number of zombies in the alley increased, nearly blocking their way. Song Ying anxiously asked, "Why hasn't the computer shut off yet?" Yao Lan replied, "The screen is locked." One of the ability users shouted at the wealthy young ladies who were just standing around, "Do you have no hands or feet? You can fight zombies even without abilities." Suddenly, the entire alley descended into chaos. Out of nowhere, a zombie lunged at Yao Lan. Mouth agape, ready to bite. Yao Lan reacted swiftly, pushing a nearby friend into the zombie's path, who was bitten and fell lifelessly. After this sequence of actions, she glanced around nervously, relieved to find no one had noticed her. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the adjacent dormitory, Yi Shiyu watched the unfolding scene with an impassive expression. Her dark eyes, resembling inorganic jade, glimmered with a cold light. It was she who had led this group into the trap, and she had placed the computer playing the film in the alley. Of course, her actions could hardly be classified as murder. Ordinary zombies moved slowly and lacked significant strength. With sufficient courage, most people could handle them. However, the wealthy young ladies were timid as mice and dared not strike. It was likely they would not last long even if they reached the base. As they often said, early death leads to early rebirth. Yi Shiyu echoed this sentiment in her mind. After watching for another 10 seconds, she grew bored, popped a lollipop into her mouth, and leaped off the balcony. As the sounds of monsters and student screams echoed behind her, she and Yi Yu headed straight for the agricultural college. The zombies in their path were effortlessly dispatched by the two. As long as they were not surrounded by 3 or more first-level zombies simultaneously, they posed no threat. Approximately half an hour later, Yishu arrived at the agricultural college. Consulting the map, she made her way to the seed storage room. First were the vegetable seeds: tomato, eggplant, chili, bitter melon, cucumber, pumpkin, winter melon, cowpea, rapeseed, cabbage, celery, cauliflower, scallion, fennel, bean sprouts, spinach, and cilantro. Then came the fruit seeds: watermelon, strawberry, blueberry, cherry, cantaloupe, banana, longan, lychee, lemon, grapefruit, durian, apple, grape, and pineapple. The seed storage room contained almost all the vegetables and fruits commonly consumed, and they were even of superior organic varieties. With a wave of her hand,
You commanded, collect.
the agricultural science department was nestled against the back mountain of St. Ing Academy. She traversed the cobbled path and soon encountered a planting area. Inside, simple root vegetables like potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, and carrots were growing, along with a small patch of corn, rice, and wheat. Continue collecting. Further ahead lay ornamental trees and flowers. The trees included cherry blossoms, pear blossoms, peach blossoms, magnolias, and jacarandas, while the flowers featured carnations, peonies, roses, hydrangeas, chamomiles, orchids, and sunflowers. It was spring, and the vibrant blossoms were a feast for the eyes. Collect them all. 2 hours passed, and the scene in her space transformed dramatically. Yi Shiyu's consciousness entered the space, spending another 3 minutes. 3 minutes in reality equated to 30 minutes in the space, on organization. The system informed her that all layouts within the space could be manipulated at her whim, requiring merely the command, plan layout. In an instant, a floor plan of the space appeared before her eyes, composed of numerous small squares, reminiscent of a management game, allowing her to place anything wherever she desired. The entire space spanned 10,000 square meters. Yi Shi relocated the refurbished 5,000 square meters of black soil to the rear of the thatched cottage. Of this, 3,000 square meters were designated for staple crops like rice, wheat, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Another 1,000 square meters were allocated for more durable vegetables, and the remaining 1,000 square meters for common fruits. The planted crops required no watering, fertilizing, pest control, or weeding, nor did they depend on seasonal cycles. The space would automatically adjust to optimal conditions. The upper right corner of the floor plan even featured an option for one-click planting, one-click harvesting. Mature crops would automatically be stored in the thatched cottage's warehouse. Externally, the warehouse appeared to be a mere 10 square meters. Yet it had a storage capacity of 100 tons. Yi Shiyu marveled at this, her mind echoing a single thought: this is incredibly convenient. Swiftly organizing the planting area, she cultivated a patch of flowers in front of the thatched cottage and lined the roadsides with attractive trees. Relaxing in a chair, sipping cool spring water, she gazed out at the vibrant clusters of flowers, beautiful and soothing to the eye. Indeed, whether in a post-apocalyptic world or an era of peace, balancing work and rest remained paramount. The area used for planting flowers occupied 500 square meters, leaving 500 square meters for Yi Shiyu to dedicate to animal husbandry. Chickens, ducks, rabbits, fish, cattle, sheep, and pigs were all welcome. Although no animals were in sight yet, the system allowed for a completion time of 7 days. She still had 6 days left to gather. Onward and upward. Chapter 14. The fifth canteen convicts. As consciousness emerged from the spatial realm, Yi Xia stood upon a rocky slope, gazing at the rectangular structure at the foot of the mountain.
What is that?
She inquired. The fifth canteen. Let us go take a look. The crops within the space, enhanced by a 10-fold acceleration, would take at least 3 days at best, and up to half a month at worst. Thus, she needed to gather supplies during this time. Moreover, no one would ever complain about an excess of resources. After sharing a modest lunch with Yi Xia set off toward the canteen. Along the way, she encountered several students, likely survivors from the academy, whose destination was also the canteen. Today marked the 8th day of the apocalypse, and the students had not developed a habit of stockpiling, leaving most of their food consumed. If they wished to gather supplies, the canteen was undoubtedly the primary choice. Among them was a couple. The young man dashed ahead, while the young woman struggled to keep pace, breathless. Could you hurry up? I have my period. This is troublesome. The young man, unable to abandon her, pulled her along as he ran, glancing back at Yixia and Yiyu.
Did you see?
So many people are collecting supplies. If you walk this slowly, you won't even catch the hot food. After scanning the surroundings, he cheerfully added, "Today is quite lucky. There are hardly any zombies near the canteen." Yixia noticed this too. The surrounding zombies had been systematically cleared, leaving only a few living ones, while a multitude of corpses lay scattered on the ground. Furthermore, the canteen's door stood wide open, revealing an empty interior from the outside. The girl speculated that perhaps other survivors had been responsible for the killings. But they seem quite capable to have slain so many zombies. "Let us go in to find out," the young man urged, leading the way through the canteen's entrance. Yixia squinted her eyes, standing outside, and signaled Yiyu with a glance, indicating that they should not enter. Her intuition warned her that something was amiss. As expected, a loud thud resounded, and a heavy object struck the young man's head, rendering him unconscious before he could even cry out in pain.
Ah!
The girl screamed as a burly man emerged from behind the door, brandishing a rifle. He slapped her face twice, cursing, "You filthy wench, who are you calling?" It appeared that the heavy object used to strike the young man was the rifle stock. Yiyu instinctively considered disarming the assailant, but Yixia shook her head, whispering, "There's more than one." Indeed, this group possessed firearms, and not just a single weapon. Earlier, she had observed the deceased zombies along the way, most of which bore bullet holes of varying calibers, suggesting a variety of ammunition had been employed. Uncertain of how many individuals or firearms they faced, or whether any possessed special abilities, Yixia opted for cautious observation. Her choice proved prudent. A dozen menacing figures burst forth from the kitchen, their faces twisted with malice. Each brandished a weapon. 2/3 held guns, while the remaining third wielded iron rods, kitchen knives, and fruit knives. They donned matching blue and white striped uniforms, emblazoned with the words S City Prison. Clearly, they were escaped convicts. Judging by their fierce expressions, they were likely violent offenders. The leader, sporting a buzz cut with extensive tattoos adorning his neck, barked orders to his subordinates. Confiscate their supplies. Yes, Brother Kuan. A few men swiftly approached, seizing the backpacks of Yiyu and the others. One convict, passing by Yixia, caught sight of her beauty, his eyes lighting up with a lewd expression. He licked his lips, exclaiming, "Brother Kuan, that girl is a real gem." Yixia lowered her gaze, discreetly donning the hood of her athletic attire. Brother Kuan glanced over, seeing only a hooded young girl, unable to discern her beauty. Annoyed, he retorted, "Thinking about that all day? Have you lost your mind?" Hearing this, several convicts burst into laughter. "Old Five, do you know where we are? S City is renowned for its elite academy. Which girl? ISNTA gem? No wonder Old Five just got out of prison and is already thinking about women. Why not try a zombie girl? Might be thrilling." Old Five, a rapist who preferred to assault before killing, was eager for any woman, hence his words fell on deaf ears. Not wishing to provoke Brother Kuan's ire, Old Five refrained from further comments. At that moment, a new group approached from outside the canteen. Seeing them, the convicts' faces broke into wicked grins. They had indeed chosen a fine location, as every so often, a flock of unsuspecting lambs would unwittingly present themselves. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Yaolon excitedly pointed at the nearby building. "Over there is the 5th canteen." Song Ying, wiping the blood from her face, questioned, "Are you sure? Don't tell me you've led us astray again." The other students shared her skepticism. They had narrowly escaped the zombie horde, losing half their group and being forced to abandon many supplies, suffering severe losses. The remaining food in their backpacks was insufficient for their evening meal. All of this was blamed on Yao Lan's misguided sense of direction. Realizing her authority had diminished after the morning incident, Yao Lan patted her chest, attempting to reassure everyone. "You can trust me this time. I have been to the 5th canteen. I definitely haven't led us astray. We'll go there to replenish our supplies." Song Ying, seeing her confidence, reluctantly nodded in agreement, deciding to trust her once more. The group set off for the 5th canteen with renewed determination. However, upon their arrival at the canteen, they had barely begun to search for supplies when they were surrounded by a group of men in prison uniforms, guns drawn at their heads.
"Get down!"
A booming voice commanded. Song Ying's face was filled with disbelief. "Is that a real gun?" The burly man, known as Old Two, wasted no time, aiming his weapon at Song Ying's temple.
"What?
Want to give it a try?" Song Ying's complexion drained of color. Her father was a high-ranking military official, And she had indeed handled real firearms, having even fired a few rounds. The sensation was unmistakably genuine. A few students, convinced it was a bluff, attempted to flee.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The convicts unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Blood and death engulfed the canteen. Song Ying, torn between anger and fear, shot a furious glance at Yao Lan. Are you playing with me? You wretched girl. This is all your fault.
Yao Lan Jemba un con tolan, Zendo speech.
Chapter 15. The Power of Lineage. Dual ability users Yi Xia observed as they were captured, feeling no surprise. She had not expected the zombies to eradicate everyone. As long as they followed the main road, they would reach the 5th canteen. Yet, witnessing the once arrogant pair now trembling and crouched in fear, Yi Xia found it ironic. Why were they no longer so brash? It seemed they had learned the lesson of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Take them inside. Brother Kun barked. Yi Xia and her companions were forcibly brought into the canteen's serving area. In a corner, dozens of individuals huddled together, including students, teachers, and cafeteria staff. Fear gripped their hearts. Pale faces bore expressions of anxiety, lips quivering. A few girls wept quietly, their gazes toward the convicts filled with terror. They could hardly fathom that after narrowly escaping the zombies, they would be greeted by a band of convicts upon arriving at the canteen. Were they not all human? Why would one human turn against another? Shouldn't they unite against the zombies outside? However, nestled in the corner, Yi Xia had long since grasped this truth. The apocalypse heralds not only the terror of a virus, but also the darkness of the human heart. As societal structures crumble, the harsh environment and limited resources can provoke the most primal instincts, warping humanity into something unrecognizable. And let us not even mention the prisoners. They have never regarded laws and regulations with any reverence. Suddenly, a young man pleaded, do you want money? I have millions in my bank account. Release me, and it's yours. He produced a bank card from his pocket. Others quickly followed suit. Yes, I too have substantial funds. The password is 123456778. I possess numerous bank cards, ICBC, ABC, CCB, BOC, amounting to tens of millions. My father is a bank president. My mother is the chairwoman of Jilong Group. We have plenty of money. Just let me go, and I can give you whatever you desire. The prisoners, driven by greed, stirred the students to reveal their familial wealth, flaunting their affluence. Just as one girl was about to boast about her influential father, a prisoner stepped forward and struck the boy who claimed his father was the police chief with 2 punches. The boy staggered back, blood spilling from his lips. Yet the prisoner was not satisfied. He fired 2 shots into the boy's head, extinguishing his life in an instant. A burly man frowned and admonished, Old 3, don't waste bullets. Old 3 discarded the boy's lifeless body, spitting in disdain. Did you hear him? He claimed to be the son of a chief. I despise the police. His gaze turned menacingly towards the remaining students. Keep talking, and you will meet the same fate. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. All students ceased their whimpering, fearful of provoking the merciless prisoners. Observing the scene, Yi Xia shook her head. These students were even more naive than she had imagined. In this apocalypse, money and power had lost their former significance. For the violent offenders, acquiring what they wanted could be as simple as a zero-cost raid. Perhaps money would merely serve to wipe their backsides. As for power, in the face of absolute force, even a president would be powerless. Strength is the ultimate authority. Thus, both monetary bribes and threats of power held no sway. At this moment, to Yi Xia's left sat Yi Yu, and to her right was a middle-aged woman clad in a white cafeteria uniform, appearing to be in her 60s. Yi Xia felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Aunt Song? The original owner of her body had often dined at the first cafeteria, where Aunt Song managed a serving window. Each time she visited, Aunt Song would smile warmly, generously ladling food onto her plate, unlike the other ladies whose hands trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Only Aunt Song served without quivering, always offering a heaping spoonful. Yet, one day, the original owner no longer encountered Aunt Song. She had been transferred to the 5th cafeteria.
Who are you?
Aunt Song looked up, her gaze landing on a girl with exquisite features and an exceptional aura. She did not recognize Yi Xia, as her kindness was impartial, extended to all students alike. Yi Xia smiled faintly. I used to frequent your serving window. Oh, really? Aunt Song replied, a hint of nostalgia in her expression. It seems so. A trace of melancholy crossed Aunt Song's weathered face. At that moment, it was precisely noon mealtime. Under normal circumstances, a vibrant throng of children would have surged into the cafeteria to seek her out. But now, she faced a group of armed prisoners. Aunt Song sighed. Alas. How the world has changed. After uttering this, she glanced at Yixia, noting that unlike the other female students who wept and trembled, Yixia surveyed her surroundings with a calm demeanor, sparking a flicker of curiosity within her. Child, are you not afraid? Yixia withdrew her gaze from the prisoners. After contemplating for a moment, she answered candidly, a bit afraid, perhaps? Guns must be considered one of the most advanced and lethal weapons in this world. Given her current physical condition, she could not boast of evading bullets with certainty. Yet, when she expressed her fear, her delicate features remained stoic, her tone unperturbed, which Aunt Song interpreted as an absence of fear. Aunt Song's puzzlement transformed into astonishment. This young girl displayed remarkable composure. Just as she intended to inquire further, Yixia turned to converse with Yiyu. Aunt Song glanced at the armed prisoners, then at the quivering students, becoming increasingly convinced that Yixia was indeed unafraid. Meanwhile, Yixia was explaining the situation regarding the prisoners to Yiyu. There are 5 with abilities among them. During the preceding moments, she had utilized her system to analyze the information of all the prisoners and discovered that out of 15, 5 possessed abilities, each ranked above level 15. Among them, Brother Kun not only ranked at level 18 but was also a dual-type ability user, possessing both speed and strength. Yixia furrowed her brow as she spoke. Yi was equally surprised to learn of the dual-type user, a shadow of gravity passing over his expression. He remained silent, yet Yixia understood his feelings.
No ruse.
We will find an opportunity to strike. The enemy was formidable, but victory was not impossible. In her past experiences of treasure hunting in various secret realms, she had often defeated powerful foes, instilling her with confidence to confront an adversary of equal standing. However, a head-on confrontation was out of the question. They must seek an opportunity. At that moment, a prisoner emerged from the kitchen, bellowing to the crowd, "Who among you can cook?" The cafeteria boasted ample ingredients, yet none of the dozen or so individuals knew how to cook. Having escaped from prison for an entire night without food, they were famished, desperately in need of a chef. The students in the corner fell into silence, all bowing their heads like frightened ostriches, unwilling to prepare a meal for a group of violent offenders. Seeing no one step forward, the prisoner surveyed the crowd before locking his gaze on Yixia and the nearby Aunt Song, whose cafeteria uniform and tall hat made her conspicuous. He pointed at her and commanded, "You, come here." He brandished his gun threateningly, conveying a clear message, comply or perish. Left with no choice, Aunt Song steeled herself and limped toward the stove. As she moved, the glint of metal shone from her exposed ankle, revealing her disability. Yixia was entirely unaware. In her memories, Aunt Song had always been the most dedicated of the cafeteria staff, arriving earliest and leaving latest, showing no signs of physical limitations. She had often stated, "Even the smallest positions can shine brightly." Reflecting on this, a shadow of darkness flickered in Yixia's obsidian eyes. Aunt Song was indeed a good person. Yet, she understood that individuals like Aunt Song, possessing kindness, often struggled to survive in the harsh and perilous environment of the apocalypse. The school may have lost power, but the gas remained intact. Amidst the clattering of pots and pans, Aunt Song prepared a feast: braised pork, kung pao chicken, stir-fried green pepper with meat, spicy preserved eggs, fish-flavored eggplant, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. The fragrant dishes wafted delicious aromas that were irresistible. The 5 individuals with abilities took their seats at the table. The 4th prisoner, the one who had sought a cook, swallowed hard, exclaiming, "This woman can really cook. Indeed, far superior to the cooks in prison. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. Brother Kun, please, enjoy first." The others, Air, San, and Wu, swallowed in unison, yet none dared to lift their chopsticks. Only after Brother Kun savored a piece of braised pork did they begin to eat. Meanwhile, the prisoners who had not been invited to the table sat on the ground, ravenously devouring the meager scraps tossed to them, each one gorging themselves like starving beasts. Aside from Yixia and Yiyu, who had already dined, the stomachs of the others emitted growls of hunger. Brother Kun was amused by their reactions, bursting into laughter. "Ha! Whoever barks like a dog, I'll reward them with meat." However, when a boy actually barked, instead of rewarding him, he summoned a few lackeys to give him a good thrashing. The sight of the nearly lifeless boy sent the prisoners into fits of laughter. At this moment, a lackey returned from a nearby convenience store with a few bottles of beer, offering them to Brother Kuan and his companions. They feasted and drank in a relaxed manner. Undoubtedly, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. While their guard was down, it was time to take their lives. Yi Xia exchanged a glance with Yi Yu, gesturing toward Brother Kuan with a slicing motion across her throat. Capturing the leader first was paramount. As the highest ranked among them, eliminating Brother Kuan would make everything else easier. Yi Yu nodded in understanding. Yet, before they could act, a sudden turn of events occurred. With a crash, Brother Kuan stood up, forcefully knocking over his chair. He strode toward the crowd, seizing a girl from the front row by the throat and lifting her off the ground. It was Yao Lan. You claim there are powerful abilities here? Who is it?
Speak.
Brother Kuan's tone was menacing. Yao Lan trembled, tears streaming down her face. She had just spotted Yi Xia and casually mentioned to Tsonging that after awakening her powers, she was quite formidable. Why not eliminate this gang of murderers? Little did she know, Brother Kuan had overheard her. Yi Xia, observing the two, quickly pieced together the chain of events. This fool. Relaxing did not mean being careless. Surely. She did not believe the prisoners would let their guard down just because they were eating and drinking. Yao Lan, paralyzed by fear, could barely articulate her words, trembling uncontrollably. She had no intention of shielding Yi Xia. Under the oppressive aura of the prisoners, she pointed toward her direction and managed to stammer, She's there. In an instant, every gaze turned toward Yi Xia. The sinister and ruthless nature of the prisoners contrasted sharply with the students' palpable fear. It was evident that if the person Yao Lan mentioned was captured, their fate would be dire. Yi Xia's eyes glimmered with cold light. Yi Yu pressed his lips together tightly. It seemed they would have to fight. However, in this tense moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The person you seek is me. The eyes of Brother Kuan and several prisoners instinctively turned toward the source. The fourth lackey shouted, Huh? Not afraid to die, are you? The second lackey warned, Don't underestimate them. They might be skilled. Yi Xia recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. Looking into the crowd, she saw a boy dressed in a football tracksuit, Zhou Chengguang, standing up. Their eyes met, and she realized he was attempting to shield her. Indeed, he had seen the exchange between Yi Xia and Yi Yu and had discerned their plan. Gritting his teeth, he stood firm. Yet the murderous glares from the prisoners made Zhou Chengguang exceedingly anxious, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt compelled to act, otherwise, his deception would surely be exposed. His mind raced, recalling lines from movies, and he blurted out a line he thought fit the bravado. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying you're all trash. As soon as the words left his lips, the ordinary prisoners raised their guns, aiming them at him. Yi Xia was left speechless by his reckless bravado. Was he courting death? Even if he were to attract their ire, this was hardly the way to do it. Yet, it must be said, the effect was remarkable. The prisoners crouching on the ground regarded him with admiration, anticipating his heroic rescue. The prisoners directed their attention solely at Zhou Chengguang, their gazes probing and vicious. The fourth lackey, incensed by his arrogance, spat, What? Do you think you can take us all on alone? Indeed, even the strongest could not hope to defeat them all. This fool was courting death. Though the words were spoken, none dared to advance. Zhou Chengguang, a tall and sturdy athlete, could initially intimidate with his imposing presence. Though terrified inside, he continued with another movie line, I just want to either defeat you all or be defeated by you all. Upon hearing this, the prisoners were even less inclined to act rashly. Yi Xia and Yi Yu exchanged glances, realizing he was quite the actor. However, the prisoners were not so easily fooled. Brother Kuan scrutinized Zhou Chengguang, glancing at the fifth lackey, Go see what he's made of. With a sinister grin, the fifth lackey replied, Sure thing, Brother Kuan. I'll make him cry for his mother and never dare to act so arrogant in front of us again. With that, he stepped forward, cautiously approaching Zhou Chengguang. As if treating a formidable opponent, Zhou Chengguang swallowed hard, opting for a strategy of remaining steadfast. However, the next moment, a vine shot forth from the fifth lackey's palm, hurtling toward Zhou Chengguang with astonishing speed. He had no time to react. The vine struck him, sending him soaring 3 meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground.
Gasp.
A collective intake of breath echoed around. How much must that hurt? Amidst the shock, despair began to seep in. Was this the formidable figure Yaolon had mentioned? How could he not withstand even one attack? Was he simply too weak? Or was that prisoner truly powerful? The fifth lackey, sensing Zhou Chongguang's strength, unleashed a barrage of strikes with a vine, cursing all the while. Damn it. You thought you were something special, and yet you're just this weak? I'll make sure you regret ever crossing me. If this continued, he would surely end up like the boy who barked like a dog, beaten to a pulp. Ultimately, Zhou Chongguang found himself in this predicament due to Yixia. She could not allow him to be so easily dispatched. Sighing, she resolved to confront the situation head-on. Turning to Yu, she whispered a few instructions before rising from the crowd. She pulled down the hood of her tracksuit, revealing a delicate and fair visage. You cannot harm others. Her voice trembled, a mix of fear and determination. All eyes turned toward her, witnessing her reddened eyes, reminiscent of a frightened little rabbit. Goodness. Another one, unafraid of death? And a girl, no less. The prisoners eyed her with an odd mix of intrigue and lust. The fifth lackey, abandoning Zhou Chongguang, gazed at her with lewd intent. Brother Kuan, this is the gem I told you about. Brother Kuan took note of her, lingering on her fair complexion before finally focusing on her shimmering, expressive eyes. Indeed. She was quite striking. Seeing that his leader was somewhat pleased, the fifth lackey leered, Come over and serve our boss well. If you make him comfortable. There's meat to be had, understand? What do you want? The flustered yet feigned calmness of Yixia incited lewd laughter among the surrounding prisoners. They were adults, fully cognizant of the implications behind the actions of the fifth elder. Only a naive student from the noble academy, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, would dare to step forward to rescue the hero, innocent as a little white rabbit. And now, here she was, ensnared in a den of wolves, awaiting her inevitable consumption. Piece by piece. Why ask so many questions? Just come over here. The fifth elder beckoned her with a crooked finger, his tone dripping with lewdness, as if merely desiring her attentive service. Threatened, Yixia had no choice but to approach in silence. With her head bowed and shoulders hunched, even her flower-like, cherry lips seemed to quiver slightly, an unmistakable visage of fear. Yet, hidden beneath the inky fringe of her hair, her obsidian eyes sparkled with a chilling intensity. The slight curl of her lips bore a wicked arc. To serve them? Ha! She would ensure they each received their due in the most exquisite manner. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Yixia approached Kuan-ge at a leisurely pace. When she was merely 10 centimeters away, she suddenly drew a dagger from her waist, lunging for Kuan-ge's throat. Her movement was remarkably cunning. The blade grazed his skin, a crimson line appearing instantaneously. Kuan-ge, a speed-type ability user, reacted almost instantly, surprised by her agility, and swiftly distanced himself from her. Yixia's attempt to stab Kuan-ge failed, prompting her to change targets. The fifth elder, standing closest, noticed the dagger in her hand, but was a beat too slow to evade. In an instant, she was upon him. With a swift motion, he felt a chill at his neck. He hadn't even had time to summon his abilities before his throat was cut. The fifth elder collapsed to the ground. He wished to utter something, but all that emerged were strangled gasps, as if thick phlegm had lodged in his throat, while blood gushed forth from his neck. In his final moments, he beheld the girl who had once appeared as innocent as a little white rabbit approaching him. Her eyes, dark as night, brimmed with murderous intent. It was as if she had transformed into a different person. She cast a disdainful glance down at him before stepping on his groin. Ah! The fifth elder cried out in agony, the sound nearly shaking the roof of the cafeteria. Then, with a tilt of his head, he ceased to breathe. Exploded. The surrounding prisoners were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. They felt a chill run through them, instinctively trembling as they mimicked an exposition. This was the most vulnerable part of a man. A kick to that area would surely leave one as heart quaking in pain. No wonder the fifth elder succumbed so swiftly. The relationship between the third and fifth elders was evidently strong. What the hell did you do? I will make you wish you were never born, he bellowed, rushing toward Yixia, aiming to seize her by the neck, clearly intending to lift her off the ground. Yixia recognized him as an Earth-type ability user. Such powers had high defensive capabilities, but were virtually useless in attack. She had nothing to fear. She sidestepped gracefully, her beautiful ponytail trailing her motion, effortlessly evading his attack. Remembering how the third elder had just shot dead the director's son, Yixia bent down, retrieving the handgun from the fifth elder's body. With the dark muzzle aimed at the third elder, she smiled and said, "It seems you enjoy serving others bullets? It's your turn to savor its flavor."
With that,
She mimicked the prisoner's stance, swiftly racked the slide, chambered a round, and aimed at the third elder's eyes, pulling the trigger. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Wind Wall. A chaotic battle, the bullet struck the rapidly rising earthen wall erected by the third elder with a dull thud. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, her malevolent voice echoed again. "Don't let your guard down." Before he could react, Yixia had appeared behind him, raising her hand for another clean shot, sending a bullet into the back of his head. The room fell into a stunned silence, an eerie quiet engulfing the scene. Before anyone could process what had transpired, the third elder lay lifeless on the ground. Blood flowed from the back of his head, his body twitching a few times before falling completely still. The earthen wall crumbled into a cloud of dust. The dark-haired girl, having dispatched two adversaries in quick succession, displayed no fluctuation in her emotions. Rather, she leisurely twirled the handgun, murmuring to herself. Yixia resolved to acquire more firearms in the future. They proved to be remarkably effective. With a mere flick of her finger, lives could be extinguished. Why exert such effort otherwise? The surrounding prisoners gaped in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted by her uncanny skills and nonchalant demeanor. This was no innocent little rabbit. She was undeniably a deity of death. In the span of a mere minute, she had single-handedly eliminated two ability users from their ranks. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would have been nearly unbelievable. Those huddled on the ground were equally perplexed, their expressions betraying confusion. Could someone explain why the prisoner's strengths fluctuated so dramatically? When facing the tall male, Zhou Chongguang, they struck with heavy blows, yet against the slender girl, Yixia, they seemed as weak as fledglings. Surely, they couldn't have gone easy on her simply because she was a girl? Not far away, Kuan Go wiped the blood from his neck, feeling the sting of his wound, and regarded Yixia with a newfound intensity. To think she could wound him, this girl was indeed exceptional. She did not resemble a sheltered student. The dark and perilous aura emanating from her was more potent than that of most hardened criminals. But how could that be? Was she perhaps forged in the crucible of apocalyptic strife? Contemplating her ghostly agility, he suppressed his murderous intent and pondered for a moment. "Join my ranks, and I will grant you the position of second in command." Upon uttering this, the burly second elder furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the proposition, yet hesitant to voice any dissent. Yixia curled her lips into a smirk, finding no surprise in his recruitment attempt. After all, in a world ravaged by chaos, strength reigned supreme. However, she did not hesitate to refuse. Not interested. A strand of dark hair brushed against her face, accentuating her porcelain complexion. She lightly tucked the hair behind her ear. Her words airy and dismissive. "Even if you offered me the leader's position, I wouldn't be interested." Yixia's allegiance belonged solely to the Chosen One, and Kuan Go was unworthy even to be her shoe shiner. She parted her ruby lips, her voice clear and melodic. "Who do you think you are? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant." Kuan Go was incensed by her words. He ceased to waste breath on conversation. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding prisoners immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Yixia.
Swish, swish.
The sound of weapons being readied filled the air.
Hot-hot-hot-hot.
Countless bullets surged toward the dark-haired girl standing in the center of the cafeteria, and the onlookers instinctively closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending doom. Surely, she would be riddled with bullets.
Get down.
Zhou Chongguang shouted from the ground. Yet he knew in his heart that even if one bullet was dodged, there were still countless more. How could she evade them all? Unless a miracle occurred. Just when despair began to creep in, a miracle indeed unfolded. A white, chaotic wind wall erupted around Yixia, surging outward in all directions. Like a shield of steel, it enveloped her entirely. Her pristine visage was as exquisite as a painting, her lips curved into a cunning and defiant smile, allowing the tempest to touzle her ink-black hair.
Whoosh.
Nearly 100 bullets struck the wind wall, unable to harm her in the slightest. In the midst of the crowd in the corner, Yiyu knelt on the ground, extending his right hand to manipulate the winds before him. His brown eyes reflected the silhouette of a young girl. It was through his utmost exertion of his supernatural abilities that he ensured Yi Shiyu's safety. Soon, I will seize the opportunity to strike at those 5 ability users. Once I succeed, they will undoubtedly open fire. At that moment, you will be the only one capable of protecting me. The echo of her words lingered in his ears, filled with unwavering trust and determination. Therefore, he vowed not to disappoint her. With this thought, Yu propelled his powers to their fullest extent. A powerful gust erupted around Yishiyu, forming a wind barrier that deflected all the bullets, causing them to rain down upon the prisoners like a torrential downpour. The rapidly fired bullets, searing hot, elicited cries of distress from several inmates. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. How could it be? The bullets had been bizarrely repelled by the wind barrier. Not a single one struck its target. Unfazed, the second-in-command attempted to raise his weapon and continue shooting. However, before he could chamber a round, a small tornado whisked away the gun from his grasp. Not just him, but the firearms of the other prisoners were similarly swept away. Clearly, using guns was no longer an option. The second-in-command and the fourth exchanged glances and charged towards Yishiyu, only to be intercepted by Yiyu. Several whirling blades of wind sliced through the air, instilling fear. He was a wind elemental ability user. He was allied with that girl. They recognized Yiyu's identity and attempted to jointly take his life. However, Yiyu's level surpassed theirs, and with his commendable skills, he could manage against 2 foes. Ordinary prisoners surrounding them contemplated intervening when suddenly a male voice rang out. "Brothers and sisters of Shengying, if we do not resist now, when will we?" Zhou Zhongguang rose from the ground, raising his fist high, his passionate voice inspiring courage. "Do not fear, they have no guns.
Charge."
Almost immediately, several brave students with abilities leapt from the shadows, launching themselves at the ordinary prisoners, igniting a chaotic brawl. Elsewhere, Yishiyu engaged in combat with Brother Kun. Faced with the formidable dual-element ability user, she refrained from underestimating him, pretending to retrieve strength and speed potions from her pocket, though in truth, they were drawn from her spatial storage. As she fought, she consumed 2 vials of the concoction. Brother Kun felt insulted. A girl who had to rely on potions was dismantling his team of hardened criminals. It would be a tremendous joke if this were revealed. However, after drinking the potions, Yishiyu noticeably felt a surge in her speed and strength. Admittedly, on paper, she could not compare to Brother Kun. Yet, she was wise enough not to engage him head-on. She was not a gladiator in an arena, needing to exchange blows. The skills she had honed through years of life-and-death battles were those of a lethal strike. Like a cat, she evaded his attacks. Finally, after several exchanges, she discerned Brother Kun's flaw. This was her moment. Her brow furrowed as she dashed towards him with an unpredictable grace, her speed surpassing that of before. Yishiyu had concealed her true abilities in the previous encounters solely for this instant, aiming directly for Brother Kun's throat. Startled, Brother Kun evaded the deadly strike, but realized he had been cornered by Yishiyu into a dead end. There was no escape left. He was doomed. Almost simultaneously, Yiyu's wind blades pierced the heart of the second-in-command, as if they were connected by a silent understanding, both eliminating their adversaries at once. Observing the tide of battle shift, the fourth-in-command fell to his knees. He recognized Yishiyu's superior standing and pleaded for mercy with a desperate tone. "From this day forth, I will serve you like a loyal dog, as long as you spare my life. I am willing to do anything. I have no need for a beast such as you." Yishiyu's voice was melodious, yet her gaze held a deep disdain. "You are far too ugly." She was indeed a person who valued appearances. Not just anyone could prance before her. As for loyalty, one Yiyu was more than sufficient. Too ugly? What on earth is that supposed to mean? The fourth-in-command was incredulous, but before he could lament his looks further, Yishiyu exchanged a glance with Yiyu, signaling the end for him. After all, none of the 5 brothers could be spared, could they? As the prisoners' leaders fell to Yishiyu and Yiyu, those huddled on the ground finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some laughed joyously, while others wept with overwhelming emotion. The ordinary prisoners had sustained injuries and fatalities. The few remaining were swiftly bound by the students, who ensured that no further chaos would ensue. Yet, amidst this resounding victory, Yiyu's expression remained devoid of joy. He turned his head, his tightly pressed lips betraying a hint of coldness and dissatisfaction. "What troubles you?"
Yiyu inwitted.
Puzzled by his unhappiness despite the resolution of the dire situation with the criminals. "Miss," Yiyu paused, then approached her with great care, gently cradling her arm. Upon seeing the bloodstains and wounds upon her skin, his brown eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as he glimpsed the corpses strewn about. After a moment, he suppressed his murderous intent and asked, "Does it hurt?" His question was laden with profound guilt. She had bestowed upon him her absolute trust. Yet he had failed to protect her, resulting in her injury. Thus, all his discontent was directed inward.
What?
Yishu followed his gaze and noticed a wound on her arm. She quickly reassured him, "It's not your fault. Your wind barrier protected me well. No bullets came near. I sustained this injury while dueling with Brother Cohen. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, it's just a minor scratch." Her skin bore 2 small cuts, hardly significant. Yet, Yu perceived it as a grave matter, his brown eyes filled with concern as he insisted, "It needs to be bandaged." "All right," Yishu acquiesced, "but we have no tools." Before she could finish her sentence, Yu strode to the area where the prisoners had stored their supplies, rummaging through several backpacks until he found a shoulder bag. Opening it, he retrieved iodine and bandages. Yishu's expression registered surprise. "Where did you find this?" "The infirmary," Yu replied, applying iodine to disinfect her wounds as he spoke. "Yesterday," she mused, suddenly recalling something. Her dark, jewel-like eyes sparkled with realization. "Zheng Jiqiang mentioned you were disobedient and left the team. Could it be that you went to the infirmary for supplies?"
Yes.
Yu gently wrapped her wounds with the bandage. Yishu glanced into the bag, discovering it contained an assortment of medications. In addition to common cold and fever remedies, there were numerous asthma medications, such as budesonide, salbutamol, and ipratropium bromide. The original owner had severe asthma and needed daily medication, but by the 5th day, the supplies had run out. Yu had procured medicine for her on the 7th day. However, her body had undergone upgrades through the system, rendering her medication unnecessary. Yu assumed her powers had fortified her physique, hence he did not retrieve the medicine. Unbeknownst to him, it had ultimately been put to use. Reflecting on the fact that most of those who had turned into zombies were the elderly, weak, and infirm, Yishu sighed. "Ayu, there must be many zombies in the infirmary, right?" "Fortunately, there are quite a few." "That's a lot. Not too many. Promise me you won't go to such dangerous places alone again." Yu neither affirmed nor denied her request. In the depths of the night, Yeshiyu discerned a hint of stubbornness within his brown eyes, compelling her to alter her expression. "If you are injured, who will protect me?" she queried. "From now on, I shall not allow myself to be harmed, nor shall I let you suffer," Yeo vowed, as if sealing a promise. With a swift motion, he employed a wind blade, slicing away the superfluous bandages. At that moment, Zhou Chongguang approached, clutching his chest, and gazed at Yeo, who had just finished bandaging Yeshiyu's arm. "Senior Yeo, I too have sustained injuries. Might you assist me as well?" he asked, his tone laced with surprise. Yet, Yeo did not spare him a glance. Returning the tools to his backpack, Zhou Chongguang, unperturbed, cast a glance at the corpse on the ground and continued, "I've heard that the prison is filled with talent, eloquent in speech. But today, I see their skills are rather mediocre. Moreover, their language, filled with expletives, is quite unbearable." Yeshiyu chuckled at his words. "Thank you for saving me," she exclaimed. "No, it was you who saved yourself." Had he not disrupted the prisoner's thoughts in time, Yeshiyu would not have seized the opportunity to eliminate 2 ability users. "Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude," she insisted. Zhou Chongguang felt a tinge of embarrassment at her words, scratching his head. "And Senior Yeo," he added, as he believed he had done nothing noteworthy. The elimination of that group of hardened criminals was clearly the work of Yeshiyu and Yeo. Their arrival had effectively saved all the survivors in the cafeteria. With Zhou Chongguang leading the way, others began to approach, expressing their thanks. "Thank you both," they chorused.
Indeed.
"If it weren't for you, we might have perished. You two are a couple, aren't you? Could this be the legendary pair of heroes?" They marveled. The matching sportswear produced by the system, identical in color and style, made them appear as a couple to outsiders. Observing Yeshiyu's disinclination to clarify, Yeo's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet, the intentions of those surrounding them were not solely to express gratitude. They harbored a desire to join their ranks or to invite them into their own. After all, these were the 2 individuals who had vanquished an entire group of ability users. Who wouldn't wish for formidable allies? As Yeshiyu stood amidst the throng of grateful students, a surreal sensation washed over her. Just yesterday morning, she had mocked Yeshiyu as a burden to the team. Yet now, in a mere day's time, Yeshiyu had ascended to a status she could only admire. The disparity was staggering. Junior Yeshi, although you have declined everyone's offers, may I still ask if I could join your team? Zhou Chengguang inquired earnestly. Though I possess no abilities, I have an unwavering heart that will never betray the team. Upon hearing this, the students around them who had been rejected by Yeshi, you could not help but roll their eyes. Is he serious? Anyone can make a vow. In this apocalypse, what matters is strength, not mere words. Those with abilities couldn't even join, and he, an ordinary person, wishes to tag along? However, to their astonishment, Yeshi, you did not immediately refuse him. After a penetrating gaze, she asked, have you ever killed a zombie?
Yes.
How many?
1.
Zhou Chengguang lowered his head, aware of the mocking laughter surrounding him. Since the outbreak of the virus, he had joined Zheng Jicheng's team, where ordinary individuals were not required to fight. Thus, he had never slain a zombie. The sole one he had dispatched was on the way to the cafeteria today. How ridiculous. Just one? I've killed more as a girl.
Who would want him?
Just as everyone assumed Yeshi you would reject Zhou Chengguang. She emerged from the kitchen wielding a long-handled watermelon knife and presented it to him. My team does not accept the idol. Her sultry lips parted, and her obsidian eyes glinted with a cold light. She extended her delicate right hand, pointing towards the throngs of zombies drawn by the scent of blood beyond the cafeteria doors. If you wish to join, then bring me the heads of 10 zombies. Zhou Chengguang's gaze faltered slightly. Yet, before he could voice his hesitation, Yeshiyu continued, you have but this one opportunity. Her serious and commanding demeanor sent a jolt to his heart. Yes, this was indeed a singular chance. Should he falter, he would miss it forever. The thought flashed through Zhou Chengguang's mind as he tightened his grip on the watermelon knife and nodded resolutely. Understood, he declared, striding towards the cafeteria exit, each step imbued with a determination akin to stepping towards a life-altering crossroads. He pushed open the cafeteria door and faced the zombies. Due to the glass construction of the door, many gathered to watch. Observing Zhou Chengguang's clumsy attempts at zombie slaying, they exchanged glances. Skepticism etched on their faces regarding Yeshiyu's judgment. Why would she select such a person over those with abilities? It was utterly incomprehensible. Yet, Yeshiyu remained indifferent to their opinions. After casting a few glances at Zhou Chengguang, she turned and departed. Outside, the zombies wandering were ordinary and posed little threat. Their weak points lay in the head and neck. Overcoming fear would suffice to conquer them. Skills could be honed, but character and integrity could not. Yeshiyu held a favorable impression of Zhou Chengguang, deeming him upright. The only blemish on his record was his initial attempt to decapitate her upon her arrival in this world, yet what did that signify? A stranger infected with the zombie virus would likely have faced her blade with greater swiftness. As she prepared to leave, a girl called out, Goddess. Hey,
Goddess.
Aren't you watching his battle? It was only when Yeshiyu realized the girl was indeed calling her that she turned back. Considering she was her little admirer, she courteously replied no, thank you. She had always been results-oriented, indifferent to the process. Moreover, there was a far more pressing matter awaiting her attention. With that thought, Yeshiyu's lips curled into a radiant smile, akin to a blossoming flower, momentarily dimming the brilliance of the daylight. Have you seen a person? She inquired. What person? The girl who was just choked by the prisoner. She seemed to head towards the cold storage. The girl, flustered by Yeshiyu's smile, strained to recall, albeit uncertainly.
All right.
Thank you. No need for thanks. Yeshiyu proceeded towards the direction indicated by the girl. As she turned, her previously bright smile vanished, replaced by an unsettling chill. It was time to confront her former friend. Typically, a cold storage facility maintains a backup generator post-power outage, with supply durations varying. The school's cold storage was no exception. With a whoosh, Yeshiyu flung open the storage door, and a rush of cold air enveloped her. The temperature inside plummeted below freezing. Rows of metal shelves were laden with sizable cuts of meat, their dark crimson flesh juxtaposed against pale skin, imparting an eerie atmosphere. "Ayu, wait for me at the door." "Yes," Mississippi Yayo obediently replied, as Yeshiyu strolled leisurely inside. The sound of her footsteps echoed ominously, like the tolling of death's bell, reverberating throughout the cold storage. In the shadows, Yao Lan spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. Stuffing meat into her bag, she exclaimed in delight, Is that you? Look. I found so much meat. We can cook with the cafeteria's gas and have a feast. having concealed herself in the cold storage for nearly half an hour. Her nose and ears were flushed, and her hands and feet felt numb. Her attempts to pack the meat appeared comical at best. Night Xia observed her in silence, her pitch-black eyes devoid of warmth. Yao Lan continued, Xia, are you angry with me? Can you forgive me? It was that prisoner who forced me. I never intended to implicate you. Her remorseful gaze and pitiful words made it seem as though she was the one who had been wronged. Truly, she was quite the performer. Night Xia let out a cold laugh and stepped forward, looking down at Yao Lan, her dark pupils radiating a chilling intensity that surpassed the cold storage around them. You are avoiding me. Not just today, but yesterday too. I am not. Yao Lan attempted to argue, but Night Xia interrupted her, exuding an air of confidence and composure. I have come to understand your reasons for avoiding me. At this, Yao Lan's expression shifted to one of panic and shock. Night Xia raised an eyebrow and continued calmly, the one who pushed me was you. Chapter 21 The Clown. Nether Fire. Yesterday afternoon, Yao Lan had promised that if she were spared, she would reveal the identity of the murderer. Yet after a night passed, not even a shadow of Yao Lan was sighted. Only when she witnessed Yao Lan pushing another girl towards the zombies did she comprehend the fluidity of the act. It was evident that this was not Yao Lan's first time pushing someone. The one who harmed her was indeed Yao Lan. The piece of flesh in Yao Lan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She stared blankly at Night Xia. The murderous intent and resolve reflected in the girl's dark eyes sent shivers down Yao Lan's spine, leaving her performance utterly exposed. Finally, as if resigned to her fate, she spoke. Yes, it was me. So what? In fact, you should be grateful to me. If it weren't for me, how would you have grown stronger? Her tone was laced with intense resentment and jealousy. I don't understand why your luck is always so good. Your monthly allowance exceeds my yearly living expenses. You have a private car to take you to school, and your collection of luxury items is beyond count. I admit I became friends with you because your family is wealthy. You could never exhaust that fortune. What is wrong with sharing some with me? I am truly envious. Throughout my life, I have worked tirelessly to change my fate. Yet, when I was accepted into the best academy, I realized that what I wished to change was something others possessed from birth. Especially you, Night Xia. You are merely a weak, sickly girl with poor academic performance. What gives you the right? When the apocalypse arrived, I thought everyone would finally be on equal footing, but you still have Night Yu, your bodyguard, who would risk his life to protect you. My jealousy made me want you dead, so I pushed you towards the zombies, but unexpectedly, not only did you survive, but you also awakened your powers. Ha ha ha, truly, it is fate's mockery. Night Xia listened to Yao Lan's lament. Her face betrayed no emotion beyond indifference and detachment. She felt only pity for the original owner of her body, who had treated Yao Lan as a friend, always considering her in good fortune. While Yao Lan's heart had twisted, blinded by greed for wealth and status, unable to see the kindness bestowed upon her. It must be said that one should choose friends wisely. Not everyone is deserving of friendship. As she regarded Night Xia's cold demeanor, Yao Lan suddenly erupted in anger. After all I've said, do you have no reaction? Night Xia tilted her head, her expression seemingly questioning. What reaction should I have? After a moment, she uttered 2 words, clown.
Huh?
Who do you think you are? Yao Lan's beautiful face twisted in fury as she shouted. In the next instant, Night Xia seemed too weary to engage further, swiftly drawing a small knife from her sleeve and severing Yao Lan's throat. I am not a clown.
Yao Lan gapet?
Her body trembling like a fish on a cutting board before falling still, her expression one of disbelief, as if unable to close her eyes in death. Miss. A voice called from the shadows. Night Yu appeared at the end of the shelf, and even from a distance, she could sense the dangerous aura emanating from him. His brown eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue, fixated on Yao Lan's lifeless body, as if he wished to dismember her. He had indeed hurt her. Night Xia refrained from letting him enter, not wanting him to learn of the incident. Night Yu was a person of deep introspection. Even the slightest injury inflicted upon her would burden him with guilt, let alone what Yao Lan had done to her. She deserved it, he said, clenching his fists and suppressing his voice. Night Xia's tone was soothing. Had Yao Lan not promised to reveal the murderer's identity, I would have killed her yesterday. Why let her live another day? Seeing Night Yu with his head downcast and dispirited, she gestured a WN sign and said, Yu, cheer up. It's time to collect our spoils. Collect? Night Yu stared at her blankly, his dog-like eyes wide open in confusion. It's just a literal meaning. Night Xia smiled. surveying the cold storage filled with an array of pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and rabbit, her mind already concocting plans for meals. With arms wide open, she summoned rows of shelves into her spatial realm. Indeed, regardless of the occasion, buying, collecting, and hoarding were the most delightful pursuits. Adjacent to the meat storage was the seafood cold storage. Carp, catfish, ribbonfish, yellow croaker, crayfish, shrimp, and salmon. Nightsia gathered them all. There was also a fruits and vegetables cold storage. Although her spatial realm was already self-sufficient in produce, the perishability of such items meant that the stock in the cold storage was nearing spoilage. If she did not take them, it would be a waste. Her space had preservation capabilities to ensure the produce remained fresh, so she accepted most of it. Observing this scene, Knight Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss, you are amazing." Although he was aware of her spatial abilities, he had not anticipated it to be so vast. No wonder she claimed she would never go hungry with such storage capacity. However, Nightsia only took 9/10 of the items, leaving 1/10 behind. This was her habit. She closed the cold storage door, the chill spilling out like ethereal mist. She recalled an event from another world: 10 years to become a spirit, 100 years to take form, 1,000 years to become a ghost. Today, I shall finally acquire you. A girl clad in black robes with black hair adorned by a golden crown traversed numerous obstacles, vanquishing countless foes, and finally stepped into the grand hall of a secret realm. The fierce winds caused her robe to billow dramatically, and crimson blood trickled from her pale lips as her gaze fixated on the altar in the center of the hall. There lay the once-in-a-millennium divine treasure, the 9 nether flame. It had been exactly 1,000 years since the last harvest. She approached with excitement, only to find the altar empty, filled with nothing but dust and cobwebs. How could this be? She searched the entire hall, finally realizing that a millennium ago, someone had taken the roots of the 9 nether flame, leaving nothing behind for those who came later. Discouragement, disillusionment, and despair surged within her, prompting Nightsia to vow that henceforth, whatever she took, she would not harm the source, nor strip everything bare. In essence, do not destroy what cannot be taken. Leave a portion of what can be carried away. Chapter 22. Captain, Boss. Upon exiting the storage, Nightsia felt in high spirits. Having resolved past enmities and reaped a bounty of supplies, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The corridor featured a window, through which she glanced outside, only to spot Zhou Chongguang battling against a horde of zombies. After a rough calculation, excluding Yao Lan, it had been nearly an hour since he began gathering resources. To her surprise, Zhou Chongguang had yet to finish. If it were her, dispatching 10 ordinary zombies would take merely a few minutes. Zhou Chongguang was dodging left and right, desperately seeking an opportunity to strike the zombie with a watermelon knife. His grip was far from proficient, and he narrowly escaped several clawing attempts from the undead. It was no wonder he was progressing so slowly. However, Yixia had no intention of assisting him if he couldn't even pass this test. He was unworthy of being her companion. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in Yixia's eyes. To the right of the window, approximately 50 meters away, 3 military trucks were parked in an open space. She unlatched the window, leapt out, and rushed to the trucks. With a swift motion, she swung open the door. To her dismay, it was empty. Undeterred, she opened the second truck's door, only to find it vacant as well. Finally, upon opening the third truck, her eyes widened with delight. Inside lay dozens of firearms, predominantly handguns, with a few submachine guns and rifles, along with several boxes of ammunition. It appeared to be a stash liberated from prisoners. While she pondered how to collect the weapons, they had fortuitously presented themselves. What a stroke of luck. She stored both trucks and all the firearms into her spatial inventory. After all, there were still a dozen weapons in the cafeteria, sufficient for everyone in the group. Moreover, not everyone was adept at using firearms. Even the prisoners had not all armed themselves. Bullets were indiscriminate. If a novice with poor judgment wielded a gun, they might inadvertently harm a teammate. Upon returning to the cafeteria, she found Zhou Chongguang had completed his task, having slain 10 zombies. He appeared utterly disheveled, yet his complexion was flushed, and his tone was animated. "Shuemei no, Captain."
Boss.
Yixia thought, is he really this excited? Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Chongguang's mind was replaying the classic narrative of a heroic journey. After enduring trials and tribulations, he had finally joined an organization, ready to embark on an exhilarating adventure. Observing the gleam in his eyes, Yixia couldn't help but wonder if she had inadvertently recruited someone dim-witted. However, since others were already calling him boss, she felt it would be unwise to retract her decision. "Dinner is ready, everyone come eat," came Aunt Song's voice. During the preceding moments, she and a few cafeteria staff had prepared a large pot of rice, enough to serve the 30-odd individuals present. Yixia sensed a hint of weakness in her voice but dismissed it, attributing it to her busyness. As they dined, one voice suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "I used to think the cafeteria food was awful, but now, all I can say is, it's delicious." Indeed, several dishes were particularly well prepared. The group devoured their meal voraciously, leaving no remnants, even finishing off the prisoners' leftovers. Having already eaten, Yixia and Yu observed from the side. Zhou Chongguang, however, indulged himself, visibly overstuffed. It must be said, a hearty meal undeniably enhances happiness, and the atmosphere palpably shifted to one of comfort. Yet at that moment, a girl's voice rang out from the kitchen, "Not good, someone has fainted." Everyone hurried towards the source of the commotion, only to find Aunt Song sprawled on the floor, barely clinging to life. Blood oozed from her abdomen, exposing a glimpse of her intestines. She had been accidentally stabbed by a prisoner during the recent chaos. "Oh no. It's my fault. If I hadn't needed protection, Aunt Song wouldn't be in this state," a girl sobbed, her eyes reddened like a rabbit's. "Child, don't cry. I know my body well. Even in the apocalypse, survival is a challenge. I saved you, and that brings me joy. Carry my faith and live on." Aunt Song spoke, and with each word, more blood seeped from her wound, causing the girl to weep even harder. "Can you do me a favor?" Aunt Song asked. "Of course. I'll do whatever you need." The girl nodded through her tears. "I have 2 little grandsons I adopted from an orphanage. I'm worried about them. I don't know what has become of them. On the day the apocalypse struck, they told me they wanted to eat my sweet and sour ribs. I promised. Once Grandma returns home, I will make it for you." On the stove behind Aunt Song, a dish of sweet and sour ribs emitted an enticing aroma. As she gazed at the dish, memories seemed to wash over her, and a smile flickered on her weathered face. "They love my sweet and sour ribs." After finishing the ribs, they wouldn't even waste the sauce, mixing it with rice. "My home is in the faculty dormitory by the south gate. Can you help me deliver the ribs to them? This is my last wish." Her voice grew weaker, and she coughed up a spurt of blood. The girl hesitated. The dormitory is small and overcrowded. It seems like a dangerous place. I don't want to take the risk." After a long silence, she finally stammered. "But what if they've already died?"
Impossible.
"They are so clever. Besides, I've stockpiled plenty of supplies at home, enough to feed them for half a year. They surely are fine." Aunt Song's voice suddenly turned resolute, as if a flicker of life had surged within her. The girl apologized. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." "It's all right." Aunt Song took a deep breath. "It's my fault for making such an impolite request." Just as she felt her life slipping away, a clear, youthful voice emerged from the crowd. "Aunt Song, I'll help you deliver it." Yixia stepped forward from the throng, her gaze profound. "Rest assured, I will ensure it reaches them." She had previously sensed that given Aunt Song's character, her time was limited, yet she hadn't anticipated her words would ring true. Nevertheless, her willingness to fulfill Aunt Song's final wish was not born of altruism, but rather from her need for strong and loyal allies. The system had informed her that Aunt Song's 2 grandsons were not only alive, but had also awakened extraordinary abilities. Children possess a simpler nature than adults, making them more amenable to fostering loyalty. Coupled with Aunt Song's admirable character, Yixia instinctively believed they would not disappoint her. She resolved to recruit them into her group. In the future, should they encounter crises like today, they would face them with ease. Chapter 23. Departure from the dormitory. "Thank you." Aunt Song smiled faintly before closing her eyes. The request for sweet and sour ribs was merely a ruse. Anyone who willingly agreed to her plea would undoubtedly also care for her grandchildren. With the assurance of someone as formidable as Yixia, she felt a sense of peace. In the afternoon, aside from Yixia and her companions, the others planned to depart the academy in that military truck. Once they had left, Yixia visited a small supermarket. The refrigerated food required cooking, while the items in the supermarket were ready to eat. Despite their previous scavenging, a significant portion of supplies remained. A variety of snacks, candies, nuts, chocolates, jerky, chips, and spicy strips were available. But the bulk of the stock comprised daily necessities: water bottles, dishes, soap, shower gel, and tissues, which had gone largely untouched. With a mere touch, Yi Xia could absorb these items into her spatial inventory. She swiftly moved along the shelves, efficiently collecting supplies. Thus, when Zhou Chengguang entered the supermarket, he found the shelves largely depleted. He scratched his head in astonishment and asked, "Is that military truck really that impressive? Not only can it carry over 30 people, but it can also accommodate so much equipment?" Naturally, at ISNT, Yi Xia did not respond to this remark. She smiled faintly and said, "I found some gear. Come take a look." Zhou Chengguang approached her and then spotted the bulletproof vests, helmets, and baseball bats stacked in the corner. Since these were all system-provided equipment, their craftsmanship was exceptionally fine, exuding an air of sophistication. Zhou Chengguang's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly stepped forward, donned the helmet, and exclaimed, "Wow,
Boss.
have you ever played Battle Royale games? This looks exactly like the Level 3 helmet." The original owner did not engage in gaming, so Yi Xia was naturally unaware of the game. However, she had the system, and with a mere thought, she could summon the helmet specifications. The Masako 1SH tactical helmet, previously utilized by the Russian Alpha Special Forces, is entirely made of steel, weighing 10 pounds, and can easily withstand shots from ordinary handguns. "Boss, you really know your stuff?" The thought that the usually delicate girl was, in fact, a military aficionado left Zhou Chengguang exhilarated. He looked at Yi Xia with admiration, saying, "Such excellent equipment should be yours. I don't need it." Yi Xia shook her head. She was not fond of heavy gear. For her, the bulletproof vest, helmet, and baseball bat were all too cumbersome. She preferred light weapons and equipment such as soft armor, knives, and daggers, items that were nimble and swift, making it easier to take lives in close-quarters combat with a single, decisive strike. "Then give it to Yiyu. He doesn't need it either. But I can't accept something without contributing." Upon seeing Zhou Chengguang's reluctance, Yi Xia looked into his eyes and stated, "You are my team member. I must take responsibility for your life. These items are merely embellishments for me and Yiyu, but for you, they could be a matter of life and death. Therefore, I hope you will accept them."
Thank you, boss.
Zhou Chengguang was moved by her words, his eyes wide and innocent, resembling a comically fried egg. The boss cared about his safety. Ultimately, Zhou Chengguang accepted the 3 pieces of equipment. When he donned them, his entire demeanor transformed. With his already muscular frame enhanced by the bulletproof vest and armor, he appeared almost like a special forces soldier at first glance. "Wow, I look so cool." Zhou Chengguang's exaggerated tone brought a smile to Yi Xia's face. She turned to Yiyu, who was guarding the door, and said, "Let us set off. We should reach the staff dormitory before sunset." As she anticipated, when they arrived at the dormitory building, the sun was just setting, bathing the evening in a crimson glow. The blood-red sunset streamed through the corridor windows, illuminating the bloodstains on the floor and walls, casting mottled colors. Occasionally, remnants of flesh and bone were visible. It was unclear whether they belonged to humans or zombies. The entire corridor was suffused with a bloody scent. "Be cautious," Yi Xia advised. The narrow space of this old staircase building could easily become a trap, with numerous households on each floor. Encountering danger here would be problematic. "Yes, miss," Yiyu replied solemnly. "Not a problem, boss." Zhou Chengguang was fully alert. The 3 navigated through the narrow corridor and reached the 4th floor without incident. Aunt Song lived in room 407. After clearing the zombies at the door, Zhou Chengguang stepped forward and knocked.
Xiaoye, Xiaoru?
"Are you home? We are the ones your grandmother sent to rescue you. Can you open the door?" Aunt Song's 2 grandsons were named Song Rui and Song Yi. The brothers shared a close bond, attending school together during the day and helping their grandmother with chores at night. The only request they made when being adopted from the orphanage was to be adopted together. All of this was conveyed to them by Aunt Song before her passing. However, despite their persistent knocking, there was no response from within. Furthermore, the knocking had attracted zombies from other floors. Although they were merely ordinary level 0 zombies and posed no real threat, this situation could not continue. Holding the baseball bat, Zhou Chengguang said, "Boss, it's been a while." "And they haven't opened the door. Could they have
Died. Perished.
passed away?" Zhou Chengguang hesitated to articulate the thought. Not possible. Yi Xia trusted the system's information. Since the task had been issued, it indicated that Song Yi and Song Rui were certainly still alive. As for why they weren't opening the door, She found it puzzling. Suddenly, she glanced at the firmly closed door of 407, raised an eyebrow, and spoke loudly. It's unfortunate that we brought a truckload of food, but if they aren't home, we might as well head back. A truck? What truck? Yiyu's clear brown eyes were filled with confusion. Just as he was about to inquire further, Zhou Chengguang exclaimed, "Great, boss. That means fewer mouths to feed. This will last us half a year." No sooner had Zhou Chengguang finished speaking than the door of 407 opened a crack. A woman's head peeked out from within. Appearing to be in her 30s, pale and weary, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she asked, "Do you have food? Who are you?"
Yo Fronet.
Song Rue and Song Yi were orphans. Who is this woman? Noticing the confusion on Yi Xia's face, the woman smiled and replied, "I'm a neighbor of Aunt Song. Since the apocalypse hit, Aunt Song has disappeared, and we must help one another. I saw that those two little boys seemed to be struggling, so I came to look after them." Chapter 24. Odd neighbors, not worthy. What about Xiao Rue and Xiao Yi? Oh, they're already asleep. So early? Yes. Children love their sleep. It was only 7 in the evening, and Yi Xia did not believe her words. Her dark eyes turned cold, and her tone became serious. "I want to see them, but they just fell asleep." The woman's smile faltered, and she added, "How about this? If you show me your supplies, I'll let you see them." Yi Xia was disinclined to waste time negotiating with her. She lifted her right foot and kicked the metal door. With a sharp arc, a resounding crash echoed as the door swung open. The woman was knocked down by the unexpected force, sitting in shock on the ground. What? She had dared to open the door because this old-fashioned door had a security chain. Only those inside could unlock it, making it difficult for outsiders to force their way in. However, she never anticipated that Yi Xia was far from ordinary, managing to break the chain with a single kick. Could it be that the chain was old and rusty? That shouldn't be the case. Watching Yi Xia and the others step into the living room, she screamed, "Help! Someone is breaking into my home." Yu ignored her. Zhou Chengguang muttered to her, "How is this breaking in? Your name isn't even on the deed." The woman's expression turned awkward. Indeed, this was not her home. Her actual residence was next door. Almost simultaneously, a sturdy man emerged from a room, accompanied by an elderly woman with gray hair and a chubby little boy weighing about 200 pounds. Their rosy complexions starkly contrasted with the woman's pallor. "Weren't you supposed to secure the chain? If you can't manage such a trivial task, what use are you? You see? I told you this woman isn't too much to look at, nor does she have any skills, yet she demands so much in bride price. I truly don't understand why you would marry someone like her." The man berated the woman, while the elderly lady shook her head in disapproval. The woman sat on the ground, feeling wronged. She wanted to explain that she had locked it, but the girl had kicked it open. Yet, given the girl's slender frame, they wouldn't believe her. "Grandma, Dad, I'm so hungry. I want something to eat," she whined. "I have not eaten for an entire hour." The hefty lad, weighing 200 pounds, has his stomach audibly rumbling. He feigns tears, his chubby cheeks bunching together. Yet not a single tear graces his eyes. Meanwhile, the elderly lady coaxes him, "Do not fret, Nyo, food will be forthcoming." She then turns to Yi Xia. "Little girl, see how pitiful Nyo is? Could you kindly spare some food for him?" Yi Xia, with her gentle and serene appearance, initially seems like a person who would be accommodating. However, she dismisses this approach with an icy demeanor, stating, "Am I obligated to give you anything?" The old woman retorts with indignation, "Do you not have a truck full of provisions? Just a few packs for Nyo will suffice. A child cannot consume much." Yi Xia, Yu, and Zhou Chengguang are left speechless by her audacity. Given Nyo's substantial size, it is likely that he consumes more in one meal than the entire group combined. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chengguang finally exclaims, "How shameless! Yet you are the ones lacking in shame. Cold-hearted and ruthless. My dear grandson is in tears. Can you not show him some compassion?" The elderly lady is infuriated. "Indeed. In these dire times, we should help one another." A woman echoes, "Either hand over the food or vacate this premises." A man bellows. He rolls up his sleeves and steps forward, seemingly ready to resort to violence. However, Zhou Chengguang, tall and heavily armed, stands firm, while Yu, with an icy gaze, instills fear in the would-be assailant, preventing him from making a move. Nyo bursts into loud sobs. It is often said that not all families are alike. Yixia calmly observes this bizarre family, and a wicked smile creeps onto her lips. She takes 2 backpacks from Yiyu, unzips them to reveal an abundance of supplies: beef jerky, biscuits, chocolate, instant noodles, and more. With the tone of a petulant child, she states, "The supplies are packed. I have decided to offer you some out of pity. If you desire it, go retrieve it yourself." As she speaks, she zips the bags closed and angrily tosses them outside the door. Except for Nyo, the other 3 scramble to collect the bags. Their eyes widen in anticipation as they see the 2 backpacks on the ground, their mouths watering in eagerness. Yet, upon opening the bags, they are met with disappointment. This weight is incorrect. The man exclaims as he unzips the bag, only to find it empty. The woman, checking the other bag, discovers it is also devoid of contents. How can this be? They had just seen the bags filled with provisions in Yixia's hands, and now they are utterly barren. The old lady stamps her foot in fury. "That little brat is toying with us." Just as she finishes her rant, a heavy object flies out from the house. Yiyu hurls Nyo towards her. What kind of strength is this? She is taken aback, attempting to evade. But her age betrays her, and the 200-pound boy crashes down upon her, causing her to cry out in pain, fearing she may have injured her back. "Mother!"
So,
The man and woman rush to assist her. Simultaneously, a loud bang echoes as the door to room 407 slams shut. The man reacts first, pounding on the door in a frenzy. "Little brat, let us in." But the only response is the unmistakable sound of the door locking. The woman Nyo, and even the elderly lady, who is gasping in pain, begin to comprehend the gravity of their predicament. All 4 pound on the door, shouting and cursing in desperation. The old house lacks soundproofing, yet Yixia appears oblivious to their vile words as she methodically opens each door in search of the missing children. Finally, upon entering the restroom, she discovers the 2 little boys unconscious on the white tiles, their complexions pale.
Yiyu swiftly approaches.
Placing her fingers near their noses to feel their faint breaths, letting out a sigh of relief. It is not as dire as it could be. She surmises that their condition is merely due to low blood sugar from inadequate nourishment. This is utterly unacceptable, Zhou Chengguang exclaims, though he is unclear about the circumstances. It is evident that this family has usurped Aunt Song's home and abandoned the original occupants in the restroom, leaving them to starve until they fainted. "Let us first move them to the bed," Yixia instructs. Following her orders, Yiyu and Zhou Chengguang each carry 1 boy, transporting them to the bedroom. She enters her space to retrieve some glucose and warm water. Noticing their slight fevers, she also gathers some fever-reducing medication. These supplies were collected by Yiyu from the infirmary. After administering the medicine, one of the little boys quickly regains consciousness, with soft, short hair framing a round face. He possesses a pair of dark, luminous eyes resembling 2 black pearls. Perhaps due to his fever, his pale cheeks bear an unnatural flush, rendering him both adorable and pitiful. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chengguang cannot help but curse again. How despicable. The family's actions amount to child abuse. How can he not feel anger? However, since the 2 brothers are identical, Zhou Chengguang cannot discern which boy has awakened, Song Rui or Song Yi. Just as he contemplates, Yixia speaks, "Little Yi." Her tone is declarative, not interrogative, as if she is certain of the identity of the boy before her. Song Ye's round eyes widen in surprise. His beautiful gaze, like dark crystals, is clear and bright. Even Song Grandma, who has spent much time with them, cannot distinguish between them at first glance. After a moment of astonishment, his eyes curve into a smile. "Sister, what is your name?" "I am Yixia, this is Yiyu, and he is Zhou Chengguang," she introduces them. "We are the ones your grandmother sent." "Thank you, sister," and to the 2 older brothers, Song Yi replies gratefully. He then murmurs, "Yi, she you? I like your name." His eyes sparkle like a cute kitten, and he continues, "I have a feeling you will become an important person in my life." The little boy's voice, still soft and melodic, carries a weight of sincerity. Yixia cannot help but chuckle. "You are quite the talker." She is able to identify him as the younger brother because, upon waking, she checked his attributes. Name, Song Yi. Age, 12 level, 10, first tier ability user, ability, prophecy race, human, Saining Academy, middle school, first year student, attributes, strength 123, 23, speed 110, 34, endurance 107, 40, constitution 120, 11. His ability is indeed prophetic? Yi Xie feels a twinge of surprise. This is undoubtedly a rare ability. While not offensive in nature, it will surely prove formidable in the future. Curiosity prompts her to glance at the information of the other little boy. Song Rui, name, Song Rui, age, 12, level, 11, first tier ability user, ability, ice race, human, Saining Academy, middle school, first year student, attributes, strength 109, 26, speed 102, 21, endurance 98, 32, constitution 93, 10. While Song Rui's ability may not be as unique as Song Ye's, it is still commendable. However, due to hunger and illness, both boys' attributes have diminished. Otherwise, as first-tier ability users, they would easily overpower the four ordinary individuals. Reflecting on that peculiar family, Yi Xie inquires, "Why did you allow them to enter?" Song Yi lowers his gaze, recalling the events of that day, with a look of guilt. As the night deepened, Yeshi listened intently as he slowly recounted the tale of the impending apocalypse. Both Song Yi and Song Rui fell gravely ill with high fevers, while Aunt Song had yet to return home. The two ailing children found themselves unable to manage their daily lives. Song Rui's condition was particularly dire, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, which left Song Yi deeply concerned. In that moment, Aunt Chun, the woman from next door, risked her life by venturing out of her home, desperately inquiring if any family had surplus provisions to spare. "I haven't eaten in days. I implore you. Please share a little with me. We are neighbors. We must help each other." "Little Yi, little Rui, are you home?" Typically, Aunt Chun was kind to them, often sharing snacks with a gentle smile and warm words. Song Yi had once dreamt of an unfamiliar mother, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Aunt Chen's. He opened the door and handed her several bags of rice. "Annie, I don't have much food left either, but please take this.
Make it last."
Understanding the wisdom of discretion, Song Yi refrained from mentioning his grandmother's ample supplies. As Aunt Chen accepted the rice, she marveled. "Oh dear, little Yi. Your hands are burning hot, and your face is so flushed."
I
have a fever. And what of little Rui? He is also unwell. Isn't Grandma home?"
No.
Supporting himself against the doorframe, Song Yi appeared on the verge of fainting. Aunt Chen sighed. "Oh dear. You two have it so hard. How about I come and stay with you? I can take care of you until you recover and then I will leave, alright?" To be honest, Song Yi felt a flicker of gratitude at her words. After much contemplation, he nodded okay. Thus, he welcomed Aunt Chen into their home. Initially, she did care for them, gently feeding them water and placing a damp cloth on their foreheads. Song Yi eventually drifted into a peaceful slumber. However, upon awakening, he discovered that Aunt Chen had stealthily raided the supplies stored in their grandmother's kitchen, indulging in a feast without restraint. Particularly, the snacks were consumed in excessive quantities, leading Song Yi to realize how quickly their food had been depleted. Having awakened to his prophetic abilities, he understood too late that Aunt Chen was not the benevolent figure he had imagined. She would always be the mother of those snacks, incapable of becoming his mother. He wished to expel her family from their home, yet they grew bolder, brazenly locking him and Song Rui in the bathroom, providing them only a single meal and water each day. This, in essence, was the crux of the matter. Song Yi felt a heavy sense of guilt, blaming himself for inviting the wolf into their midst. He glanced at Song Rui, whose face mirrored his own, innocent, frail, and pale, suffering alongside him. Overwhelmed by despair, tears brimmed in Song Ye's dark eyes, yet he clenched his fists, refusing to succumb to tears. Suddenly, a warm, gentle hand caressed the top of his head, accompanied by a melodious voice. "It's all right to cry." Chapter 26. Your kindness is precious. Yeshi, you comforted him. This is not entirely your fault. You are simply too innocent, too trusting of others. As she spoke, Song Yi began to whimper softly, then sob quietly, ultimately curling up in her embrace and weeping openly. After he had cried to his heart's content, Yeshi gazed into his eyes and said, "From now on, we must learn from this and not be so trusting of others, alright? Your kindness is precious and should be reserved for those who truly deserve it." Her obsidian eyes shimmered with confidence and strength, resembling a black hole in the universe. Song Yi nodded earnestly. Yes. In his heart, he made a silent vow to grow stronger, to possess the formidable character and abilities akin to his sister. For he could no longer afford to hide in her embrace, crying whenever adversity struck. Such behavior was truly humiliating. Noticing the tears and snot on Yeshiyu's clothes, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, before his tears fell, Brother Yeo had gone to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Brother Zhou Zhongguang had scolded someone and exited the bedroom. This meant that apart from Yeshiyu, no one had witnessed his disgrace. Sister, could you promise me one thing? What is it? Please don't tell my brother that I cried. Song Ye's face was a mixture of awkwardness and embarrassment. They were twins, with Song Rui having been born just a second earlier. And he felt a twinge of resentment that his brother had the title of older brother simply for being born a moment before him. If Song Rui found out, it would be all the more embarrassing. Yeshiyu chuckled. What a petty rivalry among young boys. She smiled with resignation, I promise. After saying this, she glanced at the sleeping Song Rui. Though he had taken his medicine and been given water, his lips remained chapped and cracked. She decided to give him more water. Just as she picked up the bowl and spoon, the little boy in the bed suddenly opened his eyes, alert and wary, his gaze sharp. At the same time, 2 shards of ice, conjured by his abilities, pointed menacingly at Yeshiyu's temple. The ice was cold and razor-sharp. Yeshiyu raised an eyebrow, not flinching or moving away. Her only thought was that if little Rui were properly nurtured, his strong instincts and quick reflexes would undoubtedly make him a formidable force in the future. She brought the spoonful of water to Song Rui's lips. He stared at her, seemingly bewildered, as if struggling to comprehend what was happening. His memories were still rooted in the moment when the malicious neighbors invaded their home, so his first instinct was to retaliate. Brother, you're awake. Song Ye's excited voice reached his ears. He looked around and realized he was no longer in that cold, unforgiving bathroom, but in the familiar confines of their bunk bedroom. Typically, Song Rui occupied the upper bunk while Song Yi slept below, as Song Rui feared his brother would fall from the bed due to his restless sleep. However, after being taken over by Aunt Chen's family, it had become a sleeping place for Grandma and the snacks. This is Sister Yeshiyu. Song Yi explained the situation to Song Rui. She and her 2 teammates rescued us. Thank you, Song Rui said politely. Noticing the ice shards still hovering in the air, threatening Yeshiyu, he immediately dissipated his abilities and apologized, and I'm sorry. It's all right, Yeshiyu reassured him, not one to hold grudges. Besides, Song Rui had not acted with malice, and she accepted his apology. After feeding him a few spoonfuls of water, she caught a whiff of the aroma of food wafting through the air, indicating that Brother Yeo had finished preparing dinner. Can you drink by yourself?
Yes.
Then I'll step out for a moment. Okay. Song Rui sat up in bed, sipping the refreshing, cool water. Song Yi, feeling their connection, exclaimed, Brother, don't you think this water is incredibly delicious? Song Rui nodded, experiencing the revelation that water could indeed be this delightful. This was the spiritual spring water Yeshiyu had prepared for the 2 brothers, capable of restoring both their physical and mental vitality, making it perfect for those unwell. After all, since Song Yi and Song Rui would be her future teammates, there was no need for her to be stingy. Upon exiting the bedroom, she was unsurprisingly greeted by the familiar sounds of their family's quarrels. Now having transitioned from insults to pleas, they had no keys and could not return to their own home, and the other neighbors were well aware of their misdeeds, leaving them unlikely to open their doors. They have placed all their hopes for survival upon the shoulders of Yi Xie and her companions. Are there no zombies?
Yeo invited.
That shouldn't be the case, should it? Just moments ago, when they were barred from entry, there were plenty of zombies outside. Why are they still howling after such a length of time? There are. My father is still running. Zhou Chengguang peered through the peephole, observing the unfolding drama. After he uttered those words, he heard the man's labored breathing, fluctuating in distance. Why haven't they opened the door yet? I can't run anymore. Let them open the door. Through the wall, the man's fear and panic were palpable, followed by the terrifying growls of zombies. I can't run anymore. I truly can't, he gasped. Pursued by the undead, he was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in horror, having lost one of his shoes. He pressed on toward his family solely on sheer willpower. Observing him, along with the 6 or 7 zombies trailing behind, the expressions of the elderly woman, the woman, and Nuno were etched with terror, all pleading silently, Don't come any closer. Just as they wished, halfway through his desperate run, the man succumbed to exhaustion and was overtaken by the zombies.
Mom. Son. Wife.
Save me. I don't want to die. Multiple zombies descended upon him. He reached out, hoping his family would pull him back, yet no one dared to grasp his hand. One zombie lunged for his arm, sinking its teeth into his flesh, tearing away a chunk, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from him. The others feasted upon his face, neck, waist, and legs, exposing his bones as he was consumed by the horde. The woman was paralyzed with fear at the sight. She pounded on the door, weeping outside, "Xiao Yi, Xiao Rui. Andy was wrong. Please let me in. There are zombies out here that eat people, I beg you." That day. It was with the same tone that she had coaxed Song Yi into opening the door for her, wasn't it?
Wah.
"Mommy, Grandma, I want to go in. I'm so scared." Nyonya cried out desperately. With his 200-pound frame, escape was impossible. Heaven have mercy. The elderly woman was also breathless with sobs. Or, "Let Nyonya go in alone. He is the hope for the future. You must protect the flowers of our motherland. I'm begging you." Chapter 27. Not only comrades but also family, who are they trying to fool? Zhou Chengguang looked through the peephole with a disdainful tone. He hadn't knelt down. He was lying on the ground. He felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, he reveled in the poetic justice of it all. If not for the formidable strength of their leader and brother Yiyu, he would have been the one being devoured by zombies. Yi Xia was even less inclined to feel pity. Her delicate, fair visage remained impassive. She had encountered too many self-destructive individuals to be surprised by this. With a click, the kitchen door swung open, releasing an enticing aroma as Yiyu emerged, bearing plate after plate of exquisite dishes, setting them upon the dining table. Although she was already aware of Yiyu's culinary prowess, the sight of such a lavish spread left Yi Xia momentarily awestruck. The presentation of each dish was meticulous and artistic, imbued with spatial depth and layers. Ignoring the home's decor, one would easily mistake the scene for a five-star Chinese restaurant. Zhou Chengguang was equally astonished. "You can cook this well? But isn't he a bodyguard?" In truth, he could also be deemed a butler. Yi Xia replied with a slight smile. As the daughter of one of S City's 4 prominent families, her bodyguard was, of course, multifaceted. Just then, Song Rui and Song Yi emerged from the bedroom, their stomachs growling at the sight of the sumptuous banquet laid before them. "Don't just stand there, come eat."
Ye ayo bekonet.
They seated themselves and eagerly dug into the feast. The braised pork is delicious. And the garlic vermicelli shrimp is excellent too. The stir-fried beef is not bad. Zhou Chengguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi praised the dishes as they savored each bite. Yiyu's face remained stoic until Yi Xia took a bite, her eyes glinting as she remarked, "It's indeed delicious." Only then did Yiyu's lips curve into a faint smile. Meanwhile, outside, Aunt Chen and her family were engulfed in despair. Listening to the conversations within and inhaling the fragrant aroma of food, jealousy and anger surged within them, almost causing them to explode. Just as they were about to hurl insults again, the zombies that had finished their feast on the man staggered towards them, opening their gaping maws to bite into their flesh.
Splash.
Warm blood splattered against the wall. In a twisted sense, this peculiar family had reunited.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have completed Aunt Song's hidden task. You have punished the wicked neighbor and rescued brothers Song Rui and Song Yi, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 12. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 strength potions, 3 speed potions, and 1 mastery in firearms. What a delightful surprise. Listening to the system's announcements, Yi Xia's face broke into a smile. During her encounter with the hardened criminal that afternoon, she had expended her soul strength and speed potions, and now the system had replenished them. Furthermore, what was this mastery in firearms? Upon inspection, she discovered it was akin to a martial arts manual, described in detail, a consumable item that would allow one to instantly learn and master various firearm techniques, becoming a firearms master. Yay you! During the day, she had acquired dozens of guns of different models. While she understood the use of a standard pistol, she was less familiar with the stances required for sniper rifles, assault rifles, and submachine guns. However, now with the mastery in firearms, she instantly comprehended how to wield firearms. One could only say that rescuing Song Rui and Song Yi was the right choice. As she gazed at the name Aunt Song, Yi Xia's eyes sparkled, and she retrieved a portion of sweet and sour ribs from her space. Apart from Yiyu, no one noticed her actions. By the time they came to their senses, a new dish had appeared on the table. "Are these Grandma's sweet and sour ribs? And they're still warm," the 2 brothers exclaimed in delight, rushing to the kitchen, only to find no familiar face. Yi Xia did not wish to dishearten them but spoke the truth. "Grandma is no longer here. But the dish is hot." Song Yi insisted. Indeed, Song Rui nodded in agreement. This aroma can only belong to freshly made sweet and sour ribs. We've eaten them so many times. We would never mistake it. My space has a preservation function. What goes in remains the same when taken out, Yi Xia explained, rendering them silent. Song Yi gazed at the dishes before him, realizing she spoke the truth. The food hoarded by their grandmother could not possibly be this abundant after Aunt Chen's family had their fill. The vegetables and meats they consumed were undeniably fresh, showing no signs of spoilage. A heavy silence enveloped the air for a while. Song Rui served each person a piece of sweet and sour rib. He looked up, his voice steady as he said, "Sister, please help us put away the remaining ribs. Not eating anymore?"
Yes.
There's still plenty left. Sister, your space can preserve things, right? Yi Xia, listening to his words, suddenly understood his intention. Song Rui continued, "When we miss Grandma, we'll take them out to eat." "Thank you, sister." Yi Xia gazed into his eyes. He resembled a little adult, yet his ice-calm gaze brimmed with sorrow. She reached out to stroke his hair, then did the same for Song Yi, saying, "After this meal, we are not just comrades but family. No need for thanks." Hearing her words, the eyes of Song Rui and Song Yi brightened simultaneously. They had thought that with Grandma gone, they would become orphans, but Yi Xia's words enveloped them in warmth. The night was illuminated by the moon, resembling a beam of light that brightened their world. In an effort to alleviate the sorrow and uplift the atmosphere, Zhou Chengguang continually sought topics of conversation. He gazed at Yi Xia with astonishment, exclaiming, "Boss, you truly possess an extraordinary space." Yi Xia glanced at him lightly, unfazed by his astonishment. Indeed, he was making quite a fuss over it. A space-type ability user was incredibly impressive. Zhou Chengguang, an avid movie enthusiast, was particularly thrilled. In a post-apocalyptic world, such a power was practically a cheat code. He had earlier pondered why the peculiar family found a backpack filled with nothing but air. It turned out that the boss had stored the supplies within her space when she tossed the bag. "Well done." For the sake of caution, Yi Xia advised, "This is a little secret of our team. You must not disclose it to others." Zhou Chengguang nodded eagerly. "Of course, I'm not foolish." The ability to store supplies through spatial powers was certainly something to envy. After this incident, Song Rui and Song Yi would be unlikely to trust strangers easily. Therefore, even if Yi Xia remained silent, they would not reveal that their team had a space ability user. After their meal, Yi Xia intended to teach Zhou Chengguang some combat techniques. She could hardly bear to witness his clumsy methods of dispatching zombies during the day. Upon hearing her intentions, Song Rui and Song Yi were eager to join, their faces expressing a clear desire to learn. With a resigned tone, Yi Xia replied, "You two are not fully recovered yet. I will teach you in a few days." "Sister Xia, we are fine." "Yes, we can do it." Unexpectedly, the two young boys were adamant about practicing. Yi Xia assessed their attributes and noted that their physical conditions had indeed improved significantly, reaching at least the level of an ordinary human. It appeared that ability users possessed remarkable recovery powers, especially after consuming the spiritual spring water. "Very well. Let us commence our training." In Chapter 28, focused on physical training and striving for strength, with the increase in numbers from 1 to 3. Yi Xia tasked Yi Yu with training Zhou Chengguang while she instructed Song Rui and Song Yi. Zhou Chengguang, though an ordinary person, was a football athlete with decent physical fitness. As Yi Yu enhanced his stamina, he also taught him fundamental combat techniques. The punching techniques included straight punches, hooks, and swings. The kicking techniques comprised whip kicks, front kicks, side kicks, and back kicks. Since this was an order from the young lady, Yi Yu taught with utmost diligence. When throwing punches, it was crucial to maintain a straight line towards the target, with palms facing downward, while keeping the arm muscles relaxed and the elbows lowered to preserve explosive power. After the punch, the arm should be taut but not fully extended to avoid injury to the elbow. Zhou Chengguang stared blankly at him, seemingly frozen in place. His delicate brows knitted together, tinged with displeasure. After a while, he said, You suddenly rattled off so much. I'm not used to it. If it weren't for the combat training, he probably wouldn't have spoken so much to Yu in a year." Noticing his lack of focus, Yu remained indifferent. 100 push-ups.
What?
200 push-ups. No. Zhou Chengguang wore an expression of pleading for mercy. Meanwhile, Yi Xia's training primarily centered on abilities. It was known that frequent usage of one's powers would enhance proficiency and lead to upgrades. Song Rui was capable of condensing up to 5 ice shards. Yi Xia encouraged him to continuously release and cancel them until he reached his limit. However, when it came to Song Yi, she found herself at a loss. With her obsidian-like eyes, she looked at Song Yi, attempting to guide him into a meditative state, a method she had mastered in her previous life for cultivating mental strength. Song Yi, can you sense anything?
I am sorry.
Song Ye's face flushed crimson. Aside from feeling bloated from dinner, he sensed nothing at all. Moreover, Yi Xia's gaze made him feel rather bashful. Very well, Yi Xia nodded thoughtfully. This type of ability could only be comprehended by the individual, making it difficult for outsiders to intervene. However, recognizing that Song Yi needed self-defense skills, she pondered and altered her training approach. From her space, she retrieved a Glock G17 pistol, a lightweight weapon developed in Austria, weighing merely 620 grams with minimal recoil, making it easy to handle, even for a child. Song Ye's eyes widened, resembling those of a startled cat. Do all boys like guns? Yi Xia's lips curled into a subtle smile as she took his hand, leading him to the balcony. The balcony was devoid of glass, only railings present. From the 4th floor, they could gaze upon the deep blue night sky, the silvery full moon, and the twinkling stars, while the moans of zombies echoed in the night. At 12 years old, Song Yi was still in his growth phase. Standing 2 heads shorter than Yi Xia, she knelt on one knee, placing the gun into his hands. Now, let me teach you. Yi Xia activated her one-time use marksmanship proficiency consumable. She now exuded the aura of a sharpshooter, with instructions echoing in her mind on loading, racking the slide, and aiming. She positioned herself behind Song Yi, hands covering his, guiding him. How does it feel?
Great.
The soft, tender voice of the young boy reached her ears, revealing a mix of nervousness and excitement. Sister, can I shoot now? Of course. Upon receiving her consent, Song Yi eagerly squeezed the trigger. The pistol was fitted with a suppressor, producing a muted sound rather than the loud bang he had envisioned. After a soft thud, the bullet was fired, leaving Song Ye's expression tinged with disappointment. Yi Xia reassured him, "You did remarkably well for your first shot." Song Yi perked up again. However, after firing 3 more shots, he still hadn't hit anything. He understood the value of ammunition. Sister, I seem to lack talent. Perhaps it's best not to waste bullets. We're practicing, not wasting. Yi Xia was close enough to sense his rapid breathing, which indicated a likely issue with his mindset. He was too eager for success. Just as she suspected, Song Ye's first experience with a gun made him anxious to impress her, resulting in his tension. Adjust your breathing and calm your mind. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, reminiscent of hymns in a church. Under her guidance, Song Yi raised the gun, once more. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself like a young raccoon on its first hunt, holding his breath, squinting one eye, and aiming at a swaying zombie. Whoosh! The sound of the bullet slicing through the air was heard. The zombies had suddenly erupted with a spray of blood, a clean headshot. Song Ye's furrowed brow relaxed, as if he could hardly believe he had hit his target, standing in stunned silence. Moments later, he erupted in joyous celebration, leaping into Yi Xia's embrace. Sister, I finally hit it. Well done. Yi Xia praised him while affectionately ruffling his hair. Not only had he hit the target, but he had also achieved a headshot. If this was considered a lack of talent, then others could only be described as dull-witted. Earlier, he had merely been too anxious. After providing Song Yi with 5 magazines of ammunition, she went to check on Song Rue's progress. At that moment, Song Rue had successfully condensed 7 ice shards. Yi Xia touched the ice shards, feeling an intense cold. Was it her imagination, or were they colder than usual? She advised Song Rue, "While we are present, you may utilize all of your abilities, but when practicing alone, ensure to conserve your energy." Understood, Song Rue replied, exhausted yet still composed. Yi Xia marveled at his steady demeanor, befitting an older brother. The physical training consumed a great deal of energy, prompting Yi Xia to retrieve 2 barrels of spiritual spring water from her space for them to drink during their break. As a result, Zhou Chongguang, Song Yi, and Song Rue trained from 9 p.m. until 3 a.m., totaling 6 hours, before finally sinking into a deep slumber. Song Rue and Song Yi slept in the upper and lower bunks of the guest room. At the strong insistence of the crowd, Yi Xia moved to Aunt Song's bedroom, which was the master bedroom of the house. Yi used a blanket to create a makeshift bed at the door of the master bedroom. Zhou Chongguang slept on the sofa. They all slept soundly. As dawn broke, Yi Xia woke. Her biological clock was always attuned to the rising sun. she would inevitably wake up with its ascent. However, she was unsure whether Yu at the door had awakened. Since it was rare for him to have a good night's sleep, she didn't want to disturb him. Thus, an idea entered her mind, leading her to the spiritual space. Not only did her teammates need training, but she too required it. Her current physique was frail due to childhood illnesses. Despite systematic enhancements, she remained at a mere average level. With her companions striving for strength, she could not afford to lag behind. In Chapter 29, Departure from the Academy, side quest completed. Within the space, Yixia commenced a rigorous regimen of physical training, a 10,000-meter run, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 planks, 100 sit-ups, and 100 pull-ups. She trained fervently, drenched in sweat. When exhaustion and thirst set in, she would sip some spiritual spring water to quickly replenish her energy, then resume her training. Although she worked at a slow pace, she was resolute once she set her goals. After completing the entire set, she lay on the verdant grass, gazing at the cotton-like clouds in the sky, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, her body had improved. Name: Yixia. Age: 17. Level: 13. Ability: Nun race, human, divine phoenix, bloodline activated 99, attributes: Constitution 71, Strength 79, Speed 81. Endurance 69. She had trained in the space for what felt like an eternity, yet it had only been 2 hours in the real world. After taking a shower in the master bedroom's bathroom and stepping outside, she found everyone had already risen. Yu prepared a lavish breakfast, boiling a large pot of century egg and lean meat porridge, frying 20 strips of bacon, and cooking 20 shiny fried eggs, along with making 20 sandwiches using bread, tomatoes, and lettuce. The greater the consumption, the more they needed to eat. They had ample supplies, so there was no need for frugality. Moreover, any uneaten sandwiches could be taken along for the journey. At the dining table, Yixia recalled the farming tasks in her space and inquired, Xiao Rui, Xiao Yi. Since you live here, do you know of any farms in the vicinity? Song Ye's cheeks puffed out adorably like a little hamster as he responded, Bali Island. After finishing his mouthful, Song Rui added, if you exit the university's south gate and head down the highway for about 15 kilometers, there is a farm. Grandma mentioned that most of the academy's meat comes from there. Excellent.
Ye eyo repliğe 답례지 veli.
After we finish breakfast and tidy up, we shall set out. The journey spanned 30 kilometers, and they decided to drive. They arrived at a parking lot at the academy. The scene was chaotic, with most vehicles wrecked and unusable. Yet after searching for a while, they found a few intact cars. A few zombies wandered nearby, providing an opportunity for Song Rui and Song Yi to hone their skills. The young boys fought diligently and earnestly. Yixia surveyed the parking lot and ultimately chose a Hummer. This one will do. It boasted four-wheel drive, a high chassis, superior traction tires, elevated exhaust pipes, substantial horsepower, and robust bumpers. In a word, it was far more durable than an ordinary vehicle. Yu found a wire, fashioned it into a hook, and inserted it into the car door's lock. After a bit of tinkering, the door swung open. He took the driver's seat and, without the car keys, ignited the engine using the wire. Zhou Chengguang watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an apple inside. You're incredibly talented. Yuga, when will you teach me? Following yesterday's training, Zhou Chengguang no longer referred to him as Knight Jr. or Knight Brother, but rather as Yuga. With a rumble, the Hummer's engine roared to life. Yi replied coolly, 100 sets of military boxing. I'll teach you. Zhou Chengguang retorted, my apologies. I spoke out of turn. After Yixia collected gasoline from the abandoned vehicles, she took her place in the passenger seat. Zhou Chengguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi settled in the back. They departed from the academy, driving towards the farm. The sun hung brightly in the sky like a golden yoke, the surrounding clouds tinged with a rosy orange hue, their edges glimmering with golden light. The Hummer raced along the highway, reflecting a metallic sheen under the sunlight. They appeared to be heading towards hope, yet unbeknownst to them, a far more brutal apocalypse awaited. However, they remained undaunted, their eyes shimmering with a glimmer of excitement, for leaving the academy signified their entrance into a broader world. Yixia's eyes, as dark as jade, reflected the gentle light of dawn. She firmly believed that she and her teammates would stand tall at the pinnacle of the apocalypse, shining brightly. Perhaps due to the suburban setting, the road leading to the farm was relatively decent, with the occasional survivor's vehicle passing by the Hummer. With a screech, the tires gradually came to a halt. At 10:30 in the morning, Yixia and her companions arrived at the farm. Here, The land was vast and sparsely populated. She instructed Yu to assist Zhou Chengwang and the Song brothers in practical combat training, then ventured alone deeper into the farm. The animals in the barn had gone without food and water for 10 days and were in dire straits. The stench of excrement and rotting flesh permeated the air. Yixia pinched her nose and, after a quick glance, retreated outside. Thankfully, some clever animals had escaped to the grassy fields. First came the poultry, chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, and quails. Beyond these common varieties, there were also rarer breeds such as turkeys, guinea fowl, pheasants, and partridges. Then came the livestock, pigs, cows, sheep, and rabbits. The farm, though not large, was diverse, with several breeds of cattle: yellow cattle, dairy cows, and Angus cattle. Yixia even spotted a border collie. She collected every living creature she could find. Though only a few of each breed had survived, their combined numbers became considerable. After all, her space could facilitate tenfold growth and reproduction of livestock. Before long, she would possess a plethora of animals. However, throughout the process of searching for and gathering livestock, she remained cautious. The system had divulged information indicating the presence of not only zombies but also zombie beasts, mutated creatures, and mutated plants. Yet she encountered none along the way. What could be the reason? Were they yet to become infected or mutated? With these questions lingering in her mind, she returned to the location of the Hummer. Yi Yu and the others were nowhere to be seen, so she took her place in the passenger seat, locked the door, and entered the spiritual space to begin planning her layout. Under her mental guidance, she used the spiritual space's inherent fencing to enclose several areas of varying sizes: 100 square meters, 300, 500, and 1,000 square meters, systematically corralling the livestock according to their breeds. Yixia noticed that the animals, which had initially appeared listless, began to radiate vitality after spending some time in the space. It was inevitable. The spiritual energy was simply too abundant. While she worked, the shepherd dog scampered around her side, barking excitedly. Wong wong wong. The shepherd dog seemed to recognize her as its savior, barking with delight. All right, she smiled, petting the dog's head and gesturing toward the distant cows, sheep, and pigs, saying, "From now on, you shall be the little steward here." Wong wong wong. The shepherd dog wagged its tail furiously, as if to say, "Leave it to me."
Ding.
Detected that the host has completed the A Little Sweet in the Mountains task ahead of schedule, taking 3 days, rated A level. In Chapter 30, Space Upgrade, Shopping Center, congratulations. Your space has expanded tenfold, now measuring 100,000 square meters. The ecological regions such as the unlocked mine, lakes, grasslands, and forests await the host's exploration. Congratulations. Your dilapidated thatched cottage has been upgraded to a splendid villa. Furthermore, your storage capacity has been increased to 10,000 tons. As the system's voice faded, the scene before Yixia underwent a dramatic transformation. The azure sky expanded infinitely, while a crescent-shaped lake materialized, seamlessly connecting to an endless expanse of grass and a dense forest. At the foot of the distant snowy mountains, a mysterious black cave appeared, its interior shrouded in obscurity. Could this be the mine the system referred to? The mine currently yields common ores such as copper, iron, zinc, tin, and coal. It was simply astounding. Having spent her time playing a management game in the thatched cottage, the most direct sensation she felt was tied to her new abode. The wooden stool she sat upon transformed into a luxuriously soft cloud-like sofa, the square table morphed into a stylish coffee table, and an LCD television adorned the partition wall. While the entire decor took on a French cream style, not only did the materials change, but a second floor and a rooftop garden also emerged. Truly magnificent. Unexpectedly, a wooden doghouse appeared at the entrance. Woof, woof. The shepherd dog eagerly dashed inside. How considerate. Yixia was astonished. Such a generous reward for a side quest? The system's mechanical voice carried a hint of embarrassment. The host completed the task with remarkable efficiency, and inadvertently, I bestowed a bit more than intended. Wondering if such fortunate occurrences could happen more often. After all, why not seize every advantage? The system remained silent for a moment. It depends on the situation. We must avoid detection by the Management Bureau. Yixia found this acceptable. As long as she excelled in each task, the system had reason to grant her greater rewards. It was important to note that her current evaluation was merely an A grade. Should her rating improve, the rewards would be even more substantial. The system could provide her with additional incentives, but ultimately, it relied on her remarkable efficiency. Emerging from her space, she spotted her teammates approaching from a distance. Leading the group was Yiyu, whose expression, though stoic, betrayed a flicker of happiness and excitement. What had transpired? Before she could ponder further, Yiyu advanced, presenting something in his outstretched hands, resembling a proud puppy eager for praise. Her eyes widened in delight. 5 crystal cores. Yiyu had not anticipated collecting so many today. At level 19, he could easily handle 5 level 1 zombies. Seeing her enamored with the cores, his tightly pressed lips broke into a slight smile, revealing a small canine tooth. The warmth emanating from Yiyu contrasted sharply with the expressions of Zhou Zhongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi, who felt their eyes nearly blinded by the juxtaposition. Where had the emotionless killing machine gone? Why had he been so fearsome and terrifying during their training? Was it too much to ask for a little fairness? After lingering at the farm until they had vanquished all nearby zombies, they boarded the Humvee and continued their journey. The Humvee sped through, colliding with a wandering zombie. The road conditions were poor, with frequent accidents obstructing the path. Fortunately, they could still proceed. Song Rui glanced at the passing road sign. "Are we on the bypass?" Song Yi inquired, "Sister, where are we headed?" Yi Xia's eyes glimmered. Lu Lake. That villa ecological city. It was no wonder Zhou Zhongguang was astonished. Lu Lake was renowned as a wealthy district, where even the cheapest villa cost over 100 million. The affluent of S-City had largely invested in properties there. As this realization dawned on him, a light bulb flickered in Zhou Zhongguang's mind. "Boss, are you going home?" Indeed, this decision came after much contemplation. The original owner's father and brother had treated her well, and ever since she left the academy, thoughts of her family stirred within her, invoking a peculiar feeling. The blood flowing through her veins called her to seek her kin. Well, she could consider it a way to repay the original owner for lending her this body. Moreover, the primary reason was that the Lu Lake Villa area was not far from the military base in S-City, situated within the eastern outskirts of S-City. If she failed to locate her family, they could always head to the military base. However, reaching Lu Lake today seemed unfeasible, as the traffic worsened the further they traveled. This stretch of road was already congested, and during peak hours, it became exceedingly difficult to navigate, especially with so many accidents occurring. After forcing their way through another 7 or 8 kilometers, a chain collision ahead completely blocked the road. Dozens of charred vehicles lay strewn about like a snake devouring its own tail, with no end in sight. All the cars were reduced to mere frames, with charred remains inside, a grim sight. Yi Xia exited the vehicle, assessing the sky. "Xiao Rui, are there any places nearby to spend the night?" Song Rui examined the road sign and recalled the map of S-City. "If we exit at the next highway interchange, there is a global shopping center. We could gather some supplies there." Impressive. Zhou Zhongguang was taken aback by Song Rui's memory. He was practically a living map. Song Yi chuckled, "Of course. My brother is exceptionally smart. He ranks first in the entire grade in every exam. He remembers nearly everything he sees. And you? Ah."
Ha!
Zhou Zhongguang teased. "You're not the last in the class, are you?" "Of course not." Song Ye's face flushed with embarrassment. He stole a glance at Yi Xia, noticing her raising a hand to store the Humvee back in her space, seemingly oblivious to their banter, and he sighed in relief. "Don't say such things. Although Song Yi ranks low, he believes it's because he hasn't studied diligently. If he applied himself, he wouldn't be at the bottom." Yi Xia and the others made their way toward the highway exit. Along the way, she scavenged fuel from abandoned vehicles. The ordinary zombies they encountered served as practice for Zhou Zhongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi, leaving them covered in blood by the time they reached the global center. Looking utterly disheveled, Yi Xia and Yi were cleaner, but not by much. Upon entering, they discovered other people in the shopping center, likely a group of around 20. Youthful and seemingly students, dressed in bright, new clothing as if they had just refreshed themselves in the mall. They scrutinized Yi Xia and her companions with a mix of caution, curiosity, and derision. At that moment, a couple emerged from a clothing store, hand in hand. The woman possessed a radiant and elegant beauty, clad in a delicate white dress, her waist-length satin hair cascading gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm. The man, dressed in a tactical jacket and hiking boots, was handsome and exuded an air of affluence. The duo instantly became the center of attention. "Yulan is so beautiful. No wonder she, SR University's Belle. Her skin is flawless. Is it due to her awakened water abilities?" "Thanks to Yulan." We have been able to access water throughout our journey. It's been quite a challenge for 20 of us. And we owe our escape from the academy to President Han's lightning abilities. They truly made a splendid match. I sensed it even before the apocalypse. The woman's delicate hand rested in the man's palm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she shyly lowered her gaze. Yet, when she lifted her head again, she suddenly caught sight of a bloodied and disheveled figure. She frowned slightly upon recognizing Yi Xia's face. Does she seem familiar? The man followed her gaze and, among the crowd of dozens, quickly spotted Yi Xia. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, followed by a blend of joy, embarrassment, and various other fleeting emotions. When Yi Xia met his gaze, her dark, ink-like eyes shimmered with a subdued light.
Han President, Han Mingse.
He was the president of the student council at Shenyang University and also Yi Xia's childhood friend, albeit 3 years her senior. The Yi and Han families had previously enjoyed a cordial relationship, often allowing the two to play together during their youth, even engaging in make-believe games. At the age of 12, Han Mingze had declared his intention to marry Yi Xia, a promise she had kept close to her heart. However, 5 years ago, due to corporate interests, the Yi and Han families parted ways, resulting in a significant decrease in their interactions. The last time they had met was during the enrollment ceremony for the new freshmen, where Han Mingze, as an exemplary graduate, returned to deliver a speech. As these memories flooded back, a figure suddenly stepped in front of Yi Xia, Yiyu. Though his frame was not particularly imposing, standing at a height of 183 centimeters. He was lean and tall. He stood directly before her, obstructing her view of Han Mingze. His dull brown eyes fixated on Han Mingze, radiating a strong sense of vigilance. Yi Xia, with her back turned to Yiyu, could not see his expression, but Han Mingze could. In that instant, the atmosphere grew tense. The first to shatter the silence was Jing Yuran. She approached with a smile, extending her hand toward Yi Xia.
Hello, I am Jing Yuran.
You must be Mingze's sister, right? I'm his girlfriend. She had seen Yi Xia before, tucked within Han Mingze's wallet. At that time, Han Mingze had referred to her as just a sister, a claim Jing Yuran had dismissed. However, considering herself a clever woman, she had retorted, "Your sister is quite adorable." Now, facing the real-life version of the sister, Jing Yuran couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the sight of Yi Xia, disheveled and bloodied. Not particularly remarkable, a bit unattractive, perhaps?
Hello, ye eu repied.
Refraining from shaking her hand. Although Jing Yuran masked her feelings well, Yi Xia could sense the underlying hostility. Mingze mentioned your health is fragile, often falling ill. It must be quite challenging to survive in such a dire environment, Jing Yuran remarked, feigning concern. Suddenly, she turned her attention to Zhou Zhongguang, clad in a helmet and bulletproof vest, exuding charm. Are you their captain? Leading 2 children and a sick person to safety is quite impressive. Zhou Zhongguang felt mortified. I'm not a captain. My captain is the patient in your eyes. Naturally, not just Jing Yuran perceived Zhou Zhongguang as the captain. Others did as well. For he appeared the most capable in the group, followed by Yiyu. As for Yi Xia and the Song brothers, they could only be regarded as burdensome liabilities. What is your ability? I have no special powers. Oh, I see, Jing Yuran replied, slightly disappointed. She had initially considered recruiting Zhou Zhongguang into their group. But if he were merely an ordinary person, it seemed unnecessary. Miss Jing, Zhou Zhongguang pointed at Yi Xia, speaking earnestly, I am not the captain. She is our captain. Jing Yuran's eyes widened, then she burst into laughter, her beautiful face glowing with mirth.
Ha!
What a funny joke. Yiyu, Song Rui, and Song Yi exchanged glances, while Zhou Zhongguang attempted to explain further, but Yi Xia lightly interjected, let us go find a place to rest. The 4 followed her as she departed. Observing this scene, Jing Yuran suddenly found her laughter stifled. She furrowed her brow and asked a nearby girl, do you think she looks like a captain? The girl replied with a sour tone, not at all. She looks so small and weak. I bet her teammates only indulge her because she's the only girl in the group. True, Jing Yuran conceded, agreeing with the girl. Meanwhile, Han Mingze watched Yi Xia's retreating figure, feeling a tumult of emotions. In the past, Yi Xia would have surely initiated conversation with him. Yet this time, aside from their initial eye contact, there had been no further exchange.
Why?
Was she upset upon seeing he had a girlfriend? Reflecting on his past promises to her, Han Mingze was filled with guilt. On the other side, after a brief wash in the restroom, Yixia and her companions arrived at a spacious home goods store on the second floor, the logo reading Yijia. The store boasted a wide array of furniture, including several beds and recliners. Although there were no doors, the open space provided good visibility, allowing for timely detection of any approaching zombies. Finally, no more neck cramps, Zhou Zhongguang exclaimed, flopping onto a bed. The sofa from the Song family felt too cramped for him, and he had woken that morning with a sore neck and discomfort. Ayu, you should sleep on one too. Sure. As they settled into their chosen spots, a cacophony of voices erupted. It turned out that Han Ming's student group was also heading to the second-floor home goods store. Their numbers made it impossible to mask the noise. Mingza, let us sleep here tonight? Jing Yuren's voice was sweet. As you wish, Han Mingza readily agreed. Their conversation sparked a chorus of envy and surprise. As they approached, they discovered that the four most spacious and comfortable beds had already been claimed by the same five-member team they had encountered earlier. Jing Yuran was displeased. After days of travel, she had hoped to secure the most comfortable spot for herself. Suppressing her annoyance, she tilted her head slightly, revealing an expression of fatigue, grievance, and restraint. Observing this, a girl beside her seized the opportunity. Hey, can you guys switch to another spot? Yixia glanced in the direction indicated by the girl, spotting a corner of the store featuring a 1.5-meter double bed and a
2-meter single bed.
The five of them certainly couldn't fit into such a cramped space, especially since the corner offered poor visibility and a significantly heightened risk. We arrived first, Song Yi retorted, smirking. Faced with a child's response, the girl became even more aggressive. So what? Even if you came first, you should be reasonable. Who's being unreasonable here? Zhou Zhongguang stood up, instantly intimidating her. You're the only one with combat capability in your group, while ours has 5 powers and over 10 men. Especially Senior Jing and President Han, they're exceptionally strong. If they rest well, they can protect your teammates in case of danger, right? Her voice rose at the end, convinced of her own logic. However, Yixia merely raised an eyebrow, coldly retorting no. Her teammates were not cowards, they showed no mercy when dealing with zombies. If danger did arise at night, it remained uncertain who would be protecting whom. As she spoke, all eyes turned to her, unable to avert their gaze. Having changed clothes, Yixia appeared transformed. She wore loose black cargo pants, stylish combat boots, and a white tank top paired with a black jacket, her hair tied high in a ponytail, exuding an aura of both coolness and confidence. Her features, especially those beneath her bangs, were strikingly exquisite, and her dark eyes, as deep as the cosmos, were unforgettable. How can she be so beautiful? Jing Yuran felt her heart skip a beat. Instinctively, she glanced at Han Mingza, only to find him equally entranced by the enchanting young woman before them, causing her expression to sour. There was nothing she could do. Han Mingza had known Yixia for over a decade, yet he had never seen her adorned in such a striking and spirited manner. Upon witnessing this different facet of her, he felt a sense of wonder akin to discovering a new continent. The more he gazed, the more he found her captivating. In an impulsive moment, he remarked, well, they did arrive first. His defense of Yixia rendered the girls speechless. Jing Yuren's expression soured, and she managed a strained smile. Shall we sleep over there? She then murmured to herself, alas, our team will have to endure some hardship. With so many beds occupied, some will have to sleep on the floor. As realization dawned on many, their gazes towards Yixia shifted from admiration to hostility. What if she was beautiful? Was she not merely a decorative vase? A burdensome figure devoid of capability? How could she dare to compete for a bed? Yixia remained unfazed by their scrutiny. She picked up a backpack and said, Xiao Rui, Xiao Yi, let us take a stroll. All right, the two little boys chimed, taking her hands as they exited the store. The zombie virus had erupted in the early hours, and typically, only cinemas and night shift workers were active at such an hour. Thus, the number of zombies in the mall was minimal, allowing the trio to feel relatively at ease. This was the first time Song Rui and Song Yi had visited the global center, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they took in the surroundings. Yixia's eyes mirrored their curiosity. This was a brand new world of steel and concrete, with a shopping center embodying urban prosperity and vibrancy. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, she gazed at the atrium, where a 7-story escalator stood. Behind it was an artificial waterfall accompanied by a crystal chandelier over 10 meters tall, evoking memories of its former magnificence. Wow, trampolines, slides, rock climbing. The mall's amusement facilities were extraordinarily lavish, and it was hard for Song Yi not to be tempted. Do you want to play? Yes. Then let us play for a while.
Yay.
Song Yi was overjoyed. Yi Xia turned to the still Song Rui. Xiao Rui, are you not coming? Song Rui wandered into a neighboring bookstore and emerged with an original English book, declaring, I will read this. In the empty mall, one little boy played while the other read. Yi Xia sat on a swing made of ocean balls, observing the two and feeling inexplicably like a mother with two children. At that moment, Han Mingze and Jing Yuran led a group out in search of dinner. One girl saw this scene and mocked. Humph. Do they think they are in a garden? They are weak and lack vigilance. They won't even know how they die. Meng Meng, do not speak of them so harshly. They have never killed a zombie and do not understand its terror, Jing Yuran retorted, inciting further irritation in Zhou Meng Meng. What if a zombie appears later and bites them to death? Upon hearing this, Han Mingze suddenly invoked the authority of the student council president, Zhou Meng Meng. Every survivor is a survivor. Speak with less venom. Zhou Meng Meng looked at Jing Yuran with a face full of grievance, but Jing Yuran was preoccupied. She noticed Han Mingze approaching Yi Xia and asked, uncertainty lacing her tone, Mingze, where are you going? They were indeed in danger.
Huh.
Yuran, you are kind. Later. Will you bring them along to find supplies? You wouldn't mind, would you? I wouldn't mind, Jing Yuran replied with a strained smile. As they moved past, the joyful and harmonious atmosphere among the ocean balls dissipated. Han Mingze began to lecture, Xia, the world is not what it was before the apocalypse. You must learn to grow and be more vigilant. It has nothing to do with you. I merely wish to care for you. Yi Xia found his concern puzzling. Song Yi slid down from the climbing ropes, asking sister, are you very familiar with him? Yi Xia replied, not particularly. Her indifference and aloofness seemed to leave Han Mingze feeling as if he had lost something. Just as he was about to say something, she had already taken the two brothers and left. She entered a snack shop and casually stuffed some supplies into her bag. After all, it was merely for show to that group. Once they left the global center the next day, she would find an opportunity to acquire goods at no cost. Her current excursion was primarily to gauge the mall's size. However, Han Mingze followed Yi Xia closely. After she had stuffed a few bags of chips, he began to shake his head. Your survival instincts are severely lacking. How could you pack such items? Chips are voluminous and not filling. You should have packed chocolate, beef jerky, or compressed biscuits. Has your captain not imparted such basic knowledge to you? He reprimanded Captain Zhou Chongguang. Yi Xia finally reached her limit and interjected, I say, with Han Mingze eagerly awaiting her words. Could you refrain from following me? Additionally, you are rather verbose. Han Mingze's expression turned awkward. Chapter 33. Your strength is a bit much, bear with it. It is worth noting that behind him were Jing Yuran and several team members. Regardless of whether he was acting as president or captain, he had never been confronted in such a manner. Where was he to place his face? The former Yi Xia was gentle, soft, and timid. Over time, he found her uninteresting. But now, was she not a bit too abrasive? Yet, he did not find her unpleasant. Rather, he found her intriguing. Ahem. Han Mingze cleared his throat. Yuran, please lead everyone in gathering supplies. Although Jing Yuran was reluctant, she prudently departed. Han Mingze turned once more to Yi Xia. Do you have anything else you wish to say to me? What do you wish to hear? Wishing you happiness? Han Mingze felt certain she was envious. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such a sour remark. As he gazed into her earnest eyes, Yi Xia finally comprehended the peculiar sensation she had been experiencing. Could it be that he desired to have his cake and eat it too? How utterly despicable. To be frank, the original character and Han Mingze had never confirmed their relationship beyond a childhood promise. They could not be considered a couple. Even if Han Mingze was romantically involved, it did not constitute betrayal. Yet, Han Mingze wanted both, which was simply repugnant. Yi Xia resolved to teach the scoundrel a lesson and bring closure to the original character's first love. Mingze, when did you and senior sister Yuran become a couple? Yi Xia leaned against the shelf, clutching her chips in solitude. The sunset's residual light outlined her exquisite features, her fair skin radiating a soft glow, appearing both shattered and dreamlike. Song Rui and Song Yi remarked, sister's acting is too convincing. Hearing her question, Han Mingze knew he was in the wrong. We only became a couple after the apocalypse. Although he had been ambiguous with Jing Yuran before the end, their relationship was officially established on the first day of the apocalypse. As they fled from the teaching building, he kissed Jing Yuran. A beautiful woman with high intelligence who awakened her abilities, He had to seize her. At this moment, he had already discarded Yixia. He believed that with Yixia's feeble physique, her chances of survival were less than 1%. So in your heart, you have already forgotten me. Haven to you?
Je er usikker.
No, I still have you.
Han minns er settet firmly.
Although he repeatedly told himself that Yixia was merely a useless person, he could not help but feel drawn to her. This encounter left Han Mingze astonished by her transformation. Not only had she become more beautiful, but she also exuded an undeniable allure in her demeanor.
Sukum, man, je er jo kongelet herdistein.
But you already have a girlfriend. Our previous promises are now void. Let us consider them non-existent.
I.
Han Mingze longed to assert that they could still exist. After all, in the past, under a civilized legal system, monogamy was mandated, yet the current circumstances were vastly different, with societal order collapsing and morals declining. It was not unusual for a powerful man to possess 2 women simultaneously, but he recognized that such thoughts were too shameless. After some contemplation, he refrained from voicing them. Han Mingze's ebony eyes sparkled like gemstones, radiating a soft glow as he spoke in a feigned affectionate tone. What must I do to make amends for you? I shall give my utmost. A subtle smile graced Yixia's lips in response. Her lashes, thick as butterfly wings, fluttered gently as she cast her gaze downward. The dappled light danced across her features, rendering her as enchanting as a figure from a painting. May I strike you just once? She inquired. Only once? Indeed. Do not mistake it for mere formality. Even 10 strikes would be permissible. Han Mingze glanced at her delicate arms and slender legs, his grandiloquent claims seeming inconsequential. What weight could her slap possibly carry? He presumed it would feel akin to a gentle caress from a kitten. The Song brothers, overhearing his words, widened their eyes in surprise. Their cheeks puffed up with suppressed laughter, yet they refrained from disrupting their sister's intentions and discreetly retreated to another shelf to gather supplies. Meanwhile, Han Mingze closed his eyes, bracing himself for Yixia's playful attack. However, to his astonishment, the loss of sight heightened his other senses. A fierce gust of wind surged towards him, delivering a powerful slap across his face. He instinctively attempted to evade it, but it was too late. The sound of the strike echoed loudly, a resounding clap that left his face stinging with sharp pain. He turned to Yixia in disbelief. Oh, I forgot to mention, I've awakened a strength-based ability, she said, twisting her wrist with an innocent smile. So I might have a bit more power than anticipated. Please bear with it. In that moment, Han Mingze was left perplexed, unsure whether her actions were intentional or accidental. Yet, he had already acquiesced to her request. To retract now would be unbecoming of a gentleman. Smack, smack, smack. 3 more slaps landed swiftly, leaving his right cheek rapidly swelling. Yixia observed the tempest of frustration and irritation brewing in his eyes, a smirk forming within her mind. With all her might, she delivered another heavy blow to his face.
Bam!
Han Mingze collided against the shelf behind him, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, utterly disheveled and far from the image of a wealthy scion. She had done this deliberately. He had not anticipated her mercilessness, and his glare fixed upon her in indignation. Yet before he could speak, Yixia interjected. I just awakened my powers and couldn't quite control the strength. As for the remaining 5 slaps, I shall refrain. Her gaze expressed concern as she asked, Mingze, does it hurt? Han Mingze's anger began to dissipate. Not at all. Should I finish the remaining slaps, then? She murmured, igniting a pang of regret within him. His face burned with embarrassment. Should she continue, he feared for the fate of his handsome visage. Witnessing his expression, akin to that of someone who had swallowed a fly, Yixia felt a surge of satisfaction. Let us see you flaunt your bravado now. As she caught sight of Jing Yurand approaching with others, she firmly stated to Han Mingze, from this point onward, we shall part ways amicably. The implication was clear, do not provoke me, nor entertain any thoughts of crossing me. With that, she tossed a bag of chips into her backpack and stepped into the shadows, the arc of her ponytail slicing through the light as she departed. No longer the picture of innocence. Han Mingze realized he had been outwitted. Yet, gazing at Yixia's striking silhouette, he felt a tumult of emotions. She was both perilous and alluring. Jing Yuran approached Han Mingze and noticed he was wearing a black mask. Her brows furrowed with concern, wondering if he had just shared an intimate moment with Yixia, leaving a mark upon his face. Why are you wearing a mask, Mingze? Allergies acting up. I have saline solution, if you need some. No, thank you, he replied with a hint of irritation. If he removed the mask, his teammates would surely see the marks upon his face, and he would be utterly humiliated. Jing Yuan, rejected, wore a look of displeasure. Ever since Yixie's arrival, Han Ming's demeanor towards her had soured. She resolved to seize an opportunity to teach Yixie a lesson, ensuring she understood that stealing her boyfriend would come at a cost. With this thought in mind, she approached the two young boys, donning a sweet smile. What supplies have you gathered, little ones?
Food.
Drinks, Song Rue and Song Yi replied in unison, vague and guarded. Jing Yuan's smile waned slightly, but soon returned to a facade of warmth. Do you need to use the restroom? I can accompany you. They are 12, not 3. She thought, knowing it was embarrassing for them. I worry you two might encounter danger, she continued, cheerfully. The restroom is just to the left, at the end of the corridor. If you need to go, feel free to head there. Behind her, Zhou Mingming's expression shifted to one of surprise. They had just visited that restroom and heard the unmistakable sounds of zombies within. Uncertain of their numbers, they opted for another location. Was Jing Yuan really suggesting the boys venture into danger? What's wrong, Mingming? The two girls exchanged glances, both recognizing the malice in each other's eyes. Jing Yuan clearly wished for the two young boys to face peril, perhaps even dragging Yixie down with them. Emerging from the snack store, the previously self-assured Song Yi now insisted on accompanying Yixie to the restroom, his small hand grasping hers like a clingy kitten. Sister, will you come with us?
Please. Little Yi.
Song Rue's fair face flushed nearly crimson. Though mature for his age, he understood the boundaries between genders. But why would we take her to the restroom? That's too embarrassing. Let her come, brother. I feel uneasy without her, protested Song Yi. Your brother is far too shameless. How do I remedy this? Yixie found herself charmed by their innocence and smiled indulgently. Very well, I shall accompany you. Truth be told, even if she had let them go alone, she would have secretly followed to ensure their safety. Over the past few days, she had noticed an increase in level 1 zombies, and with their current capabilities, they were ill-equipped to confront them. She truly had taken on the role of a worried mother. The restroom at the global center was opulently designed. Upon entering through the spacious hallway, there was a vast shared lounge area, furnished with plush leather couches. The restroom was divided into several sections: men's, women's, a mother and baby room, and accessible facilities. Clearly, the men's restroom was infested with zombies. Drawn by the sweet scent of humanity, they began to bang against the door. Yet, the expressions on the faces of the young boys and the young woman were devoid of fear. They're merely level 0 zombies, hardly a threat. At last, the door of the men's restroom succumbed to the relentless battering of the zombies and burst open. They charged out, reeking of alcohol. One zombie was even caught with its pants down. How utterly disgraceful. Yixie's expression darkened. Though she rarely resorted to foul language, this was simply too shocking. In an instant, an icy blue shard erupted from the ground, encasing the creature from foot to waist, effectively blocking its indecency. With a roar, the incapacitated zombie could only flail its claws in vain. A swift ice shard shot forth, piercing its skull. Glancing at Song Rue, she noted his flushed face as he averted his gaze. Such a sensitive disposition, she teased. Seeing his older brother dispatch a zombie, Song Yi could no longer remain idle. He pulled a handgun from his oversized jacket, gripping it with both hands as he fired. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Facing the zombies, he fired 3 shots, each striking true. A perfect accuracy of 100%. At the same moment, Song Rue conjured 3 icicles, piercing the remaining zombie skulls. Brain matter oozed forth. Thus, without lifting a finger, Yixie watched as the young boys dispatched the zombies in the men's restroom. She retrieved 2 lollipops from her bag and handed them to the boys, exclaiming, "Well done. Keep up the good work." Giggling, both Song Rue and Song Yi beamed with pride at the praise they received. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan felt it was time to check on Xia and her companions. Mingza, shall we see how Xia and the others are faring? Her radiant face feigned concern. They've been in the restroom for quite a while now. I hope nothing has happened. While her lips spoke of worry, her heart was elated, as she envisioned Xia's frightened visage in the face of danger. The other team members expressed their discontent. The restroom is right next to the TV. There are quite a few zombies in there. What are they doing running around? Now, we must risk our lives to save them. It's so bothersome. Han Mingze was the only one aware of Yi Xia's abilities, but having heard that she had just awakened her powers, he believed she could not handle so many zombies. As they approached the restroom amidst the complaints of their teammates, they heard the guttural growls of zombies echoing through the corridor. Han Mingze's heart sank. Jing Yuran, however, strode in with the confidence of a victorious hen. They all shared the grim notion that Yi Xia and the Song brothers were in dire straits. Yet, the scene before them left them utterly astounded. The seemingly frail young boys were not only alive but were effortlessly dispatching zombies with ice and firearms. The sickly girl leaned against a lavish sink not far away, leisurely enjoying her lollipop. This was not the narrative they anticipated. Moments ago, Yi Xia had noticed a few zombies in the women's restroom and had summoned Song Rui and Song Yi to practice. Unexpectedly, as they trained, Han Mingze and the others arrived. Let them come, she thought, having no intention of concealing her strength. The ordinary zombies posed no challenge for Song Rui and Song Yi. With their combined efforts, the battle was a complete rout, the once terrifying growls of the zombies now sounding pitiful. Onlookers were left in disbelief, jaws dropped. Even the few with abilities felt inadequate. How could they be mere children? They are clearly prodigies. If they are this formidable at such a young age, what will they become as they grow? Indeed, remarkable individuals often exhibit their prowess from a tender age. They remained in stunned silence, unable to gather their thoughts. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted. A woman clad in high-end designer clothing, complete with 10-centimeter stiletto heels and a Hermes bag, burst from a stall. She smashed the wooden door and lunged at one of Han Mingze's teammates. In a swift motion, the brand-name zombie bit through his neck. With a grotesquely swollen tongue, she licked the blood from her lips and, with terror-stricken gazes upon her, charged towards Song Rui and Song Yi. It was over. Even the prodigy might find herself in peril. The team recognized that this branded female zombie was no ordinary undead, but a mutated one. Encounters with mutated zombies had previously cost them dearly. After all, both speed and strength were vastly superior in these abominations. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Han Mingze bellowed, "Step back. Let me handle this." He believed he was the only one capable of confronting the mutated zombie. However, a slender, shadowy figure disregarded his command and surged forward as everyone else retreated. Who could it be? Were they courting death?
Han Mingze impatiently glanced over.
Only to lock eyes with Yi Xia. His gaze froze as the dark strands of her hair brushed against her delicate, gentle features. Her deep-set eyes brimmed with fierce determination as she unsheathed a small knife from her waist and darted towards the branded female zombie with an ethereal grace.
Xiaoye.
In the face of the overwhelming presence of the branded female zombie, Song Rui's youthful visage reflected seriousness. He called out to Song Yi, who instinctively moved to stand behind him. In an instant, a towering ice wall materialized, measuring 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, shielding them from the gaping maw of the zombie.
Clang.
The branded female zombie bit into the ice wall. The effort had evidently drained Song Rui, whose already pale countenance turned even whiter. Fortunately, both boys remained unharmed. Enraged at having failed to claim a victim, the branded female zombie prepared for a second assault, only for a swift, shadowy figure to intercept. Yi Xia lunged with her knife aimed at the zombie's throat. The branded female zombie sensed the threat, abandoning her pursuit of Song Rui and Song Yi to lunge at Yi Xia instead. At last, she beheld the true form of the creature. The skin on the right side of its face had completely peeled away, revealing a blackened eyeball protruding grotesquely. Its gaping maw showcased a decaying tongue and jagged teeth. The only remnant of its former beauty was its left eye, adorned with earthy-toned eyeshadow, half a false eyelash still clinging to it. Clearly, this had once been a refined girl. Apologies, Yi Xia thought, as she aimed for the intact eye and struck with precision. The sharp tip of her knife plunged into the eye socket, causing the eyeball to erupt in a burst of fluid amidst its furious howls. Seizing the moment, Yi Xia gripped the knife again, her movement swift as she slashed it into the creature's neck. With a spray of black, putrid blood, she spun and severed its head. Thud! The branded female zombies head fell to the ground, rolling a short distance. The restroom fell silent, disbelief hanging in the air. No one had anticipated this outcome. The Song brothers not only survived, but the mutated zombie had been vanquished by Yi Xia. How could such a seemingly frail girl possess such explosive strength? It was known that first-tier zombies were utterly terrifying to them. Aside from President Han, No one could contend with a first-tier zombie. Even President Han required time to defeat one.
Yet now,
An abomination they had underestimated had been crushed by the sickly girl in less than half a minute. The sensation was almost surreal. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Mengmeng finally exclaimed, incredulously, "How is this possible? She actually killed a mutated zombie?" Jing Yuren's shock only deepened, realizing she was an ability user. Since acknowledging Yi Xia's beauty, she had convinced herself that she was superior as an ability user. Yet, she had again been outdone, utterly defeated. Especially in the gaze of Han Mingze, filled with astonishment and infatuation, she felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Xia, your final strike was breathtaking.
humming surprise the anetlu.
Yi Xia paid him no mind, her attention solely on the two boys. Are you injured? No, Song Yi obediently shook his head. Supporting Song Rui, he remarked, but my brother's abilities were heavily drained. He needs a hug from his sister to recover. Song Rui, too weak to speak, looked pale, his cheeks flushed. Seeing them still able to joke, Yi Xia realized they were indeed fine. Then she lifted her eyelids, bestowing a glance upon Han Mingze. What brings you here? Yu Ran expressed her concerns that something might have happened to you in the restroom, prompting my visit. Yi Xia's pitch-black eyes glimmered with a cold light. I heard from Song Rui and Song Yi that this restroom was pointed out by Jing Yuran. Coupling this with the timing of Han Mingze and Jing Yuran's arrival, it became evident that she was aware of the situation. She twirled the small knife in her hand, her gaze fixating on Jing Yuran.
Achille aura enveloppé Jing Yuran,
making her feel as though that elegantly spinning knife might sever her head at any moment. Terrified, she fell to the ground, her complexion paling. This evoked a flurry of whispers among the team members. What's wrong with you, Ran? She looks so frightened. Could it be that she was scared by the mutated zombies? Her courage is truly lacking.
humming sefrovned in displeasure.
The level 1 zombie had already perished, and he found it incomprehensible why Jing Yuran was so afraid. To him, her public display of fear was rather embarrassing for his girlfriend. Observing the exquisite and poised Yi Xia, he regretted 100 times his association with Jing Yuran. Had he not been involved with her, perhaps Yi Xia would still harbor feelings for him as she once did. His gaze caused Jing Yuran's face to turn even paler. Maintaining a composed smile, her eyes glistening with tears, she said, Mingze, there's too much blood on the ground. I slipped. Could you assist me? After all, she was still his girlfriend, and her appearance was quite endearing. Han Mingze approached and helped her up. Jing Yuran hid behind him, stealing glances at Yi Xia, and only relaxed when she saw Yi Xia sheath the knife back at her waist. The others flocked around Yi Xia, offering admiration, apologies, and attempts to befriend her. Are you from Shenging High School? May I call you Sister Xia? Your knife skills are incredible. We misunderstood you earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart. Chapter 36. Seizing the crystal core? A fight. Yi Xia could hardly be bothered with the chattering crowd. She cast a sidelong glance at the branded female zombie's head, planning to collect the level 1 crystal core once Han Mingze and his group had departed. However, fate had other plans. Zhou Mengmeng examined the branded female zombie's head from various angles. Adorned with natural pink crystal earrings and a necklace featuring a sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg. Even amidst the bloodied scene, they sparkled brilliantly. Before the apocalypse, this ensemble would have cost no less than 5 million. Moreover, when they arrived at the shopping center, the jewelry store on the first floor had been thoroughly ransacked. Zhou Mengmeng found it hard to resist temptation. Just as she began to remove the jewelry and pocket it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, there was something at the back of its head? After speaking, she retrieved a glimmering crystal from the female zombie's brain. Yi Xia did not expect such fortune. She had stabbed the zombie's eye socket with her knife, inadvertently extracting the crystal core, which had been discovered by Jing Yuran's little follower. Regardless, this crystal core must not be relinquished to others. She maneuvered through the throngs of people, stepping forward. The zombie I killed has its belongings rightfully belong to me. Zhou Mengmeng, clutching the crystal core, stepped back several paces, her expression defensive. You killed it, but I found it first. As a super-powered individual, she could sense the energy emanating from the crystal core. She was determined to claim it for herself.
Ye eu chocolate kolde. Sitilin?
I did not. It was mine to begin with. It should belong to me. Hand it over. No. Zhou Mengmeng retorted defiantly. Nearby, the male team members, led by Han Mingze, wore expressions of confusion. They could not comprehend why the two women were quarreling over a gemstone. In this apocalyptic world, what purpose did such an object serve? You don't understand the nuances of a woman's world? Suddenly, Yixia seized Zhou Mingming's wrist and twisted it fiercely.
Ah!
Zhou Mingming screamed, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Yet, she clutched the crystal core tighter, showing no intention of relinquishing it. She believed that if Yixia was so formidable, she must have absorbed the core's power. She too wished to grow stronger. Must you be this petty? Just share one with me.
Ye iyo lafet inekasperatım.
Why should she share what she had in abundance? That was simply unreasonable. If not for the presence of two little boys, she would have already unleashed her wrath. Sensing the continuous wave of danger emanating from her, Han Mingze and the others exchanged glances. Having not come into contact with the crystal core, they were puzzled by Zhou Mingming's obstinacy. Her wrist was broken. Yet she still refused to let go. At that moment, Han Mingze summoned the power within him, unleashing a bolt of lightning upon Zhou Mingming's arm. The shock seared her flesh, leaving her entire arm numb. Reflexively, her hand loosened, causing the crystal core to roll to the ground. Yixia picked it up, seemingly pocketing it, but actually placing it in her spatial dimension. Han Mingze scrutinized Yixia's expression and unleashed another lightning whip, this time striking Zhou Mingming's shoulder. Luckily, she was a superpowered individual. Otherwise, 2 bolts of lightning would have cost her half her life. President, on what grounds do you seize Yixia's belongings? I want to see. Do you even have the right to look? The zombie was slain by her. Everything it possessed should rightfully belong to her. Han Mingze was evidently trying to curry favor with Yixia. He commanded Zhou Mingming, not just this gem, but all your possessions must be surrendered. His tone left no room for negotiation, leaving Zhou Mingming feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, to remain in the team, she had to heed Han Mingze, their captain's orders. Reluctantly, she retrieved the pink crystal earrings and sapphire necklace from her pocket and handed them over to Yixia. Yixia had little interest in the trinkets, but since Zhou Mingming liked them, she begrudgingly accepted them. Watching her place the million-dollar jewelry into her bag, Zhou Mingming, with her singed hair, felt her face contort in anger. What a disastrous loss. Yixia's ominous aura dissipated, reverting to a demeanor that was half leisurely, half aloof.
Han Mingze, wearing a mask.
Gazed at her with deep affection. Xia, are you satisfied with this resolution?
Control your dog.
Yixia tossed this remark over her shoulder, not waiting for his response, as she departed with the Song brothers. Han Mingze, having received no warmth from her, redirected his frustration at Zhou Mingming. Why provoke her? Indeed. Other team members nodded in agreement. They shot Zhou Mingming disdainful glances, believing it unwise to anger such a powerful superpowered individual over a mere gemstone. Zhou Mingming inhaled deeply. I must clarify that this is no ordinary gem. It is a crystal extracted from a zombie's head. As a superpowered individual, I can sense the energy within. I suspect that Yixia's strength derives from absorbing the energy of the crystal. Eventually, they would discover the truth. By revealing it sooner, she might elevate their abilities and earn goodwill. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, everyone would soon despise her. As her words hung in the air, the expressions of all awakened superpowered individuals shifted dramatically. No wonder Zhou Mingming would rather break her hand than relinquish the crystal. It concealed such a staggering secret. This revelation was utterly shocking to them. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't he wish to grow stronger? Only by becoming stronger could one survive longer. Han Mingze's face remained obscured by the mask, making his emotions unreadable, yet his tone betrayed a hint of instability. It really can enhance superpowers? Yes. Zhou Mingming nodded. Her voice turned fierce. Yixia does not wish to share with me, intending to monopolize the energy within. Jing Yuren's expression also shifted to one of realization. Understanding now why she and her teammates were so formidable, it was due to the crystal. If Yixia could level up through the crystal, then so could she. Soon, she would surpass Yixia in strength. Just wait and see. Jing Yuren's confidence has returned once more. Meanwhile, Yixia, along with Song Rui and Song Yi, emerged from the restroom. Noticing Song Rui's pale visage, Yixia felt a pang of concern and promptly squatted down, effortlessly lifting him into a princess carry. Sister? Exclaimed Song Rui, his complexion wan and a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wasn't it said that only a hug would make things better? Yixia chuckled softly, her tone firm as she insisted, do not put on a brave face. I shall carry you back. Song Yi interjected, hey. I too wish for my sister's embrace. But how am I to feign an ability-induced exhaustion? I don't even know how to use my powers yet. Can I rely on acting? Chapter 37. Self-heating hot pot. Psychological shadows. The trio returned to their dwelling, observing the weak and exhausted boy in Yi Xia's arms. Yi Yu and Zhou Chongguang approached. Zhou Chongguang inquired with concern, "What has happened? Is this little Rui all right? Overexertion of abilities has left him somewhat drained." Yi Xia explained as she laid Song Rui on a soft mattress, offering him a bottle of spiritual spring water. "He will be fine after a night's rest." Zhou Chongguang sighed in relief. After consuming half the bottle of spiritual spring water and a couple of chocolate pieces, Song Rui drifted into a deep slumber. The remaining four began to indulge in the self-heating hot pot they had scavenged from a snack store.
Yi, crunchy beef tripe.
Yi Yu, pepper chicken with pig stomach. Zhou Chongguang, spicy tender beef. Song Yi, tomato beef brisket. Regardless of the circumstances, being able to enjoy a self-heating hot pot in the apocalypse was a source of happiness. Yet, Yi Xia felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The hot pot from her memories was far more fragrant and enticing, with a bubbling broth that was both boiling and scalding. There were tender slices of beef, plump shrimp balls, vibrant vegetables, and silky tofu that cooked to perfection in mere moments, creating an irresistible feast. Oh, and of course, it must be accompanied by dipping sauces: oil, sesame paste, and vinegar. If only she hadn't encountered Han Mingze and his companions. She could have savored freshly cooked hot pot. Yi Yu observed her expression, his clear brown eyes sparkling with intrigue.
Miss?
The hot pot. Yes. Next time?
All right. Yi similet, her lips curving.
Zhou Chongguang, listening in, looked astounded. Boss, you go. Is your conversation not a bit too abstract? Do you fear that a third party might comprehend? Under the ghostly gaze of Yi Yu, Zhou Chongguang felt the weight of his unresolved physical training: 500 sets of military boxing, 400 sit-ups, 300 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, and 100 minutes of planking. He was at his limit. His gaze flickered as he attempted to change the subject. By the way, why haven't Han Mingze and the others returned yet? At that moment, the students who remained behind at the dwelling also displayed signs of worry. Despite Han's group departing around the same time as Yi Xia and the others, night had fallen, and they had yet to return. Surely, something must have happened. These students, both male and female, shared equally small courage. Accustomed to living off the backs of others, they feared that without Han Mingze's protection, they would perish. What should we do? Boo-hoo! Do you think the leader sees us as burdens and wishes to abandon us? I'm so hungry, but I dare not venture outside. Perhaps we should ask those five for some food? They seem quite approachable. The scent of the self-heating hot pot wafted through the air, drawing envious glances from the onlookers. Yi Xia chose to ignore them. They possessed hands and feet, capable of slaying zombies and foraging for food, yet they lived as mere hangers-on. In some sense, it was quite tragic. She savored a slice of beef tripe and a strand of hot pot noodles while responding to Zhou Chongguang's inquiry. They are likely busy exterminating zombies. Exterminating zombies? But it is so late. Zhou Chongguang could not grasp their lack of fear. Aren't zombies more active at night? Don't they fear death? Brother Chongguang, you have no idea what transpired outside just now. Song Yi recounted the events, his cheeks puffed with indignation. You know, little Yi is quite the storyteller. Zhou Chongguang felt immersed, his anger rising.
How dare they?
The boss is slaying zombies, and she has no right to steal his crystal core. Yi Yu remained silent, yet a glimmer of darkness flashed in his eyes. Understanding their expressions, Yi Xia reassured them, "Hurry and enjoy the hot pot before it cools." After finishing dinner, the group engaged in light conversation. Song Yi, seated on the bed, swung his small feet, asking, "Sister, what did that brother named Han do to you that makes you dislike him so?" Yi Yu, originally tidying the bedding, slowed his movements, eager not to miss a single word. The boy pursed his lips and perked up his ears, listening intently. Yi Xia observed every action of Yi Yu, recalling how she had mistakenly called out the wrong name that day, which had left a psychological scar on her loyal dog. She vowed it was an accident. It's nothing, merely a promise broken by a petty individual. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu continued to arrange the sheets. How despicable. Song Yi clenched his little fists, his eyes determined. "I will never betray my sister." Yi Xia laughed affectionately. "All right, but if you don't sleep soon, you might not grow tall." Song Yi clutched his chest, as if struck by a blow. He genuinely feared not growing taller. How could he protect his sister if he remained this height? Noticing Song Ye's stature of only 155 centimeters, Yixia entered her spatial ranch and extracted a glass of fresh milk from the cow. Drink this before sleeping. She resolved to provide both little boys with a glass each every night. Yes, Song Yi, eager to grow taller, downed the milk in one go. Had he not eaten too much tomato beef brisket earlier, he would have requested another glass. Meanwhile, Han Mingze and his group were indeed engaged in exterminating zombies. All the ability users in their team had mobilized, surrounding and attacking a first-level zombie. Ever since they learned about the crystal cores from these zombies, they no longer hesitated to join the fray, vying for a share of the spoils. However, with so many participants, the battle became chaotic. As Han Mingze fought, a teammate obstructed his view. Attempting to evade a zombie's attack to the right, he found another teammate blocking his path. He wanted to use a lightning strike. Yet his teammates seemed intent on sacrificing themselves to protect the zombie. In the end, there was no cooperation whatsoever. Han Mingze could endure no longer. Jing Yuran, assist me. Everyone else, move aside. Zhou Mengmeng and two other teammates reluctantly withdrew from the fight, leaving only Jing Yuran and Han Mingze. However, Jing Yuran was too eager to perform. And after a flurry of frantic actions, she made several mistakes. 3 jets of water shot from her palms, splattering Han Mingze's face. With blurred vision, Han Mingze nearly fell victim to a first-level zombie's attack. Infuriated, he shouted, Jing Yuran, can you aim before you spray? Did you not observe Yixia's fighting style? Strike with precision. Chapter 38. Song Ye's dream, the cad, and the despicable woman. Previously, Han Mingze had considered Jing Yuran a decent support after witnessing her in battle. However, after experiencing Yixia's prowess, he found himself looking down on Jing Yuran. Swish. Swish, swish. Jing Yuran bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Yet, she could not lash out. It was indeed her fault. Transforming her sorrow into strength, she unleashed 3 jets of water once more, finally hitting the first-level zombie. Sizzle. Han Mingze unleashed his electric abilities upon the first-level zombie with fervent intensity. The violent chemical reaction between electricity and water produced a cacophony of crackling sounds, as brilliant blue lightning illuminated the darkness of the night. With a thunderous crash, the first-level zombie trembled and collapsed to the ground. Han Mingze approached and extracted a crystal core from the back of the zombie's head. As he sensed the energy radiating from the core in his palm, his eyes brimmed with astonishment, and he tucked the core into his pocket. He was convinced that with this acquisition, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in City S. Much like he had been a leader among his peers at school. Regrettably, he lamented the 4 mutated zombies he had previously slain, unaware that they would yield crystal stones, resulting in a significant loss. An hour passed and Han Mingze and Jing Yuran joined forces once more to vanquish another first-level zombie. Jing Yuran anticipated that Han Mingze would gift her the second crystal core. A smile danced on her lips, but to her surprise, Han Mingze interrupted her, pointing to his drenched clothing, and declared, "When you stop drenching me, I will give it to you." Jing Yuran's expression contorted in frustration. In the stillness of the late night, the home goods store was particularly quiet. Many had succumbed to slumber, yet Yixia found herself wide awake. With heightened vigilance and naturally shallow sleep, the snores of several strangers only exacerbated her restlessness. Her gaze drifted to the 2 young boys. Song Rui lay peacefully with his hands on his stomach, exuding tranquility, while Song Yi sprawled haphazardly, embodying a carefree spirit. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the silence, growing nearer. After exhausting their abilities, Han Mingze and his companions returned, having unearthed 3 crystal cores, all claimed by Han Mingze. The other ability users harbored resentment, yet none dared voice their dissent, especially since Jing Yuran, who had contributed second most, had received no cores herself. They hastily consumed bread and drank water. For reasons unknown, Han Mingze approached Yixia, his eyes gleaming. "Tia, I just single-handedly killed 3 mutated zombies and obtained 3 crystal stones." He felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, oblivious to the fact that Yixia perceived him as overly boastful. For her and Yiyu, dispatching 3 first-level zombies was merely a matter of 10 minutes. To spend 3 hours on such a task was hardly praiseworthy. With a swift movement, she turned over, covering herself with the blanket, irritated by his presence. Han Mingze opened his mouth to retort, but felt a chill creep down his spine. Instinctively, he turned to see a dark-haired youth lying on another bed. The boy's deep brown eyes were devoid of warmth, emanating an unmistakable warning. What was the matter with him? Han Mingze was perplexed. He recalled that Yu had suddenly appeared as Yixie's bodyguard 5 years prior, but why did he regard him with such hostility? They had scarcely exchanged words. Noticing that Han Mingze lingered, Yu parted his lips, silently uttering a single word, scram. Fury surged within Han Mingze, but he soon realized that the pressure exerted by an ability user could indeed be felt, and that advanced ability users suppressed those of lower rank. He was no match for Yu. Reluctantly, he departed in anger. Unbeknownst to Yixie, she entered her space to evade the troublesome boy, engaging in a series of exercises before finally drifting into a dreamless sleep. After a night of restful slumber, Song Rui's health was restored. His previously pale complexion regained its healthy hue, and he no longer felt the debilitating fatigue. Before long, Song Yi awoke, rubbing the sleep from his eyes before leaping into Yixie's embrace. Sister, I had the most terrifying dream. There was a giant chasing me. His muscles were like mountains, and one punch could create a massive crater in the ground. A nightmare? It was normal for children to experience nightmares, as their resilience was weaker than that of adults. Fatigue, environmental changes, emotions, and other factors could easily trigger such dreams. Yet, given that the dreamer was Song Yi, she felt compelled to remain cautious. After all, he was a prophet. What happened next? She inquired. I shot him with bullets, but he was unharmed. Then, after searching for a long time, I found his weakness. Song Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, what was it? It was his mouth. As long as I hit his mouth, he would bleed. After a while of that, I finally achieved game over. What was this nonsense about bleeding and game over? Yixie's lips twitched as she suddenly felt she was overthinking it. Perhaps Song Yi was merely having fun battling monsters in his dream. Lost in thought, she overheard a heated argument ahead. It was Han Mingze and Jing Yuran. You refuse me? Han Mingze's tone was laced with anger.
Han Mingze, så tired.
My abilities haven T fully recovered. Can't we wait until tomorrow to hunt zombies? Jing Yuran's radiant face appeared weary. Lacking the spirit water, her recovery was certainly slower. Moreover, having spent so much time assisting Han Mingze last night without earning any crystal stones, she felt a tinge of reluctance. In truth, Han Mingze had not fully recovered either, but his desire for power was insatiable. After absorbing the 3 crystal stones, he could distinctly feel his strength surging. He had a premonition that if he absorbed just 2 more crystal stones, his abilities would undergo a qualitative leap. However, without Jing Yuran accompanying him, the effectiveness of his electric powers would be significantly diminished. Even if he could easily handle first-level zombies, he lacked absolute confidence. Yuran, accompany me today, and I promise to give you a crystal core. Really? Am I not your girlfriend? Would I lie to you? Hearing those words, Jing Yuran felt an uncontainable joy. She feigned modesty for a moment before relenting. All right, I'll go with you. But it's not just for a crystal core, it's because I'm your girlfriend. Han Mingze was indeed moved by her response. Listening to their exchange, Yixie's lips curled into a frosty smile. What a melodramatic display of affection between a scoundrel and a foolish girl. May they be eternally bound and never inflict their repulsiveness upon others. Chapter 39. The S-Class Map. A spectacle unfolds. She checked Han Mingze's level, which had risen from 15 to 18, surely a result of the 3 crystal cores. My apologies, but from this moment on, neither Han Mingze nor Jing Yuran shall obtain even a fragment of a crystal core. She inquired of the system, does Little Tong have anything that can locate first-level zombies? The mall was vast, and searching one by one would be far too time-consuming. The system quickly responded, there is indeed. But that reward is only available when the host reaches level 20. Yixie wore a face of determination. The system fell silent for a moment before conceding. This shall not be a precedent. Then, a chime echoed in her mind. Congratulations. The host's current level is 15, and you have obtained a map of City S. Yixie opened the map in her mind, discovering it to be a comprehensive representation of City S. Most locations were marked in gray, with only the areas she had previously visited, such as the school, farm, and global center, highlighted in color. The colored regions could be clicked for further details. For instance, the global center was dotted with various colors. Red indicated zombies, green represented teammates, and blue signified humans. System. Pink, level 0 zombie, fuchsia, level 1 zombie. Purple, level 2 zombie, orange-red, level 3 zombie, burgundy, level 4 zombie, crimson, level 5 zombie, scarlet, level 6 zombie, true red, level 7 zombie, dark red, level 8 zombie, blood red, level 9 zombie, golden red, level 10 zombie. Yeesia. Is this not a lipstick shade? Fortunately, each red is clickable for detailed viewing. Otherwise, as the map becomes saturated with various shades of red, distinguishing between them would become quite a challenge. Currently, only pink and fuchsia are present, which makes identification manageable. She estimated there were over 300 level 0 zombies, while only 13 level 1 zombies existed. It seems their evolution is not as rapid as anticipated. I'll step out for a moment. Yeesia informed her teammates before exiting the home goods store. She headed straight for the 13 fuchsias. Aside from 8 located in the cinema, the rest of the level 1 zombies were scattered in various locations. As she wandered and dispatched them, she felt quite at ease. Level 1 zombies posed no challenge for her, especially when they were dispersed. Within 2 hours, she had eliminated them all. On her way back, she spotted Han Mingze and Jing Yuran heading towards the cinema. After 2 hours, they hadn't encountered even a shadow of a level 1 zombie. Jing Yuran felt disheartened, contemplating whether it would be better to return for a beauty sleep. Yuran, the cinema operates until 2 a.m., and the film released that day has garnered significant attention domestically. There must be level 1 zombies inside, trust me. Initially, Han Mingze had refrained from entering the cinema, deeming it too perilous due to the abundance of zombies. However, fortune favors the bold. Yeesia observed them holding hands as they entered the cinema, a playful smile curling at her lips. Indeed, she required less than 2 hours to eliminate the zombies. With the extra time, she had orchestrated a grand performance in the cinema. Male lead, Han Mingze. Female lead, Jing Yuran. Supporting cast, over 200 zombies within the cinema. An hour prior, Yeesia had lured all 200 zombies into the IMAX hall, locked the back door, and wedged the front door shut with an elderly person's metal cane she had found. As she secured the door, the zombies inside began to thrash against it furiously.
Bang! Roar! Howl!
With the relentless assaults, the cane had twisted and warped, and it wouldn't be long before the horde would break through the door and surge out.
Yet,
Han Mingze and Jing Yuran remained oblivious. They walked through the desolate cinema, their expressions tinged with confusion.
why was there not a single zombie in sight?
The sound of Jing Yuran's white high heels striking the red carpet echoed somberly. It was indeed peculiar. Han Mingze surveyed the dilapidated and desolate theater. In the vast space, there was not a single soul aside from them. With trepidation, they ascended towards the upper cinema via the non-operational escalator. The faint sunlight filtered through the elongated corridor, illuminating the blood-stained posters, amplifying the eerie and terrifying atmosphere. As they ventured deeper into the passage, the zombies in the IMAX hall, sensing human presence, went into a frenzy once more, incessantly colliding with the walls and hall doors. Thud! Thud! However, the cinema had soundproofing. Only faint noises reached them. It must be said, a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Jing Yuran's heart brimmed with dread. Mingze, we should head back. Something feels off. She had an unsettling premonition that something was about to transpire. Han Mingze, unwilling to return empty-handed, quickened his stride towards the IMAX hall. Where the commotion was emanating, level 1 zombies were indeed there. Just as he finished speaking, a crack echoed as the metal cane snapped in two. Falling to the ground, the IMAX hall's doors burst open. One after another, zombies surged out of the screening room like a swarm of hornets, accompanied by heart-wrenching roars that nearly threatened to topple the ceiling. The sheer number of zombies was beyond counting, resembling a thick mass. Particularly, as the front zombies stumbled, those behind them continued to surge forward, forming a small mound at the IMAX hall's entrance, akin to an anthill. Jing Yuran let out a piercing scream. Ah! Han Mingze bellowed, run. They were less than 10 meters from the horde. If they didn't flee now, it would be too late, though they were both endowed with abilities. How could they contend with such a multitude of zombies? Over 200 of them. Even 200 piranhas would be terrifying. The fallen zombies at the entrance of the screening room gradually rose, pursuing them, drawing ever closer. Han Mingze's gaze towards Jing Yuran was filled with frustration.
She,
in her high heels, was running slowly. Had he not thought her water attribute might still be useful, he would have left her behind. Hurry and take off your shoes. Are you trying to get me killed? Jing Yuran's complexion paled. She removed her high heels and ran barefoot on the ground. At the same moment, Zhou Mingmeng and 2 other ability users entered the cinema. Han Mingze had not permitted them to partake in the zombie hunting mission, so they had ventured out independently. However, shortly after they arrived, they heard a considerable commotion from upstairs. What was happening? To their astonishment, a disheveled woman with unkempt hair and a barefoot man, both appearing terrified, ran towards them. Their goddess and captain? They nearly failed to recognize them. What are you doing here?
Han Mingse gasped.
Chapter 40. Level 2 Zombies. Worth a try. Zhou Mengmeng and the 2 ability users exchanged glances, remaining silent. Observing their expressions, Han Mingze surmised their intentions, but this was not the time for inquiries. He commanded, retreat. Zhou Mengmeng and her companions felt a surge of frustration. They had just arrived and were already being ordered to retreat. Han Mingze's apparent desire to monopolize the crystal cores was too blatant. Yet, the next moment, a horde of zombies charged around the corner, sending chills down their spines. Retreat.
Han Mingse shouted again.
Zhou Mengmeng and her companions finally grasped the urgency. They were meant to flee. In an instant, the number of escapees increased from 2 to 5. However, as they reached the cinema entrance, all of them froze in shock. The once open entrance was now sealed off by a fire shutter, tightly drawn, leaving no visible escape route. Did you close the door behind you? Han Mingze gritted his teeth.
No.
Zhou Mengmeng shook her head frantically. But regardless, the 200 zombies behind them had already caught up. Escaping now required opening that shutter. Han Mingze forced himself to remain calm. Jing Yuran, Zhou Mengmeng. Fight the zombies with me. The rest break down the door. Jing Yuran was on the verge of a breakdown. How can we possibly kill so many zombies? Han Mingze retorted, stop whining. Teammate A, what should we do? Are we going to die here? Teammate B, think of a way to open the door.
Zhou Mengmeng. Ah.
Separated by the shutter, Yixia could hear the various sounds emanating from inside, where Han Mingze and his teammates were. Her delicate face wore no expression as she locked the switch behind the shutter, clapped her hands, and sauntered in the opposite direction with a light and leisurely gait. She weighed the 13 sparkling crystal cores in her hands. No matter how loud the screams behind her grew, she did not glance back. A true woman never looks back. Yixia made her way to an outdoor store on the first floor, a place she had inadvertently passed while hunting zombies. A fleeting glance revealed a shop brimming with an array of backpacks, tents, sleeping bags, helmets, and bicycles, all exuding a sense of practicality. Initially, she intended to merely browse. Yet upon entering, Yixia transformed into a concerned guardian. She sensed that the team members lacked essentials and could benefit from various items. For instance, a pair of hiking shoes, waterproof, durable, and comfortable, would make traversing 50 kilometers a mere trifle. Similarly, possessing a sleeping bag and a tent would allow them to establish a makeshift shelter in the wilderness, even if they couldn't find a place to spend the night. And having a bicycle would mean that even amidst traffic congestion, they need not rely solely on their feet. All these items were invaluable, and as she prepared to leave, Yixia fantasized about acquiring them all at no cost. Suddenly, the ground trembled, causing the items in the outdoor store to sway and tumble from their shelves. Reminiscent of an earthquake. What was happening? An earthquake? Yet, she quickly deduced that it was not, for the tremors were rhythmic, akin to the footsteps of a giant. Yixia visualized a map in her mind and spotted a crimson, approaching the shopping center. A level 2 zombie. She hastened out of the outdoor store, only to witness a colossal shadow charging towards the mall, crashing through the glass facade with a deafening thud. The shards of glass cascaded to the ground like mercury. A monstrous figure, towering at least 2 meters and weighing around 800 Jin, staggered inside. The creature's visage was grotesque, its body bloated, with layers of flesh sagging from its neck and face, resembling a mass of melted, repugnant lard. Its form was riddled with uneven patches, evidently scarred from numerous bites, with charred holes peppering its chest. However, the most disturbing aspect was its abdomen, which bore a massive, yellowish-brown patch of fat teeming with writhing maggots. Alert! Level 2 zombie detected. Please complete the first kill. First kill. Did this imply that she would obtain the first level 2 crystal core of the apocalypse? A sense of anticipation surged within her. She sensed that the rewards for this mission would be exceptionally generous.
Consequently,
a sparkle ignited in Yixia's eyes as she gazed at the monster. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly be puzzled. How could she smile at such a hideous creature?
Roar.
In stark contrast to its massive size, The sound it emitted was high-pitched and sharp, reminiscent of a eunuch's whimper, utterly grating to the ears. Yixia drew an A from her space and unleashed a barrage at its head. The bullets, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder, buried themselves in its flabby visage,
causing no discernible harm.
What an impenetrable defense! She realized that her actions were merely a waste of ammunition and reluctantly retracted her weapon. Roar! The grotesque zombie, evidently enraged, bellowed in dissatisfaction and lunged towards her. With each step it took, the ground quaked beneath her feet. Yixia struggled to maintain her balance. At that moment, the massive zombie raised its enormous fist, propelled by a gust of wind, and aimed a crushing blow at her position. Yixia steadied herself and executed a nimble roll, narrowly evading its lethal strike.
Boom!
The spot where she had stood moments ago was reduced to a deep crater, the marble tiles sinking several centimeters and cracking like spider webs. If a human had been in that place, they would have been reduced to a puddle of flesh. Observing this scene, Yixia's expression darkened, her countenance tinged with seriousness. This creature possessed both formidable defense and attack capabilities. Her only advantage might lie in her agility. Yet, what good was agility if her goal was to vanquish it? Bullets were ineffective, let alone a knife. As she dodged the zombie's onslaught, a cherubic face suddenly appeared in her mind. Song Yi. Big sister, I had a terrifying dream. It kept chasing me, its fists could smash the ground into a crater. Bullets had no effect on it. Its weakness is its mouth. Recalling Song Ye's words, Yixia felt a flicker of confusion. Was there a connection between his dream and this monster? Regardless, she had no other options. It was worth a try. Yixia steeled her resolve, her obsidian eyes glinting with determination. She rolled up her sleeve and made a shallow incision on her left arm, crimson blood oozing forth, stark against her pale skin. Raising her left hand, she sprinkled her blood into the air, akin to a divine rain. Chapter 41. Success in the Kill. The mysterious man roar. The grotesque zombie, akin to a drug addict, ravenously licked the droplets of blood from the ground. It then shook its decaying flesh and maggots, greedily lunging toward Yixia, its repulsive maw widening.
Swish!
It extended a fist the size of her head. Yixia suddenly leapt, gracefully landing on its arm. The enormous zombie swung its arms in an attempt to dislodge her, yet she deftly climbed onto its shoulder.
Roar!
The zombie opened its gaping mouth, the stench of decay assaulting her senses. Observing such a repugnant sight at such close range, even Yixia, with her formidable mental fortitude, felt a wave of nausea. In a flash, she hurled a grenade into its mouth and leaped from its shoulder. Thud! The sound of her combat boots hitting the ground was followed by a tremendous explosion as flames erupted from the zombie's gaping maw. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. The monstrous creature staggered before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud.
Roar!
It was not yet entirely vanquished, and with a cool demeanor, Yixia retrieved another A, shoving it into its mouth, unleashing another series of gunfire. Shell casings littered the ground. This time, the A inflicted significant damage. At last, the grotesque zombie succumbed. Yixia heard the system's announcement. Host has completed the first kill of a level 2 zombie mission, earning a full set of B-grade blue gear, 10 treasure grabs, and 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, Host has leveled up to level 16. Congratulations, Host has leveled up to level 17. Congratulations, Host has leveled up to level 18. Congratulations, Host has leveled up to level 19. Observing her rapid level up, Yixia was elated, not to mention the treasure and equipment she had acquired. Although it was merely B-grade, it was an entire set. Did she comprehend the value of possessing a complete set? Roar! At that moment, the sound of zombies roaring from the 5th floor cinema echoed. Had Han Mingze and the others escaped? To avoid complications, Yixia swiftly sliced open the top of the zombie's skull and extracted the crystal core, which was significantly larger than a level 1 core, resembling a peanut in size. She hurriedly vacated the scene of the incident. Before departing, she glanced back at the charred chest of the grotesque zombie. She had initially been unaware of what that was, but now she recognized it as gunpowder, identical to the blackened mouth of the creature. Just 1 minute after her departure, an armored vehicle, gleaming with a chilling radiance, barreled into the vicinity of the global center, crushing all the abandoned cars in its path. This was the most advanced infantry fighting vehicle, capable of carrying 20 personnel and equipped with radios, machine guns, and artillery, top-tier configurations all around. With a metallic screech, the alloy tires came to a halt, and 10 men clad in camouflage emerged. The last man stood out particularly. Adorned in a sleek black, new-style suit, fastened with 2 traditional buttons at the collar. Under the sunlight, he exuded an aura that was as cold and dangerous as the night itself. Due to the backlight, his features remained obscured. Yet the exquisite contours and crimson lips exuded an innate allure of wickedness. The man treaded upon shards of glass resembling mercury, stepping into the shopping mall. He surveyed the rotund figure sprawled on the ground, his cat-like eyes narrowing slightly, revealing no discernible emotion, though the temperature around him plummeted. A chill of sweat broke out upon everyone, save for a flamboyant young man with red hair. Amazing! Have they just come from a fierce battle? The redhead removed his goggles, exaggerating his tone. 762mm bullets. This level of destruction must be an A, right? And the M26 grenade. Now that complicates matters. With his hands clasped behind his head, he spoke of complications, yet wore a grin. Boss, do we still need that crystal core? The man's sensuous lips curled into a smirk, responding with a single word: search. In this world, there was nothing he desired that he could not obtain. This corpulent zombie was his prey discovered the previous night. At dawn, he had led his subordinates to besiege it, even deploying armored vehicles. They battled for 2 full hours, losing one subordinate and inflicting severe injuries upon the fat zombie. Yet, unexpectedly, someone had beaten them to it. Very well. He was determined to uncover who it was. Xiao Yi, you are magnificent. Yi Xie returned home to her shop, enveloping Song Yi in a hearty embrace. Song Yi, taken aback by the warmth, was puzzled by her joy. With his large, expressive eyes blinking, he inquired, "Sister?" The sight of his adorably perplexed expression nearly melted Yi Xie's heart, prompting her to plant a kiss upon his cheek. "What is this sudden happiness?" he exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. Faced with her affection, even the thick-skinned little boy felt his cheeks flush. "What are you so happy about, sister?" Not only he, but Song Ruiyu and Zhou Chongguang nearby cast curious glances, wondering why their esteemed sister was in such high spirits.
Ye eu praise Xiao Ye's extraordinary abilities.
Stating that without Song Ye's prophetic dreams, she would have been unable to harm the corpulent zombie in the slightest. Song Yi blinked in confusion. "What use are they? I still don't know how to utilize them." Yi Xie smiled at him, ready to explain the situation, when several students' voices pierced the air. "The president and the others are back. What on earth happened? They looked dreadful. Was it possible they encountered a formidable zombie?" Amidst the murmurs of uncertainty, the 4 disheveled figures stumbled into the shop, their bodies smeared with blood, faces haggard, and clothes in utter disarray, their former dignified appearance entirely vanished, limping as they walked. 4. Yi Xie keenly noted the discrepancy. One male team member was missing, likely having succumbed to the horde of zombies. Before the students' discussions could dissipate, a sudden exclamation rang out. "Heavens, who is that?" An unfamiliar figure entered through the shop's door, dressed in a sleek black modern Chinese suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses. He resembled a magnet, drawing the attention of all present. Yet, the backlight obscured his face, revealing only his stunning profile, tall stature, and long legs, all exuding an aura of perfection and mystery. Everyone stood frozen, their minds flooded with questions. Who was this man? Where did he come from? Had he just arrived at the mall? Almost instantaneously, as Yi Xie gazed upon him, her heart inexplicably began to race, and the blood within her surged with fervor. Chapter 42, True Identity, Mercenary Group. Those obsidian eyes held a hint of bewilderment, taking a moment to regain composure with a deep breath. She forced herself to remain calm, recalling her previous dialogue with the system. How to identify the Child of Destiny. The Child of Destiny possesses an exceptionally strong aura, and should you encounter them, you will be irresistibly drawn to their formidable presence. Elaborate. You will know once you see them. Back then, Yi Xie had found it perplexing.
Now,
feeling the tumult within her veins, she began to comprehend. Was this the sensation they referred to? The man advanced from the shadow of the sunlight, yet Han Mingzi scowled, displeased. From his vantage point, he could not discern the man's features, but the other's aura overshadowed his significantly. Even from a distance, it felt as if a weight pressed down upon him. How could Han Mingzi concede? Recalling the events in the cinema, anger surged within him, his voice sharp. "Did you cause the chaos in the cinema?" As he spoke, electric sparks crackled around him. This man's appearance was too suspicious. Unfortunately, before he could unleash his thunderous wrath. The man's icy gaze pierced through his glasses, locking onto him. A wave of chill washed over him, as if invisible blades were aimed at Han Mingze. Though he had done nothing, Han Mingze felt as though he were under attack, clutching his head in agony. Ah!
Mins.
Jing Yuran rushed to support him. She yelled at the man, "What have you done to him?"
How dare you?
The rest of her sentence remained unspoken. She too could not discern the man's face, only feeling the overwhelming arrogance radiating from him. The weight of his presence rendered her breathless, and she thought, he dares. He absolutely dares. Such an aura. She had only witnessed in men of 40 or 50 years of age, either business tycoons or formidable leaders. Yet he was merely in his 20s. How could he exude such authority? Who are you? Jing Yuran's voice softened, taking on a tinge of flirtation. The man ignored her, striding deeper into the shop. All present held their breath, watching as he settled into a leather sofa. After assessing the strength of everyone present, his alluring brows arched slightly. He closed his eyes, resting a hand against his temple.
Weak. Too weak.
Who was the one who had slain that second-tier zombie? As he pondered, synchronized footsteps echoed from outside. His subordinates had completed their sweep of the shopping center. Boss, there's no one else. The redhead sauntered in, gun slung casually over his shoulder, a carefree expression on his face, followed by several camouflaged men holding firearms, their demeanor alert. The man had anticipated this. From the moment he entered the mall, he had sensed this group. He had instructed his subordinates to search, fearing someone might be concealing themselves. But it appeared to be unnecessary. The appearance of his subordinates eased the tension among the students, their spirits lifting slightly. They were well-trained, armed, and moved with precision. Were they soldiers? Heavens, are they from the S-City military base? Our luck is extraordinary. We've encountered soldiers. If we join them, we can avoid a great deal of trouble. Indeed, soldiers would never abandon us. Yet, as they spoke, the red-haired man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. They actually think we are soldiers? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Confused glances were exchanged among the group, unsure of his humor. A girl timidly asked, "Aren't you soldiers?" "Certainly not. But you have guns and wear matching camouflage outfits. It looks just like." "True. But aside from the pale-skinned man, the rest of us have sun-kissed skin, muscular builds, and steady strides. The only issue is the palpable aura of bloodlust surrounding us. It's clear we've taken many lives. If they were special forces, it might make sense." The other students were oblivious. But Yi Xia understood clearly that ordinary soldiers would not exude such a formidable aura. Their true identities must be. Haha. The red-haired one sprang from the sofa, a haughty, yet icy smile gracing his face. Could it be that we are the ones blacklisted by the military? Terrorists? A girl exclaimed. Don't say it so harshly. We are mercenaries, all right? The red-haired one retorted, irritation evident in his tone. As his words fell, the students' gazes shifted from reverence to sheer terror. How could there be terrorists in S-City? There's a military base here. It shouldn't be possible. One by one, they instinctively crouched down, hands clasped over their heads. This is just a stereotype of mercenaries, the red-haired one declared. Although they may assassinate various heads of state and high-ranking officials, it doesn't mean they relish killing. They simply work for pay. Why would they target a bunch of innocent college students who bear no grudge and offer no bounty? They are not psychopaths. Yet, as they all crouched down, the atmosphere had escalated. Surely, he had to say something more? You lot better hand over the crystal core our boss wants. Otherwise, don't expect to see the sun tomorrow. The students trembled even more violently. Listening to the red-haired one's words, Han Mingze clutched his aching head, his expression revealing a dawning realization. If I give you the crystal core, will you spare me?
Oh.
The red-haired one assumed Han Mingze was the one who had slain a second-level zombie, his gaze sharpening with scrutiny. However, upon discovering Han Mingze's feebleness, unable to withstand even a minor mental attack from their leader, he wondered how he could have possibly killed a second-level zombie. If you give it to us, we might let you go, but if you don't, we will definitely not spare you. Alright, I will give it to you. Han Mingze's nonchalance astonished the red-haired one. A second-level crystal core?
Just like that.
Then, Han Mingze produced a crystal core from his bag. This was a first-level core he acquired after his teammate's mutation and demise. Jing Yuran's face darkened. This crystal core was promised to her by Han Mingze. How could he so readily part with it? Their eyes fixated on the core. expressions filled with reluctance, as if they were relinquishing an immense treasure. Yixia couldn't help but roll her eyes. With such a grand display, how could they possibly be after a mere first-level core? They were likely after a second-level core. Chapter 43. Building Rapport. She's doomed upon discovering the charred wound of the corpulent zombie. She felt an ominous premonition. No wonder it felt so easy to kill it. It turned out to be severely weakened. She had unwittingly become a master of opportunism. But the crystal core was now in her possession, and there was no reason to part with it, not even for the so-called chosen one. As expected, upon seeing the core, the red-haired one glared at Han Mingzi viciously. "Are you toying with me? Our boss wants a second-level core, not a first-level one." Despite his words, he pocketed the core. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Both Han Mingzi and Jing Yuran were stunned. What was this about first level and second level? Are there second-level zombies in the mall? What does this mean? I'm giving you the crystal core out of respect for your captain. If your captain doesn't need it, then return it to me. Han Mingzi's tone was that of a student council president, inciting an eye roll from the red-haired one. Damn it, I hate pretentious people. A dark aura enveloped the red-haired one, seeping into Han Mingzi's nostrils. Han Mingzi had nearly exhausted his powers in the cinema, leaving him without any means of resistance. His skin flushed red as he itched uncontrollably.
What did you do to me?
Where is the second-level crystal core?
Speak.
The red-haired one threatened. As they watched Han Mingzi writhing on the ground and the calm demeanor of the red-haired one, everyone instinctively shuddered. What kind of attack is this? So silent, yet deadly. Yixia's dark eyes deepened as she opened the red-haired one's panel. Name: Alan, age: 20, level 19, first-level ability user, ability, poison race, human attributes, physique 192. Strength 196, speed 197, endurance 189, poison ability. Just as she suspected, it must be an itchy poison. If she could still use her medical skills, this trivial trick would be effortlessly resolved. Yixia, adhering to the principle of not missing an opportunity, opened the panel of the man in black, only to be met with surprising information. Name:
Age.
Level. Ability. Race. Attributes. Why is everything a question mark? It can't be a glitch in the panel. After toggling between the man and Alan, she found that only the man's information was obscured. After pondering for a moment, Yixia reached a conclusion. It must be that his level was too high while hers was too low, preventing her from accessing his information. He must be at least level 20, a second-level ability user. Truly, the chosen one. While she was still contemplating, the system's voice suddenly chimed. The mysterious man is intrigued by you. 10. Yixia, what? As she looked up, she unexpectedly met the man's gaze. Behind the lenses, his elongated, phoenix-like eyes were slightly upturned, their enchanting pupils resembling specters, shimmering with a faint purple hue, akin to a violet crystal. His gaze swept over her entire figure, exuding a predatory intensity. This man is dangerous. Yixia felt as if she were being scrutinized by a predator. Yet considering he might become her ally in the future, Yixia turned her thoughts and lifted her head, presenting him with an innocent smile. Surely, this would enhance her rapport. The mysterious man is intrigued by you. 20. Hearing the system's feedback, the corners of her lips turned upward even further. The man's gaze flickered with interest. Immersed in the depths of darkness, he could hardly fathom that someone dared to smile at him, and that the smile was so gentle and beautiful. Even so, he initially perceived a fleeting chill within her eyes. Alan, cease this. The man's command was absolute. As he spoke, not only did Alan halt his torment of Han Mingzi, but the other 5 mercenaries also instinctively held their breath, awaiting his orders. Let us interrogate someone else. Who? Alan speculated that the boss must have identified the interloper. Amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, the man's long, bony fingers swayed side to side, as if selecting a hapless victim at random. He beckoned Yixia with a curling finger, his silver ring glimmering with a chilling gleam. You come here. The students collectively exhaled, casting despondent glances at Yixia. They believed the man was making a random choice, but Yixia understood it was deliberate. As she prepared to step forward, Yu positioned himself in front of her. Not only him, but also Song Rui, Song Yi, and Zhou Chongguang adopted defensive stances. Their actions conveyed a clear message. If anyone wished to harm her, they would first have to step over their dead bodies. This was her team, unwavering and loyal. Yisia's heart warmed, her dark eyes gazing at them with a reassuring tone. Don't worry, I will be fine. Her decision to step forward was deliberate. First, she had indeed intercepted the second-level crystal core, and it was fitting that she should resolve the matter. Second, a second-level ability user was not something they could handle, especially one with mental abilities. Even without the system's identification, Yisia could roughly deduce the man's powers. Just one glance had inflicted pain upon Hanmingza, likely indicating mental prowess. Such abilities were ineffective against low-intelligence zombies. However, against humans, their impact was significant. A person's physical might does not equate to mental strength. If the realm of the mind is invaded, it becomes an absolute danger, potentially rendering one a fool. Yet, Yisia remains unafraid. The trials and tribulations of her past life have endowed her with a willpower that far exceeds her years. A mere level 2 psychic ability user poses a threat to her, but not a significant one. As she observes the innocent girl emerging from the crowd, Alan lights a candle for her. Although he does not comprehend why the boss has chosen her, he knows her fate is sealed. In the underbelly of the criminal world, who does not know that their boss is notorious for his decisiveness, cruelty, and bloodshed? He would never show mercy simply because she is a woman. On the contrary, the boss harbors a particular disdain for women. Any woman who dares to approach him has met with a dire end. A particularly memorable incident involved a partner who foolishly sent a blonde beauty his way. Not only did the boss brutally dismember the woman who dared to climb into his bed, but he also castrated the partner. Since then, every time he discusses business with others, he instructs his subordinates to prepare a pot of infused liquor. While others brew with tiger, bear, or lion essence, the boss infuses the essence of that partner. A warning to others. How does the boss conduct an interrogation? Through blood. Alan is eager to commence extracting Yisia's blood. However, in the next moment, the man's voice, rich and smooth like a fine wine, resounds. Do you wish to lose your ears? This is an interrogation. Alan's eyes widen in shock. An interrogation? Aren't they supposed to be merely verbal? When have they ever refrained from using torture during questioning? Chapter 44. Teased. The elegant dance of blades, he gazes incredulously at the man, ensuring he is not jesting before turning to Yisia, assuming a cold demeanor. Have you ever seen a level 2 zombie? Yisia ponders for a moment, recalling the large zombie behind door number 2. Alan's presence exudes the overwhelming aura of a dark mercenary, demanding, "Tell me everything you know." The last word reverberates, shaking the chandelier above them. Yisia understands his methods. An interrogation merely requires an atmosphere that instills fear in the subject, compelling them to divulge everything. Unfortunately for him, she is not one to succumb easily. As the strongest empress of the Warcraft world, she has encountered far more terror and darkness than he could imagine. Compared to the methods she has faced before, Alan's pressure is akin to a nursery rhyme. I was merely passing by. It was already dead, and I know not what transpired. Why were you passing by? There is an outdoor store behind door number 2. I was gathering supplies. Are you not afraid of zombies? I am a strength-type ability user. I can protect myself. Alan poses several questions, sensing something amiss. This girl exhibits no fear of him. Not only is she unafraid, but she also displays a shy smile. His prideful demeanor tightens in tension. If you dare to lie, be cautious of my blade. I am just an ordinary high school girl. My daily routine consists of attending classes and studying. When the apocalypse struck, I finally awakened my abilities, but I scarcely know how to use them. With my current strength, I must exert considerable effort to kill a level 1 zombie, let alone a level 2.
Yeyu problem sernesti, her obsidian es shimmering.
Her fair face adorned with an innocent expression. She appears anything but capable of executing a level 2 zombie. Alan's expression softens slightly. The man's soft laughter suddenly fills the air, laced with a lazy, alluring tone. Such a silver tongue you possess. Rising from the sofa, he approaches from the shadows, emanating a potent aura of danger as he strides closer to Yisia. At last, she beholds his visage, a strikingly handsome face, imbued with a hint of femininity. His skin as pale as snow, his features a masterful sculpture by the divine. Beneath brows resembling distant mountains lie elongated, alluring eyes, their upward tilt imparting an air of wicked charm. His beauty transcends gender. Yet, the aura he exudes is one of undeniable authority and respect. Simply standing there, he commands an air of superiority. The man gazes into her dark eyes, insinuating, I wonder what flavor the essence of a severed tongue would lend to liquor? Upon uttering this, his gaze glides down her face with an intimacy akin to a lover's caress, from her eyes to her nose, finally resting upon her lips. Despite the perilous nature of his words, they are imbued with a suggestive undertone. Yixia realizes she has indeed been teased. 30 points for the mysterious man's curiosity. Indeed, she has been teased. Alan, listening to the man's words, seems to activate a switch within him. With a wicked grin, he unsheathes the dagger strapped to his camo trousers. As expected, the boss remains unchanged. But before he can finish, the man shifts his tone. Never mind, let us hold off for now. His beautiful, amethyst-like eyes turn to Yixia, his lips parting in a sultry whisper. Your voice is enchanting. It would be a shame to sever it. Reluctantly, Alan sheathes the dagger once more. This is no longer the boss he once knew. Listening to the man's words, Yixia remains unperturbed, offering a polite smile. Thank you very much. Words of gratitude are unnecessary. I require actions. The man's deep violet-black eyes bore into her, coaxing, can you sing? They say those with beautiful voices can sing beautifully as well. His beguiling gaze, paired with his magnetic voice, would have caused a typical girl to blush and shy away. Yet, Yixia does not flinch. Instead, she raises her fair face, maintaining eye contact. I cannot. Dancing is more my forte. Neither. The man does not exhibit anger at her refusals. However, she begins to feel a twinge of displeasure, her obsidian eyes darkening. What is this? Does he perceive her as a songstress or a dancer? Yet, she wishes to stand alongside him at the pinnacle of the apocalypse. Not to become a mere plaything under his dominion. She yearns to demonstrate her formidable strength and inherent value, rather than perform for him. With this realization, Yixia formulates a new idea. I've remembered. I can dance. May I perform for you? The color in the man's eyes deepens. Very well. He senses that Yixia will bring him unexpected delight. Alan and the other mercenaries, overhearing their exchange, can hardly believe their ears. Their boss has encountered countless beauties, and regardless of how they fawned over him, he remained unmoved, even showing signs of extreme annoyance. When has he ever requested someone to sing or dance? It is as if he has taken leave of his senses. Indeed, the world is changing. Has their boss's demeanor shifted as well? From a distance of several meters, the students gaze in shock at Yixia, as if beholding a curiosity. They are oblivious to the content of the conversation, yet the expressions and atmosphere suggest they are enjoying themselves. That is the leader of the terrorists. Both factions are astonished, only to witness the once harmless girl, akin to a timid rabbit, suddenly transform, deftly drawing 2 small blades from her waist, one in each hand.
Swish, swish, swish.
Alan and the mercenaries assume she intends to harm their boss, their expressions turning wary as they ready their assault rifles. Yixia casts them a glance. Her exquisite features serene, devoid of any emotion. The blades dance in her hands like metallic butterflies taking flight. Her body and wrists move in harmony, the blades spinning as if caught in a silvery whirlwind, tearing through the air. She is performing a dance of blades. Regrettably, she only possesses a small knife. Had she wielded a tang sword, a meow knife, or a crescent blade, her imposing aura would have been utterly unstoppable. A hush fell over the crowd as they gazed in awe at her performance. Students and mercenaries alike wore expressions of astonishment and admiration. Jing Yuren's expression darkened as she pressed her lips together. Utilizing her unique abilities, she secretly conjured a layer of mist beneath Yixia's feet.
Whoosh.
Yixia tossed the small knife into the air and leaped, executing a graceful somersault midair. Her black hair and attire billowed like a proud black swan, gliding over the shimmering lake. Gasps of amazement erupted from the students. Was this not a demonstration of lightness skill? Chapter 45. He is Chu Yuan, the Dark Underworld's blade. Senior Yuan, what are you doing? Zhou Mengmeng exclaimed, infuriated. She never imagined Jing Yuren's petty actions would inadvertently enhance Yixia's performance. How could this be possible? Jing Yuan was equally stunned. Her intention had been to embarrass Yixia, to see her stumble and fall, yet Yixia soared past effortlessly. How could her leaping ability be so formidable? Even an Olympic gymnastics champion could not achieve this.
Swish.
Despite the lack of visibility, Yixia grasped the small knife with precision. In an instant, her hair flew wildly as she charged toward the man with a ghostly speed. The mercenaries were caught off guard, The knife was already pressed against the man's neck, gliding over his fair skin.
Boss.
Arian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how this woman had managed to approach their leader. Was she truly just a schoolgirl? Surely, she surpassed even the world's top assassins.
Click, click, click.
The mercenaries readied their weapons, but the man merely waved his right hand, signaling them to stand down. He turned his gaze upon Yixia, his violet-black eyes shimmering with intrigue. Is this taught in school? How is this possible? Yixia drew the knife sharply across his neck. Arian's heart raced, fearing the worst. Yet nothing happened, for she had employed the dull edge of the knife. No wonder the boss didn't evade. Yixia withdrew the knife, revealing a charming smile. Of course. I do not teach the average person, but for you, I might consider it. Suddenly, the man erupted in genuine laughter, not the sinister or cold kind, but a heartfelt smile, his lips curling with a charismatic charm. May I ask, what is your name? Yixia did not respond directly. Instead, she scoffed lightly. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about another's name? Though she was shorter than him, she exuded an imposing air. The man, observing her feigned irritation, decided to tease her. Those who know my name are all dead. I shall be the first who will not perish. Yixia's expression radiated confidence and audacity. In the man's eyes, the world faded to shades of black, white, and gray, with her standing out as the sole vibrant presence. He leaned in closer, his powerful aura enveloping her in his world, as if isolating everyone else.
Zhu Yuan.
That is my name. Remember it. His deep, husky voice was rich with magnetism, resonating like dark red wine, intoxicating and captivating.
Got it.
Just 2 characters, quite easy to remember. With a playful smile, she added, I am Yi. She, you. The man pondered how to write her name when Yixia pretended to extract a nameplate from thin air, actually pulling it from her bag, which bore her name. St. England Academy, Senior Class S, Yixia. Here, this is for you. She extended the nameplate toward him. Isn't it customary to exchange cards upon first meeting? I have no business card, so this will suffice. The man accepted the nameplate, still warm from her touch. His violet-black eyes darkened slightly. His long, elegantly defined fingers caressed it gently until her warmth dissipated. You have gifted me a token. I suppose I must return the favor. Yixia raised an eyebrow, watching as he withdrew a completely black butterfly knife from the lining of his Western-style suit. The knife glistened ominously in his hand,
exuding a deadly aura.
The assembled crowd was awestruck by his skillful manipulation of the butterfly knife, while Yixia's gaze remained fixed on his hands, long, graceful fingers, appearing as if carved by divine artistry. What beautiful hands he possesses. Chu Yuan's lips parted slightly. This knife you wield is quite inferior, at first glance. It appears to be a mere fruit knife. Of course, if Yixia could hear his thoughts, she would retort, Thank you. It's just a fruit knife collected from the cafeteria. But would this return gift be too extravagant? Yixia accepted the butterfly knife from him. Feeling a chill emanate from it, the blade shimmered coldly, undeniably an exquisite weapon. Simultaneously, she noticed inscriptions detailing its specifications. Underworld, female pair of butterfly knives, invincible when united. Each a king when separated. Former owner, leader of the blood slaughter mercenary group, Chu Yuan. In the underground world, to see the knife is to see the person. Yixia mused, blood slaughter mercenary group. Sounds formidable. Yet, was he truly bestowing his personal weapon upon her so casually? How rash. Not only was she astounded, but Arian too was bewildered. Boss. You actually gifted a precious blade to a woman. Chu Yuan's lips curled in a smirk, his violet-black eyes enchanting as a moonlit specter, exuding allure. He addressed his subordinates. Let us depart. Arian, still in shock, hurried to catch up with him, whispering, the core. Chu Yuan replied, also a gift for the lady. Arian mused. Surely the apocalypse is upon us? After Yixia demonstrated her mesmerizing knife skills, Chu Yuan recognized that among everyone present, only she possessed the capability to eliminate that second-tier zombie. He refrained from questioning her formidable abilities, whether honed through training, innate talent, or other reasons was of no concern to him. Everyone has a past. He was only interested in the present and future. Chu Yuan's curiosity towards you, 40. Chu Yuan's current curiosity towards you, 100. Nearby, Yixia heard the system's announcement, a smile gracing her lips. The figures of Chu Yuan and Arian departed like a dark cloud, intimidating to most who dared only to observe from a distance. Yet, Yi Xia waved at them.
See you next time.
Arian and the mercenaries were astounded. This young woman exceeded their expectations. The captivatingly handsome man leading the group turned back. His eyes filled with intrigue as he beheld Yi Xia's sunflower-like smile. He eagerly anticipated their next encounter. The formidable mercenaries arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once they were gone, Han Mingze rose from the ground. Supported by Jing Yuran, he limped toward Yi Xia, his tone a mix of admonishment and reproach.
Xia.
When did you become so debased?
What?
Yi Xia's smile vanished, her exquisitely shaped brows furrowing slightly. Such an expression indicated her displeasure. Fortunately, her mood was still good, and she couldn't be bothered to argue with Han Mingze. How could you engage in merriment with a man like that? He is a terrorist. Chapter 46. The Villainous Boss. Playing with fire, Han Mingze, having been crushed by Chu Yuan, was further unsettled upon seeing his former girlfriend smile radiantly at Chu Yuan.
His inner turmoil festered.
He believed Yi Xia should aspire to be like the exemplary student council president. How could she be attracted to a man who is a ruthless killer? Are you alright?
Ye ayo rolet heiress.
This Han Mingze was becoming increasingly repulsive. Upon witnessing her gaze akin to that reserved for excrement, Han Mingze found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Jing Yuran seized the opportunity, her face adorned with a smile. Sister Xia, who is that man? Do you know his name? What did you both discuss? Han Mingze's expression shifted dramatically. Jing Yuran, what do you mean by that? Mingze, do not be so agitated. I was merely sharing a topic between sisters with Sister Xia. Jing Yuran replied brightly. Isn't that right, Xia? Knight Xia responded with 3 words. Are you worthy?
Huh.
What status do you have to be my sister? Jing Yuran, caught off guard by the cold reception, felt her expression shift from red to pale. Knight Xia, uninterested, chose not to engage. She was well aware of Jing Yuran's actions during her earlier display of skill, and preferred to avoid letting unscrupulous individuals spoil her good mood. Humming a soft tune, she walked away. Han Mingze, incensed, called out, "Stop." Yet before he could finish his sentence, she had already departed. Knight Xia paid him no mind. What was he? Did he think she would heed his command simply because he told her to stop? Had he not been beaten enough? If not for her relatively good spirits, she would have gladly tested her new blade on him. The butterfly knife in her hand danced with grace. Truth be told, Chu Yuan intrigued her. He was exceptionally handsome, immensely powerful, and generous, gifting her an extraordinary weapon without hesitation. When others treated her well, she reciprocated. Knight Xia resolved to choose him as her support. However, why had the system not issued the main quest? Was it because the conditions to trigger it had not been met? While still pondering, a familiar mechanical sound resonated in her mind. Ding. Just in time. As she listened to the system's familiar voice, Knight Xia's brows arched slightly, a wicked smile gracing her lips. However, the subsequent message rendered her utterly bewildered. Warning.
Warning. Warning.
The host has attracted the attention of the Apocalypse boss. Please exercise caution. Knight Xia froze, her dark eyes widening in shock. This was not at all what she had envisioned. Behind her, Han Mingze noticed her sudden halt, and his displeasure dissipated. Indeed, when he commanded her to stop. How could she possibly ignore him? Just as he intended to step forward, he witnessed the once gentle girl transform into a fearsome entity, exuding an oppressive and terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine. The words he had been about to utter were swallowed back, as he dared not approach. To the casual observer, Knight Xia appeared calm and composed, but internally, she was in turmoil. What do you mean, Apocalypse boss? Isn't Chu Yuan the destined one?
No.
Chu Yuan is the original boss of this apocalyptic world. Upon hearing this, Knight Xia's lips twitched violently. Was she not being set up? He is enveloped in potent luck. Seeing him ignites my passion. Did you not say I would be drawn to the destined one? Chu Yuan is the ultimate antagonist. Thus, his luck is indeed formidable, and it's perfectly normal for the host to react. Knight Xia unleashed a torrent of curses. She was incensed. Had she diligently garnered curiosity and affection for a man only to learn he was the antagonist? The disparity was staggering. Thank goodness she had not transferred a second-level crystal core to Chu Yuan. Otherwise, had she not been aiding the boss's ascendance? Why did you not inform me sooner? If the host had checked Chu Yuan's information, it would have been discernible that he is not the destined one, but the host's level was insufficient. Hence, perhaps sensing the destructive aura emanating from Night Sia, the system quickly added, in the future, should similar situations arise, this system will inform the host in advance. Night Sia was at a loss for words. She lowered her head and sighed, suddenly feeling the weight of the butterfly knife in her palm. The glimmer in her dark eyes dimmed. The previous promise of "see you next time" took on an ironic tone. The next encounter with Chu Yuan would likely be as adversaries. At that moment, Zhou Mengming approached, arms crossed. "Hey, Night Sia? Are you incapable of resisting the allure of men?" Unaware of the dangerous expression on Night Sia's face, she only noticed Humming's staring at Night Sia and Jing Yuren's sorrowful countenance. With a sarcastic tone, she continued, "Is stealing Yuren's boyfriend not enough? Must you now court a terrorist? How shameless can you be? You must have slept with countless men by now." As Zhou Mengming spoke, the surrounding students displayed expressions of disdain, recalling Night Sia's jovial interaction with that mysterious man, leading them to believe Zhou Mengming's insinuations might hold some truth. Perhaps she truly was a woman of loose morals. Zhou Mengming reveled in her perceived victory. "Be careful not to get burned." Upon hearing those words, Night Sia, who had remained largely unresponsive, suddenly smiled. Her beauty was undeniable, her crimson lips curled into a smile, and her dark, jade-like eyes formed crescent moons, breathtakingly alluring. Yet, the smile lacked warmth, instead exuding a chilling aura. She murmured, "Indeed, I have drawn the flames upon myself."
Huh? You admit it?
Zhou Mengming was taken aback, then unleashed a torrent of insults. "You are nothing but a harlot." However, as soon as she finished speaking, the girl before her cast a venomous gaze that sent a chill through Zhou Mengming's entire being. Night Sia's voice was cool and melodious. "Such foul language? How unfortunate. In this apocalypse, you must be feasting on garbage, no? You." Zhou Mengming, exasperated, retorted, "You are the one who consumes refuse." Night Sia strolled towards her with languid steps, her tone dripping with indolence. "I was just lamenting my lack of a target to unleash my frustrations upon, and here you are, quite fortuitously." "What do you mean?" Zhou Mengming was perplexed. But before she could process, Night Sia raised her right hand high and delivered a resounding slap across her face. The sound echoed, momentarily stunning her. Before she could react, Night Sia unleashed a flurry of slaps, alternating between her left and right cheeks, the sounds echoing like applause, relentless. The onlookers watched in astonishment and trepidation. Chapter 47. The resounding slap, absorbing crystal cores, yet the spectacle was oddly delightful. How could someone slap with such grace? The dark-haired girl maintained an expression of indifference, a smile adorning her crimson lips, as though she were not striking someone, but rather indulging in a captivating game. After a round, Zhou Mengming was already disoriented, her speech slurred.
Vixen.
"What are you doing?" Night Sia shook her reddened right hand. Each slap had been delivered with maximum force, exhausting her. Indeed, hitting someone was quite the labor. The crowd observed Zhou Mengming's face, now resembling a swollen mess, and could not help but swallow hard. Others did not express pain. "Are you still dissatisfied?" The chaotic slaps from Night Sia left Han Mingze in a state of shock. He believed Night Sia still harbored feelings for him. After all, comparing Zhou Mengming's face to his, it was evident that Night Sia had shown restraint. Was this not a sign of affection? Jing Yuren's face paled, fear gripping her. It was she who had incited Zhou Mengming to provoke Night Sia. She had witnessed Night Sia's prowess against zombies, but never imagined she could be so ruthless with a person. The force behind those slaps was akin to delivering fatal blows. "You are a disgrace, you know." Zhou Mengming's pronunciation grew increasingly distorted. Night Sia raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Mengming, incensed by her expression, summoned all her strength to conjure a fireball and hurled it at Night Sia. Yet, an ice block materialized, freezing the fireball in its tracks. Song Rui effortlessly nullified Zhou Mengming's fireball. Even at her peak, Zhou Mengming might not have been able to compete with Song Rui, let alone with her limited powers. Song Yi approached with hands on her hips, pointing at Zhou Mengming, exclaiming, "She is the one who stole my sister's crystal core." Zhou Zhongguang scoffed, remarking on her poor character and foul mouth, declaring that she deserved a lesson. Zhou Mengming conjured 3 fireballs once more, launching a renewed assault. But whether due to her inherent incompetence or excessive energy depletion, they were far too diminutive. This time, A gust of wind surged toward Zhou Mingming, carrying the fireballs along. The flames ignited upon contact with her, transforming into a raging inferno, and she let out a pained scream, rolling on the ground in agony, reaping the consequences of her own actions. "Let's go," Yi Xie stated, not looking back as she led her team away. Staying with this group had become quite unpalatable, especially as the matters ahead were somewhat clandestine and required no interruptions. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to shake off the image of their departing figures. Yi Xie and her companions arrived at an internet cafe on the 5th floor, entering a lavish private room furnished with an abundance of pink decor that overflowed with youthful exuberance. The room was equipped with cutting-edge technology, immersing them in the realm of esports. At the center, 5 high-end computers were arranged in a line, each accompanied by trendy cat-ear headphones. Zhou Zhongwang affectionately touched the computer, reminiscent of the times they had all gathered to play together. "All right, everyone take a seat," Yi Xie chuckled, waiting for them to settle before revealing the collection of crystal cores she had gathered over the past few days, laying them out on the table. Over 40 glimmering cores, reminiscent of precious gems, sparkled under the light. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be astonished, as on the 11th day of the apocalypse, many had only a few crystal cores, if any at all. Yet, she possessed over 40? It was akin to belonging to a wealthy family. Yi Xie turned to Yiyu, Song Rui, and Song Yi, suggesting, "Why don't you try absorbing the energy from the crystal cores?" Yiyu never disobeyed his mistress's commands and promptly picked one up. Meanwhile, Song Rui and Song Yi hesitated. Although they were young, they had clearly understood the recent situation. Those mercenaries had come for the crystal cores, and the expressions on Han Mingze and Jing Yuren's faces when they surrendered theirs revealed their reluctance. Crystal cores were rare treasures. The 40-plus cores were acquired through the efforts of their older siblings after slaying first-level zombies and had no connection to them. Song Rui insisted, "Sister, you and brother Yi should keep the crystal cores." Indeed, Song Yi nodded vigorously, his chubby little hands patting his chest as he vowed, "We will grow stronger, hunting first-level zombies with our own strength." These crystal cores, if left exposed, would undoubtedly incite competition. And it was only the innocent nature of the little boys that allowed them to refuse. Yi Xie felt a surge of pride. They were beginning to understand the importance of earning their own crystal cores by defeating zombies. In truth, both Xiao Yi and Xiao Rui had been striving diligently. Over the past few days, they relied on their own abilities to take down zombies. Yi Xie had refrained from allowing them to use the crystal cores initially, hoping to instill in them the courage to confront zombies, rather than solely relying on the cores and becoming mere vessels of powers without the capabilities to back them up. Much like in her past life on the continent of beasts, where various families exhausted their resources to cultivate their prodigies with spiritual herbs and liquids. While the prodigies' levels increased, it was of little significance. After all, during the martial spirit tournament of the 3 realms and 6 states, she had emerged like a descending star, carving a bloody path to victory. She had defeated each of the so-called prodigies from the 9 great families with ease. In the grueling battles, she had claimed first place with overwhelming strength. All gazes had turned to her in shock, mistaking her for a member of a hidden family, believing she had consumed countless spiritual herbs and liquids. But she had grown up alone, without support or resources, relying solely on perilous adventures to awaken her potential. While the prodigies cried out in pain from minor injuries, she had escaped death countless times from the jaws of beasts. A tiger raised in a greenhouse could never compete with a wild wolf. This was the singular path to her strength. After recollecting her thoughts, Yi Xie regarded the tender faces of the 2 boys with a solemn expression. "Xiao Yi, Xiao Rui, you need not decline. This is my first and only time giving you crystal cores. If you enhance your strength, it will also bolster our entire team's capabilities. Once we all reach the 2nd level and gain the ability to protect ourselves, whoever slays the zombies will keep the cores. Do you understand my meaning?" Song Rui and Song Yi exchanged glances, their twin connection prompting them to simultaneously extend their hands, cradling the crystal cores in their palms. Their sister was right. They could not depend on her forever. If they improved their strength, it would alleviate many troubles for the team. Thus, the 3 espers each held a crystal core. Feeling the energy within, but having never absorbed it before, they were unsure of the method. They stared wide-eyed at Yi Xie, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 48. Enigmatic Shadow Set. Principles cast aside. Recalling how Han Mingze had leveled up 3 times in one night, Yi Xie believed it should not be too difficult. After pondering for a moment, She recalled the method of using beast cores from her past life, instructing, feel with your heart, calm your mind, and use your powers to sense it without distraction. As her melodious voice fell, Yiyu, Song Rue, and Song Yi closed their eyes, channeling their powers to connect with the crystal cores. Soon, a vibrant energy surged from the cores, flowing into their meridians and filling their bodies, akin to gentle hands caressing their nerves. With a simultaneous snap of their eyes open, they all displayed expressions of surprise. Yi Xia raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How does it feel?" Yi replied, "Very good." Song Yi exclaimed, "Sister, this feeling is incredible. It's as if I've eaten 10 servings of sweet and sour ribs." Song Rue added, "Using my powers to touch the crystal core, I felt an energy surge into my palm. It's difficult to articulate, but it's quite pleasant. If I'm not mistaken, the core can replenish our powers, and once our powers are fully restored, the remaining energy will elevate our abilities." The three shared their insights, particularly Song Rue, who demonstrated remarkable intellect, leaving one to wonder why he hadn't penned a lengthy thesis on crystal cores. His ice crystal-like black eyes glimmered with curiosity as he asked, "Sister, aren't you going to absorb it?" Yi Xia had no choice but to explain, "I have already absorbed it." She held nothing back from them, aside from the system. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a second-level crystal core from her space, adding, "Moreover, I possess this." "This is a second-level crystal core?" Song Rue gasped in astonishment.
Wait.
"You just said it has nothing to do with you."
Zhou Zhongguang,
who had been quietly observing, widened his eyes. "Truly, Sister-S acting is of the caliber of a film star." Song Yi admired. Even Yi Yu tilted his head, wearing an expression of having been deceived by his mistress. Yi Xia looked at them. "Do you remember how excited I was when I returned earlier? And I kissed Xiao Yi out of joy for defeating the second-level zombie? What does that have to do with me?" Song Ye's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he recalled that kiss, feeling shy. Yi Xia found his expression utterly adorable and smiled as she said, "Xiao Yi, your dream possesses prophetic qualities. My nightmare? Indeed. Then I shall become a great dreamer," Song Yi declared with his hands on his hips, speaking grandly.
Puffed.
Yi Xia couldn't help but laugh. "All right, but the prerequisite is to elevate your powers." The three resumed their absorption of the crystal cores. As she observed them closing their eyes, absorbing the crystal cores, Zhou Zhongguang abruptly stood up and strode towards the door. "Boss, I'm going out for some exercise." After a while, even within the private room, Yi Xia could hear the sound of Zhou Zhongguang practicing military boxing. The rhythmic thuds of punches, accompanied by the robust shouts of "Hey!"
Ha!
from the man, were particularly loud. Surely, this was a display of foolishness. Was he not concerned about attracting zombies? However, considering Zhou Zhongguang's capabilities, slaying ordinary zombies was hardly a challenge. Moreover, with all the first-level zombies in the mall eliminated by her, she couldn't be bothered to worry. She inquired of the system, "How long does it take to absorb a first-level crystal core?" "Generally, it takes about an hour." "What if it's not general?" "It varies from person to person. The time can be longer or shorter." With a thought, Yi Xia entered the long-forgotten system space. Before her lay a vast expanse of white, now adorned with a newly added treasure icon. Upon clicking it, a colossal spinning wheel reminiscent of tarot card astrology materialized. The entire wheel radiated a deep purple light, embellished with twinkling star maps, at its center a mysterious purple crystal. The treasure chests were of various colors: white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold, indicating E, D, C, B, A, S grades, suggesting an array of diverse items. Indeed, the host may choose between a single draw and 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws guarantee an item of a grade or higher, while a single draw does not ensure such quality. But the probabilities remain the same. It mainly depends on the host's luck. Yi Xia rubbed her hands together, a surge of nervousness enveloping her, causing her heart to race. Was this a jest? She had never felt this anxious about killing zombies. Should she opt for a single draw or 10 consecutive draws? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She glanced at the calendar in the system space and quickly calculated the day's 5 elements and divination, concluding that all matters were inauspicious. She suppressed her impulse to draw, deciding to wait for a few days to choose a propitious date for her draw. The system suspects the host has overcome addiction. Can she endure this? A tough person. Meanwhile, Yi Xia opened her backpack, eyeing the B-grade blue outfit, its attributes stating, set, Qiaying, 44, equipment requirement, light armor wearing level, 15 parts, headgear, clothing, gloves, shoes. When donned in full, it granted a special bonus, speed 50, other attributes 20. She had to admit that the enhancement effects of this outfit were formidable. Yixia clicked, where, and in the next moment, she felt her physique strengthen considerably, while her attire underwent a drastic transformation. From head to toe, she was clad in the Qiaying set, fitting her like a glove, as if tailor-made. However, before she could revel in her newfound appearance, an unsettling sensation crept over her. From the reflection on the electronic screen of her backpack, she saw a girl garbed in a snug black leather suit, accentuating a feline figure. Her long, silky black hair cascaded down her back. The fluffy ears quivered adorably, and especially when her waist and thigh revealed a stretch of snow-white skin, Yixia was momentarily entranced. Her mind blank. When had she ever encountered such a captivating maiden? Enchanting and alluring. Noticing that he had been staring at her in a daze, Yixia retrieved a coat from the space and slipped it on, zipping it up. "Why are you awake?" Yi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes finally regaining focus as he replied, "I finished absorbing the crystal core and need to switch." As he spoke, his fluffy head drooped slightly. Even though Yixia had donned the coat, her fair legs remained exposed, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to gaze. But how could he? The lady was so pure and unblemished. Observing the flush spreading rapidly across his face, neck, and ears, she sighed in exasperation. She had anticipated the outfit's impact would be substantial. However, didn't the system say that a normal person typically required an hour? How could you have absorbed it so quickly? It hadn't even been half an hour. Excellent, excellent. Her loyal dog possessed extraordinary talent. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked, then continue.
"Oh."
Yiyu swallowed hard, his throat involuntarily moving. With a bashful expression, he took another crystal core, closed his eyes, and repeated the mantra in his mind, "I must not look again." Meanwhile, Yixia returned to the system space to study the Qiaying set. She could not bring herself to abandon such a powerfully enhanced piece of equipment. She sought a way to have her cake, and eat it too. To her surprise, she actually discovered it. In the character's equipment section, a line of small text read, "Hide equipment." Without hesitation, Yixia clicked yes. At that moment, another line of text appeared, "Host has successfully hidden equipment. If the host's life value falls below 10, the equipment will automatically reveal itself." What did this mean? Yixia envisioned a scenario where, during a zombie siege, she was gravely injured and transformed into a captivating cat demon before the eyes of the crowd. That seemed a bit inappropriate, but it was merely a figment of her imagination. After all, how could a dignified empress ever fall into peril so easily? Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she could simply remove the Qiaying set when her life value reached 1099. Name, Yixia. Age, 17 level, 19 ability, Nun race, human, divine phoenix, bloodline activated at 99, attributes, constitution 138, strength 129, speed 167, endurance 113. With the C-grade set's equipment bonus, Yixia's attributes experienced a significant enhancement, particularly her speed, which now resembled that of a level 16 ability user. Joyfully, she exited the system space, only to be met with a shocking sight. Yiyu, her little dog, was bleeding from the nose. Could it be that he had been overwhelmed? Yixia's expression turned grave as she hurried over, firmly grasping Yiyu's chin, determined to save her loyal pup at all costs. "Ayu, what's wrong? Wake up." Mississippi. Yu opened his eyes, meeting the girl's gaze, which was mere inches away. Although Yixia had changed back into a simple jacket and work pants, a suspicious flush still colored her delicate features. What was the matter? Was there an issue with the absorption of the crystal core?
You responded hoarsely.
Indeed, there was a problem. When using the first crystal core, he could absorb most of the energy within 10 minutes. However, with the second core, 10 minutes passed without any reaction. Whenever he closed his eyes, his mind drifted to a captivating scene, and in his distracted state, his clear brown eyes flickered, causing more blood to flow from his nose. "What's wrong?" Yixia asked, pulling out a bottle of spiritual spring water from her space. "Don't absorb it yet. Drink some water and rest for a while." Yiyu nodded and complied. Before long, Song Rue and Song Yi had both finished absorbing their first-level crystal cores. Yixia, hesitant to disturb them for fear they might also fall into a frenzy, waited until they awakened to ask, "Do you feel unwell?" "No, The two little boys replied, looking bewildered. They felt as though their entire bodies were brimming with power.
Ye io furoret herbrol in contemplation.
She glanced at the refreshed little boys, then at Yu, whose neck was flushed, and suddenly understood the situation. It turned out that someone had failed to calm their mind, and instead let their blood surge. The C-grade outfit was indeed quite harmful. It seemed that in the future, one must be exceedingly cautious when changing gear to avoid such occurrences again. The entire afternoon passed with her team members absorbing crystal cores. Song Rui successfully leveled up to level 20 after using 8 cores, advancing to a second-tier ability user. When he attempted to absorb the 9th core, he sensed something was amiss with the energy. His youthful brows furrowed momentarily before he opened his eyes. "Sister," he called. "Yes, I've leveled up."
Great. Ye io.
Dressed in a princess-style nightgown she had found at a home goods store, sat comfortably in a pink gaming chair, munching on potato chips while watching a drama on her laptop. With nothing to do during their energy absorption, she found a way to pass the time. As the drama reached a climactic moment, her eyes were glued to the screen, clearly engrossed. However, sensing Song Rui's gaze upon her, Yi Xia sighed, paused the video, and asked, "Do you have something to say, Xiao Rui?" "Sister, you have chip crumbs at the corner of your mouth." Song Rui couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh no." Yi Xia quickly licked the crumbs away. Once he regained his composure, he returned to the matter at hand. "Sister, once Xiao Yi finishes absorbing the crystal core, he will also reach the second tier. I think it would be better to give the remaining cores to Brother Yu." Yi Xia raised an eyebrow.
Why?
"If I'm not mistaken, the energy ratio between second-level and first-level crystal cores is 10:1. Song Rui's dark eyes sparkled with insight. Despite being only 12, he carried an air of shrewdness. Thus, to advance to a third-tier ability user, one would need 100 first-level crystal cores or 10 second-level cores. I believe that absorbing the first-level cores separately is not very meaningful. It would be better to give them all to Brother Yu. This way, we can ensure that at least one member of our team reaches mid-second tier." This reasoning resonated with Yi Xia as well. After Yu became a second-tier ability user, he would require 10 first-level crystal cores to move from level 20 to 21, and indeed, reaching the third tier would necessitate 100 first-level cores. While she arrived at this conclusion with systematic backing, Song Rui had done so purely through his own intellect. Such a clever little one. She had initially intended to divide the 40-plus cores among the three of them, but given Xiao Rui's suggestion, and with Xiao Yi and Xiao Rui united in their thoughts, she decided to give them all to Yu. Stretching languidly, Yi Xia prepared to resume her drama. However, upon turning around, she noticed 3 large trucks had mysteriously appeared at the entrance of the shopping center. Upon closer inspection, she saw Han Mingze and others clearing nearby zombies while directing a group of ordinary students to load supplies onto the trucks. A mischievous smile curved her lips as she jumped down from the gaming chair. "Xiao Rui, follow me." "What are we doing, sister?" he asked, keeping pace with her. Yi Xia did not directly answer his question but posed one in return. "What would you do if someone took your belongings without your consent?" Song Rui pondered for a moment, a cold aura radiating from him. "In the past, I would have called the police to deal with them.
But now,
I would teach them a lesson with my strength." "Excellent. That's precisely what we intend to do." Yi Xia patted his head. As they stepped out of the internet cafe's private room, they found Zhou Chengguang still diligently training. After completing 30 sets of military-style punches, he began doing push-ups. 147, 148, 149. His legs were together, toes touching the ground, muscles taut, and beads of sweat rolled down his chin, giving the impression that he had just emerged from a rainstorm. He was the only member of the team without an ability. With a weaker capacity, he had to train even harder. He could not afford to hold back his leader and teammates. Driven by this thought, Zhou Chengguang worked tirelessly. Meanwhile, at the first entrance of the shopping center, Jing Yuran watched as a group of students moved supplies, food, drink, and essentials. With these provisions, they would have some security when entering the military district base. She had heard that one had to submit supplies to enter the base, and the more one contributed, the greater the privileges received. Thus, they had spent hours searching for trucks and procuring fuel. Jing Yuran mused, if my awakened ability were space, rather than water, or if I could become a dual-type ability user of both water and space, then I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of loading supplies. Jing Yuran, what are you daydreaming about? Get back to fighting zombies.
Han Mingse skolded, frovning in displeasure.
Their team had already lost one ability user, and with Zhou Mengmeng injured, their combat power was already insufficient. Jing Yuren's lack of effort infuriated him. Mingza, when will you give me a first-level crystal core? I'm too weak and need to enhance my abilities. Jing Yuren shot a small stream of water outwards. Just wait and see. Han Mingza's tone was impatient. Just as he finished speaking, his attention was drawn to a figure approaching from not far away. Yi Xie, holding Song Rui's hand, walked out of the shopping center's main entrance. Heading in his direction, his expression softened, replacing the earlier annoyance with warmth and satisfaction. He had long noticed that Yi Xie still harbored feelings for him. Wasn't it obvious? She had come out specifically to see him off. Striding forward, he called, "Xie, did you come for me?" Yi Xie analyzed the expression on his face, finding it amusing. What kind of ultimate average guy was he to be so confident?
Meanwhile,
Jing Yuren's face twisted in a way that suggested she had swallowed a fly, her eyes darting nervously towards Yi Xie. What if she was truly here to see Han Mingza off? What would happen if he was taken away? Panicking, Jing Yuren exclaimed, "Mingza, I'm your girlfriend. Xie is my childhood friend's sister. What is wrong with her coming to see me off?"
Han Mingza retorterede.
As they bickered, Yi Xie couldn't help but chuckle. Her laughter laced with mockery and mischief, as if she were watching a comedy. The sunlight illuminated her shoulders and face, and although she wore a nightgown, she radiated a dazzling aura. Once her laughter subsided, her exquisite features suddenly turned cold as she fixed her gaze directly on Han Mingza. "I indeed came to seek you." Yi Xie paused for 2 seconds, her piercing gaze resting upon Jing Yuren, before sweeping across the 20-odd students present. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. Under the scrutiny of all, she uttered words that left everyone dumbfounded. "Without my permission, no one is allowed to take anything from this shopping center." The students' eyes widened, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost.
What?
Such arrogance. Han Mingza, regaining his composure, turned ashen, incredulity lacing his tone. "Is this what you wanted to say to me?" "What else?" Yi Xie replied with a smile, her words metaphorically delivering a slap to Han Mingza, shattering his self-importance and conceit. Beside her, Jing Yuren first exhaled a sigh of relief, then furrowed her brows. "Yi Xie, on what grounds should we heed your words?" The surrounding students echoed similar sentiments. "Exactly. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? This mall isn't your family business. You are being excessively domineering." Just then, the cacophony abruptly ceased as they noticed over 20 icicles hovering in the air, resembling blades aimed at each person's head. Song Rui's youthful face was frozen in a chill. As a second-tier ability user, he could simultaneously conjure dozens of icicles, and he would not permit anyone to speak disrespectfully to his sister. In the ensuing silence, the dark-haired girl curled her lips, her tone dripping with disdain. "On what grounds?" "Simply because this shopping center belongs to the Yi family." After these words, the male student who had questioned her authority was left utterly speechless. The Yi family? That renowned aristocratic clan from City S? Everyone instinctively glanced towards the logo at door 1, the emblem of a moon above clouds, resembling the insignia of the Yi family. This shopping center truly was hers. Chapter 51, No Entry. Scavenging the mall. The boy was not particularly dull. After a few seconds of shock, he began to retort.
"So, what if it's yours?"
"In the apocalypse, anything left behind in the mall is considered unclaimed. We can take whatever we want." His words garnered the approval of his peers, each nodding in agreement. "Exactly. In an apocalypse, who cares if this is your mall? What we take is ours." Yi Xie's lips curled into a smirk, her expression devoid of emotion.
Indeed.
She had not anticipated that the global center was her family's property. It was only this morning, after slaying a corpulent zombie and passing by door 2, that she recognized the familiar emblem while watching a television series. This was indeed their asset. Naturally, the students were correct. In the apocalypse, anything left unclaimed is fair game. Everyone relied on their abilities. Whoever obtained it was entitled to keep it. Furthermore, those with greater strength could resort to coercion and plunder without hesitation. The apocalypse is inherently cruel. Yi Xie understood this principle well. Her intent was simple, encapsulated in 2 words: seek trouble. You think you have the ability? Fine. If you can defeat me, I will allow you to take the supplies.
Je er jo elegantly liftet her fot.
Stepping onto the stone pedestal at the entrance of the shopping center, beckoning them with her fingers in a provocatively arrogant manner, despite being over 20 in number. At that moment, they all took a collective step back, none daring to step forward, including Han Mingze and Jing Yuran. Her formidable presence was undeniable. No one wished to provoke her. Is this too dull? Yi Xia had intended to pass the time by seeking trouble, but none of them were cooperating? Very well. She would consider it their prudence. Casually toying with her nails, she added, "Aren't you leaving soon?" Han Mingze and Jing Yuran exchanged glances, seeing a mix of anger and frustration in each other's eyes. They could not overpower Yi Xia and had to swallow their discontent. Considering that their vehicle was already loaded with supplies, even if they didn't continue to fill the remaining 2 trucks, it would suffice to reach the military base. Han Mingze signaled to the students to board the truck, preparing to leave the shopping center. However, the languid girl atop the pedestal straightened her posture and uttered 2 words.
Wait.
With a raised brow and a slight smirk, she added, "I mean all of my belongings, including the truck and all the supplies within it."
Impossible.
"The truck is ours. We found it," Han Mingze replied, his voice seething with anger. "Yi Xia, you're going too far." Jing Yuran protested indignantly. They had spent 4 hours searching for the vehicle and gasoline and were unwilling to part with it. Yi Xia offered them no opportunity for negotiation, declaring that the truck parked at the entrance of the shopping center was hers. Han Mingze and Jing Yuran's frustration surged upon hearing her utterly arrogant tone. Yet before they could respond, Yi Xia had already drawn a black butterfly knife, spinning it with a smile. Having witnessed her prowess, they dared not provoke her further and could only leave in disgrace. Halfway through, Jing Yuran could not suppress her anger, shouting, "Yi Xia, are you declaring war against all survivors? If one were to count, 1/5 of the enterprises in City S were under the Yi family's banner. She couldn't possibly deter everyone from seeking supplies, could she?" Observing the fiery gazes of the students, Yi Xia understood that Jing Yuran was deliberately stirring the pot. She paid no heed to her and strode into the mall. 30 seconds later, a sign was hung up, adorned with elegant calligraphy, "Scoundrels and shameless individuals, no entry." Yi Xia made it clear that her ire was not directed at ordinary survivors, but specifically at scoundrels and shameless individuals. The students exchanged glances, gradually realizing the implication. Were they implicated by Han Mingze and Jing Yuran? Were the president and the school Belle deemed scoundrels and shameless? This was quite the revelation. On the other side, Yi Xia opened the system map and, upon confirming that there were no outsiders in the shopping center, she prepared to make a grand sweep, a raid on the mall. Without hesitation, she commenced her scavenging from the first floor. Luxury stores, designer bags, branded clothing, high-end watches. She collected everything, regardless of gender or age. Casual wear, sportswear, down jackets, loungewear, gowns, leather jackets, furs. She took them all. One store after another, she soon ascended to the second floor.
Skincare products, essence, La Mer, Lancôme, Estée Lauder, cosmétiques, clinique. Yves Saint Laurent, Dior, Givenchy, Perfume, Burberry, Hermès, Gio Malone, Chanel.
While, in her capacity as the daughter of the Yi family, she had never lacked for anything before the apocalypse, the thrill of hoarding was simply unmatched. On the third floor, the maternity and baby store yielded all manner of formula, bottles, children's toys, daily necessities, and bedding sets. The motto was, "They may not be needed, but they must be had." The furniture and appliance stores were thoroughly rated as well: sofas, beds, wardrobes, refrigerators, washing machines, ovens, coffee makers, all would surely come in handy later. The 5th, 6th, and 7th floors were filled with dining establishments. After casually browsing and collecting useful items, Yi Xia returned to the large supermarket on the basement level. Gazing at the dazzling array of shelves, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she had already raided the small supermarket at the academy, this one was in an entirely different league. A row of electric shopping carts stood at the entrance. Without hesitation, Yi Xia hopped into one. "Xiao Rui, you drive." "All right." Song Rui nodded, still in a daze. Although he had long known that his sister had a spatial ability, witnessing her collect layer upon layer of supplies in person felt surreal. Sister's space is enormous. It seems capable of holding an entire planet. Thus, Song Rui drove the small cart, while Yishu sat in the metal shopping basket ahead, surrounded by rows of shelves. One shelf brimmed with cigarettes and alcohol, another with chocolates, chips, jerky, and jelly, and yet another with paper towels, sanitary napkins, and laundry detergent. Upon arriving at the frozen section, Yi Shiyu initially held little hope, as the automatic generator had ceased functioning, presumably due to the depletion of diesel. However, When she opened the freezer and felt the cool air, she realized it had only recently lost power. Elated, she gathered all the frozen goods, sausages, ham, beef, and lamb rolls, steak and hot pot balls from one freezer, and ice cream, glutinous rice balls, dumplings, and breakfast items from another. In just an hour, Yi Xiu had nearly emptied the largest mall in S City. As she surveyed the abundant supplies in her space, a satisfied smile graced her lips, and she swayed the bottle of sparkling wine in her hand, speaking in a leisurely tone. All set.
Time to wrap up.
A gust of wind swept through the empty corridor, rustling the paper towels on the floor, while Song Rui leisurely maneuvered the electric shopping cart out of the supermarket. Chapter 52. Boiling Hot Pot. Luhu Villa. The two returned leisurely to the internet cafe. Upon entering, Song Yi clung to her like a little kitten. Sister, you're back. Yes, Yi Xiu affectionately ruffled his silky hair. Meanwhile, Zhou Chongguang, who was doing a plank, sprang up with curiosity. Boss, where did you go? Yi Xiu succinctly replied, looting them all. She glanced toward the private room. Is you ready yet? It should be soon. I saw Brother Yu absorbing the last few crystal cores. Then let's prepare for hot pot tonight. At the mention of hot pot, Zhou Chongguang and the little Song boy's eyes instantly sparkled. After spending the afternoon absorbing crystal cores and exercising, how could they not be hungry? Their stomachs growled in unison, prompting Yi Xiu to stifle a laugh. She retrieved a large portable stove from her space, poured mineral water into the pot, and added 2 bags of base ingredients into the S-shaped pot, half beef tallow and half mushroom soup. Even before igniting the flame, a rich aroma began to waft through the air. This was the beauty of hot pot. It required no special skills. Everything cooked in one pot. She then took out beef rolls, shrimp paste, hot pot balls, yellow throat, and tripe, making the 3 of them drool with anticipation. Song Yi exclaimed, so much meat. This reminded Yi Xiu, is it all meat? How can we have no vegetables? The vegetables in the spiritual space had matured after a few days of growth. She found oil lettuce, baby bok choy, water spinach, bamboo shoots, and potatoes, all looking exceptionally fresh. However, looking at the unpeeled potatoes, Yi Xiu hesitated. Killing was no problem, but chopping vegetables was a whole different challenge. Sister, we can help you. Song Rui and Song Yi, accustomed to doing household chores, took the cutting board and knife from Yi Xiu's hands and began to process the vegetables efficiently. Zhou Chongguang, feeling embarrassed to be idle, shook off the sweat from his hair and asked, Boss, what can I do? That fool nearly splashed sweat into the pot. Yi Xiu's lips twitched in exasperation. You go take a shower. Right now. Zhou Chongguang. Wah, I've been scolded by the boss. He hurried to the bathroom, taking a quick 3-minute cold shower. Only after he returned did Yi Xiu assign him a task. Can you set the table and chairs? What table and chairs? Zhou Chongguang instinctively glanced at the computer desks and chairs in the internet cafe, thinking there was nothing to arrange. However, upon turning around, he was astonished to see Yi Xiu conjure a dining table and 5 chairs, with exquisite and intricate European vintage craftsmanship. Okay, maybe his imagination was lacking. He found a spacious area in the cafe's hall, moved the table and chairs over, then placed the portable stove and pot on the table, finally distributing the various meats onto plates. With a casual arrangement, it surprisingly exuded the ambience of a luxurious restaurant. The little boys also finished processing the vegetables. However, as Song Yi was serving the dishes, the wet floor caused him to slip and fall. For him, a fall was no big deal. But the problem was, he fell toward the steaming, bubbling hot pot. If he got burned, it would surely hurt. From Yi Xiu's position, rushing to save him was too late. She shouted, Xiao Yi, quick, get out of the way. Just as the words left her mouth, a powerful gust of wind swept in, like an invisible hand, securely catching Song Yi's body. This whirlwind-like speed, you? As her voice faded, the door to the private room swung open. The boy who had absorbed the crystal cores emerged. His brown eyes clear and calm, his inky black hair flowing as if stirred by a breeze. Mississippi. Yi Xiu checked his information and was surprised to find he was already at level 23. No wonder his aura was so strong. Moreover, she could see the information of Song Rui, Song Yi, and Yi Yu. The system explained that it was permissible for her to view the details of her teammates, even if it meant surpassing levels. Song Yi, having shed his cheerful demeanor, placed the dish down with a pair of anxious, dark grape-like eyes. Thank you, Brother Yi Yu. He glanced at Yi Yu, then at Yi Xiu. Sorry, sister. Back at the orphanage, He had accidentally broken his bowl, earning a severe scolding and being punished by not being allowed to eat that day. Perhaps while washing vegetables, mud had smeared across his face, making him look like a little flower cat. Yi Shi retrieved a towel from her space. Is everything all right? Yes. Then let's eat. Sister, do you have anything else to say? Song Yi took the towel, cautiously watching her. Yi Shiyu's dark eyes flickered as she added, be careful with everything. Today is hot pot. Next time it might be high-level zombies. It seemed Xiao Ye's reflexes needed further training. If it were Xiao Rui, he would have likely dodged it by now. Thinking of this, she glanced at Song Rui. Upon seeing his younger brother was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Hearing her words, Song Ye's spirits lifted, realizing once again that his sister was the best sister in the world. All right, let's eat.
Yevi Yusimilet softly. Moment latte.
The five of them settled at the dining table, enjoying the steaming hot pot. Yi was in charge of serving the dishes, while the others focused on eating. Observing her teammates devour the food, Yi Shiyu's dark eyes shone with warmth akin to moonlight. Outside the expansive glass wall, countless stars twinkled. She reminisced about another world, a similarly tranquil night where she sat alone atop a vast mountain, accompanied only by beasts. In this life, she was accompanied by 4 teammates, which seemed quite nice too. The next day, at dawn, as the sun rose from the horizon, a contented Yi Shiyu and her companions set off from the shopping center. They entered the highway, heading towards Luhu. In the pre-apocalyptic days, this journey would have taken merely an hour. However, by the time they reached Luhu, a full 7 hours had passed. Even with their upgraded speed, an ordinary person would have taken even longer. The final stretch to Luhu encountered almost no traffic. Yi Shi speculated it was due to its affluent neighborhood being sparsely populated. Sister, we're almost there, Song Rui reminded her. Seated in the car, she gazed out the window, where an expansive artificial lake unfolded, seemingly endless. In the center of the lake lay a large island, connected to the outside world by 4 bridges to the north, south, east, and west, along with several roundabouts. Countless white villas dotted the landscape, varying in size. From a distance, they resembled gleaming white pearls. Chapter 53. Who wishes for her demise? How beautiful! Song Yi marveled. In the past, my family also considered purchasing a house here, but upon inquiring about the prices, we were utterly disheartened. Zhou Zhongguang sighed in lament. They were captivated by the allure of Lu Lake. However, in Yi Xia's eyes, Lu Lake was nothing short of an ideal stronghold. The artificial lake served as a moat, while the bridges formed the sole bastion leading to the city gates, highly defensible and difficult to breach. If all the zombies within were eradicated, it would undoubtedly become a small base. As the armored vehicle sped across the bridge towards the Villa's core area, it was halted by a group of individuals clad in standardized security uniforms, positioned behind a yellow caution line. The leader, brandishing a megaphone, shouted a warning to the vehicle. Who are you? No refugees are accepted here. Leave at once. With a sharp sound, the car door opened, and a girl with black hair emerged. The security personnel's attention shifted to her, and their voices faltered. Dressed in black attire, topped with a black cap that revealed half of her face. Resembling a piece of jade, she casually held a lollipop between her lips. Clad in stylish military boots and leather fingerless gloves, her high ponytail danced in the wind, exuding an aura of both elegance and strength. With such charisma and beauty, she could hardly be mistaken for a refugee. I am a resident of Lu Lake. Here is my access card. Yi Xia retrieved a card from her pocket. Lu Lake was a high-end villa district, where previous homeowners required identity cards for entry. You are from the Yi family? The security guard's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the address on the card.
Indeed, Ye Eyo replied nonchalantly, adjusting her cap.
The commanding presence she emanated made even this seasoned guard's heart tremble. After a moment of hesitation, he made a decision. Since you are from the Yi family, please enter. Yi Xia lifted her gaze to him and simply said, thank you. The guard's demeanor appeared rather peculiar. It seemed that the Lu Lake Villa district was rife with intrigue. As they watched the vehicle drive away, the remaining guards exchanged puzzled glances. Captain, why did you let her in? Didn't the Jiang family order that no one is to enter? You lot know nothing. The guard captain responded gravely. On the day of the zombie outbreak, it was the young master of the Yi family who first organized the resistance. If he hadn't left in haste, the entire Lu Lake would bear the Yi surname.
What?
Why did he leave? Rumor has it he went to find his sister, who was studying at school. I'm not entirely sure, another guard admitted. Was that girl just now the young masteress sister? Not likely, the captain shook his head. I've encountered the young lady of the Yi family before. You could hear her cough from afar. She was a frail one. But that girl just now radiated vitality. They cannot possibly be the same person. Then who is she? The captain speculated boldly. Perhaps she is the young masteress girlfriend? In any case, she is certainly not someone you can covet. He believed that only a mysterious and formidable girl like Yi Xie could be worthy of the young legend who dominated the business realm of S City at such a young age. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle had arrived at the core area of the Lu Lake Villa. Yi Xie alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the majestic building before her. A wave of memories flooding her mind. Since she could remember, the original owner had resided here. In her recollections, the villa was adorned with vast fields of tulips, blossoming in a riot of colors, dancing in the breeze, an exquisite sight. Those were her mother's favorite flowers. Now, without the care of servants, the once vibrant tulip garden lay in disarray, overrun with weeds and in a state of utter decay. Yi Xie frowned as she stepped inside. The interior was eerily silent, as though devoid of life. The entire villa exuded an inexplicable stillness and strangeness. There were many signs of recent human presence, yet no blood or remnants of flesh indicated a zombie attack. Where are the servants? The bodyguards? Is there not a single soul here? Moreover, Yi Xie recalled that the living room housed a masterful ink painting worth millions, alongside a collectible porcelain vase, yet all valuable items were conspicuously absent. I will check upstairs, she decided, activating her system map, which indicated that only her room was marked with a bullied within the expansive villa. Typically, her room remained untouched except for cleaning staff. So, who could that little bullied represent? Father? Or brother? Hearing her intent to visit her quarters, Yi Yu, Zhou Zhongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi hesitated to follow due to their gender. The four of them settled on the sofa in the living room, waiting in silence. What if something goes wrong? Zhou Zhongguang finally voiced, prompting the others to turn their gazes toward him. He ruffled his hair. I certainly don't wish for anything to happen to the eldest's family. I'm just concerned. Song Rui turned to his younger brother, Xiao Yi. Do you sense anything? No, Song Yi replied, feeling immense pressure. Should I take a nap? Yi Yu, Song Rui, Zhou Zhongguang. That might be too late now, wouldn't it? The sound of Yi Xie's footsteps echoed through the empty corridor on the second floor. Her bedroom was at the end of the hallway, the largest and finest room in the villa. It had been meticulously designed by a renowned foreign architect, with every piece of furniture and decoration carefully selected, radiating both opulence and warmth. At that moment, the door to her bedroom was ajar, revealing a stranger seated at her vanity. The woman was applying powder, seemingly caught in the act of beautifying herself. Yi Xie pushed the door open. Startled by the sudden noise, the woman dropped her powder box, spilling its contents across the floor. She shouted at Yi Xie, "Who are you? Are you looking to die?" From her perspective, Yi Xie, clad in black, appeared like a queen descending, her aura overwhelmingly powerful. The woman's words faltered, but her eyes and expression remained filled with ire. You are wearing my nightgown, using my cosmetics, and sitting at my vanity, yet you dare to question my identity? Yi Xie narrowed her dark eyes. Those familiar with her would know that she was far from pleased.
What?
The woman was taken aback, her gaze fixating on Yi Xie's exquisite and beautiful face. After a moment of disbelief, she exclaimed, You are Yi Xie? Having recovered from her astonishment, she blurted out, You, this sickly wretch, are still alive? Is that what you wished for? Yi Xie's dark eyes glinted with icy displeasure. Chapter 54. A Fool. Afternoon Tea Delicacies II. The woman stuttered, unable to articulate her thoughts. For some inexplicable reason, under Yi Xie's piercing gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Yet how could that be? This frail girl had never exuded such an icy demeanor before. Recognizing that Yi Xie seemed to know her, the girl recalled her name, Du Xinqing. She was the daughter of the original owner's wet nurse, 2 years her senior, who occasionally came to assist at the Yi family villa. It seemed that on the day of the zombie outbreak, Du Xinqing had fortuitously come to help. Throughout her childhood, Yi Xie had harbored a negative impression of Du Xinqing. Each time Du Xinqing visited the villa, something would invariably go missing from Yi Xie's bedroom. Yet out of respect for her wet nurse, and due to Yi Xie's timid nature, she had never voiced her suspicions. Clearly, in the wake of the apocalypse, Du Xinqing had grown even bolder. Contemplating how Du Xinqing had been sleeping in her bed and using her personal belongings, Yi Xia felt a wave of revulsion. Suppressing her murderous intent, she inquired, "What has become of the others in the villa?"
They.
Du Xinqing instinctively began, but then reconsidered. Times had changed. She was no longer the lowly daughter of a servant, but rather. She spoke with a tone laced with disdain. "Why should I tell you?" After a moment's thought, she added, "How did you return?" Du Xinqing dashed out of the bedroom, her expression reminiscent of a bashful young girl.
Ye Shao.
"Are you back?" The Yi Xiao she referred to as Yi Jingyu, the elder brother of Yi Xia, a prominent figure in the financial realm, and the object of affection for many socialites. Every time Du Xinqing visited the villa, she would sneak a glance at Yi Jingyu from a distance, hoping for a chance encounter. The sight of a woman descending from the second floor left the team members utterly astonished. They exchanged a brief glance at Du Xinqing before lowering their heads, for her sleepwear was carelessly worn, revealing much more than it should. Zhou Chongguang muttered, "I hadn't heard that the boss had a sister." Yi Xia descended the spiral staircase, arms crossed, her tone icy and devoid of emotion. "You're not worthy." At these words, Du Xinqing felt as if a bomb had exploded within her. "How am I unworthy?" Her mother, who was also Yi Xia's wet nurse, had long suspected her infatuation and repeatedly warned her against harboring inappropriate thoughts. Because she was unworthy. Du Xinqing despised those two words. A twisted smile crept across her heavily made-up face. "Yi Xia, you seem to be mistaken. The entire Luhu is under the Jiang family's control, and I am Jiang Shao's girlfriend."
Oh, ye Eyo replied cold.
Who she was dating had no bearing on her. As long as she wasn't Yi Jingyu's girlfriend, it was of no concern to her. Naturally, she could not fathom her brother being interested in someone as foolish as Du Xinqing. "Yet, you are Jiang Shao's girlfriend. Yet you throw yourself at my brother?" It was fortunate that Yi Jingyu was not present, for had he been, Du Xinqing would likely have leaped into his arms. Yi Xia posed a question, hoping to glean more information from Du Xinqing's words.
"You."
Du Xinqing glared at her, eyes wide like copper bells. If she could win over Yi Jingyu, why would she need to flatter a man as repulsive as Jiang Shao? Fortunately, becoming Jiang Shao's girlfriend had granted her privileges beyond the ordinary, and she clearly took pride in it. Yi Xia analyzed the expression on her face, deducing that Yi Jingyu was likely not in Luhu. Otherwise, the Jiang family wouldn't be calling the shots. Du Xinqing's gaze was particularly provocative.
Ye Eyo chocolate.
"You must be doing poorly since the apocalypse, right?" Raising an eyebrow, she refrained from replying. Du Xinqing assumed she had hit the mark and could not help but puff out her chest with pride.
"Me?
I reside in the villa daily, with a comfortable bed, high-end cosmetics, proper clothing, and of course, servants who serve me food punctually, ensuring I am well fed." Approaching a storage cabinet in the living room, Du Xinqing opened a safe. Inside the oversized safe lay an egg and a shriveled apple. While the egg's condition was indiscernible, the apple's skin was withered and wrinkled, clearly having been stored for quite some time. "You probably can't afford to eat such delicacies," she boasted. Indeed, Yi Xia enjoyed lavish meals of fish and meat, complemented by fresh vegetables and fruits from her space, prepared by the culinary genius Yiyu, making even pre-apocalypse dining seem extravagant. How could one consume such meager fare? With a knowing smirk, Du Xinqing continued, "If you're willing to kneel and beg, I might share these with you. After all, this is an egg and an apple. How many could savor such sumptuous food in the apocalypse?" She began to envision Yi Xia groveling at her feet, begging pitifully. However, Song Yi stood up, breaking her fantasy. "Auntie, you might as well keep that trash for yourself."
Du Xinqing es expression sourde instantly. "Don't call me auntie."
She faced Song Yi, her sleepwear hanging loosely.
Ugh.
Song Yi felt his eyes were sullied. "Can you at least put on some proper clothes before you speak?" The shift from auntie to old lady infuriated Du Xinqing. "You little brat, are you blind? I'm clearly young and beautiful." With a slam, she shut the safe, indignant that he could dismiss her egg and apple as garbage. "You're just sour because you can't eat grapes." In the Luhu Villa district, there were over 1,000 survivors, with only 1/10 able to eat regular food. The rest either starved or consumed moldy, sour items, which she deemed the true garbage. Yet, just as Du Xinqing relished her moment of triumph, she suddenly heard Yi Xia's murmuring, "It's time for afternoon tea. Ah, you, please prepare." "Yes, Miss," Yi replied, rising from the sofa to take a backpack from Yi Xia and heading into the kitchen. Du Xinqing followed Yi Yu's figure, recognizing him as Yi Xia's personal bodyguard. Was he there to protect her return to Luhu? As she pondered, a sweet aroma wafted from the kitchen. Yi Yu emerged with several cake boxes: Oreo cheesecake, tiramisu, lemon barbaroa, and chocolate cheese tart. These desserts had been stored in Yi Xia's space immediately after being prepared, ensuring they were in perfect condition, both in flavor and presentation. Du Xinqing's eyes widened in disbelief. This defies logic. Chapter 55. The Jiang Family Dungeon. Delivered to the doorstep, Yi Yu also found a teapot in the kitchen, rinsed it with mineral water, and brewed a pot of black tea. When he emerged with the tea and cakes, Du Xinqing was left utterly stunned. How could such alluring little cakes and steaming hot tea be food in an apocalypse? Comparing them to the egg and apple she had locked away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Come, let us all eat together. Yi Xia called to her teammates as they made their way to the dining room, joyfully sipping tea and indulging in cake.
Du Xinqing swallowed hard, stealthily approaching.
She too desired a slice of cake. Song Yi, noticing her maneuvering, retorted angrily, Auntie, do you have no manners? The sister didn't invite you. Sheesh. Better to go eat your trash from the safe. Why wasn't I invited? She said we should all eat together, so of course I'm eating. Du Xinqing's shamelessness knew no bounds. Watching them relish such delectable food made it impossible for her to stomach the rotten apple and foul egg. The disparity was too great. She was unwilling to accept it. With determination, she reached out, intending to snatch some. However, a gleaming knife suddenly pierced her flesh, pinning her palm to the table.
Ah!
She screamed in pain.
Who did that?
Which vile person? You're all finished. Just wait until I tell Jiang Shao about today. None of you will escape. I'll have him throw you all into the dungeon to feed the rats. Not having seen who struck, she unleashed her wrath on the 5 present. The dungeon?
Ye se bro furolet.
Du Xinqing spoke in a menacing tone, yes. There's a dungeon in the Jiang family villa's backyard, where your father is kept. In the upper echelons of society, having dungeons and prisons was not uncommon. The higher the status and background, the more ruthless the methods. As long as things didn't come to light, no one would intervene. Yet, in Yi Xia's memories, she had never witnessed her father or brother display such cruelty. Recalling her father's gentle demeanor towards her, a chill swept through her obsidian eyes, narrowing them. She wiped her hands with a napkin and lazily approached Du Xinqing like a cat preparing to pounce. Du Xinqing felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at her with terror. What do you intend to do? Take me to see Jiang Shao. You wretched woman. Are you trying to seduce him? With a swift motion, Yi Xia withdrew the knife that was poised to pierce Du Xinqing's palm. Blood flowed profusely.
Ah!
How could you? The agonizing pain and instinct for survival drove Du Xinqing into a frenzy, struggling until the dining knife was leisurely pressed against her throat. I am not here to negotiate, the girl hissed, her voice cold and serpentine. Either take me to him, or you will die. Eliminating Du Xinqing would complicate her infiltration of the Jiang family villa, yet it was not beyond her capabilities. With this thought, she tightened her grip. Du Xinqing trembled in fear, her teeth chattering as she pleaded, Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I will take you to him. Yi Xia sheathed her knife and turned to Song Rui and Song Yi. What about Zhou Chongguang as well? She smiled shyly. See? A little lesson for the impolite often yields greater courtesy. Sister, you're magnificent. Boss, you're incredible. Song Yi and Zhou Chongguang nodded vigorously in agreement. Song Rui pondered, nodding thoughtfully. As evening fell, the entire Lu Lake lay in silence, save for the brightly lit Jiang Villa. Occasionally, bodyguards patrolled the vicinity, evidently on alert. In the shadowy garden, the voice of the dark-haired girl rose with the wind. Proceed as planned. Prioritize your safety in case of danger. Understood. The other 4 figures scattered from her. As she observed Du Xinqing approaching the villa entrance, she adjusted the cap on her head and followed suit. Miss Du, you're here quite early today. A bodyguard at the door whistled, his gaze revealing a hint of lewdness. Jiang Shao said once he's bored with this woman, it's our turn. We're all eagerly anticipating. Du Xinqing absently accepted the routine inspection by the bodyguards. Even when subjected to their unwanted advances, she seemed indifferent. A gloved hand covered the blood-soaked hole in her palm, the pain contorting her expression into one of rage. She swore to make Yi Xia pay. Upon entering the villa, she headed straight for Jiang Shao's room. Jiangbo lay on the bed, indulging in a midnight snack. A pig-ass trotter in his left hand and a chicken leg in his right, his substantial weight causing the bed to sag. Du Xianqing burst in to report. Jiang Xiao, there's trouble. Someone has invaded the villa and intends to kill you.
Who? Yea, you.
Are you referring to the sister of Yi Jingyu?
Yes. Ha.
Just her?
Yang Bo scoffed.
A mere woman with no strength to crush a fly. What kind of storm could she stir? Unless her brother comes in person, perhaps. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from the window. Jiangbo turned to look outside, his expression suddenly frozen. The gray-white curtains danced in the night wind, revealing a petite silhouette perched on the window frame, like a specter of the night. Startled, he exclaimed, "Who?" The shadow lifted the curtain and leaped down from the window frame, revealing a girl clad in black. Her high ponytail shimmered with silver under the moonlight. It's her. It's Yi Xia. Du Xianqing's eyes blazed with fury. Jiang Xiao. Kill her quickly. She was aware that Jiangbo had awakened his powers. If he so desired, eliminating Yi Xia would be as effortless as squashing an ant. However, despite her incessant provocation, Jiangbo remained unmoved, instead scrutinizing Yi Xia with a lascivious gaze. Her unadorned face possessed an ethereal beauty that rendered Du Xianqing utterly overshadowed. How about we all have a little fun tonight? Look, she's come right to us. Jiangbo's mind brimmed with lewd thoughts, forgetting entirely the numerous bodyguards patrolling outside the villa. Unless, of course, she was a formidable opponent. The thought of possibly sleeping with the daughter of the Yi family, especially Yi Jingyu's sister, sent ripples of excitement through Jiangbo's heart. Don't run. I'll make you happy. He laughed maniacally. Chapter 56. He killed someone. Hardened powers, he lunged at Yi Xia. Yi Xia deftly dodged his advances. When Jiangbo regained his senses, he found himself cornered against a wall, where iron chains and shackles were installed, designed specifically for the subjugation of women. With a click, the shackles locked onto Jiangbo. The room was illuminated by flickering candlelight, flames dancing as if mocking him, while Yi Xia's eyes remained unfathomable. Shall we play a game? Yes, yes. Jiangbo, entranced by Yi Xia, ignited Du Xianqing's ire. This wretched woman was indeed trying to seduce Jiang Xiao. What game are we playing? You'll find out shortly. Yi Xia produced a delicate and compact handgun, looking down at the shackled Jiangbo while casually aiming it. Rather than showing fear, Jiangbo appeared eager, his grin broadening. This prop looks quite realistic. Yet the next moment, bang! The gunshot reverberated through the villa, startling a flock of birds into flight. In the back garden, Song Rui, illuminated by moonlight, examined a map. Upon hearing the gunshot, he placed the map into his bag. It was his sister's signal to commence the operation. This was a dungeon map that Yi Xia had meticulously drawn, detailing various passages and the locations of imprisoned individuals. Song Rui had long memorized it, but he still took care to review it a few more times to avoid any mishaps. In Yi Xia's absence, the team followed Song Rui's lead. They dashed toward the dungeon with utmost urgency. Who are you? The bodyguards, still engaged in their card game, were taken aback as individuals descended. Song Rui unleashed icy blades alongside Yu. As for Zhou Chongguang and Song Yi, one wielded a baseball bat while the other brandished a small knife, effectively serving as a deterrent. Observing the scene, the bodyguards' expressions turned grave. They have awakened powers. Jiang Xiao said no one was allowed in the dungeon. There were only 4 of them, 2 of whom were mere children. Just kill them and be done with it. The bodyguards remained undaunted. They were elite members from various families and showed no mercy in combat. With over 20 of them, 7 possessed awakened abilities. In numbers, they felt assured of victory. However, after several exchanges, they sensed something was amiss. The opposing powers were too advanced. They were outmatched. Fortunately, the head bodyguard discerned that, aside from the gloomy-looking boy who was intent on killing, the other 3 seemed more focused on incapacitating them rather than taking lives. This gave them an opening.
Bang!
A strength-type ability user charged at Song Rui, using his body as a shield. Song Rui hesitated for a moment, the icy blades pausing for a split second. Seizing the opportunity, the strength-type user lunged directly at Song Rui's forehead.
Ugh!
Song Rui was struck, his head spinning, his forehead swelling. Others quickly followed suit, and soon a group surrounded Song Rui in the narrow passage. 4 bodyguards swung their swords at him. One of them, with a voice like a rusty bell, cursed. You little brat, Let us see what you can do, Dai. Brother. Amidst the chaos of blades, Song Yi instinctively drew his gun. With a rapid succession of 4 shots, the heads of the 4 assailants exploded. His dynamic vision was exceptional, and with his innate talent, he had achieved perfect accuracy. However, he forgot that he was not shooting zombies but people. That child actually had a gun. My heavens, such precise marksmanship. Several bodyguards devoid of any extraordinary abilities began to falter. They served as henchmen for the Jiang family merely to earn a meager living. They had no intention of risking their lives in a futile confrontation. However, their voices fell on deaf ears for Song Yi. Gazing at the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, his mind went blank, and a chilling sensation enveloped him as a wave of nausea surged from his stomach. He covered his mouth and retched violently. The sensation of killing a person is, after all, markedly different from that of slaying a zombie. Song Yi collapsed to the ground, incessantly heaving. Unbeknownst to him, one of the bodyguards had drawn a knife, lunging towards his chest. Blood gushed forth, dripping incessantly onto the cold, icy surface. As Song Yi regained his senses, he looked up to find his brother standing protectively before him. With a swift motion, Song Rui directed an ice spear into the heart of the bodyguard attempting to ambush Song Yi. In another swift gesture, under Song Rui's control, the ice spear retracted from the bodyguard's chest, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood. Song Rui's icy gaze flickered momentarily. He steadied his breath, turned to Song Yi, and spoke soothingly, "Little Yi, do not fear now. We are united in this." While this episode unfolded on their side, Zhou Chengguang was mercilessly smashing the heads of 2 bodyguards with a baseball bat, leaving them bloodied and battered. Yi Yu, too, dispatched 3 opponents in a mere instant. Scarlet liquid splattered against the walls, leaving a gruesome mark. The entire dungeon was permeated with the stench of blood. Witnessing the scene, the bodyguards exchanged apprehensive glances, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between the 2 sides. This is overwhelmingly powerful. They are not even in the same league. Those who had already hesitated discarded their weapons onto the ground, signaling their surrender. With their lead, more and more followed suit, until only the head of the bodyguards and 3 extraordinary individuals remained defiant. Yet, they too soon raised their hands in capitulation, for Yi Yu had summoned wind blades, coldly surveying them as though he intended to sever their heads. "Do not kill us. We surrender. We acknowledge our mistakes." Amidst the chorus of pleas, Song Rui approached with a stern countenance, his dark eyes shimmering with an icy light. Despite his youth, he exuded an aura of authority. "Do not attempt any tricks, or you shall face death." His voice, though not loud, echoed ominously in the dark corridor. The head of the bodyguard stared at him, astonished by the formidable presence emanating from such a young child. After delivering this declaration, Song Rui led his team deeper into the dungeon. As they turned a corner, he lightly touched the wall, listening to the thunderous beating of his heart, pondering whether he had inherited even a fraction of his sister's formidable presence. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit bedroom, Zhang Bo remained bound against the wall, gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, a lewd expression finally shifting. How could he, having grown up without ever sustaining such an injury, feel both shock and fury? Yi Shuyue focused intently on the wound, her expression revealing a curious intrigue. Is this the power of hardening? A bullet had penetrated Zhang Bo's chest, yet he had utilized his extraordinary ability to harden his flesh, sparing his heart from harm. Chapter 57. A foolish pig lies here in eternal slumber. Upon hearing her unveil her extraordinary ability, Zhang Bo's expression darkened. "Who told you? That traitor, I shall kill him." As he spoke, his hands and feet hardened into crystal, and with brute force, he shattered the iron chains binding him. "No one," Yi Shuyue replied nonchalantly, and fired 3 more shots. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
The trajectory of the bullets was traceable, yet Zhang Bo managed to block them all. The rapid gunfire attracted the attention of the bodyguards outside, prompting a flurry of inquiries. However, in his haste to prevent Yi Shuyue from escaping earlier, Zhang Bo had locked the door, leaving the bodyguards unable to enter for the time being. Unperturbed, Zhang Bo boasted, "Your bullets cannot harm me."
Oh, yeju yurepiet lightly.
She then holstered her pistol and drew a butterfly knife from her waist, lunging toward Zhang Bo. Though he was an extraordinary being, Zhang Bo possessed some skill. He swiftly engaged in combat with Yi Shuyue, but after just a few exchanges, he was left astounded. How could her movements be so unpredictable? The bullets had a discernible trajectory, yet her movements were ghostly, devoid of any pattern. The only word that could describe it. Swift.
Swish, 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 swish.
The wounds on Jiang Bo multiplied. Each time he attempted to harden, Yi Xiuyue would slice him anew.
Wait.
Jiang Bo sensed an impending crisis and threatened her with a hostage. The head of the Yi family is in my grasp. If you continue, I will not hesitate. He pulled a walkie-talkie from his bag, speaking with a fierce tone, with a single command. The head of the Yi family is as good as dead.
Ha!
Yi Xiuyue's dark eyes sparkled with cold light. She kicked out, and Jiang Bo felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, propelling him several feet away until he crashed into an iron cage. Yi Xiuyue approached deliberately, declaring, "The one who is doomed is you." As she spoke, the butterfly knife surged toward his carotid artery with astonishing speed. Jiang Bo's pupils constricted, his extraordinary powers shielded his neck. Yet, a wicked smile curled on Yi Xiuyue's lips as she pivoted her wrist, aiming for his heart, her speed creating an afterimage. Swish! In the instant the knife fell, blood splattered onto the iron cage. Thud! Jiang Bo's corpulent form crumpled against the cage, blood pouring freely from the wound in his chest. Trembling, he pressed the walkie-talkie, forcing out his final words with sheer will. Quick! Kill those people. Even in death, he sought to drag others down with him. However, the voice that emerged from the walkie-talkie was not that of a bodyguard, but of a young boy, innocent yet chilling as snowflakes. Sister? Are you there? Who is this? Jiang Bo was utterly bewildered. Nearby, Yi Xiuyue retrieved a handkerchief from her space, picking up the walkie-talkie from the bloodied ground, and replied, "Little Rue, how did your mission go?" "Successfully completed." "Excellent. Add chicken legs for dinner tonight." MHM. Jiang Bo stared blankly at Yi Xiuyue conversing with the walkie-talkie. Shock etched on his face. It was unfathomable that his lair had been breached by a child leading the charge. As Yi Xiuyue set down the walkie-talkie, he had already breathed his last. She extended her foot, kicking Jiang Bo's head. "Foolish pig. Bullets cannot turn, but my knife can." Upon uttering this, a loud crash echoed as the bodyguards burst through the door. "Who are you? What have you done to young Master Jiang?" "Young Master Jiang is..." The bodyguards fell silent. They glanced between the bloody Jiang Bo and the dark-haired girl standing over him, astonishment rendering them speechless. This scene spoke volumes. "Do you wish to avenge your master?" The curtains behind Yi Xiuyue fluttered, resembling a fallen angel in the night.
No, no.
The bodyguards wisely retreated. If they could not contend with someone who had bested Jiang Bo, there was no way they would willingly march to their deaths. Silence reclaimed the bedroom. Yi Xiuyue surveyed the room's decor: iron cages, shackles, prison bars, chains, whips, and wooden horses, each element saturated with the stench of torment and filth. She recalled the corridor adorned with various nude paintings of women. Whispering softly to herself, she mused, "What a detestable place this is." Approaching the flickering candlelight, a careless gesture knocked over the candlestick. The flames voraciously consumed the curtains, casting an eerie glow over the entire room, reminiscent of a prison cell. "Night Shiyu, what are you going to do?" The terrified voice of Du Xianqing pierced the air, and only then did Night Shiyu recall that another person occupied the room. Following the sound, she beheld Du Xianqing cowering beneath the bed, trembling like a leaf. With her deep, inscrutable black eyes, Night Shiyu inquired, "Is Wang Ma also in the dungeon?" My mother turned into a zombie on the first day," Du Xianqing stammered, her fear rendering her speech incoherent. Witnessing the frail figure she once knew kill a powerful ability user had left an indelible shock. She had thought it would be as simple as crushing Night Shiyu like an ant, but unexpectedly, it was Jiang Bo who was the ant. Hearing her words, a flicker of sorrow and regret crossed Night Shiyu's expression, as if she were reminiscing. "Wang Ma was very kind to my former self." "Yes, indeed. She treated you well. For her sake, please do not harm me." Strangely, Du Xianqing felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from Night Shiyu, especially with a corpse lying on the ground, instilling dread. Night Shiyu smiled faintly. "Unfortunately, Wang Ma is already dead." After glancing at Jiang Bo's lifeless body, her lips parted. "Since you are Jiang Shao's girlfriend, you shall accompany him in eternal slumber." A 1-meter-high black iron can materialized out of thin air. She kicked the can, and the liquid inside began to pour out. Before Du Xianqing could grasp how the can had appeared, was it magic? The air was suddenly suffused with a choking odor. It was gasoline. The moment this realization struck, the gasoline ignited upon contact with the flames, erupting into a fierce blaze. Flames enveloped Du Xianqing from all directions. And she finally comprehended the meaning of eternal slumber. "No, I do not wish to die alongside him. Please save me," she pleaded, desperately attempting to escape the inferno. However, the flames were too fierce, and the night wind from the balcony only fueled the fire further, igniting the bed linens. Night Shiyu offered her no glance, turning instead towards the balcony, heedless of the drop of over 10 meters. With a leap, she vanished into the night like a shadowy cat. Chapter 58. The Raging Inferno. A father-daughter reunion moments later, the entire Jiang family villa was engulfed in flames, the fire leaping skyward and scattering sparks that illuminated the dark night. When Song Rui and his companions emerged from the dungeon, they were met with this breathtaking spectacle. The fire blazed like a dragon, the night wind howled, and thick smoke billowed. Did the boss set this fire? Zhou Chengguang stood in shock. It seems likely, Song Rui nodded. While they were still conversing, a slender figure emerged from the flames, striding forward with an air of regal authority, obscured against the light and difficult to discern. After leaving the bedroom, Night Shiyu rummaged through the other parts of the villa, unceremoniously collecting all valuable items and resources. Among her finds were her family's ink paintings, antiques, porcelain, and treasures that the Jiang family had appropriated from various clans since the apocalypse began. These artifacts, relics of the passage of time, should not perish in the flames. The first to recognize Night Shiyu was a middle-aged man supported by Yiyu. His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with the elegance and warmth of the upper class. Night Shiyu's eyes sparkled with familiarity as she gazed at the man Yiyu was assisting, hesitantly calling out, "Dad?" Night Shun, upon hearing her, paused, gently pushing away Yiyu as support and stepping forward on his own. As he approached, Night Shiyu could clearly see his features. Clad in a tailored suit, his imposing stature belied his over 40 years. Yet he appeared to be in his 30s, due to meticulous upkeep. Although his complexion was haggard, his eyes shone with an eagle-like intensity. When he met with Yi Yu and the others, Night Shun learned of his daughter's circumstances. He had thought that after the outbreak of the zombie virus, he would never see her again, yet here they were, reunited against all odds. It was a poignant moment. What astonished Night Shun further was that his daughter had awakened her abilities and undergone a subtle transformation in character. Now, she seemed like an entirely different person, cold, proud, and imperious, increasingly reminiscent of her mother. Yet, in a post-apocalyptic world, such a drastic change in personality was only natural, as it better equipped one to face crises. With concern and tenderness in his eyes, Night Shun remarked, "You you seem thinner. Have you not been eating well?" Night Shiyu reflected that her previous frail state had transformed. She now feasted regularly and maintained a fitness routine, so it should have been the opposite. Yet, in her father's eyes, she appeared diminished. Truly, a parent's heart always perceives their child as insufficiently nourished. "Dad, since awakening my abilities, my health has improved. You need not worry," Night Shiyu replied, her tone turning serious. "Where's brother?" Night Shun had not awakened any abilities. And despite being a business magnate before the apocalypse, he was now just an ordinary man. How could Night Jingyu leave him alone in Lu Lake? "Do not blame him." Night Shun grasped Night Shiyu's hand, meeting her gaze. "It was I who urged him to leave."
Why?
Night Shiyu asked, perplexed. Night Shun spoke gently. "After the apocalypse began, your brother awakened his powers and unified Lu Lake. Though he never voiced it, he has been worried about you. He looks at your photograph every night. We discussed it, and he ultimately decided that regardless of the outcome, he must seek you out, alive or dead." As he spoke those final words, Night Shun offered a faint smile, causing Night Shiyu's dark eyes to shimmer. In her past life, she had never experienced such familial affection. Even amidst a bustling festival, as she navigated through throngs of families joyfully interacting, she felt neither sadness nor sorrow. "What are you thinking about, you heir?" "Nothing," she replied, pulled back from her reverie by Night Shun's voice. Remembering the zombies encountered along the way, especially the newly emerged second-tier zombies, she lowered her eyes to conceal her turmoil. "What abilities has brother awakened?" "I'm not entirely sure. His powers seem somewhat unique." Night Shun understood her concern for Night Jingyu's safety and spoke soothingly. "But rest assured, he desires to survive more than anyone until he can see you again." Suddenly, a torrential downpour descended from the heavens. As they gazed upon the Jiang family villa still ablaze amidst the rain, all survivors understood one thing: Lu Lake had undergone a transformation. What a colossal fire! That direction seems to be the Jiang family villa. In the guard booth near the bridge, the security chief who had previously barred Night Shi's passage was taken aback by the billowing smoke. An overwhelming sense of unreality washed over him. While he had foreseen the bloodshed that would follow Night Shi's departure, he had not anticipated such rapid devastation. In mere hours, the Jiang family had perished. This swift and ruthless action reminded him of Knight Jingyu, who had similarly unified Lu Lake in just a few hours. One could only conclude that the Knight family was composed of formidable individuals. Meanwhile, the guards monitoring the other 3 bridges noticed the unusual activity in the villa area, though their expressions remained stoic. For them, it mattered little who the rulers of Lu Lake were. What mattered most was the nature of the resources being distributed. Yet, in these tumultuous times, regardless of who governed, the lower class would inevitably suffer. An elderly security guard shook his head with a sigh, merely wishing for a hearty meal every 3 days. "Oh," said another guard in a teasing tone, "don't be so pessimistic. Who knows? We might even have 3 square meals a day, perhaps with meat too. Why not take a nap?" Indeed, in dreams, anything is possible. Laughter erupted among the guards, finding joy even in their hardships. Little did they know, their wishes were about to be fulfilled. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, alongside the captive Knight gentleman and several trusted members of the Knight family, over 400 survivors from the Villa district were imprisoned. In an attempt to minimize unnecessary consumption, the Jiang family had confined these living souls, treating them like rats in a sewer, feeding them leftover scraps intermittently, often rotten and infested with maggots.
Now,
as they glimpsed the outside world once more, their hearts were filled with the exhilaration of survival. Who was it that had liberated them? As this thought crossed their minds, a dark-haired maiden burst into their view. Night Sia stood amidst the torrential rain, her inky locks dancing in the wind, untouched by the downpour. A transparent wall of swirling wind encased her, shielding her from the rain, while her obsidian eyes, framed by the distorted gusts, exuded an aura of mystery and solitude, reminiscent of a divine being. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Who is she? Chapter 59. Establishing a base and guiding the future beside her stood Night Yu, Song Rui, Song Yi, and Zhou Chongguang. Yet at this moment, amidst the flames consuming the villa, they were merely vassals to Night Sia. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to her, as she radiated an aura of overwhelming strength. The black-haired maiden stepped forward, her cool voice resonating clearly, enough for the gathered crowd of over 400 to hear. The Jiang family has fallen. Lu Lake shall henceforth bear the Knight surname. The Knight family will establish a base at Lu Lake, ensuring your safety, providing food, water, shelter, and clothing. We will restore your lives to what they were before the apocalypse. With these few words, the survivors were left in a daze. Night Sia's promises were irresistibly enticing. After enduring the crisis of the undead and the squalor of dungeon life, who wouldn't yearn for an ordinary, mundane existence? Such a life had become a luxury for them. Yet at this moment, to hear someone proclaim the possibility of returning to their former lives felt almost surreal. Amidst the torrential rain, one man exclaimed in disbelief, "What do you want in return?" Having faced life and death, they understood that such fortuitous offers rarely appeared without strings attached, especially in a resource-scarce apocalypse where everything had a price. Hearing this, Night Sia's lips curled into a subtle smile, her dark eyes igniting with a golden brilliance that outshone even the fiercest flame. The Knight family can provide everything you desire in exchange for your loyalty to the base and the Knight family. Her tone was imbued with an air of unassailable confidence, and not a single person regarded her as arrogant. If it weren't for their education and modern societal ideals, the survivors might have felt compelled to kneel and submit to their newfound sovereign. "I can do it," one individual proclaimed eagerly. Soon, a chorus of voices echoed, "I accept. I wish to join the Knight family's base, and I pledge my loyalty to the Knight family. As long as our safety is assured and we have food to eat, we will follow the Knight family to the ends of the earth." Night Sia's terms were too alluring for them to refuse. As ordinary individuals, they found no justification for denial. Their emotions stirred by Night Sia, they nodded in agreement, swearing their allegiance. A triumphant smile spread across Night Sia's lips. From the moment she beheld Lu Lake, she had been drafting her plans for the base, and she was quickly acquiring her residence. However, not everyone harbored confidence in the base. A group of bodyguards, supporting one another, emerged from the dungeon. The leader of the bodyguards, after hearing Knight Sia's words, furrowed his brow deeply, his tone gravelly. Returning to life before the apocalypse?
Ha!
How audacious! While the original residents of Lu Lake were affluent and the villa contained ample supplies, it was impossible for those resources to sustain hundreds for more than half a year. Indeed, Uncle Sun and his crew are just a bunch of immature kids. What do they know? Another bodyguard sneered, surveying Knight Sia from a distance with contempt. Although the Jiang family disregarded the common populace, they treated these few capable bodyguards well. Witnessing Knight Sia's forthcoming generosity stirred feelings of imbalance within him. Should we consider eliminating them? He suggested. The bodyguard leader lowered his gaze, nodding impassively. Just a few naive children. Even with their abilities, there were ways to handle them in this apocalypse, and their ruthlessness could not be blamed. Sensing something amiss, Song Yi tugged at Knight Sia's sleeve.
Sister.
As a seer with psychic abilities, he discerned the ill intentions brewing among the bodyguards. Song Rui, noticing his brother's emotional turbulence, narrowed his icy eyes, exuding an aura of menace. Sister, should we strike first? Knight Sia cast a glance at the distant group of bodyguards, remaining unperturbed.
Why?
Song Yi and Song Rui exchanged puzzled looks. It wasn't just them. Knight Yu and Zhou Chongguang shared their curiosity. Knight Sia smiled gently at them. Follow me. With that, she turned and walked away. The night was dense, the rain torrential, as the four of them merged into the darkness under the protective shield of wind. The survivors watched their unblemished figures with growing admiration, as if revering deities. Knight Sia retrieved an outdoor searchlight from her space, leading her companions towards the white clock tower etched in her memory. It was the tallest structure in the entire Lu Lake Villa, towering at 100 meters, surrounded by a verdant expanse of lawn, offering a panoramic view of the lake. Upon entering the clock tower and ascending the pristine, vintage spiral staircase, they finally reached the top. Beneath the darkened sky, the islands of Lu Lake resembled pearls swaying in the sea. How magnificent! Zhou Chongguang marveled.
Boss.
Why have you brought us here? Even he, despite his carefree nature, sensed that Knight Sia had not merely come to admire the rain-soaked scenery. I will establish a base here, Knight Sia declared, gazing downwards. Her black ponytail billowed in the wind, the searchlight in her hand illuminating the islands ahead like a guiding star. We will clear the outer woods for planting food. In this apocalypse, sustenance is paramount and rice, corn, wheat, and potatoes mature the quickest. I wish to reinstate a labor-based distribution system where completing tasks earns points that can be exchanged for various resources. Functional areas such as task zones, training areas, accommodation zones, trading zones, and research zones must be distinctly separated. The 4 entry bridges need reinforcement. I've observed that the current defenses cannot withstand large-scale zombie assaults. We must surround the entrances with reinforced concrete walls and craft gates from alloy. As she elaborated on her vision for the base, she swept the searchlight across each designated spot. Zhou Chongguang, captivated by her steady voice, began to envision the layout of the base. We can utilize that area for sports facilities, dismantling some while keeping others. I need a large playground and a small shooting range. I want all residents of the base to be combat ready. Even those without abilities should be able to take down ordinary zombies with their physical prowess. Those with abilities can form elite teams. Her voice remained calm, as if merely discussing mundane matters, yet it ignited a fervor within Zhou Chongguang and the others, urging them to envision the possibilities ahead. To be candid, they initially had no concept of the base, unable to conjure any imagery of it in their minds. However, under the vivid depiction by Yi Xia, a tangible vision emerged. A vibrant base was thus unveiled. They joined in the discussion, akin to a gathering where they pointed out the landscape. Chapter 60, The Loyal Dog Speaks. A bit extravagant, sister. How should we allocate the accommodation area? That large flat over there looks splendid. It's high up with many rooms and should accommodate quite a few people. Song Yi pointed towards a 30-story building. The Luhu Villa area is not solely composed of villas. It also includes high-rises, albeit at a steep price. Yi Xia remarked that the upper floors could serve as lodgings, but a section of villas should also be designated for the same purpose, with individual rooms, double rooms, and dormitories, each carrying different point values. Yu pondered for a moment and inquired, should tasks also be categorized by levels? Indeed, the higher the difficulty, the more points earned. Regardless, All allocations cannot be confined to a single tier, otherwise the essence of the point system is lost. Only through substantial effort can one enjoy superior treatment. This is the principle behind Yixie's establishment of the base. Boss, I have another idea. Yes, go ahead. Shouldn't we add a few watchtowers? When I play games, I see soldiers stationed in watchtowers, able to observe the movements in every area. Exactly. Yixie nodded in agreement towards Zhou Chengguang. In chaotic times, there will never be a shortage of those who wish to stir trouble. Zhou Chengguang chuckled, scratching his head. Time flowed steadily. The torrential rain ceased at an unknown moment, the horizon lightening with the first blush of dawn as the sun gradually ascended. They had spent the entire night in a lively discussion, yet felt no fatigue. The rain had cleansed the entire lake area, a rainbow arcing in the distance, enhancing the beauty of the European-style villa district. Listening to the soothing sound of raindrops, Yixie felt a sense of calm and relaxation. Aren't you curious why I didn't eliminate those bodyguards? She gazed towards the sunrise. This is the reason. Song Rui asked, do you want those people to continue serving the base? Yes. Yixie's voice was tranquil. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. The head of the bodyguards, Sun Li, was a man in his 40s, a former Special Forces officer who had operated tanks for several years. After retiring, he became the head of security at Luhu Villa, undoubtedly a rare talent. Even ordinary bodyguards are well trained. While it is indeed simple to take a life, the base has just been established, and everything is in disarray. What she needs are useful individuals, not a group of corpses. The bodyguards led by Sun Li are familiar with the entire villa area, and it would be a pity to eliminate them. At present, they merely perceive Yixie's claims as an exaggeration, unable to provide them with tangible benefits. However, should Yixie fulfill her promises and earn their trust, they would become allies. Boss, you are truly impressive. Zhou Chengguang felt a sudden clarity. The more time he spent with Yixie, the more he realized her profound understanding. Whether in base planning or personnel strategy, her insights far surpassed those of her peers. He curiously asked, Boss, where did you learn all this?
Yeah, you repeat.
Most of it stems from my experiences in my past life. The planning of the base is not dissimilar to the fortifications of a city in a fantasy world. She simply cannot articulate it that way. After a brief silence, she answered, I read books. What kind of books? The Art of War, Wuzi, The Six Secret Teachings. The Taibai Yin Jing, The Tiger's Whisper. What are those? Zhou Chengguang's expression was one of confusion. Aside from the first title, he had not heard of the others. Military treatises. Impressive, boss. Zhou Chengguang's gaze towards Yixie grew more serious. If given another chance, he would certainly dedicate himself to his studies. At the very least, mastering those few texts. The group continued to admire the sunrise until Song Ye's stomach began to grumble, prompting them to discuss their return. The white spiral staircase could accommodate only 2 individuals at a time. Zhou Chengguang and the 2 boys from the Song family descended first. Yixie was the second to last, with Yiyu being the last. Halfway down, a deep, resonant voice called from behind, Miss? Yixie turned to look. What met her eyes was a scene bathed in morning light cascading from the clock tower, illuminating a pair of clear brown eyes. The young man blinked slowly, gazing earnestly. I do not seek personal gain. I will always be your support. Yixie was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was responding to her assertion that there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. This silly dog. She had no doubt about Yiyu's loyalty. Warmth spread through her heart as she smiled. I already knew that without you saying. The group returned to the villa, where Yixin quickly approached. Where have you been? It rained, and you didn't wear more layers. Aren't you cold? Even though he knew Yixie had awakened her powers and her health had improved. As a father, Yixin could not help but express concern. Dad, I'm perfectly fine, not cold at all. Yixie replied, I wanted to establish a base. So I brought my friends to survey the situation at Luhu and plan the future direction of the base. Have you made up your mind? To establish a base? Yixin's expression grew serious. He understood that creating a base was no simple task. Even in the pre-apocalyptic world, establishing a company required considerable effort. Take their family. For example, becoming a leader in S City took generations of hard work, let alone in the post-apocalyptic era. Yes.
Ye ayant nodded firmly.
Seeing her resolute determination, Yixin ceased to press further, merely taking a deep breath and encouraging her. Whatever you wish to do, pursue it wholeheartedly. Now let's eat. With that, He headed towards the small dining area. The table was already laid with a plethora of dishes. In a world where food is scarce, Yixin spared no expense, personally preparing a grand feast of Yi Xia's favorite dishes. Let's all sit down and eat together. Yi Xia knew her teammates had not eaten since their afternoon tea the previous day, so she called Yi to the kitchen and retrieved ample ingredients from her space, asking him to whip up a few more dishes. You promised to add chicken legs. You can't go back on your word. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Yi Shun remained uncurious. Even if he witnessed Yi Xia conjuring items from thin air, he refrained from asking too many questions. What powers Yi Xia had awakened was unimportant. As long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. Before long, Yi finished cooking. He prepared a steak for each person, along with 2 large platters of salad, ensuring a balanced mix of meat and vegetables for nutrition. He also simmered a large pot of pumpkin porridge and fried several golden eggs. Fresh milk was a must, especially since Song Rue and Song Yi still had growing to do. Yi Xia handed the steak to her father. Dad, give it a try. Yi Shun looked at the lavish spread before him, suddenly feeling that his daughter was a bit extravagant. While others were frugal with their meat, she was serving a plate to each person. Chapter 61. Survival of the Fittest. Instant demise soon. Yi Shun chuckled, realizing that being able to present such an abundance of ingredients proved that his daughter was living well, perhaps even better than her brother. As a father, he had worried needlessly. The group enjoyed a simple breakfast together. However, as they reached the end of the meal, Yi Xia noticed a peculiar detail. Typically, her teammates had hearty appetites, often devouring their food ravenously. After all, battling zombies was physically demanding work that required substantial nourishment. Yet today, aside from Yi Yu, the appetites of the other 3 had noticeably diminished. Particularly Song Yi, who had been the loudest about his hunger atop the clock tower, was now eating the least. Upon reflection, he had merely sipped some porridge, leaving the steak untouched. What could be the reason for this? Xiao Yi, are you feeling unwell? After Night Xia uttered this question, Night Yu also noticed that Song Yi had scarcely touched his breakfast, and both pairs of eyes turned towards him. Instantly, Song Ye's face flushed crimson. Like an adorable little kitten, he gazed with wide eyes and explained, Brother Yu, your cooking is delightful. It's just that today, I am, well, feeling a bit unwell. As he spoke the last words, he couldn't help but cover his mouth, nearly retching. The gruesome images surged in his mind: blood, brain matter, minced flesh, and the 4 lives he had taken with his own hands. Particularly disconcerting was the steak, not fully cooked but medium rare, still oozing with red juices, making it impossible for him to eat. Ah, so that is the case. Night Xia nodded thoughtfully. Though Song Yi had not explicitly stated his discomfort, she had already surmised the truth. It seemed they had indeed taken lives in the dungeon yesterday. From a physiological standpoint, the first act of killing would undoubtedly leave a profound visual shock, leading to psychological unease. In contrast, slaying countless zombies, no matter how grotesque, would elicit no such aversion, as they were clearly not human. Night Xia glanced at Song Rue. Though he consumed a bit more, his complexion also bore signs of discomfort. Since incorporating the 2 young boys into their team, she had become more vigilant in this regard. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not resort to murder. Even at the shopping center, she had spared the lives of scoundrels, hoping to delay their descent into darkness. After all these years, even though she had grown numb to bloodshed, she still vividly recalled the image of her younger self slitting someone's throat. After a considerable silence, she finally spoke. Survival of the fittest, as it should be. Sometimes it is either you perish or I endure. That was about all Night Xia could articulate. The rest was for them to reconcile within themselves. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed from outside. Young master. There is someone outside who wishes to see the young lady. Who is it? Sun Li. The speaker was the Knight family's old steward, who had served for over a decade. After emerging from the dungeon, he had returned to the Knight villa alongside Knight Shin. Upon hearing this, Knight Shin's expression grew serious. Sun Li was a man of deep cunning. He surely brought ill tidings. Before Knight Shin could finish his thought, Night Xia had already set down her chopsticks and risen from her seat. I shall go meet him. She had intended to engage with Sun Li, and with him presenting himself, she could hardly refuse. Without waiting for a response from the steward or Knight Shin, she strode into the living room. In the living room, Sun Li sat unabashedly on a leather sofa, flanked by 5 subordinates. Their postures were arrogant and unrestrained. Upon Night Xia's solitary entrance, One of Sun Li's lackeys laughed. Little sister, why have you come alone? Where is your brother? And his few underlings? Their words dripped with disdain, clearly dismissing her presence. What? Your brother hasn't returned from Lahohu, has he? Did he find you and not bother to come back? The eldest son of the Knight family is rather short-lived, it seems.
Ha ha ha.
The man laughed mockingly while probing. The reason for Knight Jingyu's departure from Lahohu was common knowledge. For them, the young Knight Xia was hardly a cause for concern. The true figure to fear was Knight Jingyu. They scrutinized Knight Xia's reaction, eager to gauge the situation. However, to their astonishment, the girl exhibited no emotion, leisurely advancing towards them. Then, a small knife was hurled forth. The man, an ability user, sensed something amiss and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The knife pierced his brow, and he fell lifeless on the spot. All of this transpired in mere seconds. The expressions on every face, including Sun Li's, shifted dramatically. The arrogance and disdain frozen in place, replaced by disbelief. You are all ability users, truly remarkable talents. Under their astonished gaze, Knight Xia smiled and settled herself into a single sofa, her inky eyes sweeping over them, reveling in their fear and trepidation. With clarity, she stated, I genuinely wish to treat you well, as long as you are willing to converse respectfully.
Gulp.
One of the subordinates swallowed hard, the sound resonating loudly. They were all acquainted and understood each other's capabilities. The deceased man had been one of the more formidable ability users among them. To have been dispatched so effortlessly by Knight Xia was unfathomable. The girl before them radiated danger and aggression, her aura utterly at odds with that of the frail young lady known for her delicate constitution. Had she been feigning illness all along? The contrast was too stark. Sun Li glanced at the corpse on the ground, then revealed a smile akin to that of an old fox. I apologize. I failed to manage my subordinate properly, allowing Miss Knight to witness such a display. Upon hearing this, the other bodyguards adjusted their postures, no longer exuding arrogance. Knight Xia maintained her cool smile. Uncle Sun, what type of tea do you prefer? Pre-rain Longjing. Oh, she feigned interest, beckoning towards the dining area. Ayu, serve 6 cups of Kimun black tea. The bodyguards were taken aback. This was a blatant provocation. Uncle Sun had just declared his preference for green tea, yet she insisted on serving black tea? It would have been better not to ask. Sun Li, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, inquired, and what of young master? He was clearly probing for information on Knight Jingyu's whereabouts, to which Knight Xia readily responded, my brother? Honestly, I am not privy to his current situation. You have not crossed paths?
No.
Then how did you return to Lahohu? Sun Li instinctively began to ask. But halfway through, he realized the question was redundant. The answer was glaringly obvious. Of course, I returned by my own strength. Knight Xia replied with a light laugh, her dark eyes locking onto Sun Li's. Her gaze was profound and tranquil, as if peering into the depths of one's soul. Sun Li, recalling the ravenous zombies outside, found it hard to believe. The distance between Shungying Academy and Lahohu was considerable, almost across cities. How could a mere girl have survived the journey back? Surely, it was inconceivable. Chapter 62. Turning the tables at that moment, Knight Yu entered, bearing 6 cups of tea, steam swirling, and the aroma wafting in the air. Gentlemen, please. Knight Xia gestured for them to partake. Consequently, Sun Li and the 4 remaining subordinates each took a cup, disregarding the heat, and drank deeply. In this apocalyptic world, tea was indeed a rare commodity. This opportunity might not arise again. One bodyguard, noticing a cup remained untouched, glared at Knight Xia, his expression darkening. Why aren't you drinking? Is it poisoned? The others cast suspicious glares at her, filled with anger and doubt. Knight Xia shook her head. There is no poison. This tea was prepared for you. The remaining cup is simply because someone chose not to partake. She certainly wouldn't mention the one on the floor. The bodyguards collectively turned their gaze to the corpse. But how could a dead person drink tea? They were perplexed, yet Sun Li's eyelids twitched violently. A thought struck him. Could she have already discovered the truth?
No.
That was impossible. Sun Li clung to a shred of hope, but it was soon shattered. Knight Xia raised an eyebrow towards an empty corner. Uncle Sun, do you not plan to bring him out? Who? The bodyguards were bewildered, but Sun Li's heart surged with tumultuous waves. She had indeed sensed something. Stealing himself. He attempted to feign ignorance. Miss Knight, what are you referring to? I do not comprehend. Oh, is that so? Night Xia crossed her arms, her tone languid. Yet a hint of disdain lingered in her eyes. Observing her demeanor, Sun Li understood that his lies were nothing more than a clumsy performance before her. He was instantly rendered speechless. With a deep sigh, his once robust voice seemed to age in an instant.
Come fort.
As his words fell, movement stirred in the corner, and a figure gradually emerged, resembling a translucent specter solidifying into form before everyone's eyes. The bodyguards expressed their astonishment. It's old Su. Didn't he claim he hadn't awakened any abilities? We've all been deceived. But Uncle Sun must know about this, right? Amidst their chattering, old Su awkwardly stepped forward. A gun holstered at his waist, clearly prepared. His ability was invisibility, a secret known to very few. It was not an offensive power. It was only effective when used unexpectedly. Today, he was under Sun Li's orders to assassinate Yixia, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. However, before he could even draw his weapon, Yixia had sensed him. What a nightmare. This tea has been specially prepared for you by Miss Yi. Do have a sip. All right. After casting a glance at the corpse on the ground, old Su trembled as he lifted the teacup. He was there to kill Yixia, and now that she had discovered him, he was terrified. Fortunately, Yixia showed no intention of seeking retribution, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Though his mind was perplexed, how did she perceive his presence? Could it be that she had reached an extraordinary level of power? At this thought, a hint of awe colored old Su's gaze. Little did he know, Yixia possessed a map-like ability that displayed the number of individuals present in any scene, rendering any stealth attacks futile. Ignoring his gaze, Yixia turned to Sun Li. "All right, Uncle Sun. What brings you here?" Sun Li's eyelids twitched, and his lips quivered. He had come with one purpose, to kill her, but with his greatest trump card already revealed, he could not articulate such intentions. Noting the subtle smile playing on Yixia's lips, he recognized her deliberate provocation. What a clever little fox she was. Taking a sip of tea, he cleared his throat and said, "Miss Yi, to be candid, after hearing your remarks about establishing a base yesterday, I found myself intrigued. I am here to inquire about the next steps we should take." The bodyguards were left bewildered. Is Uncle Sun not speaking nonsense? "Oh, I see," Yixia replied, her expression one of realization, and then she outlined her plans for the base. Initially, Sun Li did not expect to glean anything of substance from her. Yet as she spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly serious. When Yixia finished, his gaze toward her had transformed entirely. "Did you conceive all of this?"
No.
"It was a collaboration with my teammates. What is your level of confidence?" 10 out of 10. A smile graced Yixia's lips as she spoke. "There is nothing in this world that I cannot achieve." Her words bore an air of arrogance, yet her presence was undeniably commanding, as if she were a master of the elements. Such a formidable aura left Sun Li, a retired officer of many years, astounded. At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. This could work. Reevaluating Yixia, he pondered for a long moment before solemnly stating, "Miss Yi, I can serve you diligently. But I must make it clear, if there is no progress within a month, I will depart with my subordinates." True to his cunning nature, Sun Li had already mapped out an escape plan. The military base was not far, and should Yixia's plans falter, he would lead his team of superhumans there. Naturally, if he could manage the Luhu base, why would he settle for a lesser role elsewhere? Yixia chuckled lightly. "Uncle Sun, I will not let you down." "Then let us seal this agreement." "Very well." Sun Li downed his tea in one go, laughing. "I never imagined the flavor of black tea could be so delightful." Observing his action, the surrounding bodyguards also finished their tea, signaling their agreement. Thus, the negotiations between the old fox and the young fox came to a close. As Sun Li departed the Yi family villa with his subordinates, he happened upon Song Rui emerging from the small dining area, followed closely by Song Yi. He had been pondering how the young boy, though still quite young, exuded such an imposing presence. Now it all made sense. Song Yi trotted forward, glancing at the bodyguards at the entrance, noticing that the sense of threat had vanished, and then turned to Yixia. His round, feline eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sister, my brother and I finished all the steak. Could you possibly grant us a small reward?" "Little Yi," Song Rui interjected, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He had noticed his younger brother increasingly leaning on their sister for affection. Would she find it bothersome? Chapter 63. Fondness for affection, seeking companionship. "What do you wish for?" Yixia asked, her mood buoyant, her gaze toward the two boys filled with warmth. She aspired to become a powerful figure in this world, and it was evident that little Yi and little Rui had decided to accompany her on this journey. Sister, just a pat on our heads would suffice. Song Yi contemplated, ultimately deciding to maintain a bit of composure, so as not to frighten his sister. Is it truly that simple? Yi Xia chuckled, finding their request amusing. Children were indeed easily satisfied. To be honest, given Yi Xia's indulgent attitude toward them, even if they had requested a second-level crystal core, she would have readily complied. Yet, Song Yi, defying expectations, eagerly suggested, "Then sister, if you could also hug us, that would be even better." All right. Such a simple request could not be denied. She affectionately ruffled their soft hair until it became tousled, then squatted down to envelop them in a warm embrace. Drawing closer, she caught a faint scent of milk from them, raising an eyebrow in delight. Excellent, it seems my little ones have finished their milk as well. A height of 188 centimeters is just around the corner. Feeling her gentle breath, a blush crept onto Song Rui's fair cheeks. Suddenly, he found his younger brother's boldness quite endearing. If not for that, he would have missed out on their sister's affection. Yi Xia had established the framework for the Luhu base, entrusting the intricate details to Sun Li for arrangement. It must be noted that Yi Xia possessed an astute eye for talent. Sun Li's capabilities were indeed impressive. He was not only familiar with the entire Luhu area, but also adept at coordinating personnel, exemplifying dedication. The point system was implemented. Initially, people paid little heed to the initiative. During the Jiang family's reign, ordinary individuals were often employed, yet they gained nothing in return and often faced violence. However, after the base's establishment, it became evident that the Yi family possessed genuine resources. Rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, eggs, and meats were all available. Brother, where did you acquire that bag of rice? I exchanged points for it. I worked a whole day building walls and earned 10 points, enough to trade for rice, and even some pork. Are you serious? Would I deceive you? Hurry and sign up. Spots will fill quickly. All right, I'm going right now. People recognized that the base established by the Yi family was indeed functioning well, with rules and systems in place. They required cement workers, bricklayers, agricultural workers, as well as doctors, chefs, accountants, and programmers. Anyone with a skill could find work. After all, during the initial phase, every sector needed manpower. Consequently, the task center, transformed from a property building, became overcrowded, bustling with activity. Due to limited conditions, the registrar currently records each resident's information, along with their earned and consumed points, in handwriting. There is one copy for the base and one for the residents, which is rather rudimentary. However, the programmer recruited by Sun Li is developing software. I have heard that he is a recent graduate, not particularly skilled, so progress is slow. The access cards used are from Lu Lake, and it only requires a minor adjustment in the programming. With tens of thousands of original inhabitants in Lu Lake, it would not be difficult to find a few thousand cards from the warehouse that were previously purchased by the property management. The equipment in the villa area is relatively advanced, with generators in place, though most are diesel generators. Gasoline is a rare resource, and using it for power generation would be somewhat wasteful. Fortunately, in recent years, there has been a promotion of green and environmentally friendly practices, and many residents, including the Yi family, have equipped their homes with solar generators. She does not take others' resources for free. Donating a generator earns 50 points, thus alleviating concerns regarding electricity. All departments are functioning efficiently. The planting area on the edge of the base has taken shape, with large tracts of land being cultivated. Yi Xia has provided Sun Li with a batch of seeds that are of exceptional quality, nurtured by the spirit spring space, free from disease, and with a bountiful yield. The only regret is the absence of a tenfold growth acceleration. However, its absence is preferable to the complications it might bring. The base is filled with a mix of people, and one cannot rely solely on their team, much like Sun Li. On the White Clock Tower, Yi Xia listened attentively to his explanations while reviewing his information. Name, Sun Li. Age, 45. Level, 18. First-tier ability user. Ability, Earth, Race, Human, Lu Lake Base Management. Attributes, Strength 182, Speed 168, Endurance 179, Constitution 180, Loyalty 20. Since he has joined Yi Xia's faction, a loyalty section is included. However, a loyalty of only 20 pales in comparison to Yi Yu's 100, making one feel that betrayal could be imminent. Nonetheless, Sun Li explains with great dedication. Appearing to be the loyal type, a testament to his years of experience and acting prowess. "Miss Yi, is there something on my face?" After delivering his report, he noticed Yixia looking at him thoughtfully. In that instant, Sun Li felt like prey before a predator.
No.
Yixia pondered how to ensure Sun Li would serve the Yi family indefinitely. Sun Li cheerfully remarked, "Miss Yi, the crops you provided will mature in as little as a month, with slower varieties like rice and wheat taking 3 months. Regardless, we can achieve a bountiful harvest before the supplies in the warehouse are depleted. However," he inquired, "we can plant grains, vegetables, and fruits, but where will we find meat?" The distributed supplies included common meats like pork, beef, and lamb. They couldn't simply stop eating once those were exhausted, could they? By the way, they do have a few chickens and ducks laying eggs, which were once kept as pets by a family in the villa. After some time, they might achieve poultry freedom. But he had yet to see anyone raising pigs. Sun Li suggested, "Should we seek a small supply of meat?" "No need. I will venture outside the base to procure some livestock," Yixia replied, stroking the jade bracelet on her wrist. Inside there were various livestock, but she could not produce them directly. She needed a reason to leave the base. After all, she had grown weary of staying at the base for a week, and it was an opportune time to lead her teammates out to stretch their limbs. Hunting zombies and searching for crystal cores are the survival rules of the apocalypse. "Seek livestock?" "Yes," she affirmed. "How do you intend to find them? Where will you look?" Before she could finish her thought, Sun Li heard the girl across from him mumble, "Pork is fine, Uncle Sunday. Do you prefer Lucier yellow cattle, Sheman Tower cattle, or Angus cattle?" He was momentarily taken aback. "What time is it? And there's still room for choice. It doesn't matter what kind of beef it is, as long as it's edible." Chapter 64, Eradicating Zombies. Not a single one left. Sun Li's lips twitched. "Anything will do." Then looked up at Sun Li with a slight smile. "Uncle Sun, if you work diligently, I will not treat you poorly." Sun Li thought, that line sounds familiar. It seems he had said it to many people this morning. At such a young age, she spoke with more maturity than he did. At noon, Yixia, along with Yi Yu, Zhou Zhongguang, and the 2 Song brothers, left the base. The 5 of them drove 3 trucks. Apart from Song Rui and Song Yi, who could not drive, the other 3 each took the wheel. To seek livestock, they certainly needed multiple vehicles. One truck would not suffice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 trucks passed over the bridge of Lu Lake, entering the national highway. Yixia was at the helm of the lead truck. She saw the villas of Lu Lake growing distant in the rear-view mirror, and once they disappeared from sight, she turned off the engine and jumped from the vehicle. Song Rui and Song Yi sat in her truck. The truck doors were quite high, approximately 2 meters from the ground. As they descended, Yixia offered a helping hand. In truth, their bodies had undergone ability enhancements, and 2 meters or even 5 posed no challenge. Yet, they exchanged glances and remained silent, obediently awaiting their sister's assistance. "Big sister, where are we going?" Zhou Zhongguang and Yu approached from behind. Yixia stored the 3 large trucks in her space and retrieved the black Hummer. The truck was large and fuel inefficient. Driving it on the road not only drew attention but also attracted many zombies with its rumbling engine. In this apocalyptic world, discretion is paramount. Changing vehicles was essential. To a place with many zombies, Yixia mused. They had spent 2 days at the base without action. It was time to slay some zombies and improve their strength. However, since Lu Lake was on the outskirts, there were only a few scattered zombies on the road. Did that mean they had to venture into the city? While still contemplating, Song Rui's youthful voice chimed in, "Sister, we can head to a nearby food processing plant. If we follow this road straight ahead, I recall there were at least 5,000 employees living on site. When the virus outbreak occurred, they should have all been at the factory. All right, let's go there." Yixia considered this suggestion quite favorable. There would be enough zombies in the factory for them to engage in some combat. The risks in the city outweighed those in the suburbs, unless necessary. It was best to avoid taking unnecessary risks. She was no longer alone. She had responsibilities above and below. The 5 of them boarded the vehicle, heading straight for the food processing plant. The road conditions were relatively decent, with only a few wrecked vehicles obstructing the way. Occasionally, a single zombie would appear, easily dispatched. Once they exited the national highway and faced 2 forks in the road, Yu stepped on the brakes and asked, "Xiao Rui, which way do we go?" "This way?" Song Rui genuinely could not recall. He could remember the general direction, but not every small road in detail. "Why not just take any road?" Zhou Zhongguang suggested. We're almost there. It's either left or right. A rather pointless statement. Let us take the right. At that moment, Yi Xia, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke up. Her eyes, which had been half closed, opened with certainty, to the right, and after 500 meters, we'll arrive.
All right.
Yi Yu pressed the accelerator, without hesitation. A minute later, the large factory gate loomed before them, with numerous abandoned vehicles outside, creating a chilling scene. The contrast with their brand new Hummer was stark. Zhou Zhongguang opened the car door and exclaimed, "Wow, big sister, you're so accurate. You said 500 meters and it was exactly that. Have you been to this factory before?" "Never." Yi Xia pulled out a lollipop. Ever since the system provided various snacks, she developed a fondness for sweet treats. The sugar brought joy, making her more adept at combating zombies later. While savoring a lollipop, she examined the map in her mind. The intersection they had just traversed was already considered part of the factory zone, prompting the system to unveil the grand map for her. The factory comprised 4 main areas: the production zone, the accommodation zone, the dining hall zone, and the office zone. Zhou Zhongguang expressed his confusion, asking how she knew to take the right path.
The
The grand map did not reveal the reds of zombies. Only by being present could she access the small map. Since their mission involved hunting zombies, it was essential to venture into areas abundant with them. She promptly disregarded the office zone. In such factories, most workers were on the assembly line, operating in shifts, so the office zone likely had few employees, rendering it a waste of time.
Guessing?
Just guessing. Zhou Zhongguang exclaimed. Is that what they call a woman's intuition? He mused, feeling somewhat bewildered.
You responded.
You could say that. Regardless, it doesn't require explanation. Let him think as he wishes. Given the timing of the zombie outbreak, there would be fewer people dining, so she planned to head to the production and accommodation zones. The main entrance was closer to the production area. Thus, she decided to venture there first. Once resolved, she beckoned her teammates, her dark eyes sparkling with excitement, ready to stretch her limbs. "Let us go. It's time to exercise." Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in her mind. Ding! Zombie factory cleanup task issued. Please eliminate the zombies in the food processing plant. The more, the better. The system rewards experience points based on the final cleanup extent, with a countdown of 3 days. Side quest. The host may choose to accept or decline. Experience points? Yi Xia glanced at her level of 19, realizing this was a purely rewarding task. Perfectly timed, it allowed her to eradicate zombies while simultaneously upgrading. However, her earlier contemplation about which area to target seemed trivial now. Once the task was issued, Yi Xia vowed to eliminate every last zombie in the factory. Without hesitation, she clicked accept. Host has accepted the task. Yi Yu, Zhou Zhongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi automatically become teammates, sharing the experience gained from the zombies they kill. Yi Yu found the keys to the main entrance in an empty security booth. The key was inserted into the lock. Roar. The factory echoed with the growls of zombies, warning outsiders. This is a den of undead. Yet they pressed onward towards the sea of corpses. As they opened the door, the 5 of them stepped into the factory, greeted by a horde of hundreds of zombies. Confined behind the heavy iron gates for too long, they had not sensed the presence of the living. Now that they had, their pale eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red.
Swish, swish, swish.
Yi Xia wielded a knife in each hand. With each strike, she targeted the zombies' vital points with precision. Her movements were clean and efficient, as if she had repeated the action countless times. The dark, putrid blood splattered around, yet her gaze remained unwavering. "I want to leave not a single zombie here." Her voice, contrasting sharply with her vigorous movements, sounded eerily calm, nearly cold-blooded. Chapter 65. The Zombie Factory. Intruders approached. Understood. Yi Yu, listening to her, felt an ominous glimmer in his clear eyes and sprang into action, charging towards the approaching zombies at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Wherever he went, the wind blades swept away large groups of zombies. He would obey the lady's command without question. Yi Xia and Yi Yu's offensive was overwhelmingly one-sided. Inspired, Song Rui joined the fray, his small figure darting forward. With a flick of his wrist, icicles materialized from the air, emanating a chilling aura as they shot towards the horde, each striking true. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of silenced bullets embedding in flesh echoed. Song Yi, a second-tier ability user, no longer relied solely on his handgun. He dispatched distant zombies with gunfire while dispatching close-range ones with a knife, mimicking Yi Xia's technique. Zhou Zhongguang, devoid of any abilities, boasted a physical data score of 100 across the board. After drinking the spiritual spring water, 2 of his stats even surpassed 100, marking him as the pinnacle of ordinary humanity. Thud. When his baseball bat struck a zombie's head, it exploded like a burst of crimson flowers, a scene of violent beauty. The level 0 zombies posed no threat, and the level 1 zombies were dispersed, making them no match for the experienced team. The 5 of them fought their way through towards the nearest factory building. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be left astounded. They were formidable, nearly rivaling an army. Slaying zombies felt as effortless as chopping cabbage. After the first wave of zombies was vanquished, the system promptly delivered the following notifications. Your teammate Yu has killed 53 level 0 zombies, total experience 530, and 13 level 1 zombies, total experience 1300. Your teammate Song Rui has killed 44 level 0 zombies, total experience 440, and 9 level 1 zombies, total experience 900. Your teammate Song Yi has killed 24 level 0 zombies, total experience 240, and 5 level 1 zombies, total experience 500. Your teammate Zhou Zhongguang has killed 18 level 0 zombies, total experience 180, and 1 level 1 zombie, total experience 100. Congratulations, host has reached level 20. A wave of comfort enveloped Yixia. Rather than feeling fatigued, she felt invigorated. She realized that prior to level 20, each level required 500 experience points. Thereafter, each level would demand 5,000. It appeared that the experience required for leveling up varied at each stage. Relying solely on training and killing zombies for experience would make leveling increasingly challenging. Completing tasks was the definitive answer. Before long, Yixia and her teammates arrived at the entrance of the first factory building. This was the largest facility within the food processing plant. She opened her small map and saw a dense cluster of zombies inside, resembling a beehive, numbering in the thousands. Let us take a break and hydrate. Though she was unwearied, her teammates surely needed rest. After a brief pause, she retrieved spiritual spring water from her space, and they all gulped it down. Rejuvenated? Let us resume the battle. The factory doors were tightly shut, requiring a card to access. Yixia opted for the most forceful approach, placing an explosive device against the factory door. After a couple of beeps, boom, a tremendous explosion occurred, blowing the door apart along with a dozen nearby zombies. Flesh and body parts scattered everywhere. Roar! The zombies, drawn by the deafening noise, rushed out through the gaping hole in the door. What is a zombie breakout? This is it.
Kill.
At Yixia's command, her teammates sprang into action. The slaughter continued for an entire afternoon. Aside from 3 brief rests, everyone fought valiantly. By dusk, they had cleared all the factory buildings in the production area, eliminating over 2,000 zombies and simultaneously collecting more than 500 level 1 crystal cores. The zombies had evidently evolved, with a significant increase in the number of level 1 zombies. Surely, there would be level 2 zombies lurking in the factory? Yixia glanced towards the unexplored accommodation zone, eager to delve deeper. However, nightfall was upon them. The danger posed by zombies at night far exceeded that of the day. Encountering level 2 zombies could prove fatal. For today, this would suffice. As Yixia wiped her bloody daggers, she gazed towards the distant sun, resembling a golden yolk. The setting sun's rays bathed her face, accentuating the smoothness and translucence of her skin. She exuded an air of tranquility, a stark contrast to the bloodthirsty killer she had been moments before. It was evident that everyone was weary, especially the 2 little boys whose eyes were nearly closing with fatigue. The group arrived at the office area, where only a few zombies remained. After clearing the area, they found a clean spot to set up camp for the night. She retrieved tents, sleeping bags, and a stove from her storage space and established their encampment. Although the food processing plant's warehouse contained an abundance of supplies, various sausages, luncheon meat, and canned goods, everyone lacked interest, having grown accustomed to the meals prepared by Yiyu, whose culinary skills had refined their palates. As they chatted during dinner, the sound of engines echoed from outside. Is someone coming? Yi Shiyu's ears perked up. From the sound, it seemed there were 2 vehicles, not many people, but likely a team. From a distance, they heard several deep male voices. Is this the dangerous zombie factory they mentioned? Hilarious. Where's the danger? I can hardly hear a few of them. Another voice chimed in seriously. This reconnaissance mission is rated B? If it's this easy, We've hit the jackpot. Let us be cautious. It's dark now. We should first find a place to settle. The sound of footsteps grew louder as they approached the office area. Suddenly, one man halted, his nose twitching. Do you smell something? It seems like food. Another man quickly replied, I smell it too. I thought I was mistaken, but it's real. There are people in this building. After exchanging glances, filled with caution, they tread carefully towards the source of the aroma. Upon opening an office door, they were greeted by the sight of Yi Shiyu and the others enjoying their meal. She wore a white nightgown, her silky black hair tied into two low ponytails that cascaded down her sides, her demeanor languid and relaxed. 7 men entered, all robust and in their 20s or 30s, their eyes fixating on Yi Shiyu, unable to look away. When they realized there were only 2 men and 2 children in the room, their gazes grew even more brazen. A tall blonde man, standing at nearly 6'3", swaggered forward, mockingly inquiring, Did you kill the zombies in the corridor? Zhou Zongguang tightened his grip on the baseball bat. The blonde man's exaggerated tone revealed his arrogance. Wow, I didn't expect you to be quite formidable, taking down 40 or 50 of them. Just average, Zhou Zongguang thought. This group must have come from the office area to the right of the entrance. If they had turned left toward the production area, they would have encountered a plethora of zombie corpses. Surely that would have terrified them. Clearly, they had not seen the carnage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared approach with such bravado. Seeing the men eyeing Yi Shiyu with lewd intentions, the previously silent Yi Yu's expression turned icy. His warm voice carried an edge of frost. Leave. Upon hearing this, the once amiable blonde man instantly changed his demeanor. What else with your attitude? How dare you be so arrogant towards us? He then uttered a premeditated line to Yi Shiyu. Hey there, little beauty. You're quite attractive. I advise you to be sensible and come entertain us. If we're in a good mood, perhaps we'll spare you. Laughter erupted from the other men, each lost in their own depraved thoughts. However, the only response they received was a light chuckle from the girl. You must be mistaken, Yi Shiyu said, her dark eyes glimmering with curiosity, as if pondering whether their minds had been devoured by zombies. Do you really think you can provoke us 5? The blonde man spoke with disdain. Little beauty, don't be overconfident. Do you know who we are? We're the 19th ranked ability user team at the military base. 7 of us are ability users. What are you? Honestly, we don't regard you at all. Even if you are ability users, so what? 5 against 7. Do you think you stand a chance? With that, the blonde man dropped his pretense. A vine as thick as an arm shot out from his palm, aimed at abducting Yi Shiyu. She remained unperturbed, not even flinching. The blonde man assumed she had given up, reveling in his triumph. Yet in the next moment, a chilling ice spike soared toward him. With a sharp sound, the vine was severed. Before the blonde man could react, he felt a wave of coldness at his neck as a row of ice spikes pierced toward him. He attempted to block with the vine, but the ice spikes were too penetrating. After barely deflecting a few, one impaled his neck. Who was that? The blonde man never discovered who had struck him. A faint sound escaped his throat before his eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed. He had underestimated his opponents. Song Rue's icy gaze fell upon him, his youthful voice echoing through the silent office, devoid of any emotion. 5 against 6 now. An eerie silence lingered for several seconds before the remaining 6 men erupted in anger. Away is dead. Damn it. That brat was a second-tier ability user? Kill them. Avenge away. Their blood surged, and they unleashed their abilities in retaliation. Revenge was imperative. If word got out that a member of the wolf pack had been slain by a child, their reputation would be tarnished. After battling zombies for an entire afternoon, Yi Shiyu had reached level 24, allowing her to assess the levels of fellow ability users. Among the 6 men, 2 wielded fire abilities, 1 water, 1 metal, 1 wind, and 1 speed. Except for the water and metal users, who were first tier, the rest were second tier. Their configuration was indeed formidable, a significant source of their arrogance. In a population of over 100,000 at the military base, only about 100 were second-tier ability users. They had never encountered Yi Shiyu and her companions, assuming they were either a nameless team from the military base or a small base. They could never have fathomed that crossing paths with Yi Shiyu and her team would be akin to kicking a steel plate. Suddenly, the speed-type ability user, seeing her as merely a woman, charged forward with a gleaming greatsword. Yet, to Yi Shiyu, his speed resembled that of a slow-motion reel. With a smile, she found his pace laughably inadequate. In an instant, She kicked his wrist, sending the sword flying. Before he could comprehend, she seized him with ease and executed a powerful throw. He landed on the ground, disbelief etched across his features. This movement is extraordinary. You're a speed-type ability user too? He stammered. Not at all, Yishi replied, standing over him while waving her fingers.
Goodbye.
As she spoke, the sword fell from the air, plunging into the spot where his chest had been. Having dealt with the speed-type user, Yishiu turned her attention to her comrades. The men, having relied excessively on their abilities without regular training, paled in comparison to her team. In the chaotic melee, Zhou Zongguang surprisingly defeated the first-tier water user. How is this possible? Moments later, only one fire-type ability user remained in the office. He gazed at the corpses strewn across the floor, engulfed in profound shock, staring incredulously at the 5-member team before him. Heavens! Who are they? Their strength is astonishing. Even the top team at the base might not stand a chance against them. Seeing Yishiu smirk with a glint of amusement in her eyes, fear consumed him. All thoughts of anger and revenge evaporated, leaving only one word in his mind: run. The fire elemental adept gazed at the window behind him. Positioned on the second floor, he did not hesitate to leap down. As a Tier 2 adept, he should have been unharmed from such a height. However, fear gripped him, and without adjusting his angle or posture, he landed awkwardly, twisting his right foot with a sharp cry. Despite the pain, he dared not relax, enduring the agony as he fled at breakneck speed. After running 50 or 60 meters, he was assaulted by a strong metallic scent of blood, mingled with the repugnant odor of decaying flesh. Suddenly, he stepped on something soft and sticky, unsure of what it was. Looking down, he was horrified to discover it was the remnants of a zombie. The fire adept halted, a flicker of flame igniting in his hand to illuminate the scene ahead. What unfolded before him was a shocking spectacle, rivers of blood and corpses strewn across the ground. The area was littered with the lifeless bodies of zombies, leaving a trail of dark crimson liquid and remnants in their wake. His mind momentarily froze as he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind, accompanied by a girl's soft murmur. Not running anymore? Why you? The fire adept's face turned pale, his senses returning as he instinctively tried to flee. But upon seeing the distant corpses, his legs trembled, and he collapsed to his knees. Spare me! At that moment, he realized the kind of adversaries he and his teammates had provoked. Chapter 67. 5 Psychopaths, System Mall. The task level was indeed classified as B. The reason they had not heard any sounds upon entering the factory was that most of the zombies had been eliminated by those 5 individuals. In the base, to sweep an entire zombie factory, at least 10 adept teams would need to unite. Yet these 5 were disturbingly efficient. Yi Xia toyed with a dagger in her hand, raising an eyebrow as she posed a direct question. Which base did your friend just mention you belong to? The fire adept dared not withhold his answer. Military base. Military base. What is your mission? To investigate the food processing plant situation, the density of zombies, the level of danger, and the primary areas of zombie distribution. 3 days from now, the military will send personnel to collect food. Oh, Yi Xia contemplated for a moment. After the virus outbreak, most of the population in City S would likely seek refuge at military bases. It was only logical that the military would not neglect the welfare of ordinary citizens, necessitating the collection of food. This processing plant was not far from the military base, and was the largest in City S. It made sense for the military to come here for supplies. IV said everything. Can I leave now? The fire adept looked at Yi Xia with a mixture of fear and hope in his eyes. Yi Xia's expression remained impassive as she replied coolly. When did I say you could leave? I have answered your questions. Yi Xia remained silent, conveying a message through her gaze. Just because you answer does not mean I must release you. A chilling wind swept through, causing the fire adept to shudder. Realizing Yi Xia had no intention of letting him go, his rage boiled over. Why won't you let me go?
Why?
I'll fight you. He shed his earlier demeanor, hurling insults as all his energy coalesced into a fireball directed at her. The blaze illuminated half the factory. Yi Xia dodged the fireball with an uncanny agility, stepping back several paces before swiftly ending his life with a single strike. The flames extinguished, plunging the factory back into silence. Yi Xia stepped over his lifeless body and exited. In truth, had this group not provoked her, she would not have resorted to lethal force. The office building was spacious enough for not just 2 teams, but 10. Yet they chose to instigate trouble. Had she and her teammates been the ones at a disadvantage today, their opponents would undoubtedly have shown no mercy. They had forged an unbreakable enmity, and future encounters would surely lead to complications. Thus, she felt compelled to eliminate the threat entirely. Sauntering towards the office building, she spotted a dark-haired youth waiting quietly at the entrance. Yi Xia quickened her pace, approaching him. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you." Yi Yu's response was perplexing, prompting her to voice her confusion.
Huh.
After a moment's reflection, she recalled telling him to wait for her return while pursuing the fire adept. Yi Xia mused that her loyal companion could be quite stubborn at times. The two walked side by side towards their camp, where their teammates had already relocated to a different office. The previous one was soaked in blood, uninhabitable. They had moved to the adjacent room. Upon entry, Song Yi dashed over, clutching a cloth bag. "Sister, I found these on them, over 20 crystal cores. Whoever kills, keeps." Yi Xia barely glanced at them. Earlier that afternoon, she had amassed over 200 crystal cores by herself. These 20-odd cores were merely a drop in the bucket. Song Yi scratched his head. "The bag was found on that yellow-haired uncle, so technically they belong to you." "Fine," Yi Xia conceded, accepting the bag. Later that night, lying in her sleeping bag and gazing at the translucent crystal cores in her space, she pondered their purpose. While adept individuals could utilize them for upgrades, she could hardly hoard them. As she contemplated, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Useful. Once the host reaches level 30, the mall interface will unlock, allowing crystal cores to be exchanged for points. Anything the host desires can be purchased from the mall." Yi Xia's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Little system, I'm already at level 24. If I finish off the zombies in the factory, along with the task experience you provide, I'll surely reach level 30. It's just a matter of a day or two. Can you unlock them all in advance?" The system retorted. Didn't we agree not to make exceptions? Yet it couldn't deny the logic in her request. After a moment's silence, it relented. With a flourish, the pristine white system's space instantaneously reconfigured, revealing a new icon labeled Mall. Yi Xia's eyes brightened with excitement as she clicked on it. A plethora of supplies appeared, including but not limited to food, medicine, weapons, armor, and tools. Some items were commonplace, while others were exclusive to the system. Basic supplies were reasonably priced. 1 slice of bread for 1 point, 1 pound of rice for 5 points, and 1 pound of pork for 10 points. Medicines were a bit pricier. A bottle of iodine for 5 points, a roll of bandages for 10 points, and a box of cold medicine for 20 points. Weapons were even more costly. A grenade for 100 points, a P5 pistol for 500 points, and an A1000 for 1,000 points. Yi Xia had no interest in these, as she already possessed them. She then noticed armored vehicles, helicopters, and tanks priced at 5,000, 7,000, and 9,000 points respectively, seemingly exorbitant. "Forget it, I'll think about it later." Yi Xia continued browsing the system's offerings. Some items were exclusive to the system, like stamina elixirs and strength elixirs. After scanning the options, she came across various potions. Stamina elixir rapidly restores stamina, banishing hunger and fatigue. Life elixir swiftly restores health, performing miracles and bringing the dead back to life. The descriptions alone hinted at miraculous properties. Each elixir was priced at 1,000 points. After exchanging all her crystal cores, Yi Xia accumulated 2,490 points. Realizing how generous the system had been with her initial rewards, she understood that the potions she had stored were worth at least 10,000 points. Once again, the marketplace had been scrolled to the last page, and I wished to peruse the most extravagant items available. To my astonishment, I discovered some remarkable items, a zombie serum and a virus suppressor. Knight Xia exclaimed in disbelief. "Can this truly be purchased?" Her gaze lingered on the serum's staggering price of 100,000,000. Countless zeros danced before her eyes, leaving her utterly speechless. Is it really necessary for it to be so exorbitant? Chapter 68. The Survivors and Moral Coercion. Hearing her unvoiced thoughts, the system responded in a mechanical tone. "It is not expensive, merely a small goal." Who made that assertion? A colleague from Blue Star. Blue Star, perhaps it is a different realm, Knight Xia mused. Despite its high cost, the serum ignited a spark of determination within her. Such a life-saving item was one she felt compelled to acquire for potential emergencies. To vanquish zombies, one must obtain crystal cores and accumulate points. This thought echoed in her mind as she tightened her sleeping bag and closed her eyes. Morning arrived. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Sia, accompanied by her teammates, set off towards the factory dormitory. Roar! A zombie clad in green factory attire raised its head and howled, reminiscent of a crowing rooster. However, mid-strike, a black-haired girl charged forward. Her right hand slicing through the air, the cold glint of her blade flashing as it severed the zombie's throat. Big sister is so powerful today. Song-yi admired.
Indeed.
Our leader is truly remarkable. Zhou Zhongguang nodded in agreement. Song Rui and Yi Yu remained silent, yet both sensed Sia's fierce fighting spirit. Sia extracted the crystal core from the zombie's skull, her satisfaction palpable. Furthermore, she had yet to fulfill a minor objective. The factory comprised 20 dormitory buildings, each 6 stories high, with 10 rooms on each floor. They systematically cleared each building from the lowest to the highest, undeterred by fear. As they exited Building 3, a chorus of cries for help echoed from afar. Help! Please help us! Have mercy! Save us, and may good fortune bless you. On the rooftop of Building 10, a group dressed in green factory uniforms waved their hands, a mix of men and women pleading for aid. Sia was not surprised by their presence. She had already noted that building housed survivors, at least 100. These individuals had refrained from calling for help until they recognized the strength of her team, capable of dispatching zombies with ease. They possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit not much. Big sister? Song Rui inquired, looking towards Sia. She replied, "We will visit Building 10 last." Their mission was to eradicate the zombies. Regardless of the presence of survivors, they would eliminate the threat. However, having a crowd trailing behind them while battling zombies could be a hindrance, so Sia resolved to rescue them after clearing the area. Perhaps sensing the rationale, Song Rui nodded in agreement. Thus, the 5 of them circumvented the survivors and proceeded to another building. Upon witnessing their departure, the survivors felt as though the sky was falling. Don't leave. Aren't you all formidable? For you, saving us should be a mere trifle. If you help us, I will be your servant. They lamented, some even kneeling in desperation. Unmoved, Sia adhered to her original plan, continuing to clear the other dormitory buildings. The survivors, pleading and crying, remained oblivious to the zombies in Building 10, drawn by the sound of their cries. Thud, thud, thud. The long silent zombies relentlessly battered against the rooftop door, causing the survivors inside to fall silent in terror. Meanwhile, in the corridor of Building 5, after extracting a crystal core from a zombie's head, Song-yi suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She turned and shouted to her brother, "Brother, be careful." Almost in the same breath, a shadow swooped towards Song Rui's head. His reflexes were swift. Thanks to Song Ye's warning, he almost immediately crouched down. Boom! The shadow slammed into the wall behind him, creating a sizable dent. Its speed was astonishing. It must have been the second-tier zombie that sister mentioned. Yes, we must remain vigilant. The 2 young boys steeled themselves for battle. 10 minutes later, Sia observed the vanishing purple of Building 5 and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Song Rui and Song Yi had successfully dispatched the second-tier zombie. Having familiarized themselves with the dormitory structure, they formed 3 teams to operate independently. This was to enhance their efficiency in hunting zombies and to cultivate the individual abilities of the team members. She consulted the map, identifying which buildings housed second-tier zombies, and preemptively warned her teammates. They performed admirably, not disappointing her. In Building 7, Yu even managed to slay 2 second-tier zombies. Zhou Zhongguang, feeling frustrated, said, "I'm sorry. Yuga, I wasn't of much help." He could handle first and 0-tier zombies, but confronting a second-tier zombie head-on would only hinder Yu. Not a problem. Yi replied tersely. In the afternoon, Sia, Yu, Zhou Zhongguang, and the 2 Song brothers began to encircle the zombies in Building 10. As the final zombie fell, Sia sheathed her dagger, retrieving a cloth to wipe the blood from the blade. Creak. The lock on the rooftop door clicked open, and over 100 survivors emerged. Yet, most wore expressions devoid of gratitude, instead radiating fury and indignation. Was this intentional? Why did you come to Building 10 only at the end? Were you hoping the zombies would frighten us to death? You could have saved us from the start, but you chose to merely observe. How could you be so cold-hearted? That's not fair. They saved us. They are good people. A voice attempted to advocate for Nightsia and her team, but was quickly drowned out by the cacophony of accusations. Amidst the uproar, a man stepped forward angrily, cradling a woman in his arms. Her face was pale, clearly shaken. "My wife is pregnant. The doctor said it's a boy. If she miscarries, you will be murderers." Nightsia raised an elegant eyebrow, choosing not to respond. They were not strangers to killing. These factory survivors had yet to witness the brutality of the outside world, believing that the term murderers could morally coerce them. How laughable. Song Rue's expression turned grave. "Uncle," he addressed the man, glancing at the woman's belly. His youthful voice tinged with a hint of chill. "In a world overrun by zombies, what chance do two defenseless parents have? Have you considered the desires of your unborn child? Does he wish to be born into this chaos? What do you mean?" The man, humiliated and enraged, clenched his fists, ready to strike. With the zombies now vanquished, he felt fearless. How could a mere child dare to speak back to him? "Must you speak with such disdain? My child will certainly be born. He must carry on my lineage." Before the man's fist could descend, Yi swiftly intervened, gripping his arm and twisting it with force, dislocating it and eliciting a pained cry. "Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much." Chapter 69. Follow her, there will be meat. "What are you doing? Let go of my husband." The woman, taken aback by the turn of events, panicked and clawed at Yi. Yi, displaying evident disdain, evaded her grasp. Observing the unfolding drama, Nightsia's obsidian eyes glimmered with cold determination. "Should you wish for death, continue." She weighed the small knife in her hand, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. The man and the pregnant woman met her gaze, glancing at the corpses of the zombies scattered around them. Seeing each zombie with its neck severed and the tragic state of their demise, a sense of silence finally enveloped the scene. The remaining survivors fell into a hush, as though they were reminded that the 5 individuals before them were the ones who had eradicated the entire factory of zombies. Yixia cast a fleeting glance at them. People do not express gratitude for being saved. Rather, they are instilled with fear through power and strength. This is the nature of humanity. Having witnessed the fate of the man who lost his arm, the survivors appeared notably more compliant. However, as they exited the dormitory building, the survivors began to cluster around her. She had anticipated this outcome and paused, casually declaring, "Do not follow us, or you shall meet your demise." Many were startled by her words, yet some remained undeterred by the prospect of death. "Wait." Yixia's expression grew impatient. The individual, feeling a chill under her gaze, mustered the courage to say, "Thank you. When the zombie outbreak occurred, my colleagues and I were trapped on the rooftop, and at that moment, we made a vow. Whoever rescues us shall be our savior. We wish to repay our benefactor. We are willing to do anything for our savior." Yixia recognized the voice as somewhat familiar, belonging to one of the few who had spoken up earlier. The man donned a green factory uniform, complete with a name tag on his chest, suggesting a position of authority. Behind him stood 40 to 50 workers, presumably his colleagues. Their earnest expressions, combined with the need for labor at the under-construction Luhu base, prompted Yixia to adhere to the principle of not turning down free assistance. "Very well, you may follow," she stated. Consequently, nearly 90% of the individuals chose to accompany her. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. With narrowed eyes, she inquired, "Are you certain you wish to follow me? In 3 days, military personnel will arrive here to collect food. You could easily go to the military base. I am merely an ordinary individual from a small base and cannot provide you with basic living conditions. Are you truly willing to accompany me?" Upon hearing her words, the majority retreated several steps, no longer wishing to follow her. A small base could not possibly compare to a military base, which boasted the strongest walls, the most elite troops, and the most advanced weaponry. The entire city of S was clamoring to gain entry. They undoubtedly wished to go. With the zombies eradicated from the factory and an abundance of supplies, they merely needed to await rescue. However, the leader who had expressed a desire to repay her remained steadfast in his position. A person, unable to comprehend the situation, asked, "Leon, do you truly intend to follow her? That is a military base. Our food supplies have been depleted. If it weren't for her, we might not survive to see the 3rd day. Therefore, I am willing to go with her." Leon, the workshop director known for his kindness and integrity, held a certain influence within the factory. The colleagues beside him hesitated for quite some time. Half of them declared, "Director Lee, we apologize, but we wish to go to the military base." The other half stated, Our choice aligns with Director Lee's. Ultimately, only about 20 individuals decided to follow Yixia. Although not many, their loyalty was assured. Yixia surveyed them and noted their earnest and resolute gazes, nodding with satisfaction. Rest assured, you have chosen me, and I will ensure you have meat to eat. With that, she led them to the factory parking lot in search of vehicles. Lacking keys, she fiddled with a couple of engines, managing to start several vehicles, providing them with transportation. They drove out of the factory gates. Initially, they believed Yixia's promise of meat was mere pleasantry. However, as they hit the national highway, they were greeted by the sight of 3 large trucks parked by the roadside. The first truck was loaded with 100 pigs. The second contained 50 cows and 50 sheep. The third was filled with poultry, chickens, ducks, rabbits, pigeons, an astonishing total of 1,000 live animals, all plump and lively. Lian and the others were left speechless. Is this real? Have we made a mistake? Our factory is a food processing plant, after all. Where did all these animals come from? This can't be an illusion. The cacophony of various animals made them realize it was indeed true. Yixia stood confidently on the hood of one of the trucks, her black combat boots stepping forward. With her sleek black ponytail dancing in the wind, she exuded an air of command. Everyone returned to the base. Lian and the others exchanged astonished glances, perhaps reassured that their choice was indeed the right one. After all, even the military base might not have such an abundance of meat. Congratulations! The host has completed the task of clearing the zombie factory, reaching level 28. Inside the vehicle, Yixia gripped the steering wheel with one hand. Upon hearing the system's announcement, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Songyi asked Sister, "Are we taking the supplies from the factory? This is the largest food processing plant in S City, and the warehouse is stocked with food, at least several tons worth. Yet, you didn't take anything, leaving it all behind." "No, we won't." Yixia possessed a space for spiritual liquid and could exchange resources in the system's mall using crystal nuclei. For her current needs, food was no longer a concern. The military base, however, had many civilians to support, and food would undoubtedly be scarce. Furthermore, her haul from this expedition was already substantial. She had completed an upgrade task, unlocked the system mall, excavated over 1,000 crystal nuclei, and gathered 20 or so laborers. In a good mood, she saw no need to compete with the military for resources. The distant sunlight was somewhat blinding, prompting Yixia to retrieve a pair of sunglasses from her space and don them, accentuating her delicate features. "We do not lack for supplies. Let us give to those in need."
All right.
Inside the vehicle were only Songyi, Songrui, and Yixia. Had Lian and the others heard her, they would undoubtedly have been left speechless. As workers from a food processing plant, they were all too aware of the vast quantities of food inside. "That little bit of supplies? Please, it's tons." She spoke as if it were just a few kilograms, leaving them utterly astounded. Chapter 70. Greed and lack of insight at Luhu Base. The construction over the past few days had begun to take shape. The more work done, the more points earned, which fueled the residents' enthusiasm. The walls of the 4 bridges were constructed with steel and bricks, and the gates were installed. They just needed to pour another layer of concrete. Once the concrete set, the walls would become even more robust.
Hey,
a truck is coming. A large truck. A resident paused their work and gazed toward the distant bridge. The surrounding residents turned their attention as well. Indeed, that truck looks familiar. It seems like Miss Yi and her group have returned. Yixia sat in the driver's seat of the truck, and upon seeing the walls fully erected, a smile graced her lips. As she disembarked, Sun Li hurried over. Having received news of their return, "Miss Yi, you are finally back. We were particularly worried these past few days, fearing something might have happened to you." Though he spoke with concern, his demeanor betrayed none. Yixia was disinterested in exposing him. Before she could respond, Sun Li inquired, "How many livestock did you manage to retrieve?" As he asked, he glanced at the truck, its exterior covered with a tarp, concealing the contents within. The tarp occasionally shifted. Perhaps they had indeed brought back a few animals. Sun Li's subordinates exchanged glances, harboring low expectations. The outside world was chaotic, and humanity was struggling to care for itself, let alone livestock. 2 weeks had passed without human care, and even if they found animals, they would likely be half dead. They awaited what they assumed would be an amusing spectacle. Yexiu gazed at their expressions, casting a glance toward Yeo. A powerful tornado swept through, instantly tearing away the tarpaulin. Revealing a multitude of livestock, each vibrant and lively. Everyone stood frozen in place, including Sun Li, who exclaimed, "Are these the livestock you found outside?" The tremor in his voice conveyed incredulity. "Indeed, this is all there is," Yexiu sighed. While this was not her limit, it was the capacity of 3 trucks. Her sigh carried a note of melancholy, prompting Sun Li to envision various perilous scenarios, his gaze momentarily faltering before his attitude shifted abruptly. "Miss Yi, you have worked hard." If his earlier concerns had seemed foolish, this acknowledgement reflected a newfound respect for Yexiu's abilities. Regardless of the circumstances, Yexiu had indeed risked her life to venture beyond Lu Lake and retrieve the livestock for the base. Her contributions were evident to all. Sun Li's subordinates also altered their expressions, feeling ashamed of their previous derision. As they looked at her and Yeo, Zhou Zhongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi, they gazed upon them as heroes. "Goodness, Miss Ye's team is remarkable." Amidst the praises, she heard the system's announcement. Sun Li's loyalty 10. At that moment, an elite man with glasses and slicked-back hair cast aside his shovel, exclaiming, "This must be a joke. You weren't injured and those animals look perfectly fine. Hasn't the government already controlled the zombies outside? It can't be that dangerous, right?" Yexiu raised an eyebrow. One had to admit, this elite man's imagination was rather vivid. Yet, several individuals found rationale in his words, echoing his sentiments and questioning the dangers beyond. Yexiu languidly lifted her head and cast them a glance. "If you're so curious about the presence of zombies outside, why not venture out and see for yourselves? But let me be clear, if you die, don't blame me." The elite man hesitated but, upon observing her slender frame and the lively livestock, regained his confidence. "Fine, let us go." He could not fathom how someone as seemingly frail as Yexiu could survive the jaws of such perilous creatures, nor could he believe that the livestock, uncared for by humans, could thrive so well. "We are the elite of City S, the pinnacle of quality men," he proclaimed to the others. "Are you content to remain here doing menial labor? There are no zombies outside. Let us expose their lies." The 2 companions tossed aside their tools in agreement. "Indeed, they must be deceiving us. Damn it. I want to go out and eat seafood sashimi. Who wants to eat buns every day?" They grumbled, entirely oblivious to the fact that many outside lacked even soup, let alone buns. Buns were a luxury after all. Fortunately, the number of such thoughtless individuals was minimal. Most people had no intention of following them out, merely watching their departing figures, hesitant to voice their concerns. After all, it is difficult to advise the stubborn. The elite man, accompanied by the 2, reached the city gate, only to discover several small cars filled with people behind the trucks. Confusion washed over him. If the outside world was safe, why would anyone wish to come to Lu Lake Base? Li En and the others observed, equally perplexed. This base, while modest, appeared safe without zombies. Why would anyone want to leave? Both groups, each with their own thoughts, passed by one another. Since driving was faster than walking, Li En and his companions entered the base, while the elite men exited through the city gate. Upon reaching the bridge, they saw no sign of the so-called peaceful world. Instead, they were met with a ground strewn with dismembered corpses. It was evident that the returning convoy had attracted many zombies, but they had been largely dispatched. Yet, a few stray zombies staggered towards them. The elite man was stunned. How could this be? The other 2 grew frightened. "There are zombies!
Run!"
They fled toward the city gate, only to find it had already closed. "Help! Open the door!" They pounded frantically on the gate, but no one responded. Individuals with ulterior motives like these would never be granted an opportunity to return to the base. They did not deserve it. One must either be a capable and valuable resident or a compliant and loyal one. What use was there for those who fit neither category? Inside the gate, Yexiu commanded, "Uncle Sun, secure the livestock and allocate a large area for a farm." "Understood." Sun Li pondered whom to send while others nearby raised their hands, volunteering, "I'll do it." "Let me." Eager to earn points through labor, who wouldn't want points? Witnessing this scene, the individuals outside the gate were filled with regret. Had they not heeded the elite man's nonsense, they too could have earned points and lived comfortably. Their greed had cost them. Chapter 71. 10 consecutive draws. Teleportation ability, but regret was too late. The zombies surrounded them, and they had no choice but to claw their way up the steel bars and bricks. Yet, scaling the wall was no easy feat. The first elite man was swiftly taken down. The second, halfway up, lost his grip and fell. The third was caught by a zombie at his ankle, unable to escape, and was quickly dragged down. In less than half a minute, all 3 elite men were devoured. Roar. Their bodies convulsed, transforming into zombies. Witnessing the transformation from human to zombie instilled a sense of dread among the residents. Roar. Roar. The zombies reached through the gaps in the steel bars, clawing toward the inside of the gate, and despite being several meters away, the residents instinctively took a step back in fear. How annoying, Yexiu said languidly, digging her ears. Yayo immediately unleashed a wind blade, swiftly decapitating the zombies with a single stroke. The residents were awestruck by the ease of his attack. So powerful, truly formidable. They suddenly realized that Yexiu's successful retrieval of the livestock was not due to safety outside, but rather the strength they possessed. Observing this scene, the residents felt a sense of protection. Within Lu Lake Base, they were safe. This incident rapidly spread throughout the base within half a day. After all, the base's population was still small. As word spread, it was only natural for it to gain traction. As the tale evolved, it morphed from Yayo using wind blades to slay zombies into Yexiu tearing zombies apart with her bare hands. Though the exact details were unclear, her prestige and reputation soared. She had indeed fulfilled her promise to ensure the safety and well-being of the people. Many began to refer to her not just as Miss Yi, but as the leader of the base. Of course, Yexiu herself remained unaware of all this. At the Yi family villa, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Yexiu luxuriated in the expansive bathtub, relishing the soothing sensation of the water until it grew cool, prompting her to rise. After 2 days of slaying zombies, she certainly deserved to indulge. Donning a white robe and padding barefoot to her bedroom, she conjured an essential oil from her space, igniting it and placing it in a holder, releasing tendrils of fragrant smoke that wafted the sweet aroma of peach oolong. Not bad, Yexiu inhaled deeply, finding the scent delightful. Sweet yet not overpowering, uplifting her spirits. She settled comfortably on her soft bed, closing her eyes. Today was a day she had chosen for good fortune. She bathed and burned incense in anticipation of drawing something wonderful. Let us begin, Xiao Tong Tong, Yexiu declared, and with that, her consciousness entered the scene of the lottery. The tarot card astrological wheel appeared out of thin air, radiating an array of dazzling colors: white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold, almost blinding the eyes. She stood barefoot in a white robe, feeling distinctly out of place. Faced with the choice of a single draw or 10, Yixie's fair fingers extended decisively, opting for the latter. With guaranteed rewards for 10 draws, her chances of obtaining valuable items would surely increase. Upon her selection, a mysterious gust of wind swirled around her, lifting her dark hair as the amethyst pointer before her began to spin at an astonishing speed, too rapid for her eyes to follow. Choosing to look away, she tilted her head towards the vast white ceiling, resigning herself to fate. After approximately 10 seconds, the system's announcement echoed. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 7 white chests, 1 purple chest, 1 red chest, and 1 gold chest. Your luck is extraordinary. Let the celebrations commence. As the system's voice faded, the white ceiling showered her with an array of flower petals. While she had claimed to feel no nervousness during the draw, the system's announcement filled her with joy. Her efforts of bathing, changing, and lighting incense were not in vain. 1 gold, 1 red, and 2 purple. Her fortune was indeed bountiful. Eagerly, Yixia opened all the chests. Congratulations! You have obtained 100 liters of gasoline. Congratulations! You have obtained 100 pounds of beef. Congratulations! You have obtained 100 pounds of rice. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 solar generators. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 rainwater filters. Congratulations! You have obtained 5 grenades. Congratulations! You have obtained 5 boxes of antibiotics. These were all the contents of the white chests, which she barely scrutinized, as they were merely ordinary items. Her gaze shifted to the remaining 3.
Ding!
Congratulations! You have obtained an ecological aquaculture fishery, automatically placed in the spiritual spring space. Please check promptly. The purple chest. Yixia's eyes widened in astonishment as she instantly transported from the system space to the spiritual spring space, where she beheld a lake beneath snow-capped mountains, teeming with leaping fish and shrimp. How delightful! Just days prior, she had lamented the absence of aquatic products in her space, and now the system had delivered them. Whether fresh or saltwater, the variety of cultivated fish was plentiful. bluefin tuna, imperial salmon, abalone, ivory clams, arctic clams, and peony shrimp. She planned to indulge in seafood tonight.
Ding.
Congratulations! You have obtained a master servant contract, a one-time item. Upon signing, a binding relationship is formed. The servant cannot defy the master's orders, and their lives are linked. If one dies, the other perishes. The red chest. Yixia sat on a stone by the lake, scattering fish feed while examining the contract in her hand. Raising an eyebrow. Undoubtedly, this contract was formidable. A sly smile played on her lips as she envisioned its application. The final gold chest revealed but a few words. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the ability of teleportation. Yixia's lips parted in surprise. In her astonishment, she scattered the remaining fish feed into the lake, where the fish and shrimp eagerly vied for the morsels. She sprang to her feet from the stone. The contents of the gold chest were undoubtedly supreme, yet she had not anticipated that it would be an ability.
Ding.
Teleportation ability detected. Would you like to activate it for the hostess use? From the system's words, it seemed she could bestow this ability upon others. However, if someone else obtained it, they might deem it trivial, perhaps even using it to flee.
Yet,
she was an assassin. The teleportation ability would undeniably elevate Yixia's combat prowess. A confident and flamboyant smile graced her lips as she activated the ability. Chapter 72. Activation of Abilities, a winter's first encounter. Upon uttering the words to activate her ability, Yixia felt an intense heat surge throughout her body. An ordinary person's awakening of abilities typically required a day and a night of fever, whereas the system achieved this in merely 5 minutes, compressing a full day's torment into a mere 5 minutes. In an instant, her body burned with excruciating heat, akin to being scorched by lava. Yet, she gritted her teeth, remaining silent, a beguiling smile adorning her lips. This sensation mirrored the profound transformation from her previous life. She sensed that once her abilities fully integrated, her physical attributes would ascend to unprecedented heights. Her once frail and broken body, even if upgraded, could not compare to that of an equally ranked ability user. Her strength stemmed from the experiences of her past life. However, with her body remade and transformed, she had unequivocally become a formidable force in this apocalyptic world. In the living room of the Yi family villa, Zhou Zongguang clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably on the sofa. Did you hear? Many are spreading rumors about the boss tearing apart zombies. Haha, their imaginations are wild. Why not write a story? It seemed the mention of Yixia had sparked his amusement. Song Rui rested his chin in thought. Why hasn't my sister come down yet? Ever since we returned to the villa, she has been in her room. I wonder what she is doing? Song Yi, standing with hands on her hips, rose from the sofa, speculating. Sister wouldn't be hiding in her room watching dramas, would she? She loves them so much. Should we go call her?
All right.
Zhou Zongguang readily agreed, eager to share the outrageous rumor with the boss. Yi remained silent, but was the first to head towards the staircase, with the others following closely behind. However, as Zhou Zongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi approached the second-floor corridor, a sudden gust of wind swept towards them, sending them tumbling down the stairs. They attempted to rise and ascend again, but a wall of wind thwarted their movements. What's going on? In the second-floor corridor, Yixia stood in her white robe, her damp black hair cascading around her, on a richly patterned hand-woven carpet. She tilted her head, gazing at Yu. The door to her bedroom was firmly shut, and the floor bore no traces of water. Having acquired spatial abilities, Yixia promptly utilized her teleportation skill, emerging from her bedroom into the corridor, only to unexpectedly encounter Yu ascending the stairs. Her delicate collarbones were elegantly outlined, and her porcelain skin seemed to radiate light. Yu instinctively averted his gaze, lowering his head, and noticed that she was barefoot. Miss, why are you not properly dressed? And without shoes? He stammered, a hint of surprise in his muted voice. Before he could finish his sentence, Yixia beamed at him, her face alight with uncontainable joy. I have gained the ability to teleport. Congratulations, miss, he replied, taken aback by her enthusiasm, though he hadn't intended to inquire about it. Her eagerness prompted him to respond. Yixia asked, what brings you here? Oh, it's just that, Yu replied, recalling their reason for heading upstairs. But glancing at the girl in her robe and then at the staircase, he hesitated. I wanted to give you something. What is it?
Yo curiously.
Watching as he produced a bag from his pocket. Upon opening it, she discovered it was filled with numerous crystal cores, both grade 1 and grade 2, over 300 in total. Yixia checked his level and noted that he hadn't upgraded at all, shaking her head in resignation. This foolish dog had hoarded them just for her? Hadn't they agreed upon this? Who was responsible for slaying the zombies? The crystal cores belong to you, and thus, these are your crystal cores. Mine, however, belong to the young lady. Yu cradled the crystal cores in his hands and presented them to her, his tone serene as if recounting an undeniable fact. Yi Shiyu remained silent, but his deep, husky voice resonated once more. Yu, they also belong to the young lady. Yi Shiyu's heart abruptly quickened. Gazing into his brown eyes, she discerned a hint of stubbornness. His gaze suggested that if she were to refuse, he would persist in offering them indefinitely. A long-buried memory surged forth in her mind, recalling the first encounter between the original owner and Yu. At that time, Yu had not yet assumed his name. He was merely an unnamed little boy in an orphanage. The sound of polished shoes crunching on the snow filled the air. Little Shiyu, adorned with a red scarf, descended from an extravagant vehicle, her brother's large hand clasping her small one as they entered the orphanage. She had been perpetually frail, and coupled with her introverted nature, she had few friends. Her father and brother decided to adopt another child of her age to keep her company. The headmaster enthusiastically introduced her to the children in the courtyard, and she was surrounded by eager faces. Her brother gently ruffled her hair, seeking her opinion. Who do you like? Brother, I like you. Little Shiyu's soft whisper elicited a light chuckle from him. Aside from your brother? Little Shiyu surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settling on a corner. She then ambled over, her small steps deliberate. There, seated on the cold steps, was a boy with black hair. Unlike the other children, he did not rush forward. On such a frigid day, he wore only a tattered shirt. Little Shiyu removed her scarf and wrapped it around his neck, layer upon layer. Cough, cough, cough. Would you like to come with me? She coughed after removing the scarf, her voice imbued with childlike purity. To the little boy, she was like the sole ray of light on a winter's day. The soft, warm scarf enveloped him, and he felt the warmth radiating from it, his brown eyes gradually sparkling with hope as he nodded without hesitation. I would.
Good.
Little Shiyu smiled gently. Then you are mine. Yi Shiyu's recollection ended there. However, unbeknownst to her, accompanying the wealthy young lady in S City was not as simple as she had imagined, especially since she was a cherished gem in her family's eyes. The Yi family required not only a companion for her, but also a protector. She had been kidnapped several times in her youth, and although she had narrowly escaped each time, it was crucial to remain vigilant. After being adopted by the Yi family, the little boy did not move directly into their home, but was taken to a dark building. He inquired, "Where is this?" "This is the Devil's Training Camp," came the response from a man whose muscles resembled small mountains. Only those who pass the trials of the Devil's Training Camp can qualify to meet the young lady of the Yi family. In addition to basic courses, the little boy underwent intense combat training each day. Others told him that only by mastering martial arts and becoming strong could he reunite with little Shiyu. He was thrown to the floor countless times by adults with imposing physiques. Each time he felt he could not endure any longer, he would recall little Shiyu's voice and the scarf that had once wrapped around his neck. That was the first time he had experienced warmth. He reminded himself to persevere, to press on. He understood this was a trial, and upon its completion, he would see the person he longed for. Half a year later, Yi Shin sat at his walnut desk, reviewing the little boy's examination results, which indicated excellence in all subjects. From now on, you shall be a member of the Yi family. Do you not have a name yet? Choose one for yourself. The little boy accepted the form from Yi Shin's hand. Having only recently learned to write, he scrawled the character Yu unevenly on the paper. His purpose was to protect her, and he did so willingly. All right, I accept. Her clear voice pulled Yu from his reverie. After all, she was currently in need of crystal cores, and the ones obtained from the recent zombie hunts had already been converted into points, leaving her without cores to upgrade her spatial abilities. Furthermore, Yu was correct. He was entirely hers, so it was only natural for her to take the crystal cores. Yet she did not take them all. Regardless, it was only fair to leave Yu a little pocket money. From now on, you only need to submit half of the crystal cores. Keep the other half for yourself. This is an order, understood? Machem, Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. After clarifying this matter, Yi Shiyu intended to return to her room. However, just as she turned, Yi Yu's deep, melodious voice reached her, tinged with a hint of timidity. Miss, I would also like a reward if that is permissible. Throughout his life, he had been unaware that rewards could be requested until a few days prior when Song Yi and Song Rui introduced him to a new realm of possibilities. Yet, he feared rejection from the young lady. That previous statement had required tremendous courage from him. Nevertheless, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiu nodded. Of course. Yi Yu was her most loyal subordinate, and she had long desired to reward him, but he always seemed to lack nothing. She contemplated the various supplies available in the system store, seeking something suitable for Yi Yu. Yet, after much deliberation, she found herself at a loss. Would he need an airplane, a tank, or an armored vehicle? Just as she was about to inquire about Yi Yu's preferences, she heard him say, I want to help the young lady dry her hair. Excuse me? This is your desired reward? Is that not acceptable? The ears of the colossal canine drooped. Yi Shi replied, It is not that it is unacceptable. It is just that can this truly be considered a reward? He would be drying her damp hair. Wouldn't she be the beneficiary? However, upon seeing the eager look in his eyes, Yi Shi took a deep breath, finding it hard to refuse. By some twist of fate, she opened the door to her bedroom. Did you not wish to dry my hair?
Come in.
The moment he stepped into her room, the boy's previously subdued gaze sparkled with renewed life, following her footsteps inside. The room was imbued with Yi Shiyu's unique essence, causing him to feel a surge of nervousness. He could almost hear his own heartbeat. As it was his first time in Yi Shiyu's room, he was unfamiliar with the layout. Upon seeing her seated at the vanity, he stood there, somewhat awkward and unsure. It wasn't until Yi Shiyu instructed him that the hairdryer was in the first drawer of the pink cabinet that he opened it and retrieved the appliance. Buzzing sounds soon filled the room, and Yi Shiyu felt the warm air enveloping her head. A large hand wove through her inky hair, gently tousling it, the fingertips occasionally brushing against her scalp, akin to a massage. She closed her eyes in comfort. As Yi Yu dried her hair, he gazed at the crown of her head. From his vantage point, he could see her petite nose, curled eyelashes, and the slight curve of her lips, all exceedingly charming. Her scent lingered in the air. With a click, he adjusted the speed to the lowest setting. The warmth that enveloped the room filled him with joy. And he found himself wishing for time to slow, to linger in this moment indefinitely. Meanwhile, Yi Shiyu, reveling in the devoted service of her loyal companion, yawned and drifted into slumber. When she awoke, the sky was adorned with the blush of dawn. How long have I slept? An hour. For Yi Yu. This reward exceeded his expectations. He had not only dried the young lady's hair, but had also spent this extended time in her bedroom. Observing him, steadfast and unmoving, like a statue, Yi Shiyu raised an eyebrow. Next time, do not just stand there. You may sit on the sofa or the bed. Is there truly to be a next time? Moreover, one could even sit on the lady's bed? Night Yu tilted his head slightly, gazing at the soft velvet bed beside him, his ears flushing with embarrassment. Very well. Here, take this and prepare a delicious meal for everyone. With a wave of Night Shiyu's hand, a baby bath basin materialized out of thin air, filled with various lively seafood. Night Yu was no longer surprised. It seemed his lady possessed extraordinary abilities, conjuring many astonishing things. In the evening, a grand feast of seafood was laid out in the dining hall. One dish featured small seafood in a vibrant red oil sauce, with glossy chili oil soaking the delicate Cheshire clams, sweet shrimp, salmon, Australian lobster, and peony shrimp, topped with a few slices of tender red and fresh green peppers, which greatly whetted the appetite. Another dish showcased Thai sweet and sour flavors, containing king crab, Arctic clams, and squid claws, all appearing tender and juicy, exuding a spicy aroma. Color, fragrance, flavor, all were present. Zhou Zhongguang's mouth watered with happiness. Seafood. It was indeed seafood. Could he truly indulge in seafood in his lifetime? His admiration for the eldest brother was beyond words. Sister Yuga, what did you do in the room this afternoon? Song Yi asked, peering with his beady eyes at Night Shiyu, then at Night Yu, as if searching for some clue from the two. Upon his inquiry, everyone perked up their ears. Song Rui and Zhou Zhongguang, present that afternoon, remained relatively calm. However, Yi Shun and the old butler could not maintain their composure at all. Particularly, Yi Shun's gaze shot towards Night Yu like an arrow. What? His daughter was only 17, still a minor. He had summoned a bodyguard, not a son-in-law, for goodness sake. Night Shiyu found it perplexing. It was nothing. You simply helped me dry my hair. Why the strong reaction from everyone? Chapter 74. The eve of departure, a contract days passed, and the construction of the Lu Lake base became increasingly refined. The breeding grounds had all been completed. One could hear the vibrant calls of animals upon passing that area, teeming with life. It was inevitable. The animals that had consumed the spiritual spring water possessed significantly enhanced vitality. In these days, Night Yu, Zhou Zhongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi either practiced their abilities at the base or accompanied Night Shi to hunt zombies and collect crystal cores. Thus, in the astonished and admiring gazes of Sun Li and others, they brought back quite a bounty of aquatic products. The Lu Lake Villa area had a natural lake, from which a fish pond was enclosed, releasing grass carp, crucian carp, silver carp, shrimp, crayfish, bullfrogs, and freshwater crabs. Although lacking in seafood, it sufficed for the residents' daily needs. After all, this was the apocalypse, a time of scarce resources. To enjoy such aquatic products was a source of great satisfaction for all residents. Of course, besides food, various construction materials were also needed, such as cement, bricks, and steel. The supplies stored in the villa area were nearly depleted. Sun Li mentioned this, and Night Shi returned the next day with many tons, sourced from who knows where. Water and electricity were in ample supply. The last lottery had yielded 50 rainwater filters and 50 solar power generators, providing enough water and electricity for the residents' normal lives, with some even overflowing. Pondering, Night Shi exchanged for tens of thousands of meters of power generation nets from the system marketplace, installing a perimeter on the city walls to prevent both humans and zombies from climbing. The base's safety had ascended to a new level. Observing the increasingly mature base, the residents' admiration for Night Shi soared to new heights. In their hearts, the base leader resembled a deity, omnipotent. Base leader. That Lian you brought back last time possesses great management skills. The tasks I've assigned him, he has executed excellently. What did you call me? Hearing Night Shi's question, Sun Li grinned and replied, Base leader. Now all the residents in the entire Lu Lake base call you that.
Oh.
Night Shi checked Sun Li's panel, discovering his loyalty had risen to 60. It was passing but not entirely secure. Not everyone was as devoted as Night Yu. Loyalty could rise, but it could also fall. She would not remain at the Lu Lake base indefinitely. She established the base for her father, brother, and all those she cared for, arranging a safety net for them. Her journey was toward the stars and the vast world beyond. Base leader, you seem to have grown stronger again? Sun Li inquired, observing her expression. Her dark eyes radiated an enigmatic light, revealing nothing as she smiled softly.
Indeed.
Uncle Sun has noticed. After several days of hunting zombies and collecting crystal cores, Night Shi had already become a third-tier space ability user. Not only her, but Night Yu, Song Rui, and Song Yi had all reached the third tier as well. Upon becoming third-tier ability users, first-tier crystal cores had lost their efficacy. Second-tier and third-tier crystal cores were now required for further advancement. Thus, the speed of their upgrades had slowed. Sun Li sensed the powerful aura emanating from them. Although ordinary residents could not perceive it, he had been a special forces officer for over a decade. His thirst for strength was insatiable.
Meanwhile,
the ability users in the base had not ventured outside Lu Lake since the apocalypse began, having slain too few zombies. Furthermore, the early zombies did not yield crystal cores. Among them, Sun Li was the highest level at 19, a late-stage first-tier ability user, yet he paled in comparison to Night Shi and her companions. Upon learning that abilities could be upgraded, Sun Li's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Base leader, is there something outside that can enhance abilities? Of course. What is it? I can tell you, but you must first pledge your loyalty. Night Shi murmured, her gaze lowered. Sun Li immediately replied, Have you not sensed my unwavering loyalty these past few days? It is as evident as the heavens. Night Shi smiled without speaking. After all, who could make a vow? People like Sun Li, who navigated both the light and dark sides of society, were clever and adept at conversing. After a while, she smiled gracefully. Words alone are insufficient. Let us sign a document later, in black and white, unassailable.
All right.
Sun Li readily agreed. The two descended from the clock tower and proceeded toward the Knight family villa. All the while, Sun Li contemplated the enhancement of abilities, filled with anticipation. When he regained his senses, he found himself alongside Night Shi on the third floor of the Knight family villa, arriving at the study at the end of the corridor. Inside the study was only Yishin. He sat on a sofa, and Night Shi greeted him, Dad. Sun Li also smiled and said, Mr. Yi.
Hememe Yishan respondet politele.
Then, turning, he beamed at Knight Shiyu with a smile radiating pure warmth. A tender expression a father would wear toward his beloved daughter.
Yue, come seat.
Knight Shiyu took a seat beside him, meeting his gentle gaze. The resemblance between father and daughter was striking, as if they had been cast from the same mold. Dad, I am leaving.
When?
Tomorrow. This was too sudden. Yishan paused in his motion to pour her water. Why didn't you tell your father sooner? I was afraid that if I told you earlier, you would be reluctant to let me go. Her tone carried a rare playfulness. Perhaps influenced by the original owner's emotions, she felt an innate closeness to Yishan. Father is indeed reluctant to part with you, Yishan sighed. He had long realized that his daughter would not linger at Lu Lake. Everything she had done at Lu Lake was merely to ensure he had something to rely upon. Yet, he had not anticipated that the day of parting would arrive so swiftly. Father, after my departure, you shall assume full responsibility for all decisions regarding the base. The Yi family is one of the most prominent families in S City, with their company's stocks consistently thriving. Yi Shen has graced the Forbes Rich list multiple times and has become a regular feature in economic news, which attests to his remarkable capabilities. Unfortunately, Yi Shen has yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, rendering him largely unrecognized in this world that reveres the strong. However, it matters not. Yi Xia's pitch-black eyes glimmered with brilliance as she addressed Sun Li. Uncle Sun, please sign here. As she spoke, she opened the drawer of the coffee table and retrieved a contract. Once you sign it, I will reveal to you the method for upgrading your abilities. Chapter 75, Unwavering Loyalty. Adaptable and resilient Yi Shen examined the contract, noting its similarity to a standard employment agreement. He was certain that such a document was not present in the drawer. It must have been extracted from Yi Xia's space. But what value does it hold? How could a mere piece of paper constrain a person's actions, especially in an apocalyptic world devoid of morality? Yet, due to his trust in Yi Xia, he refrained from voicing his doubts. He observed her profile, her demeanor both bold and unrestrained, exuding an air of strategic mastery. Meanwhile, Sun Li could no longer contain his exuberance. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed thrice, his excitement palpable. How could he not be thrilled? The prospect of enhancing his abilities, coupled with Yi Xia's impending departure, meant that the entire base would soon fall under his control. Although he had been impressed by Yi Xia's methods, Sun Li harbored his own ambitions regarding the base. Upon Yi Xia's exit, he planned to seize power. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he spoke outwardly. Rest assured, base leader. I shall diligently assist Mr. Yi. Warning. Sun Li's loyalty level. 111111. Sun Li's loyalty began to plummet rapidly, soon descending to 40, followed by 30, 20, and finally 10. How remarkable! One could only say it was fortunate that the scale did not extend into negative values, or he would surely hit rock bottom. Yi Xia's unfathomable dark eyes remained inscrutable. She handed the contract to Sun Li, who, flushed with excitement, gazed at the employment agreement, internally mocking its content. The document stipulated that Party B, Sun Li, must obey the commands of Party A, Yi Xia, and remain steadfastly loyal to the Yi family and the base. Never to betray them. Ha! What nonsense! He scoffed internally. Even if he were sworn to an oath that cursed his entire family, it would be mere words, devoid of significance. Sun Li swiftly inscribed his name. However, in the next moment, an eerie energy surged through him, causing him excruciating pain, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his very soul. What have you done to me? Let me go, or else. Sun Li sensed something was amiss. Fueled by fierce resentment, he transformed his abilities into a spike of earth, launching it toward Yi Shen. He realized he was no match for Yi Xia. Only by using Yi Shen as a hostage could he hope to threaten her. Yet, the instant he conjured the earth spike, Yi Xia issued her command. Do not harm him. Ah! Her seemingly light words inflicted unbearable anguish upon Sun Li. Yi Xia's command resonated like a divine edict, leaving him no room for defiance. Uncle Sun, Yi Xia's emotionless black eyes held no sentiment, yet a faint smile graced her lips as she delicately sipped from the white porcelain teacup before her. Suppress your abilities, and cast aside those unwarranted thoughts. Trust me, you'll feel much better. Clenching his teeth, Sun Li first relinquished his abilities and then suppressed all his dubious intentions. Indeed, the pain began to diminish. His expression darkened as he demanded, What exactly have you done to me? Then, as if recalling something, he asked in a tone laced with dread, "Have you controlled my thoughts? Rendered me unable to resist?" "Not quite control, merely ensuring you will not betray," Yi Xie replied, igniting a tempest of turmoil within Sun Li. He had not anticipated that she was a mental ability user. Such powers typically required written notes, and he had unwittingly walked into her trap. If he were to destroy that piece of paper now, would it even matter? Sun Li cast a furtive glance at the contract. Seemingly reading his mind, Yi Xie remarked, "Uncle Sun, it would be futile. Once the oath is made, it remains in effect permanently. The more you resist, the greater your suffering." Sun Li thought to himself, "This ability is far too tyrannical. If given another chance, I would never make such reckless oaths again." "Where isn't your ability spatial? How could you also possess mental control?" Yi Shen, taken aback, had often witnessed Yi Xie conjuring items from thin air, leading him to assume she was solely a spatial ability user.
Now,
The revelation of her mental prowess left him astounded. For an ordinary individual, possessing even one ability is a stroke of fortune, yet his own daughter possessed two. Coughing lightly, Yi Xie touched her nose and offered a vague response. "I have only a smattering of it, just a little. To be precise, it is a one-time consumable." Sun Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Base leader, you are indeed a dual ability user? With spatial abilities?" "Indeed, the supplies I've gathered recently were all retrieved from my space." "What about the living creatures?"
yes.
Sun Li clutched his heart. His retirement had been due to a heart condition, but upon awakening his abilities, his body had been altered. Otherwise, he would be in a state of shock from the revelation. "I did not leave the base to gather supplies, but to exterminate zombies." Yi Xie materialized a collection of sparkling crystals from her space, glancing at Yi Shen and then at Sun Li. "The crystal cores extracted from the zombies' brains can be utilized to enhance abilities. Uncle Sun, the 101st level crystal cores on the table can elevate you to a third-tier ability user, but I do not recommend this. As a soldier, you should understand the importance of practical combat." Indeed. Upon hearing her words, Sun Li's previously fervent gaze towards the crystal cores cooled significantly. Without practical combat experience, no matter how many crystal cores one absorbed, the strength would remain superficial. Her ability to consider this aspect demonstrated her remarkable maturity. She did not resemble a mere 17-year-old girl, but rather an astute strategist. "Alas, base leader, you promised to reward me for my diligence. I am no spring chicken. You must treat me well." Sun Li possessed the admirable quality of adaptability. Having already become a pawn of Yi Xie's mental control, he saw no point in regretting his choices, instead pondering how to gain further benefits. Yi Xie's lips curved into a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "Of course, you will have 3 meals a day with rice, vegetables, and meat, leftovers to feed the pigs." Sun Li replied, "There is no need for such extravagance." With her assurances, Sun Li clasped his fists and departed with a sense of relief. "I will gather my subordinates and hunt zombies." "You are right. It is far better to acquire crystal cores through our own efforts." Having served as a special forces officer for over a decade, he knew how to train his subordinates. For the sake of the base, he must cultivate a formidable team of ability users. As he descended the stairs, he earnestly contemplated the future of the base. The more he reflected, the more he felt assured of his decisions. Chapter 76. Siblings unlike each other. Departing from Luhua, Yi Xie was remarkable, a person of both strength and intellect. With such a potent dual ability user at the helm, the base was destined for greatness. Furthermore, having been momentarily blinded by ambition, he realized the folly of his earlier thoughts. Had he truly attempted to eliminate Yi Shen and seize control of the base, the resulting retribution from Yi Xie would have been dire. Thank goodness he had not strayed from the righteous path. With this in mind, Sun Li broke into a cold sweat, grateful that he had signed that contract. The knight gentleman retrieved an album from the bookshelf, containing a myriad of photographs, primarily featuring solo shots of Yi Xie, ranging from her childhood to the present. He pulled out a particular picture and said, "This is for you." In the photo, there stood Yi Shen, Yi Jingyu, and Yi Xie together, a family portrait. She was positioned in the center, flanked by her father and brother. With one hand grasping her father's and the other her brother's, her fair cheeks were adorned with a delicate dimple as she smiled. Yi Xie's slender fingers brushed gently across her brother's face. "You and I bear no resemblance at all. Daughters take after their fathers, while sons resemble their mothers. Your brother looks like your mother," Yi Shen spoke tenderly. Yi Xia remained silent, her gaze fixed on the image of Yi Jingyu, the man clad in a black trench coat, tall and slender. He slightly bent down, allowing Yi Xia to easily hold his hand. His tousled black hair framed his striking features, exuding an icy demeanor, yet his eyes held a tender affection for Yi Xia. If her mother were alive, she would surely be a captivating beauty, as cold as an iceberg yet warm within, much like her brother. Indeed, the original owner had never seen her mother. Despite the villa bearing many traces of her presence, such as her favorite flowers, her oil paintings, and the evening gowns she designed, there was not a single photograph of her. The original owner had once inquired why. Yi Shan had replied that seeing her photo would only deepen their longing and melancholy, hence, he had burned them all. Over time, the original owner had come to accept this reasoning. Yi Xia felt that this matter was not so simple, yet Yi Shan was unwilling to elaborate. And there was no necessity to press further. Upon exiting the study, Yi Xia collided with Zhou Chongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi, who had just emerged from the gym, their bodies glistening with sweat. A towel hung around their necks, already drenched. They had been exercising in the villa's gym since early morning, displaying remarkable discipline. Yi Xia's dark eyes shifted as she inquired, "What do you think of the Luhu base?" "It's excellent." Both Song Rui and Song Yi nodded in unison. True to their twin nature, their movements were identical. Luhu boasted abundant resources, natural defenses, and an elder sister, which they greatly appreciated. Observing the rivulets of sweat cascading down their faces, Yi Xia retrieved some electrolyte water from her space and offered it to them. "So, do you wish to stay at the base, or would you prefer to accompany me?" "Of course, I want to follow my sister," Song Yi exclaimed without hesitation, resembling a clingy little kitten as he pounced towards Yi Xia, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist, fearful she might abandon him. "Sister is our only family in this world. Whoa, do you not want us anymore?" Yi Xia, slightly taken aback by his overwhelming reaction, felt a tug on her sleeve and turned to see another little boy, Song Rui. Unlike his boisterous brother, Song Rui gently grasped her sleeve, nodding earnestly, "Wherever sister goes, we shall follow. Sister cannot leave us behind." The last sentiment echoed in unison from both Song Yi and Song Rui. Yi Xia was utterly charmed, unable to resist pinching their cheeks, which felt delightfully soft and supple, brimming with collagen. The two adorable little boys seemed to have grown taller. Was it just her imagination? Indeed. A month had passed, and they had each grown an inch. Comparing their heights, she turned to Zhou Chongguang. "What about you, Chongguang?" Boss, are you asking me?" "Of course. I wish to follow the boss," Zhou Chongguang declared, taking the electrolyte water with a determined fist. His tone was resolute, though he spoke of desire rather than obligation, as he was the only one in the team without special abilities. His previous silence stemmed from a hint of fear, fearing he might not qualify. After the others reached the third level, he became acutely aware of the disparities between ordinary individuals and those with powers. His daily routine of rigorous training from dawn till dusk was aimed at bridging that gap. As long as Yi Xia did not disdain him, she would forever be his leader. Listening to their responses, Yi Xia felt a warmth in her heart. After playfully ruffling the little boys' faces, she spoke cheerfully, "All right. We shall set off tomorrow." With that, she hummed a little tune as she returned to her room. To be honest, everyone has their own aspirations. Much like the workers in Ang Lee's film, some choose to follow him, while others prefer not to. The Luhu base had become relatively well-established, and it was entirely reasonable if her teammates chose not to accompany her on an adventure. Yet, the feeling of being steadfastly chosen was undeniably gratifying. Are you all wondering about Yu? He is likely in the kitchen preparing dinner, right? No need to ask. That loyal companion wouldn't abandon her for anyone else. The next day, as the gates of the city swung open, the Hummer rolled out of Luhu base. All the residents assumed their omnipotent base leader had ventured out to gather supplies. Only Yi Shen and Sun Li were aware that their stockpile had reached astonishing levels. Just before her departure, Yi Xia had left behind another wave of provisions: 100 tons of rice, 100 of flour, 1,000 pounds of pork, beef, and chicken, along with 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes, corn, and cabbage, as well as a cache of firearms and ammunition. Considering their fondness for tea, she had also set aside a generous amount of tea leaves. The two elderly guardians' hearts raced as they absorbed this staggering bounty. With a steady speed, the Hummer advanced towards the military base. Outside, a desolate world lay strewn with yellow sand and zombies, while inside the vehicle, comfort and ease enveloped them, as if in an entirely different realm. Wow, sister, this is the 10th vehicle we've encountered. Song Yi exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. Listening to him, Yi Xie, seated in the passenger seat, snacking while watching a drama, replied, indeed. As we draw nearer to the military base, the number of vehicles increases.
Today,
We've encountered nearly as many survivors as we have in the past half-month combined. Yet, regardless of how many vehicles they encountered, theirs was undeniably the finest, brand new, with scarcely a scratch, unlike others that were battered and close to being scrapped. As the weather gradually warmed, others found their fuel running low, necessitating the opening of windows for ventilation. In contrast, the Hummer's windows remained shut, luxuriously running the air conditioning. A few minutes later, Zhou Chongguang exclaimed, "Wow! Is that the military base?" Yi Xie lifted her eyelids to behold a towering wall. In the sunlight, the 10-meter-high gray wall was coated in thick asphalt. A high-voltage electric fence encircled it, bearing the large warning, "Danger. Electricity." A sight both imposing and unassailable. In the distance, 2 grand gates stood, each lined with queues, one long and one short. Soldiers in uniform patrolled the area, rifles slung across their chests, ready to quell any disturbances or mutations. Which queue should we join? Yi's voice was calm and cool as he gripped the steering wheel, momentarily at a loss. "I'll go ask," Song Rui offered, preparing to exit the vehicle for inquiries. At that moment, the previously languid girl on the sofa sat up abruptly, her expression shifting as she leaped from the car. Simultaneously, a military helicopter soared overhead, heading towards the base, its insignia gleaming brightly. The rapid whirring of the rotor blades stirred up clouds of dust, causing the lined-up survivors to squint against the sand swirling into their eyes. Yet, Yi Xie remained unfazed, her obsidian eyes fixed intently on the helicopter, her gaze ablaze with fervor. The reason is simple. The system in her mind was frantically broadcasting, "Attention! Attention! 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 A child of destiny has been detected nearby." Night Shiyu uncontrollably followed the helicopter above her head, moving 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Although the helicopter spun overhead, a full 100 meters away, her heart was unable to quell its excitement. After she disembarked, the surrounding survivors all turned their gazes toward her. The striking black Hummer stood out, and the windows were rolled up, leaving everyone curious about the occupants inside. To their astonishment, out stepped a young girl. The gust from the helicopter lifted her inky black hair, strands blowing across her fair face, creating a disheveled yet enchanting beauty. The patrolling soldiers also noticed her and approached with their guns drawn. Upon realizing she was merely a beautiful young girl, one soldier was momentarily taken aback, then insisted, "Miss, please return to the queue." Another soldier stepped forward, attempting to block Night Shiyu's path. In an instant, she teleported past them. What kind of supernatural ability is this? The 2 soldiers swallowed hard, astonished. In the military base, most supernatural abilities were elemental. They had never encountered a teleportation power before. Despite their surprise, their duty was paramount, and they could not allow her entry. A bullet was fired into the sky as a warning. "Miss, please return to the queue." Night Shiyu tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. The exceptional excitement she felt had dissipated with the helicopter's departure. Observing the myriad gazes directed her way, her lips twitched slightly. Wasn't this a clear sign of her being marked by the child of destiny? Nevertheless, having witnessed grand spectacles before, she felt no embarrassment. Instead, she wore a poised smile. "Excuse me, may I ask which line I should join?" Her smile warmed the hearts of the 2 soldiers, and one, unable to resist, began to explain. "It's your first time at the military base, isn't it?"
yes.
"Then you should join the longer line on the left. The right is reserved for internal personnel." "Thank you, big brother." Night Shiyu nodded politely. After a moment, she inquired, "Do you know who was on the helicopter just now?" "How would I know? I'm just a gatekeeper," the soldier replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Soldiers of his rank could hardly be privy to the actions of high-ranking officials. He speculated it must be some leader.
Oh.
Night Shiyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed there was more than one leader inside. This made sense. Even a small base like Lu Lake had many vying for power, let alone a military base housing 100,000 survivors. Having grasped the basic situation, Night Shiyu returned to the Hummer. "Ayu, to the line on the left." "Understood." Night Yu gently pressed the accelerator. As they approached the towering walls, a slight smile graced Night Shiyu's lips. This was the official base of City S, where she could access the latest news and encounter the most formidable figures of the city, province, and even the nation. Her initial intention was simple: to become someone of significance and find important individuals. To her delight, she had indeed made the right wager. Excellent. The military base surely contained the very person she sought. As the vehicle slowly advanced, after waiting for nearly half an hour, it was finally their turn. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from ahead. Damn it! Why is it so expensive? 10 pounds of supplies per person. It's robbery. Yes. Shouldn't the military base be providing for us? Listening to their heated discussions, Night Shi learned that entering the base required surrendering supplies. Calculated per head, 10 pounds per person, regardless of age or gender. Without supplies, crystal cores would suffice. A level 1 crystal core could offset 10 pounds of supplies. Ordinary individuals typically could not hunt zombies, so this requirement applied solely to supernatural users. If one had neither supplies nor crystal cores, they would have to work off their debt through unpaid labor. What? Do vehicles require a fee as well? Damn it, can't I just enter without the car? It's just a piece of junk. A man grumbled. Night Shiyu surveyed the surroundings. No wonder many cars were parked around the base. It turned out a parking fee was also required. A pound of supplies per day was indeed a burden for ordinary people, leading most to abandon their vehicles. The base, however, found value in collecting cars, as the metal components, electronic parts, and tires were invaluable resources in the apocalypse. The uproar subsided as swiftly as it had begun. After all, with several rifles aimed at them, no one dared to voice their anger. They had journeyed to the military base seeking protection, not bullets. You 5 need to submit a total of 50 pounds of supplies. Anything will do. Rice, flour, gasoline. Following the earlier commotion, the staff's tone was impatient. They registered hundreds of people daily and were overwhelmed. Just as Night Shiyu anticipated a verbal sparring match, a 50-pound bag of rice appeared on the table. Seeing that they had promptly paid their dues without a word, the staff's demeanor softened. Name? Night Shiyu.
Age?
17. Occupation before the apocalypse? Second-year student at Holy England Academy. Do you possess supernatural abilities? If so, what level? Spatial ability, level 3. Upon hearing her response, the staff member abruptly lifted his head, scrutinizing her several times. Noting her fair complexion and rosy cheeks, his attitude became markedly more eager, adorned with a smile of deference. Could you demonstrate it? Is this acceptable? Night Shi waved her hand, causing the Hummer beside her to vanish. She had no intention of concealing her strength. In the military base, she aimed to draw attention. Appearing weak would not attract the gaze of those she sought. There was no choice. Reality demanded she be conspicuous. Oh. The staff member took several deep breaths. Incredible. You're the first level 3 spatial ability user I've registered. Night Yu, 18 student level 3 wind system. Night Yu waved his hand, unleashing a blade of wind. With his sister's revelation, he too laid bare his strength, summoning a powerful gust that stirred up a whirlwind of sand. The survivors behind instinctively looked up, bewildered. What is happening? There's no helicopter. Where did this wind come from? Meanwhile, the registration staff was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how another level 3 supernatural user had appeared. Song Rue sighed. If all the staff were as surprised as this uncle, we'd likely be stuck outside the base until midnight. A beautiful snowflake emerged from his palm, exquisitely crafted like a work of art. Uncle, I'm Song Rue, 12 years old, and a level 3 ice system user. Oh, good. The staff member, jolted back to reality, trembled as he typed on the keyboard. Goodness. What an extraordinary lineup. Even children are so formidable. Xiao Yi, just say you're a level 3 mental perception user, Night Shi whispered. Song Yi's ability was too unique. It could potentially attract unwanted attention. The more influential a person was, the more they cared about fate, who would reject a prophecy. If necessary, she believed that Song Yi's extraordinary ability could be concealed for a lifetime. Song Yi approached the staff, stating his name and information. However, when it came time to demonstrate his ability, his charming brows furrowed slightly. The staff glanced at him, then at Yixia, Yiyu, and Song Rue beside him, and with a quivering voice said, "And no, it's fine. Your ability is rather unique. There's no need for verification."
Suddenly,
Song Yi had a flash of inspiration and snapped his fingers. His sparkling black eyes turned to a soldier maintaining order. Uncle, Could you lend me your gun for a moment? He had a pistol given by his sister strapped to his waist, but he didn't want to waste any bullets. You know how to use a gun? Absolutely. Well, all right then. The soldier hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Being closest to the registration staff, he naturally overheard their conversation. Despite being hard-pressed to believe that a 12-year-old boy could handle a gun, the fact that the boy was already a third-tier ability user made everything seem reasonable. Do you prefer a handgun or a rifle? Either will do. Upon hearing this, the soldier handed over the rifle to Song Yi, without hesitation, eager to see what the boy would do. To his astonishment, the boy adeptly crouched down, shouldered the rifle, pulled the bolt, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion.
Bang!
The bullet flew through the high-voltage electric grid and struck the city wall, leaving a dent. Before the soldier and registration staff could recover from their amazement at the boy's steadiness and skill, bang! Another bullet fired, striking the same spot on the wall. Here you go, uncle. Song Yi returned the rifle to the soldier, who stared at him in shock. On the surface, Song Yi remained calm and cheerful, but inside, he was sweating profusely. That was close. It was my first time using a gun, and I almost couldn't handle it. Thankfully, I didn't embarrass myself. Can you believe me now? Of course, we believe you. The staff nodded vigorously. A perfect shot every time. A true marksman. It must be a mental type ability. They then turned their attention to the last individual. I am Zhou Chongguang, 18 years old, a student, without any abilities, just an ordinary person. Despite Zhou Chongguang's declaration, the staff did not dare to treat him lightly. Anyone capable of forming a team with 4 ability users was certainly not an ordinary person. Just look at the muscles on him. He was as strong as a bear. Here are your identity badges. Please take good care of them. The staff spoke with great respect. Individuals awakening extraordinary abilities were exceedingly rare, and even more so were third-tier rare abilities. Such ability users were few and far between in the entire base. And now, 4 of them had appeared at once. Capable individuals would enhance the safety of the base. How could he not show respect? Yi Xie received her badge, a purple emblem emblazoned with the words ability user and a string of numbers akin to an ID number. She noticed that Zhou Chongguang's badge was a different color, gray. The staff explained, Miss Yi, there are 7 colors of badges in the base. Ordinary people have gray, soldiers have green, staff have blue, technical personnel have white, medical personnel have yellow, and ability users have purple. The upper management of the base wears black. At that moment, someone behind them shouted, What is going on? Why are you dawdling? Can you hurry up? What are you shouting for? If you don't want to wait in line, then get lost. Does the military base need you? Soldiers, there are troublemakers over there. Go handle it. The staff retorted sharply before turning back with a smile.
Monsieur.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Yi Xie found nothing wrong with his attitude. Throughout history, people have always been divided into ranks. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount. It is quite normal. Now, could you please head to the quarantine area? The left side is for ordinary people, and the right side is for ability users.
Monsieur.
You all should go to the right side. It's much cleaner there. Chapter 79. Quarantine Factory. Teaching him a lesson, the staff member was quite considerate and did not separate Zhou Chongguang from the 4 of them. Yi Xie pulled out a cigarette from her space and handed it over.
Thank you.
No need to thank me. The staff tucked the cigarette into his bag. Cigarettes were a rare commodity. One could be worth £1 of supplies. Truly, as a third-tier powerhouse, her generosity was remarkable. On the other side, Yi Xie and her teammates arrived at the quarantine area for ability users. It was a vast, empty factory. All survivors entering from the outside were required to be quarantined for 1 night. The method was simple yet effective, with so many survivors in the base. The consequences of mixing in a zombie virus would be catastrophic. To prevent anyone from escaping, the factory was nearly entirely sealed, with only a few skylights above. She could hardly imagine what the other quarantine area was like. The system map indicated that in the factory for ordinary people, just a few hundred meters away, there were over 2,000 individuals crammed together, and the air was thick with the elements of the periodic table.
Ha!
Wasn't it said that only ability users could enter? How did 2 kids sneak in? A man crossed his arms, speaking with disdain. Inside the factory there were about 20 ability users. As soon as Yi Xie and her group entered, they began to scrutinize them. Quarantine time was exceedingly dull, and they were not averse to finding some amusement. Immediately, someone sparked a conversation. They must have snuck in, right? Those staff members are utterly useless. TSK, none of them are wearing badges. They might have really come in through the back door. It's nice to have connections. Even ordinary people can enter the quarantine factory for ability users. That girl isn't bad looking. Who has she been taken in by? The ability users in the factory did not converse with Yisia and her group, but merely mocked them. Though they were curious about their background, they refrained from greeting them to avoid any suspicion of wanting to get close. The privileged ability users looked down upon the lower-class ordinary people. They felt as though they were isolated. Yisia found it inconsequential. The space was limited, and she did not wish to get too close to strangers. If the ability users approached them due to their superior status, it would be suffocating. The factory had makeshift beds arranged for the ability users, but they appeared rather unclean and unsanitary, likely stained from previous occupants. She wrinkled her nose in distaste and pulled out several bed sheets from her space, instructing Yu to spread them out. As night fell, the military base turned off the lights to conserve energy. The factory was dimly lit, and the ability users could not clearly see where Yisia had produced the bedsheets from. By the time they realized it, Yu had already begun making the beds, leaving them with a sense of curiosity. Where did those new bed sheets come from? They must have been pulled out from the bag, right? Are you foolish? Who carries bed sheets in a bag instead of food? That's impossible. A few of the ability users started to piece things together, their gazes sharpening with understanding. At that moment, the main door swung open, and several staff members entered. They were responsible for delivering dinner. Whether it was the beds or the dinner, they were exclusive to the ability users. Ordinary areas did not enjoy such privileges. However, the so-called dinner was merely a bowl of watery porridge and a steamed bun. How could an ordinary person feel full from that? Once the staff departed, an ability user quickly grabbed 2 portions of dinner and devoured them. Wang Chong, what are you doing? Why are you eating 2 portions? What's the matter? Dinner is prepared for ability users, so what if I eat an extra portion with 5 useless folks without abilities? Upon hearing Wang Chong, several surrounding ability users reacted and rushed to snatch food, some grabbing buns while others drank the porridge. The dinner originally prepared for Yisia's group was quickly devoured. Watching the scene, Yisia frowned slightly. She cared little for the bun and porridge, but what did he mean by calling them useless folks without abilities? In the night, Yisia nonchalantly popped a lollipop into her mouth, swaggering over with a hint of audacity. She raised her chin and provocatively asked, "Who is the waste?" "I'm talking about you." Wang Chong realized the underlying implication of her words and immediately felt a surge of anger. How dare an ordinary person mock him? He was a power-type ability user and was about to strike her, but the military base's regulations against fighting held him back. Moreover, they were still in the isolation zone. When he fell silent, Yisia taunted, "What's wrong? Is the waste too dumb to speak?" Surrounding ability users could not help but murmur. She was quite audacious. Wang Chong's expression shifted repeatedly, and with gritted teeth, he retorted, "Isn't it just because you have connections that you're so arrogant? Prove your worth with strength." As he spoke, he slammed his fist down, causing a crack to form in the concrete floor. He thought this would intimidate Yisia, but to his surprise, she replied, "Good." Her words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd of ability users, who unanimously believed the girl in front of them had lost her mind. The disparity between the strength of ability users and ordinary people was vast. Wang Chong's punch could easily crush several of her. Did she really think he wouldn't dare to harm her? Chewing on her lollipop and smiling innocently, she declared, "But I won't be competing against you. I'll let him," pointing her elegant finger at Zhou Zhongguang. "Do I really need to bully a first here?" She continued, "Why don't we let the waste teach him a lesson?" Wang Chong glanced at the towering Zhou Zhongguang, whose impressive muscles and bronze skin made Wang Chong blurt out, "Are you an ability user or just an ordinary person?" "I'm an ordinary person," Zhou Zhongguang revealed, pulling out a gray badge. Wang Chong's confidence surged. "Let us compete then." Upon hearing there would be a match, the ability users in the factory rushed over, clutching buns and bowls of porridge, eager to witness the spectacle. The base had prohibited fighting but hadn't mentioned anything about sparring. In the end, all ability users would testify that it was merely a friendly competition. So there would be no repercussions. "Brother Chong, teach him a lesson. Show him the difference between ordinary people and ability users." They cheered. "Humph. Who told them to dare to intrude into the ability user's isolation zone? Teach him a lesson." The crowd of ability users rallied behind Wang Chong,
Zhou Zhongguang,
patting him on the shoulder in an encouraging tone. "You can do this." Don't forget, last time, you took down a first-tier ability user at the food processing plant. Go for it, brother Zhongguang. Song Yi also clenched her little fists. Feeling the warmth on his shoulder, Zhou Zhongguang took a deep breath. All right, boss. I won't let you down. He then stepped into the center of the factory, standing face-to-face with Wang Chong. Chapter 80. Let us team up. She is a demon. Huh. Be careful not to get beaten into a pig's head. Wang Chong spat, raising his fist and charging forward. The speed and strength of ability user surpassed that of ordinary people, but Zhou Zhongguang had trained diligently during this time, and his strength was no mere facade. He skillfully dodged the attack. What's going on? Wang Chong, are you holding back? Wang Chong was infuriated. How could he explain that he wasn't he? He swung his fist again, only to find himself knocked to the ground by Zhou Zhongguang's kick. The cheers of the ability users began to dwindle. The match was not unfolding as expected. Throughout the contest, aside from a brief moment when Zhou Zhongguang was hit in the face by Wang Chong, he dominated the fight, landing punches that left Wang Chong battered and bruised. Who the hell is the power-type ability user now?
Concede.
Wang Chong fell to the ground, his legs weak, his face close to resembling a pig's head. Yi Xia approached him, leaned down, and whispered, "Lost? It seems you are even less than waste." Standing upright, she surveyed every ability user in the factory and raised her voice. "Don't look down on ordinary people. Is it just a bit of ability? You act so high and mighty, but remember that there are always those stronger than you. Be wary of provoking the wrong person. If not for the large audience." Zhou Zhongguang would have wanted to embrace her in gratitude. His boss was clearly speaking up for him, just because of their words. A waste without abilities? OMG. It's too touching. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, you are my idol." At that moment, an ability user muttered, "No wonder you needed someone else to compete for you. It turns out he is stronger. Are you sure you want to compete with me?" Yi Xia tilted her head, her dark, jade-like eyes scanning the discontented ability users around her. Their gazes seemed to say, "You?" Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she bit down on her lollipop. Today's flavor was strawberry, the rich fruity aroma melting in her mouth. Sweet enough to make her squint with delight. "If you think I'm bullying you, then why not all come at me together?" Hearing her audacious tone, the ability users could hardly contain themselves. This girl is really something. Let's show her what we've got. The night was silent. Yet the factory and the ability isolation zone erupted with chaotic sounds of fighting and cries of distress. Fear, terror, and despair spread infinitely. Warning! An incident has occurred in the ability user isolation zone. Requesting support. Requesting support. The soldiers guarding the entrance, upon hearing the commotion, grew tense and retrieved their walkie-talkies, repeating the urgent message thrice. Something must have happened. Someone had mutated. The military responded swiftly. Within a minute, the emergency defense team assembled at the factory's entrance, fully equipped and clad in thick protective gear. The first row of soldiers brandished riot shields, while the second row bore machine guns. Each soldier was strapped with high-intensity explosive rounds, ready to face any threat. However, before they could enter the factory, the sounds within diminished, returning to an eerie calm. The soldiers exchanged glances, wondering if the ability users inside had managed to clear the zombies. Even so, they remained vigilant, cautiously opening the factory door while holding their guns at the ready. The factory was dark. Through their night vision goggles, they observed a peculiar scene. Out of 27 ability users, 8 stood frozen in place, 14 cowered in corners, clutching their heads and sobbing. "Wah, we're being bullied." 5 others sat on beds, playing cards. What on earth had happened? The captain of the guard approached the group playing cards, Yi Xia and her companions, since they appeared the most normal. Yi Xia played a red joker and looked up, revealing an innocent smile. "Nothing much, we were just sparring."
What?
The guard captain's tone was indignant, especially upon seeing the bruised faces of those huddled in the corners. This was not sparring. It was clearly a brawl. The base forbids fighting. You violated the rules. 10 contribution points deducted for each of you. He then turned back to Yi Xia, saying, at least you all are abiding by the rules." Yi Xia remained silent, pursing her lips and giving a shy smile. The ability users gasped. She is still smiling? This demon. Once the guards departed, Yi Xia narrowed her eyes, gazing at the group of ability users with a smile that was both wicked and enchanting, akin to a datura flower in the night. "Are you convinced yet?"
Convinced.
"Is that voice too soft? Haven to you eaten?"
Convinced.
They replied in unison. Had they known she was a third-tier ability user, they would never have dared provoke her. And those two kids beside her were equally formidable. They simply couldn't compete. They vowed never to underestimate women and children again. Feeling a bit hungry? Her whispered words startled a few superpowered individuals who had been snatching steamed buns and porridge, making them wish to gag and expel their ill-gotten gains. Fortunately, she had no intention of holding them accountable. Never mind, let us just eat a little. Yixia pulled out 5 boxes of self-heating rice from her space, stir-fried beef, kung pao chicken, Cantonese sausage, mushroom and pork, and curry braised meat. Once the rice was heated, the enticing aroma wafted throughout the factory, utterly irresistible.
Gulp.
The superpowered individuals swallowed hard. If this was considered a simple meal, what had they just consumed? However, they dared not cause a ruckus like before, for they understood that Yixia's team relied not on connections, but sheer strength. Yet, to Yixia, this truly was a simple meal. Cooking for Ayu required a gas stove, a gas tank, pots, bowls, and vegetables. To match Ayu's culinary skills, a dining table, chairs, and tablecloths were also necessary. Oh, and it was dark here. Wouldn't a candlelit dinner be in order? After some contemplation, she deemed it too troublesome. Morning arrived. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the factory, and the sound of doors opening echoed from outside. Their quarantine period was over, and they were released. As soon as Yixia took a few steps outside, she was confronted by a group of ragged little children. Sister, do you need a guide? I can help you get familiar with the base. I'm not expensive. Just 2 loaves of bread for a day's service. I only need 1 loaf. Children aged 6 to 12 clustered around her, eagerly introducing how well they knew the military base. Chapter 81. The adorable Luo Luo, S-Class Mission. Yixia's obsidian eyes darkened slightly as she clenched a handful of candies in her palm and tossed them behind her. With a rustle, a colorful rain of candies fell from the sky. The children's eyes widened, their hands reaching out to grab and snatch them. Laughter erupting from those who succeeded and whimpers from those who did not. Survival of the fittest, indeed. Yixia glanced back, but continued on her way. Upon reaching the main road, the view opened up. Rows of factory buildings stretched out before her, with green vegetable patches lining the walls. Spacious roads flanked either side, wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass side by side, patrolled by soldiers in uniform. It appeared quite safe and well-organized. Sister, sister. A breathless voice called from behind. Yixia turned to see a girl of about 10, her forehead glistening with sweat yet smiling brightly. Sister, I finally found you. You were walking too fast. I almost lost you. Seeing her run over like a piece of sticky candy, Song Yi crossed his arms, his tone displeased. Hey, the sister already gave you candy. Don't be too greedy.
No, no, no.
The little girl shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. I want to help you get familiar with the base. Mama said one must be grateful. I can't just take your food, so I came along. She pulled out 5 candies from her bag, indicating her successful endeavors. Yixia looked into her bright, clean eyes and asked, What is your name? Luo Luo. Please tell me more. Okay. Luo Luo nodded, beginning to explain the situation at the base. The military base is divided into external and internal sections. The external base is primarily comprised of ordinary people, without status or powers, engaged in manual labor to earn contribution points, such as building walls, constructing houses, cultivating farmland, and transporting goods. The internal base consists of high-ranking officials, talented individuals, and advanced superpowered beings, engaging in a wider array of professions to maintain base operations and ensure safety. The entire base spans over 10,000 acres, divided into office areas, residential zones, warehouses, guard zones, and military districts. The internal base even features command and research areas, though Luo Luo was not very familiar with those. Yixia speculated that the chosen one must be among the high-ranking military officials, likely located within the internal base. How can one access the internal area? Sister, you're a superpowered individual. You can go to the task hall in the office area to accept missions. The team with the highest contribution points each week can enter the internal base. Luo Luo led Yixia to the task hall, a sizable 2-story building bustling with people. Superpowered individuals and ordinary citizens alike were striving for their livelihoods. Sister, superpowered teams go upstairs to accept missions. I want to go up. Luo Luo chimed in, her voice bright. If you need anything in the future, you can still find me. She looked at the badge on Yixia's chest, a mix of admiration and envy in her gaze. Yixia could discern her thoughts. She envied the superpowered individuals for their strength and resources, hoping that familiarity would yield benefits. Yixia didn't mind this kind of flattery. It was far more agreeable than dealing with those who were shameless and unreasonable. After bidding farewell to Luo, Yixia led her teammates upstairs, where the crowd had thinned considerably, making the atmosphere less claustrophobic. To accept a mission, they first needed to register their team. Team size was limited, requiring a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 10 members. Yixia's group of 5 met the registration criteria. She requested an A6 paper from the staff, needing to fill in the team name, captain, and members. After a moment of thought, she inscribed a few words on the paper. Night Moon Team. The staff member typed away at the keyboard, unaware that this team would soon resonate throughout the military base, earning respect and admiration. Upon writing down the captain as Yixia, the staff member couldn't help but add, "Only the strongest can be team captain. Do you need to discuss this with your teammates?" After this remark, Yu, Song Rui, Song Yi, and Zhou Chengguang remained silent, recognizing the wisdom and discretion. Once all the information was completed, Yixia handed the A6 paper to him. She did not write down her ability type and level since that information had already been recorded in the base's local network upon their entry. The staff member merely needed to input her name to access each individual's profile. My goodness! For level 3 superpowered individuals? The staff exclaimed, almost believing there had been a system error. However, after refreshing the data multiple times and confirming accuracy, he looked at Yixia with newfound respect. Level 3 superpowered individuals, when placed in any team, were typically leaders. Yet here was a 17-year-old girl capable of commanding 3 level 3 superpowered individuals to serve her. Her strength was indeed formidable. Here is your team certificate. Please keep it safe. The staff presented her with a card. Yixia accepted the card and moved to another window. Simultaneously, on the second floor, superpowered individuals were astonished to find 2 S-Class missions added to the announcement board. What? There are actually S-Class missions? Didn't they say that external base teams cannot take S-Class missions? This is the first time I've seen an S-Class mission. The contribution points are so high. They buzzed with excitement, their expressions filled with anticipation. The mission levels are categorized into several grades, commonly A, B, C, D, E, and F, reflecting a range from difficult to easy, while S-Class missions are akin to Hell Mode, never open to the public, typically reserved for internal base teams. This was the first appearance of S-Class missions for the external base. They speculated, could it be that the internal base was short on personnel? Were the tasks so urgent that they had to be delegated to the external base? Yixia was not overly concerned. For her, it was simply a matter of selecting the highest level available. The arrival of S-Class missions was fortuitous. She gazed at the flashing mission screen, noting 2 S-Class missions. One required clearing zombies at the Life Sciences Research Institute and collecting data. The other involved paving a path for the military district's chemical plant, sweeping through the zombies within the factory. Both S-Class missions offered a contribution value of 2,000. A level 1,000, B level 500, C level 200, D level 100, E level 50, F level 10. She turned her jet-black eyes and approached the task window, addressing the staff within with a polite tone. Hello. May I inquire if it is possible to undertake 2 tasks simultaneously? Certainly, the staff member responded. Some tasks are in close proximity. Completing one allows you to immediately embark upon the next. It is not uncommon to undertake multiple tasks at once. However, there are deadlines for task completion. The more challenging the task, the more time is allotted. Therefore, most individuals tend to act within their capabilities. Which 2 tasks are you considering? The staff member maintained a courteous demeanor, understanding that only capable individuals, endowed with special abilities, frequented the second floor. There was no need to offend them. Chapter 82. The Night Moon Team. Unfamiliar faces. Before Yixia could respond, the first task on the announcement screen vanished. However, as Yixia was the sole individual at the task window, it indicated that the first task had been claimed by someone from the internal base. To be candid, had it been a matter of choice, Yixia would have opted for the first task, as the Life Science Research Institute was a mere 5 kilometers away from Saining Academy, a place she had visited several times. She was uncertain whether her brother had gone to Saining Academy, but she wished to take a chance. Alas, with the first task no longer available, she had to abandon that idea. I would like to accept the S-level chemical plant task. The staff member, taken aback by her unfamiliar voice, was about to inquire which team she belonged to when a commotion erupted from behind. Wow, the Luai's team has arrived. They are currently the top-ranked team. Once the weekly contribution values are tallied, they will certainly gain access to the internal base. Indeed, with just the captain and vice-captain, they can dispatch 100 zombies. Yi Xie was astonished to discover that a familiar face belonged to the so-called Luai's team. Jing Yuren spotted her and exclaimed, "What?
Ye yo?
She has come to the military base." "Yuran, who are you talking about?"
Ye yo.
Jing Yuren bit her lip, clearly still harboring resentment over their previous encounter at the shopping center. She turned to Han Mingze, saying, "Mingze, we must teach her a lesson for how she treated us last time." However, before she could finish, Han Mingze had already pushed through the crowd and strode towards Yi Xie. He gazed at her, who was facing away, her face partially obscured. Yet her fair and exquisite features captivated him. "Long time no see," he greeted her. Yi Xie glanced up at the announcement board, which displayed the Luai's team's top weekly ranking and a contribution value of 1960. A subtle smile graced her lips as she ignored Han Mingze. Without hesitation, she addressed the staff member, "I am the captain of the Night Moon team, and I wish to accept the S-level chemical plant task."
What?
Han Mingze's brow furrowed deeply, a line etched between his brows. His tone was tinged with paternal authority as he replied, "Xie, you just arrived at the military base, right? I suggest you start with lower-level tasks. Do you have any idea how difficult A-level tasks are? Not to mention S-level. Moreover, even if you wish to accept it, the staff member would not agree. You do not yet possess that qualification."
Han Mingze stood confidently, arms crossed.
"Indeed," Jing Yuren chimed in, stepping forward with a tinge of anger. Although she was upset that Han Mingze was conversing with Yi Xie, she suppressed her feelings and feigned affection by linking her arm with his, as if someone were trying to steal him away. "We are the top-ranked team. Only we are qualified to take on S-level tasks." However, just as they finished speaking, the staff member called out to Yi Xie, "The Night Moon team? You are the captain of the Night Moon team." "Yes," Yi Xie replied calmly, but the staff member grew more excited. "Excellent. I will assist you with the task immediately." He took Yi Xie's identification card and, with a beep from the machine, processed it. "Hey, are you joking? How can she accept the S-level task?" Han Mingze's confident expression faltered. "Exactly. The task should be ours." Jing Yuren's smile froze as well. They had hurried to the task hall upon hearing of the S-level task, eager to showcase their prowess. Yet, they never anticipated that the S-level task would slip through their fingers so easily. The staff member assured them, "This is no jest. The Night Moon team is indeed qualified." Han Mingze scoffed, "What qualifications do they have? A team of little renown cannot possibly compare to our Luai's team." The abilities of the gathered ability users and workers in the task hall were equally incredulous, casting doubtful glances at Yi Xie and her companions, wondering what methods they had employed to snatch the S-level task from the Luai's team. The staff member spoke loudly. Although the Night Moon team is newly registered, its members possess formidable strength, comprising 4 third-tier ability users. If they are not qualified, then no team can undertake this task. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire second floor of the hall fell silent. Han Mingze's mind seemed to short-circuit as he stared blankly for several seconds before exclaiming, "What?"
Ha!
Jing Yuren, too, could hardly believe the staff member's words, finding it utterly absurd. 4 third-tier ability users? How is that possible? In our team, the highest level are just the 2 of us, both late-stage second-tier ability users. She blurted out, "Could it be that there was an error during your registration?" The staff member's expression darkened. "Impossible." Jing Yuren's accusation questioned the competence of a public servant like himself, which understandably irked him. He raised his voice. "There is absolutely no issue with the strength of the Night Moon team." The crowd, snapping out of their stupor, erupted into fervent discussions. "My goodness, for third-tier ability users. Did I hear that right? Is that girl their captain? Yes, she must be the strongest. She's incredible. Indeed, both beautiful and powerful. How can she not be qualified to accept S-level tasks?" The entire second floor buzzed anew, this time not about the Luai's team but rather the Night Moon team. The majority of onlookers gazed upon Yi Xie and her companions with admiration for their strength. The 2 female members of the Luai's team exchanged glances. Jing Yuren often recounted a shameless woman who, lacking in strength and beauty, insisted on stealing her boyfriend, Captain Han. But today, everything felt different. Seeing is believing. And the stark contrast was evident. Anyone with eyes could tell that Yi Xie was far more beautiful than Jing Yuren. and their strengths were not even in the same league. Jing Yuran, feeling the shift in their gazes, was seething, her nails digging into her palms. How can this be? How can this be? She and Han Mingze were among the first to learn about the crystal cores, maintaining a mid-tier strength since entering the base. They had worked hard to form a team with a high contribution ranking, believing that upon encountering Yi Xia again, they would undoubtedly overshadow her. Yet, unexpectedly, she had triumphed once more. Let us go. Yi Xia retrieved her card and led her teammates out of the task hall. Just then, Han Mingze seemed to have an epiphany, chasing after her. The S-level task is extremely challenging, Xia. Let our two teams collaborate to complete it together. Completing an S-level task would elevate their team's prestige, and he was unwilling to relinquish it easily. However, Yi Xia did not pause her stride, merely tossing over her shoulder. We are not acquainted. Chapter 83. The Seeking Moon Team. Dim-witted underlings Han Mingze gazed longingly at Yi Xia's retreating figure. An ability user nearby, noticing the longing in his eyes, inquired, Captain Han, may I ask what your relationship is with that third-tier goddess? Han Mingze snapped back to reality. Observing the curious glances from those around him, he replied with a hint of pride in his voice, she is my ex-girlfriend. Amidst the conversation, a sense of nostalgia for the past lingered. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding supernatural beings gasped in astonishment. Could it be true that they had once shared such a relationship? Some believed it, while others remained skeptical. After all, they were not blind. Just moments ago, Yi Xia had shown no interest in Han Mingze. Who could possibly believe it? If a third-tier goddess were to take a liking to him, I would eat a pound of excrement, one of the supernatural beings remarked. On another note, Yi Xia exited the mission hall.
Xiao Hui.
Do you know how to get to the chemical plant in the northern suburbs? Song Rue closed his eyes, mentally sketching the entire map of City S. He opened his eyes, his icy pupils seemingly blossoming like snowflakes. Leave the base, walk 5 kilometers along the national road. Then take the expressway from City S to City X and continue for another 20 kilometers. Then let us set off, Yi Xia declared. Staying here serves no purpose. I intend to complete the mission promptly and return to the internal base. She took out a Hummer, and the 5 of them climbed into the vehicle, heading toward the base's exit. At the city gates, soldiers guarded the checkpoint. Yesterday, it had been Yiyu driving. Today, it was Zhou Zhongguang's turn. We are the Yiyu team, departing the city to execute an S-level mission. This is our identification. After the soldiers completed their checks, they saluted the Hummer, wishing them safety on their return. Missions classified B-level and above were high-risk endeavors, often resulting in casualties. Outside, zombies roamed freely, posing countless dangers. None could predict what might transpire. Once they departed, it could well be forever. Yi Xia gazed into the soldiers' solemn eyes and replied, we will.
Moment latte.
As the Hummer moved away, 2 jeeps emerged, windows rolled down, and a card was handed out. Sun Yu Team, S-level mission.
What? Oh.
The soldier nearly failed to respond but, after inspecting their team identification, repeated the customary wish for a safe return and granted passage. Watching the jeeps grow distant, the soldier scratched his head in confusion. Why is everyone on S-level missions? The team names are too similar, Sun Yu and Yiyu. Is it a coincidence that such formidable individuals favor the same name? The Sun Yu team consisted of 6 members. The first vehicle carried 4 people, and the man in the back seat on the left was evidently a chatterbox. Why does the captain always take these kinds of missions? If it's not from Shunning Academy, it's always around it. Are the captains all top graduates? Is there a sense of nostalgia for their alma mater? You're so talkative. The captain decides where we go, and it's like you're chanting a mantra. No wonder the captain doesn't want to sit with you, retorted the woman in the passenger seat, donning earplugs. The driver remained speechless, urging him to sleep instead. They had just completed one mission, and were off to another. The second vehicle was much quieter. Aside from the driver, there was only one man in the back seat, leaning against the seat back. His handsome features were illuminated by the light behind him, with jet-black hair and eyes that seemed to be the work of a divine artist. Yet, he emanated a chilling aura, suffused with solitude and indifference.
You.
His voice resonated with a magnetic allure in the cabin. All his longing transformed into a soft whisper, imbued with tenderness and affection. After a half-hour drive, the Hummer entered the expressway connecting City S and City Y. Yi Xia finally understood why this S-level mission included a description of clearing the road. Ahead lay a massive toll station completely blocked by abandoned vehicles, ranging from trucks to cars, forming an impenetrable barrier, leaving no visible escape. Was this caused by an accident? Song Yi inquired. The inside is due to an accident. The outer circle is likely man-made, Song Rui replied. Yi Xie scanned the surroundings and remarked, indeed. The toll station has been intentionally sealed off. There are quite a few zombies inside. Everyone prepare yourselves. It's time to get to work.
All right.
Zhou Zhongguang retrieved a military helmet and bulletproof vest from the trunk, donning them, and gripped a baseball bat, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Yi Xie glanced at the bat. Its head stained with dried blood and slightly deformed. She opened the system shop and exchanged for an item. Zhongguang, use this. A new baseball bat appeared in her palm, appearing ordinary aside from its entirely black surface. Boss, let us keep that one for now. I'll use this old one until it breaks, Zhou Zhongguang said, reluctant to part with the bat he had used for a long time, finding it quite comfortable. Are you sure you don't want to switch? Yi Xie raised an eyebrow. This is a wolf-tooth bat, produced by the system, which cost me 500 points. You truly don't recognize its value. Watch closely. I'll demonstrate. With that, her demeanor shifted, and she tossed a baseball into the air. Her dark eyes glimmered as she gripped the wolf-tooth bat, thumb pressing the switch, and with a swift motion, sharp spikes emerged along its smooth surface. With a resounding crack, Yi Xie swung the bat, striking the baseball. It soared through the air with an unseen velocity, disappearing into the distance, and if one were to find it, it would undoubtedly be in a pitiful state, riddled with holes. Wow, sister is amazing. That's a definite home run, Song Yi exclaimed, shielding his eyes as he gazed into the distance with excitement. Yi Xie retracted the spikes from the bat, resting it on her shoulder with a nonchalant smile. She sighed, what a pity someone doesn't want it. I'll just keep it for now and find another opportunity to gift it to someone else. Zhou Zhongguang immediately interrupted her, fearing she might give it away.
No.
Boss, who said I don't want it? I want it. I want it. How could I possibly refuse such a fine item? He tossed his old bat aside and cradled the wolf-tooth bat in his arms, caressing and cherishing it. Wait, that spot is off limits for kissing. Yi Xie attempted to stop him, but it was too late. A row of spikes emerged, piercing Zhou Zhongguang's mouth, leaving him bloodied. Yi Yu, Song Yi, Song Rui, Yi Xie, it seems I have indeed taken on a rather foolish little brother. Chapter 84. The Expressway. Level 3 zombies. Yi Xie administered some spiritual spring water to Zhou Zhongguang and allowed him a brief rest before he finally recovered. During this time, the group enjoyed their lunch. Then, the 5 of them climbed atop the makeshift walls formed by wrecked trucks. Standing on top as they gazed down below, a sea of zombies swayed towards them. Some were missing limbs, others had charred skin, and some were wedged in overturned vehicles, unable to escape. There were at least 1,000 of them. You all handle this horde of zombies. I'll go take a look inside, she commanded her teammates. Understood. After dispatching the task, Yi Xie leaped from the 4-meter-high truck, landing effortlessly, and strode deeper into the expressway. The young girl, clad in military boots, tread upon the road littered with corpses. Colorful wrappers from star-shaped lollipops fluttered to the ground, contrasting starkly with the ash-red earth. As she walked and munched, she soon spotted a green school bus. Emblazoned on its side was a message: pack the springtime into your backpacks, an outing to appreciate the flowers from experimental primary school. The bus lay overturned, surrounded by shards of glass, yet its doors stood ajar, stained with blood and devoid of life. A zombie child, clad in a uniform and wearing a yellow hat, suddenly emerged from a corner, lunging toward Yi Xie. She swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack. With a growl, the zombie child attempted to strike again. Yi Xie swung her blade, driving it into his forehead. White matter and dark red fluids dripped down as the zombie child collapsed, motionless. Yet, Yi Xie remained vigilant, her palm spinning to reveal a new small dagger. She had just slain a first-level zombie, but the system map indicated an orange-red. In the vicinity, there was a third-level zombie. Uncertain of the third-level zombie's strength, she maintained a state of absolute alertness. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. On the 5th second, a vine shot up from the ground, attempting to ensnare her body. For anyone else, it would have been too late to dodge. However, Yi Xie possessed the ability of teleportation. Her obsidian-like eyes flickered momentarily, and with a swift motion, she vanished from her original position. The vine ensnared nothing but air. The vine, 10 centimeters thick, was not green like that of an ability user but a dark crimson hue, slimy and exuding a foul odor, writhing like a grotesque tentacle from a Cthulhu mythos. A little girl zombie, carrying a small backpack, emerged from behind the black vine.
Ding.
A third-level zombie has been detected.
Host, choose to attack or flee.
Completing the task rewards 10,000 experience points. An escape option? No wonder, as a third-level zombie, even the system had become more humane. Yet, in Yi Xia's lexicon, fleeing was not an option. One word: fight. As she opted to attack, a roar erupted from the little girl zombie, who lunged toward her with alarming speed, her small eyes gleaming with a hunger for flesh. Though her speed surpassed that of an adult zombie, Yi Xia was not to be underestimated. She swiftly dodged backward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the girl flying.
Bang!
The impact dented a nearby school bus.
Roar.
The little girl zombie was enraged. Vines erupted from the asphalt, launching an assault towards Yi Xia. In a desperate attempt to evade, she leaped onto a vehicle. But the predicament was far from over. Wherever she landed, the vines pierced through that vehicle. In mere seconds, dozens of cars were left riddled with holes. Yi Xia glanced at the stationary little girl zombie. With a flicker, her cold, obsidian eyes glimmered as she teleported behind the girl, aiming her dagger at the back of the zombie's head.
Swish.
The dagger struck something incredibly resilient, a black gardenia that sprouted from the girl's backpack. She had plants in her bag. Having failed her strike, Yi Xia rapidly retreated. However, the vines pursued her relentlessly. Gripping her dagger, she swung it with all her might, slicing through several vines before her weapon became stuck.
Dull.
Damn it! Yi Xia cursed under her breath. Reluctantly, she activated her teleportation again, but the number of uses was limited. A maximum of 5 times per hour. Each time no more than 5 meters. Having already used it 3 times, she had only 2 chances left. Mississippi. A melodious voice reached her ears. You arrived at breakneck speed, standing beside Yi Xia. What brings you here? Xiaoyi said you might be in trouble, so I came to check. Yi's clear brown eyes scanned her, and seeing her unscathed, his expression settled into calm. Since Song Yi sent you, it implied that others would only hinder Yi Xia. As the second strongest in the team, Yu had the capability to fight alongside her.
All right.
Her plants are quite resilient, so be cautious. Before she could finish, Yu unleashed a wind blade that swiftly severed the vines. Yi Xia thought, of course. Ayu's ability is wind, not mere metal. Surely the dagger, enhanced by metal abilities, could also cut through vines. Yet her space mainly contained ordinary daggers. Wait, wasn't there a powerful weapon? She retrieved the ghostly butterfly knife from her space, its handle shimmering with a blue hue in the sunlight, the blade emanating a chilling sharpness. With a teammate and a formidable weapon, Yi Xia no longer needed to evade endlessly. The two of them entrusted their backs to one another, focusing solely on the vines before them. However, the third-level zombie seemed to have an endless supply of power, commanding the black vines to launch relentless and fierce attacks. This could not continue. Observing her surroundings, Yi Xia devised a plan. Ayu, do it this way. Understood. Yi nodded. The command of the miss was absolute.
With that,
Yi Xia charged towards the little girl zombie. She sliced through the approaching vines, but the seemingly endless onslaught of vines, like eerie tentacles, multiplied, threatening to ensnare her in a massive cocoon. As she approached, the black gardenia from the girl's backpack emerged, opening its gaping maw alongside the little girl zombie, as if to devour her whole. At that moment, a fierce wind swept up 7 or 8 nearby cars, hurling them towards her. The cars, already pierced by vines, dripped with thick black gasoline. Above, a tempest of wind and vehicles raged, while below, black vines and zombies writhed. In the center stood the raven-haired girl, unfazed, her expression calm as she produced a grenade.
Boom.
A wave of heat surged forth. The flames, ignited by the gasoline, erupted instantly. Chapter 85. An embrace. A lack of consideration. The roaring flames made Yi Yu's heart constrict. He would follow Yi Xia's orders without question. But as he gazed at the towering inferno that seemed ready to consume everything, his face paled. He sought to find her familiar silhouette within the flames. But it was nowhere to be seen. If something happened to the miss, then he. In his anxious state, a slender figure suddenly lunged towards him.
Yeah, you.
Having teleported, was still in a forward lunge, and thus landed directly in Yiyu's arms, colliding with him.
Bang!
Yiyu stumbled back 2 steps, the familiar fragrance of the girl enveloping his senses. He couldn't help but hold her tightly, feeling a sense of regaining something lost. Yet, he soon realized his impropriety and restrained his arms, pressing his lips together, unable to meet Yisia's gaze. Apologies, Miss I. What are you apologizing for? You did wonderfully. Yisia's tone was cheerful. As soon as she finished speaking, Yiyu's brown eyes lit up. Really? Yes. Can there be any doubt? This 3rd-level zombie is of the wood element, afraid of fire. With this blaze, it surely won't stir up any trouble. As Yisia pondered this, a strong pull seized her wrist. Yiyu, seemingly granted permission, embraced her once more, resting his chin on her shoulder.
Yeah, you.
What is happening? She couldn't comprehend the situation and asked, What are you doing? Hugging, the miss allowed it. Yiyu's gentle voice whispered in her ear. Yisia felt a ticklish sensation in her ears, puzzled as to when she had granted such permission. Nevertheless, she was in good spirits and chose not to argue. However, after a considerable time in his embrace, Yiyu showed no signs of releasing her. Yisia twitched her lips, gently reminding him, all right. The system had not indicated the completion of the task, suggesting that the 3rd-level zombie was gravely injured but not dead. They were still hugging it out. Wasn't this too disrespectful to the 3rd-level zombie? Yiyu clearly had not had enough of the embrace, but since Yisia had spoken, he obediently withdrew his arms. Yisia approached the direction of the little girl zombie. The vines had turned to ash, but the black gardenia remained, albeit barely alive. Roar! The little girl zombie lay on the ground, instinctively wanting to bite her upon sensing the presence of a living person. Yisia deftly twirled the butterfly knife in her palm, aiming for the zombie's head. This time, at last, she unearthed her crystal core.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 3 zombie. Reward, 10,000 experience points. This task was not a first kill, hence the only reward was experience points, devoid of any special accolades. Yisia felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon reflection, she deemed it quite normal. The world was vast, and it was improbable that every first kill would fall to her. If it did, the chosen one would seem rather feeble. Protected by the black gardenia, the level 3 zombie remained uncharred. Yisia gazed at her a few moments longer. Stripped of her ferocity and malevolence, she appeared to be a delicate and obedient girl. A gust of wind swept through, causing a piece of paper to flutter out from her open backpack. Yisia picked it up and found several lines inscribed upon it. Nana's first spring outing. Grandpa prepared her favorite green rice balls, pork floss cakes, and strawberry wafers. All packed in Nana's backpack. Grandpa is old and frail, unable to accompany Nana, but the gardenia in the courtyard has bloomed, symbolizing companionship. So, let it stand in for Grandpa. Have fun, Nana. Grandpa will be waiting for your return. You will always be Grandpa's precious treasure. A single sheet of paper conveyed an elderly man's deep affection for his granddaughter. Alas, they would never meet again. Yisia placed the paper alongside the wilting gardenia by the girl's side. Soon, fierce flames surged forth, spreading from the gasoline on the ground and consuming them both. This was the nature of the apocalypse, harsh and unyielding. Since the day the virus erupted, those who longed for each other could find themselves forever separated, never to reunite. Yisia's lifeless black eyes mirrored the crimson flames. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she uttered, "Let us go and check on Xiao Rui, Xiao Yi, and Chongguang." As she spoke, she retracted the nether blade into her space and returned to the toll station where it all began. Unless absolutely necessary. She preferred not to wield this blade, for using it would mean incurring a debt of gratitude from Chu Yuan. She had misjudged him, deliberately approaching him to obtain the nether blade, yet Chu Yuan was the world's boss. Thus, they were destined to be on opposing sides. "Sister Yuga, you're here?" Upon seeing them approach, Song Yi quickened his zombie-slaying movements, dispatching foes with rapid efficiency before bouncing over to them. Not bad, Yisia commended. In just 20 minutes, they had vanquished nearly 100 zombies.
Hee.
Song Yi beamed at the praise and rejoined the fray. Apart from Zhou Chongguang, both Xiao Rui and Xiao Yi had become capable of handling level 2 zombies independently. Yisia had no need to worry excessively about their safety. Adhering to her principle of not wasting resources, she siphoned gasoline from any visible vehicles before turning to Yiyu. "Let us clear the road." "All right," Yiyu nodded. activating his abilities. A slender tornado materialized behind him, forcefully lifting several cars ahead, along with dust, plastic bags, and metal scraps, swirling them into the air.
Boom.
The tornadoes swept away the obstructing vehicles at the toll station.
Splash.
They fell like rain into the distant fields. The energy expended to clear the road was not less than that required to slay zombies, perhaps even more. Yu conjured tornadoes with a diameter of 3 meters, his maximum ability thus far. However, after manifesting 5 or 6 of them, his strength began to wane. Yi Xia recognized that his powers were nearing their limit and offered him a cup of spiritual spring water. Rest for a moment. Allow me to take over. With that, she mounted a recently acquired motorcycle, revving the throttle as she shot forward like an arrow. With her right hand steering the bike and her left hand scavenging vehicles, she collected metal scraps into her space, wherever she went. Within minutes, the roadway within a kilometer was entirely cleared to immaculate perfection. Screech. The raven-haired girl pressed the brake, bringing her modified motorcycle to a smooth stop. As she dismounted, Song Yi and Zhou Chongguang gazed at her with starry eyes, exclaiming, "Sister, you're so cool. Boss, you're amazing." Song Rui, too, paused his zombie slaying, his cheeks flushed. Sister, you're incredible." Thus, a group of them continued to slay zombies while clearing the roads. For hours later, having cleared 20 kilometers of highway, they surveyed their pristine surroundings. Were it not for the remnants of a car accident and dark stains of blood, one could scarcely tell it was post-apocalyptic. Of course, only one road had been cleared. The opposing side remained untouched. After all, in this apocalypse, who still adhered to traffic rules? As long as one could traverse, that sufficed. Upon reaching an open field, Yi Xia disposed of the debris in her space.
Clang. Clang. Clang.
The metallic sounds resonated with a thunderous echo as countless junked cars piled up, forming a small mountain. Usable vehicles were spared, to be preserved for future use. Moreover, during the road-clearing process, she discovered a car transporter laden with pristine sports cars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, Porsches, Koenigseggs, and Maseratis, over a dozen in total, all in perfect condition.
Boss.
That car is a global limited edition. I saw it in a magazine. It's worth over 70 million. Zhou Chongguang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Following his pointing finger, Yi Xia's gaze landed on a sleek, obsidian Lamborghini sitting in the distance, its striking design and aerodynamic body truly captivating. She had not anticipated the presence of such limited edition vehicles. In the past, a dozen of these cars would surely be valued at 5 billion. These automobiles were likely en route to the S-City International Auto Show but got stranded on the highway following the virus outbreak. Well, my space is large enough. I shall take them all. One should seize the opportunity. With a newfound buoyancy in her voice, Yi Xia looked at her teammates, each of them brimming with vitality instead of fatigue. Thus, she led them towards the chemical factory. This medium-sized chemical plant primarily produced cement, concrete, and bricks. With a large population at the military base and ongoing infrastructure development, there was a pressing need to gather construction materials. The chemical factory employed fewer workers than the food processing plant, as the dust and fumes rendered many positions unnecessary. Having gained valuable experience from their previous encounter at the food factory, Yi Xia and her team swiftly cleared the factory zone. As they prepared to enter the dormitory building, a beam of sunlight reflected off a lens, momentarily blinding them. Following the light, they spotted the letters SOS written in blood on the 6th-floor window. A dozen workers waved their hands, pleading for help. Help us.
Save us.
Survivors? Yi Xia felt a flicker of surprise. She and her team ascended to the 6th floor, where the surviving workers, upon seeing them, expressed overwhelming relief, as if reborn. Many collapsed to their knees, bowing deeply. Thank you, they cried.
Ha ha ha, I am alive.
I'm alive. This is wonderful. Some wore manic expressions, laughing and crying, while others fell silent, as if their souls had been lost. The sun shone outside, yet the room remained shrouded in darkness. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decaying flesh. A rich and complex aroma that caused Yi Xia's nose to twitch, as if detecting something. Her obsidian-like eyes darkened as she turned to the crowd. How have you survived for this month?
We.
The man who had been bowing stopped, struggling to articulate a coherent explanation. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke in a subdued tone. We've managed to survive like this. What to eat? Song Rui also keenly noticed this dilemma. This was not a food processing plant, but a chemical factory. Where could one find enough provisions to sustain a dozen adults for an entire month? Unless the factory had a guard dog, which we could catch and then consume its meat and broth, another person explained. His voice was hoarse and cracked from prolonged thirst, lending an eerie quality to his words. Yi Xia's dark, obsidian eyes glimmered with sensitivity to the scent of blood. The blood of animals, humans, and zombies were fundamentally different. She scanned the dormitory coldly and strode toward the area with the strongest stench of blood. With a forceful kick, she burst open the partition door. On the ground lay the hide of a large yellow dog, gruesomely flayed, surrounded by an array of animal skeletons. The man spoke urgently. "We are not lying. It's indeed dog meat we've been eating. You can't possibly be one of those dog lovers from the internet, right? People are struggling to survive. What's wrong with eating a dog?" Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xia opened a metal storage locker. Human skeletons were haphazardly arranged inside, along with various desiccated intestines and organs. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a round object fell from her grasp, rolling across the floor. It was, shockingly, a human head. The hair and skin had been stripped away, leaving only dark red muscle fibers that rendered the gender indiscernible. Silence enveloped the dormitory. After a prolonged pause, several voices broke the stillness with cries of despair. I don't want to eat either, but they all have. If we don't eat, we won't survive. What can we do? We have hands and feet. We can go out and search for supplies. A girl stood against the light, her delicate, cold features engulfed in shadow. Her voice chillingly somber. But there are man-eating monsters outside. We can't dare venture out. Yes, they are terrifying. We would die out there. The group wept even louder. But a sound interrupted their lamentations, the unmistakable click of a safety being disengaged, echoing sharply. You are consuming human flesh within these walls, while outside, they devour humans. What distinguishes you from those monsters? Yi Xia raised her hand, pointing the dark barrel of her gun at the group. This was an automatic pistol, equipped with 20 bullets. And with a rapid succession of gunfire, she emptied the magazine. The entire group collapsed lifeless on the spot. Ating humans. Song Ye's face turned ashen. Clearly horrified by this revelation, Yi Xia, her expression cold, stowed the gun away, deeming them unworthy of existence. Even the beasts of the forest refrained from devouring their kin. How could humans stoop to such depravity? In this apocalyptic world, if one could not uphold the last bastion of humanity, then it was better to perish. Let us move on. There are still zombies to eliminate. She stepped outside, her teammates gravely following her lead. That night was destined to be one of restless turmoil. Chapter 87. Official Team, Logistics Center. The following morning, the official 7th team departed from the military base. The previous day, information regarding the Night Moon team's mission had been relayed to the base commander, who, after estimating the timeline, dispatched the 7th team with a bulldozer and excavator to clear the highway. This was Yi Xia's first mission, and she had misunderstood a key point. The so-called opening the road was merely to facilitate the official team's transport vehicles, not to cleanse the entire highway. Thus, when the 7th team arrived at the toll station, they were astounded by the pristine condition of the road. "Captain, did we take a wrong turn?" one soldier inquired.
Impossible.
There's no mistake. The captain of the 7th team, confidently holding a map of City S, asserted. At that moment, a rumble of sports cars echoed from the end of the highway. After eliminating the zombies in the chemical factory, Yi Xia and her teammates were ready to return to the military base. Along the way, Zhou Chengguang, like a fly rubbing its hands, expressed a desire to try out the sports car. Yi Xia retrieved one from her storage space for him. Upon receiving the car, both Song Rui and Song Yi regarded him with eager eyes.
Ah?
Is it true that boys cannot resist the allure of sports cars? Within a 20-kilometer radius, there were hardly any people or vehicles, eliminating the risk of accidents. Moreover, since Xiao Yi and Xiao Rui would eventually need to learn to drive, what better opportunity than to practice on the recently cleared highway? Contemplating this, Yi Xia produced 2 additional sports cars. Children enjoy amusement parks, don't they? Playing bumper cars is unlikely in the apocalypse, so why not let them drive sports cars instead? After ensuring everyone was buckled in, Yi Xia instructed them on differentiating between the brake and accelerator, explained how to shift gears, and repeatedly reminded them to fasten their seatbelts before sending them off. Do you want to drive? She asked, glancing at Yu. He shook his head, fixated on the passenger seat beside her. Aside from a few exceptions, most sports cars were two-seaters, and he simply wished to sit next to Yixia. Then get in. Yixia pressed a button, and the Lamborghini S doors opened like wings. Yu took the passenger seat beside her. The five of them, in 4 cars, sped toward the highway exit, unexpectedly encountering the 7th team at the toll station. Are you the Night Moon team? The 7th team gazed in astonishment at the sports cars approaching from a distance. The sight of these expensive vehicles was striking, starkly contrasting the desolate wasteland. Yes, and you are? Yixia asked as she descended from the car. She flicked her long black hair, cascading like a waterfall, presenting a strikingly beautiful and formidable figure. We are the 7th team from the military base. I am Captain Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi did not underestimate her simply because she was a 17-year-old girl. Rather, he introduced his team with a serious demeanor, even saluting her. She was one of the few third-tier experts in the base, and upon completing this S-level task, she would likely gain access to the internal base. At that point, she would report directly to the commanding officer of the Ability Management Department. Zhang Qi's eyes sparkled with admiration and respect. But the first general of Huagua. He entered the general staff at such a young age and commanded in the special forces. He is a role model for all young soldiers. Yixia remained oblivious to Zhang Qi's thoughts. She surveyed the lineup of bulldozers before her, unable to suppress a frown. Was there no vehicle available at the base? How could these bulldozers transport materials from the chemical factory? Surely, they couldn't be placed in the metal bins of the bulldozers? The efficiency was far too low. The chemical factory? Zhang Qi, puzzled by her words, responded, "We came to clear the highway today, so we didn't bring any trucks." As he spoke, he began to grasp her implication, his tone hesitant. "See, Captain Yi, has your team already eliminated all the zombies in the chemical factory?" "Indeed," Yixia affirmed with a nod. Zhang Qi's expression shifted from confusion to sheer astonishment. Based on past experiences, a typical team would require at least 35 days to complete an A-level task. If the distance was considerable, even 7 days could be necessary, not to mention an S-level mission. Yet, they had accomplished this in a single day, and they had even taken over the 7th team's cleanup task. Isn't that too remarkable?" he exclaimed, wide-eyed. As Zhang Qi's astonishment grew, Yixia's pitch-black eyes sparkled momentarily. It turned out there was no need to clear the highway? If they had done so, would the Night Moon team receive additional contribution points? However, such an approach seemed somewhat unethical. Could it be considered stealing a mission? Yixia's gaze was tinged with conflict. After some contemplation, she decided to dismiss such thoughts, regarding it as a charitable act. Her voice remained cool as she stated, "Captain Zhang, there are several trucks in the parking lot of the chemical factory. You shall lead the 7th squad to transport supplies. At least this outing won't be in vain." "Understood. Thank you, Captain Yi." Zhang Qi expressed his gratitude. He turned around and commanded his soldiers, "Let us set off to the chemical plant." The official army was well trained. At his command, all the soldiers promptly boarded a large pickup truck, heading towards the chemical factory. Yixia glanced at the sun, high in the sky, indicating it was midday. Considering the necessity of staying overnight in the quarantine facility, she decided not to rush back to the base, opting instead to explore the vicinity, slaying zombies while waiting for evening to return. "Sister, I remember there's a logistics center nearby. Shall we check it out?" Song Rue suggested. "Sure. Let us go to the express station and open some blind boxes." Song Yi eagerly agreed. Yixia found the idea appealing, with nothing pressing to attend to. Gathering supplies there seemed wise. The logistics center was chaotic and disorganized, making it impossible to predict what treasures lay within. It certainly was not a priority task for the military base. Moreover, the surrounding factories had not been fully cleared, so the goods at the logistics center should still be intact. Acting on impulse, Yixia set off immediately. Half an hour later, her team arrived in a flashy sports car, drifting into the logistics center. The number of zombies here was significantly fewer. The system map indicated a mere 100 or so. A stark contrast to the thousands at the factory, and they were dispatched swiftly. Yixia settled onto a bright yellow beanbag chair, glancing at the label before continuing to open other blind boxes. A blind box figurine of the elusive Mata deer? She raised an eyebrow, uncertain yet intrigued. Just as she opened it, Song Yi rushed over, exclaiming, "Wow, sister, your luck is incredible. This is the latest hidden variant of the Mata deer." "What did you all get?" Yixia inquired with curiosity. Song Yi proudly presented his find, a 24-karat gold bracelet weighing a full 500 grams. Prophecy told me there'd be something good in that box, and it did not disappoint. Zhou Zhongguang chimed in, showcasing his rapid massage gun, swiftly working it over his biceps. Hand-pulled vegetarian steak. Yu opened his palm, and a delightful aroma wafted out. All four turned their attention to Song Rue, eagerly anticipating what he had uncovered. His icy blue eyes reflected confusion as he examined the item, hesitatingly suggesting, maybe it's gum? It says limited edition mint flavor. Juicy and bouncy. Yi Xia interjected, the more I hear, the more it sounds off. No need to read further. Hand it over to me. Such inappropriate items must be destroyed immediately. All right, Song Rue complied obediently, handing it over without question. His uncertainty about the item didn't escape the notice of the other two brothers, whose expressions grew uneasy. Song Yi observed their shifting gazes, like curious kittens, clearly suspecting that the item was far from ordinary. After finishing the blind box game, Yi Xia commenced gathering supplies. The logistics center was larger than anticipated, featuring several warehouses filled with countless parcels, each labeled for various regions of Huagua. Many shelves were designated for overseas orders, with the virus having spread globally. It was likely that foreign lands were also rife with various zombies. Yi Xia stored the shelves and parcels into her space. Contemplating the plethora of supplies she would have to open upon returning, her hands would surely grow weary from the task. After finally collecting the goods, the sun began to dip in the sky. She donned her sunglasses and beckoned her teammates to the vehicle, eager to return to base. However, unexpectedly, shortly after exiting the logistics center, an off-road vehicle began tailing them menacingly. The young drivers, still inexperienced, found themselves quickly boxed in. What do you want? Song Yi furrowed his brows in displeasure. Song Rue remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line, betraying his discontent. Naturally, he was unhappy that the Porsche his sister had chosen for him was now scratched.
Huh?
Just a couple of kids, driving such fine cars? 5 ability users swaggered out of their vehicle with disdain. The leader cast a scornful glance at their dilapidated off-road vehicle, declaring, "You've damaged our car. Be smart and kneel to apologize to us, and hand over your sports car, or don't blame us for being unfriendly." Song Yi was taken aback by their audacity. It was they who had caused the collision, and were now attempting to shift the blame. What foolish adults, Song Rue remarked coldly. The group of ability users, incensed by his words, erupted in anger. So, you want to play hardball? Deputy Captain, why waste breath on these kids? Just beat them up and seize their car. One suggested. Dealing with 2 children will be a cinch. Another chimed in. To them, the 2 young boys appeared as soft as ripe fruit, easily manipulated. Yet, before the deputy captain could respond, a Lamborghini roared towards them at high speed. Inside, a raven-haired girl squinted her eyes, flooring the accelerator. Her obsidian gaze coldly fixed on the 5 men, as if they were merely corpses. This global limited edition supercar boasted performance that was no exaggeration, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.5 seconds, with a maximum power output of 1,200 horsepower. Upon witnessing the Lamborghini barreling towards them, the 5 ability users stood dumbfounded. "Quick, get out of the way," the deputy captain screeched. The others reacted quickly. But aside from him and 1 speed-type ability user, the remaining 3 were all struck, flying 50 meters away and landing in a field headfirst, in a comical planting rice position. Moments later, the Lamborghini screeched to a halt, mere centimeters from the barrier. The door swung open, and Yi Xia emerged. One hand gripping the steering wheel, the other removing her sunglasses from her delicate nose, her tone languid as she said, "Apologies, I couldn't stop in time." The deputy captain glanced at his teammates, now sprawled in the field, then at the Lamborghini, just a hair's breadth from the barrier, his face twitching with rage. "Couldn't he stop in time? Who do you think you're fooling?" he retorted, glaring at the car. Even after colliding with 3 men, the paint on the hood remained unscathed, a testament to the vehicle's superior craftsmanship and quality. The more he observed, the more his eyes glimmered with desire. If he could present this car to the captain, he was certain to earn her favor. As flames of high temperature surged from his palm, he prepared to unleash them. Yet, Yi Xia didn't spare him a glance, turning to the 2 young boys. "Let us make this quick. There are no rules against fighting outside the base. Besides, it's perfectly normal to get injured, go missing, or even die while on a mission." As her words fell, Song Rue sprang into action. Facing the fire-type ability user, He felt no fear. Shards of light blue ice erupted from the flames, piercing through the deputy captain's throat. A swift strike that sealed his fate. I thought fire was strong against ice, the deputy captain stammered, blood gushing from his neck as disbelief clouded his eyes. Before they widened in shock and he fell lifeless. The speed-type ability user stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. A second later, he bolted, utterly unaware that the seemingly innocuous child was, in fact, a powerful ice elementalist, undoubtedly of a high rank, for it was impossible for one strike to have dispatched the vice-captain. They intended to steal a vehicle, but never anticipated it would cost them their lives. Yet, merely a few dozen meters away, a bullet pierced his body. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. Can you truly perceive my movements? As a second-tier speed-type elementalist, an ordinary person could never discern his actions, let alone shoot him. In past encounters with several armed adversaries, they had been akin to mere outline artists, their bullets finding only air. However, this child, amidst his astonishment, witnessed Song Yi exhale toward the gun's muzzle and say, "Uncle, it's not that you saw clearly, but rather that you guessed." Just then, he prepared to fire again. Simultaneously, another vehicle of the same model approached. The speed-type elemental's eyes gleamed. Captain. Chapter 89, Manjusaka. A siren Yi Xia narrowed her eyes slightly. Excellent. Having just dealt with the underlings, the captain has now arrived. But it matters not. One shall be confronted with one, and a pair with a pair. With a screech, the off-road vehicle halted, and a man emerged from the passenger seat, eagerly lowering himself to the ground. Another man exited the driver's seat to open the door. As the door swung wide, a pair of red high heels stepped out, using the man on the ground as a footstool. A stunningly beautiful woman descended from the vehicle, her perfect pink curls framing a face adorned with a cat-like makeup style reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse era. Her short denim shorts and off-shoulder t-shirt accentuated her alluring and sensual figure, revealing a deep neckline that was both striking and provocative, each movement exuding an irresistible charm. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, captivating beyond measure. Even Yi Xia, sharing the same gender, couldn't help but steal glances. A shared appreciation for beauty is a universal sentiment, and it is only natural to admire the exquisite. "Captain, you're stunning," exclaimed the speed-type elementalist, his gaze fixated on the woman despite the blood oozing from his wounds, crawling toward her with an infatuated expression. The woman tossed her curls aside. Before his filthy hands could touch her red heels, a sultry voice echoed, "Such a useless man. You deserve to die." A swarm of pink butterflies erupted from her, ultimately infiltrating the ears, eyes, and mouth of the speed-type elemental. In an instant, a pink hue seemed to tint the depths of his pupils, his actions and words spiraling into madness. Yes, why am I so useless? I am indeed a worthless man. A complete failure. I should have died long ago. Ha ha ha. The speed-type elementalist laughed maniacally. He snatched the gun from Song Ye's hand with lightning speed, shoving it into his mouth. With a resounding bang, he committed suicide, crimson blood mingling with white brain matter, splattering everywhere. Yi Xia raised an eyebrow. Initially, she believed the so-called captain had come seeking vengeance, only to find the unfolding events utterly unexpected. Accompanying the enchanting woman were 4 men, making a total of 10 when combined with the previous 5. This indicated that the squad consisted of 9 men and 1 woman. Yet, the 4 surviving men bore no semblance of sympathy for their fallen comrades, nor any anger toward Yi Xia and her companions. Instead, their faces bore an expression of delight. After all, the deceased would not share the captain's attention. With this thought, they revealed a hint of mockery, particularly the boastful vice-captain, who had deviated from the group, claiming to prepare a surprise for the captain. Their curiosity had been piqued, and now, observing the outcome, he had sought to assist the captain in stealing a vehicle. How amusing that he had failed and met his demise instead. However, their mirth was short-lived, for the enchanting woman declared, "With 5 dead, we must recruit new teammates." She regarded the 2 young boys, her sultry gaze sweeping over Yi Yu and Zhou Chongguang as if assessing merchandise on a shelf, ultimately smiling and nodding. "There are 2 ready-made options, rather handsome too. Come here." With a playful lick of her lips, she beckoned them with a finger. She hadn't even employed her charm ability. Yet the souls of the 4 men were already ensnared. If she had drawn in those 4 men, they would have willingly allowed her to toy with them like dogs. Alas, Yi Yu and Zhou Chongguang were not among them. The two stood resolutely behind Yi Xia, who opened the profile of the enchanting woman. Name: Su Manju. Age: 20. Level: 32. 3rd tier elementalist. Ability: Charm. Race: Human. Military base: Xiahua Squad. Attributes: Strength 301, Speed 360, Endurance 297, Constitution 299. Xiahua Squad? Yi Xia found the name familiar. After a moment's reflection, she recalled that it was the second-rank squad in the external base. Yesterday, while viewing the announcement board, she had noted this name just behind the Laissez squad, with a contribution score of 1950, merely 10 points shy of the top-ranking Laissez squad. Manjasaka. The Flower of Death. Indeed, a name befitting a siren. Moreover, she had reached level 31, while Han Mingze and Jing Yuran were only at level 29. Her absence from the internal base only indicated her disinterest therein. She preferred to roam freely, wreaking havoc upon men. Su Manju cast a flirtatious glance, but was taken aback to see Yi Yu and Zhou Chongguang not approaching as anticipated. Men are all the same. She was determined to see how long they could maintain their facade. Su Manju waved her hand, sending a flurry of pink butterflies toward Yi Yu and Zhou Chongguang. Yi Yu, being of a higher level and emotionally detached, remained unaffected, focusing solely on matters concerning Yi Xia. Conversely, Zhou Chongguang's eyes glazed over, uncontrollably moving toward her.
Yejius gaze derkenet. Ah.
Seeking to ensnare her. Are we? Have you not considered her consent? In an instant, Yi Xia flashed and materialized before Su Manju, effortlessly pinning her against the side of the vehicle. Su Manju's perfect pink curls spilled onto the cold glass of the window. The scent of black opium perfume wafted from her. A sharp knife grazed her alluring cheek, and Yi Xia's cool voice carried a weighty warning. Refrain from using your abilities. How you choose to toy with other men is your affair, but my people are off limits. Had Su Manju exhibited any hostility or malice toward Yi Xia, the knife would have already found its mark at her throat. Witnessing the scene, the four men gasped. Release the captain. If you dare mar her face, you are as good as dead. Their affection for her beauty surpassed even Su Manju's, and each wore a tense expression. Yet, Su Manju appeared unperturbed, instead smiling as she lifted the charm influence from Zhou Chongguang. His consciousness, having been invaded, wavered, nearly causing him to stumble. Yi Yu steadied him.
Su Manju.
Donning a sultry smile, conveyed an understanding look to Yi Xia. All right, I've released him. No need to be upset. Sister, your possessiveness is quite intense. How about this? I'll find a few exceptional men for you, fresh meat from before the apocalypse, as an apology. How does that sound? Yi Xia, what nonsense is this? Chapter 90. Acknowledging her sister. Submitting the task, seeing Su Manju withdraw her charm ability and show no intent to attack. Yi Xia relaxed her grip, twirling the knife and sheathing it, disinterested. Xiao Manju leaned closer, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her, exhaling softly. Are you heading back to the base? Let us go together.
Ye eyo furolet her delicate brals.
After 2 days of wandering with her teammates, they were all somewhat fatigued. She certainly did not wish to be entangled with strange individuals in the isolation facility for an entire night. Yi Xia retrieved a Hummer from her space and instructed her teammates, get in the car. Spatial ability? Xiao Manju was taken aback, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she watched Yi Xia. Then, seeing the 4 exquisite sports cars left behind, she couldn't contain her laughter. Sister, there's no need for such grand gifts on our first meeting. However, as soon as she spoke, the 4 sports cars, along with 2 SUVs, vanished without a trace, all absorbed into Yi Xia's space. Xiao Manju. What just happened? A man exclaimed in anger. Captain Manju, she stole our cars. This woman is simply despicable. As he finished speaking, the exhaust from the Hummer engulfed him. Cough, cough, cough. The other men began to cough as well, looking utterly disheveled. Now, not only had they failed to seize the sports cars, but they had also lost their own vehicles. Truly, they had suffered a double loss. While the group of supernatural beings seethed with indignation, Xiao Manju only laughed. She smiled radiantly, her alluring lips curving gracefully, and in the depths of her pupils flickered a hint of admiration. Ha, I want to be her sister. I adore her personality. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, the zombies became increasingly active. To prevent uncontrollable incidents at night, the military base enforced strict access controls. The gates closed at 8 p.m. and reopened at 6 a.m. Those who missed the access time would have to wait until the next day to enter the base. Individuals who miscalculated their time could only sleep under the city walls in the simple tents distributed by the base. Having been delayed by the inexplicable Xiao Manju, Yixia had to accelerate the Hummer, racing back to the base. In the distance, she spotted a Hummer speeding towards her. The registration officer from yesterday looked familiar, and upon realizing it was Yixia's vehicle, he turned to a soldier behind him and said, "Wait for the gate to close. It's already 7:59. We'll close it right on the hour." "Understood," the soldier nodded. In the final seconds, Yixia maneuvered the Hummer into the base just in time. She guessed they were deliberately waiting for her, otherwise they would have closed the gates earlier. She pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed one to each of them. The soldier was taken aback, not anticipating such a generous offer. The registration officer, watching Yixia and her companions stride towards the isolation facility, patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Remember this vehicle. She's quite the generous one." After 2 days of exertion, Yixia and her teammates felt a tinge of weariness. As she walked, she tossed a set of bed linens to Yu, thinking, "Let us set up the beds early and enjoy a good night's sleep." With no annoying flies to disturb them tonight, they were assured of a peaceful slumber. The next day, Yixia headed straight to the mission hall. Upon reaching the second floor to submit her task, the staff member assisting her trembled with excitement. My goodness, to complete an S-level task in just 1 day? How impressive! Soon, the data upload was complete and the announcement screen displayed the words Night Moon Team, rising to become the top-ranked team for weekly contribution value. With a contribution score of 2,000. Gasps echoed through the hall. Which team is this? A contribution score of 2,000. Did they submit 2 A-level tasks? With numerous supernatural beings at the military base, not everyone was aware of what had transpired the previous day. Yet, some recognized Yixia, gazing at her with awe and reverence.
No.
The Night Moon team completed an S-level task, hence the 2,000 points. I was present when they accepted the mission. The supernatural beings gasped in astonishment, wondering from where such an outstanding team had emerged, accomplishing an S-level task so swiftly. Yixia, indifferent to the astonished glances around her, inquired of the staff how many days remain until the settlement day. Today is Thursday. The settlement occurs every weekend, so there are 3 days left. Are there any tasks near Saining Academy? Those have all been taken. Are there no lower-tier tasks? Below sea level? Indeed, there are none. Listening to the staff's explanation, Yixia felt a hint of surprise. Saining Academy was quite far from the military base, spanning from the western suburbs of S-City to the eastern suburbs. She would not have ventured so far for tasks if not for her desire to gather information about her brother. Now, not even lower-tier tasks were available? Did the base deem the area too distant to issue tasks? Upon further reflection, she felt something was amiss, as the staff had stated that they had all been taken. Not that there were none available, indicating that some team had indeed accepted them. Yixia could not help but ask, which team took them? Sorry, Captain Yi. I cannot disclose that information. To prevent disruptions, conflicts, or revenge, official personnel within the base are not allowed to reveal which team accepted which tasks. I can only tell you that they were all taken by the same team, the staff member replied. Yixia fell silent, her mind racing with frustration. What team would be so idle as to accept such remote tasks? Not even leaving the deft tasks behind? Were they overly ambitious? Resigned to her circumstances, she decided to settle for tasks along the way. The staff member perused the task list for a moment, stating, "There are S1 A-level task, 2 B-level tasks, 3 C-level tasks, and 4 D-level tasks. Which one would you like to choose?" "All of them," Yixia responded coldly. If it were anyone else, the staff member would certainly advise them to think twice. However, facing a third-tier supernatural being, the staff member unhesitatingly accepted all 10 tasks for her. As it was Thursday, Yixia planned to complete all the tasks within the remaining time and then head to Saining Academy to gather information about her brother, returning to the base before 8 p.m. on Saturday night. This way, she would be able to settle her points on Sunday and smoothly enter the internal base. Though time was tight, it was feasible. With everything planned, she and her teammates set off briskly towards the base exit. However, unbeknownst to Yixia, as she departed, a man clad in an elegant military uniform adorned with a black insignia entered the mission hall, searching for her presence. Chapter 91. Sealing the City Gates. A promise for eternity. Lieutenant Luo. What brings you here? The head of the mission hall emerged from his office upon hearing the news, offering a salute to Luo Wei. As the head personally welcomed a man in military attire in his 20s, all eyes were drawn to them. Those who recognized Luo Wei's identity glimmered with excitement, astonished by his presence, while many others remained oblivious, completely unaware of who he was. Luo Wei succinctly inquired, "Where is the Night Moon team?" The head of the mission hall gestured discreetly behind him. A staff member promptly reported, "The Night Moon team accepted several tasks and has left the base." "So soon?"
Luo Wei est un convait de surprise.
The head asked, "Could it be that you seek the Night Moon team?" As the most trusted aide to the general, Luo Wei's presence invariably signified the general's intentions. Indeed, the S-level task from yesterday was exceptionally issued for them. Upon completion of the S-level task, the Night Moon team will be eligible for direct ascension to the internal base. Understanding dawned upon the head of the hall, realizing why 2 S-level tasks had suddenly appeared. Luo Wei retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist, commanding, "Commander, they have departed from the mission hall. Should we issue orders to seal the city gates?" At that very moment, atop the imposing walls of the military base, a man stood tall, clad in a double-breasted black military uniform, his trousers emphasizing the length of his legs. His feet encased in high military boots. With short, fine black hair and an imposing aura, he possesses a visage sculpted to perfection.
Oscar, resembling a lightning bolt.
Cleaves his left brow, dividing his arched eyebrow into 2 segments. Rather than detracting from his striking appearance, it adds an air of gallantry. The voice of a subordinate emanates from his specialized miniature earpiece, to which he responds dismissively. "No need." The man's obsidian-like, profound gaze is fixed on the horizon. Dust swirls as a Hummer speeds away like a darting arrow. The driver exhibits remarkable skill, drifting past several vehicles that are also exiting the city. The individual has departed. Any attempts to seal the city gates are futile. What of the oil refinery mission? A query from Roe filters through the earpiece. "Proceed as planned." The man replies, his voice rich with magnetism. The badge on his military cap gleams under the sun's rays. Meanwhile, the driver, Yi Xia, hesitates momentarily on the accelerator. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she catches a glimpse of a fleeting shadow against the distant, towering city walls. Her heart races uncontrollably, but only for a brief moment. "Miss?" Noticing her deceleration, Yu inquires, puzzled. "It's nothing." Yi Xia presses the accelerator once more, continuing towards their destination. Was it merely an illusion? She could have sworn there was someone atop the city walls. Perhaps even a child of destiny. If not for the pressing time and numerous tasks at hand, she would have turned back to confirm her sighting.
Suppiresin her inner turmoil, ye EU dirive sonvard.
After half an hour, she halts the vehicle upon reaching a highway junction. They had received 10 tasks in total. From the map, they appeared almost in a straight line, yet their locations varied. To enhance efficiency, she divides the 5-member team into 2 groups, herself and Yi Yu in one, while Zhou Chongguang, Song Rui, and Song Yi form the other. With a swift motion, Yi Xia retrieves a fully fueled vehicle, tossing an assortment of supplies into the trunk: water, self-heating rice, instant noodles, biscuits, bread, chips, beef jerky, a tent, sleeping bags, and folding stools. "Boss, isn't this a bit excessive?" Zhou Chongguang observes the once-empty trunk now mounded with supplies, incredulous. In another team, this amount could last a week. Besides, why include snacks? They aren't going on a picnic. Better safe than sorry, Yi Xia retorts, contemplating if anything has been overlooked. Suddenly, an idea sparks, and she exclaims, "Ah, fresh milk." Without hesitation, she conjures a lucky cow from her spatial realm, extracting 2 bottles of milk. She can't help but feel like a doting mother, having raised a child for so long. If circumstances permitted, she would have loved to bring a cow along. At that moment, Song Yi dashes forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, pleading, "Sister, you're not going to abandon us, are you?" His soft voice carries a hint of a whimper, reminiscent of scenes from television dramas where characters are about to be forsaken. "With all these supplies, is this your way of saying we want to return?" Yi Xia knows he is not genuinely crying, merely employing his charm. Yet hearing his tender tone, she cannot resist ruffling his hair, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I will never leave you behind." Song Yi gazes at her with sparkling eyes. "Really?"
"Yes."
"Shall we make a pact?"
"Ah?"
Yi Xia blinks her jade-like eyes, momentarily caught off guard as Song Yi drags Song Rui over. The 2 boys, one on each side, hook their pinky fingers with hers, reciting in unison, Pinky promise, hang ourselves, 100 years without change. Sister hasn't sworn an oath. Song Rue observes her bewildered expression. His cheeks flushing. Yi Xia, must I swear? How childish. Yet, upon seeing their eager faces, she concedes. Rubbing her nose, she repeats after them. Pinky promise, hang ourselves, 100 years without change. They are her carefully nurtured potential, one a quick-witted and composed ice elemental adept, the other a sharpshooter with prophetic abilities. Both so adorable that she can scarcely contain her affection. How could she ever abandon them? A smile graces Yi Xia's lips as she speaks earnestly. Sister will never leave you. She bends down to meet their eyes, her words imbued with warmth and conviction. The morning light bathes her in a golden glow, outlining her comforting silhouette. The reflections of her exquisite features shimmer in Song Rue and Song Ye's eyes, rendering them momentarily spellbound. After a while, a sweet sensation surges within them, far sweeter than consuming 100 candies. This moment would be etched in the hearts of the two boys, and many years later, they would reminisce about a morning when a black-haired girl made an eternal promise beneath the sun's golden rays. After sealing their pact, they set off without a moment's hesitation. After all, time waits for no one. Song Yi clenches his tiny fist. We must complete our tasks quickly and reunite with sister. Song Rue resumes his composed demeanor. Brother Chongguang, after 1 more kilometer, we will arrive at the first task location. All right. Zhou Chongguang accelerates fiercely. Chapter 92. Returning to Shengying. Who was the big shot before 6 in the evening, Yi Xia and Yi Yu had completed all their tasks. Aside from the A-level mission, the remaining tasks felt little different from a vacation to them. Were it not for the desire to earn points, Yi Xia would have been disinclined to engage. With so few zombies around, the endeavor felt pointless. She was nearly dozing off. Thus, Yi Yu undertook the simpler tasks alone while she rested her head against the car window, observing the dilapidated streets with a sense of novelty. Relying on memories and imagination to conjure the city's former splendor. To her surprise, when Yi Yu finished the last sea-level task, he returned with 2 young companions. 1 male and 1 female, both around 18 and likely students from Shengying Academy. Following Yi Yu, they were clearly in awe of him. Big shot. Are you a wind elemental adept? What level are you? That's amazing. The boy gazes at Yi Yu with admiration, while the girl's eyes brim with longing and shyness. As they exited the snack street, a turn revealed a black-haired girl in the passenger seat, leaving them momentarily speechless. They hadn't expected the big shot to have such a beautiful girl by his side. Big shot, is this your girlfriend? The boy stutters. Captivated by her striking beauty, her fair skin shows no signs of the apocalypse's ravages, exuding an air of aloof elegance. At first glance, she could easily be mistaken for a pampered heiress from a peaceful era. Finally, Yi Yu's calm demeanor revealed a flicker of interest. He lowered his gaze, studying Yi Xia's reaction. Yi Xia chose not to answer the boy's question but instead posed one of her own. Where are you from? Oh, us? The big shot's girlfriend has spoken. We dare not remain silent. The boy replied, we are elementalists from the Hope base out gathering supplies today. As you can see, this area has been nearly stripped bare, which is why we had to split into pairs to search for materials. It has been a month since the apocalypse began, and the Academy City has long been ransacked, unrecognizable from the once glorious commercial plaza of her memories. This reality is why Yi Xia finds herself gazing out the window. One reason being her spatial realm can sustain her, the other, the mall has already been plundered by several groups, making it unnecessary for her to waste time venturing down. This is hardly gathering supplies, it's merely scavenging. The young man exclaimed, then we found ourselves in peril, besieged by a horde of over a dozen zombies. Thankfully, a formidable figure came to our rescue. Otherwise, we would have met our demise. He cast an irate glance at the girl, suggesting that their danger was somehow linked to her. Yet Yi Xiu showed little interest. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, the Hope base? Indeed. It lies not far from here, merely 5 kilometers away, housing over 200 individuals, mostly students and faculty, from St. Ing Academy. Do you wish to join the base? The young man spoke with palpable excitement, envisioning the immense fortune to be gained if someone as powerful as Yi Yu were to join their ranks. No, thank you. Setting aside her current allegiance to a military base, she had also established the Lu Lake base. Joining another was simply out of the question. However, as soon as she uttered her refusal, the girl suddenly jabbed at her. The esteemed one hasn't he expressed his opinion. Why do you presume to refuse? Can you make decisions for him? In the girl's eyes, Yiyu was the pinnacle of authority. If he had remained silent, she felt it unjust for anyone else to speak. The girl gazed intently at Yiyu, hoping he would choose to join the base.
Yet,
the only response was Yiyu's silence. After a considerable pause, the dark-haired girl leaning against the car window languidly yawned and said, "Of course, my dogman. Who else would he listen to if not me?" Yi Shiyu spoke, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, nearly slipping up and referring to him as doggy. Beside her, Yiyu's brown eyes glimmered with a hint of warmth, his previously tense expression softening after being interrupted by two strangers. Observing this, the girl's countenance darkened. She perceived Yi Shiyu's words as a deliberate display of her connection with Yiyu. The young man glanced between Yi Shiyu and Yiyu, thinking how well the esteemed one treated his girlfriend, keeping her pristine and granting her decision-making power. He was truly indulgent. He chided softly, "Why are you angry? Can't you see their relationship is strong? Senior." The girl stomped her foot in frustration. The young man, disinclined to engage further, felt unfortunate to be grouped with such a person. Turning to Yi Shiyu and Yiyu, he offered a smile. "Even if you choose not to join the Hope Base, shall we still travel together? It would be wise to look out for one another."
Yiyu,
wishing to gather information about her brother, understood the necessity of social interaction and replied, "All right." "Wait, you actually agreed?" The young man, relieved that she had acquiesced, suggested, "The sun is setting. Let us head to the Vienna hotel up ahead. We arranged to meet our companions there for the night." After a moment, he added, "Could you wait a moment while we gather supplies from a few stores?" "Sure." Yi Shiyu nodded again. The young man then led the girl towards the nearest shop. After some time rummaging, they returned with several bags of chips, popcorn, beef jerky, instant noodles, a large box of mineral water, bags of flour, and barrels of cooking oil. "Senior, these 2 bags of flour are quite heavy," the girl complained. "Quit whining," the young man retorted, losing patience. She was carrying 2 bags of flour, while he bore a shopping bag brimming with snacks and held a box of mineral water along with 4 barrels of cooking oil. Yet she was the one to voice complaints? "Senior, could you let the esteemed one know to help us place these in the trunk?" the girl suggested. However, when they emerged, the Hummer was nowhere to be seen. The young man asked, "Where's the car?" He hadn't intended to put the supplies in the trunk. He was simply puzzled by the absence of the engine sound while they were gathering supplies. "It's been stored away," Yi Shiyu replied coldly. She understood that the Vienna hotel was merely a few hundred meters away, making a vehicle unnecessary, so she had stored it in her space. The young man assumed she had parked in a nearby alley and thought the silence of the engine was due to their engrossment in gathering supplies, so he remained silent. The girl, fuming, stomped her foot again, thinking to herself, "She did that on purpose to prevent us from placing our supplies in the trunk." On the way, Yi Shiyu learned that the young man's name was Zhang Heng and the girl's name was Sun Shui'er. Soon, they arrived at the Vienna Hotel, the nearest 5-star hotel to St. Ing Academy. The building was not tall, consisting of only 8 stories, yet it was lavishly decorated and imposing. Yi Shiyu glanced at the system map, which indicated that there was not a single red within the hotel building. No wonder they chose to spend the night here. The individuals clearing the hotel, or rather a team, clearly possessed significant strength. It was known that the zombie outbreak occurred in the early hours, meaning hotels, dormitories, and residences would be at greater risk. The Vienna Hotel had a high occupancy rate, nearly full, with employees and guests numbering in the thousands. The presence of zombies was undoubtedly substantial. At that moment, over 40 people occupied the hotel, while the entire Hope Base only had about 200. The fact that 1/5 of their personnel had been dispatched indicated a dire shortage of supplies at the Hope Base. In the lobby, half of the individuals were present. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and Sun Shui'er return, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses approached them. As he helped several male classmates organize their supplies, he inquired, "Why are you so late?" "We thought something happened to you." "Mr. Yu, you were right to be concerned. We indeed encountered an incident, but fortunately, a formidable figure came to our rescue." "A formidable figure?" "Yes, he's right behind us." Zhang Heng pointed towards the entrance. In the opulent marble lobby, a young man and woman approached side by side, their beauty reminiscent of a painting. Zhang Heng gestured towards Yu. "He is that formidable figure. He's incredibly powerful. He dispatched over a dozen zombies in less than half a minute." "Oh my!" The surrounding students widened their eyes in astonishment. To eliminate so many zombies in such a brief span was an extraordinary feat. They could hardly manage to defeat even one zombie in half a minute. Mr. Yu, his tone filled with excitement, remarked, "You've done well. You've brought us a true gem. When we return, I will ensure the base rewards you with double the supplies." They didn't say they wanted to join the base, Zhang Heng interjected. Before he could finish, Yi Shiyu and Yi Yu had already ascended the staircase. Mr. Yu watched Yi Shiyu's retreating figure, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to place her. He resumed directing the students as they continued sorting supplies. Muttering to himself, "I hope the other two groups return safely." Meanwhile, Yi Shiyu walked up the staircase adorned with luxurious carpet. She had visited this hotel several times, always accompanied by her brother, who favored the presidential suite on the top floor. One particularly vivid memory was when her brother had booked the entire hotel, beautifully decorated the sky garden, and set off an hour-long spectacular fireworks display that captivated half of S City. Everyone speculated about which conglomerate was celebrating a centennial event, but it had merely been to commemorate her 16th birthday. Speaking of which, her 18th birthday was fast approaching. Who was she? How beautiful! The students in the garden turned their gazes towards Yi Shiyu as she ascended, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. Yi Shiyu observed them, but did not see the gentle man from her memories, leaving her heart somewhat heavy with disappointment. She scrutinized the onlookers, who were equally sizing her up. Some gazes filled with astonishment, inquiry, and disbelief. Dressed in her signature black attire, albeit in a casual style for the holiday, comprising a pink-black t-shirt paired with black shorts, holey stockings, and small leather shoes, she appeared as a rebellious teenager. The hotel was devoid of electricity, with the only light source being the setting sun. As she entered against the light, her exquisite features were cast in shadow, rendering her a stark contrast to the Yi Shiyu of yore.
Yeviyu? What?
She is actually Yi Shiyu, the heiress of the night market group? Isn't she often entangled with men outside, contracting that disease and nearing death? I cannot mistake her. We are classmates. Voices of gossip wafted through the air. Yi Xia followed the sound and recognized a few familiar faces. A sudden smile crept onto her lips as memories of the original owner's high school life flooded back. The setting sun cast a warm glow into her obsidian-like eyes, reflecting a layer of enigmatic crimson, exuding an air of mischief and allure. A boy approached her, greeting her, "Xia. It's been a month and a half since we last met. You've changed so much." He appeared handsome and well-proportioned, standing at over 6 feet tall. Indeed, a remarkable figure among men. Yet, Yi Xia paid him no heed. Someone gasped, "She actually ignored Gao Feiyu. I bet she'll regret it. He's a second-tier ability user. Plus, he's the deputy commander of the base." Yi Xia raised an eyebrow. Such a person could become a commander? Unperturbed by her indifference, Gao Feiyu merely smiled at her. "Xia, you look much better. Have you awakened your abilities?" To others. His smile seemed like an act of forgiveness towards Yi Xia. What a good-natured commander he is. Indeed, he has a good temper, is handsome, and has awakened his powers. Gao Feiyu is the class monitor, outwardly an exemplary student, yet behind the facade, a hypocrite. Once, amidst rampant rumors, the original owner sought Gao Feiyu as help, only for him to seize the opportunity to confess his feelings. After her rejection, he ceased all communication with her, allowing the rumors to flourish. "Whether I have awakened my abilities is none of your concern." Yi Xia's voice carried a hint of mischief. Hearing this, Gao Feiyu grew somewhat sullen. Indeed, after all, we are merely ordinary classmates. His words still bore the weight of his unresolved feelings towards her rejection. However, Yi Xia merely wished to curse him. Foolish man. She turned away from him, venturing deeper into the crowd. Wei Xiaoming. It's been a while. Wei Xiaoming was close with Yao Lan, and their intentions needed no further elaboration. Yao Lan often collaborated with her to drain Yi Xia's resources, only to later deride her as a worthless person. Seeing Yi Xia initiate a greeting, Wei Xiaoming's expression faltered. The arrogance and sharpness she once displayed had vanished, replaced by a profound weariness and wariness. "Ah, long time no see. What about Yao Lan?" Yi Xia's crimson lips curled slightly. She wore a pink t-shirt adorned with a skull, 2 daggers piercing through its head. As she moved, the sequins on the blades shimmered coldly. "Yao Lan is dead. I killed her," she stated lightly. The surrounding students shuddered at her words. Wei Xiaoming trembled. "Weren't you good friends? Why would you kill her? Or did she turn into a zombie, and you killed her? It must be that way, after all." She couldn't have killed a living person, could she? Yixia did not respond. When she heard the term good friend, a smile broke across her face, revealing a row of perfectly aligned teeth. Wei Xiaoming recoiled, her smile reminiscent of a carnivorous flower. Yixia surveyed the area, recognizing several familiar faces. 7 or 8 from her class and adjacent ones, all of whom had once bullied, mocked, and ridiculed her. The blood within her boiled, igniting a fierce desire for retribution. The original owner had been raised with strict etiquette, so when she learned of her acceptance into Sanding Academy, she was elated. Yet for someone of her privileged background, poor health, and introverted nature, it was all too easy to be ostracized. The college experience she had longed for turned into a living hell. Individuals like Yao Lan and Wei Xiaoming were envious, draining her resources while spreading vile rumors that her poor health stemmed from promiscuity, claiming she had contracted diseases. As people distanced themselves from Yixia, they would later approach her, feigning friendship to exploit her further. Such individuals were few. Many simply ignored her. Yixia's isolation and bullying were of no concern to them. After all, she was introverted, seldom attending classes, and never reporting her grievances to teachers or parents. She deserved to be bullied. Gao Feiyu was one such bystander, maintaining the facade of class harmony, never alerting the teachers to the bullying. Is she really Yixia? She seems rather different from the rumors. Many gazed at her in astonishment. The previous Yixia had been beautiful yet frail, introverted and shy. Now, she exuded confidence and flamboyance, as if possessing an innate allure that drew everyone's gaze. At that moment, a girl carrying 2 bags of flour, Sun Shuer, also made her entrance into the airy garden, reflecting on the rumors circulating in school. Her tone dripped with disdain. No wonder you're so adept at enticing men. It seems you have quite a history. Look at you, and so soon, you've latched onto a powerful wind user. Student A: what powerful wind user? Student B: the one who came with Yixia. I heard from Sun Hang that he's exceptionally skilled at killing zombies. Student C: so, where's this powerful figure? Why, isn't with her. Student D: women are satisfied after one night, haha. Laughter erupted, twisting the truth like they had done countless times before. Do you know why Yixia doesn't attend PE class? Because she's unwell? I saw her in the equipment room with the PE teacher. What? They were hugging? They went straight to bed. A faint smile graced Yixia's lips. Her obsidian eyes turned towards the whispering group. Indeed. How could she calculate her revenge without addressing these dim-witted fools who believed every word they heard? Seeing her silent, Sun Shuer assumed she had struck a nerve, reveling in her perceived triumph. When the wind user arrives, I'll spill all your dirty laundry to him. Once he sees you for the shameless person you are, you'll be discarded. Yixia burst into a beautiful laugh, standing at the railing of the airy garden, overlooking the commercial plaza dozens of meters below. A few scattered zombies wandered about. A gust of wind swept through, causing her ink-black hair to dance. She tucked a stray strand behind her ear. You fancy my dear, you don't you? In truth, she had discerned Sun Shuer's intentions back at the snack street. Yet, to her, Sun Shuer was insignificant, hardly worth her concern. But now that she had meddled in the original owner's school bullying, she could hardly expect leniency. Realizing that Ayu referred to the powerful wind user, Sun Shuer could barely contain her fury. What do you mean, your dear? How disgusting. And earlier, what do you mean, your person? Ugh. What do you think you are? Yixia flicked her wrist, and a mini mirror appeared in her palm, observing her actions.
Sun Shuer frowned.
Where did she get that mirror? She hadn't seen her reach into her pocket. Was it something she had all along? Ha, a true vixen. In this apocalyptic world, she still carried a mirror. Just as she was about to mock, Yixia hurled the mirror at her, her tone flat and matter-of-fact. Look in the mirror and behold your ugly visage. My dear, you would never fancy someone like you. You. Sun Shuer could hardly tolerate such provocation, her face contorting with rage as she lunged at Yixia. You wretched girl, I'll tear you apart. It seemed she had awakened her abilities, moving faster than the average person, but Yixia couldn't be bothered to check. As she dashed forward, Yixia sidestepped effortlessly. Due to her momentum, Sun Shuer found herself at the edge of the railing, where a sheer abyss loomed dozens of meters below, instantly draining the color from her face. Instinctively, she grasped the railing, only to be forcefully held down by a slender, pale hand. Yixia pressed half of Sun Shuer's body over the railing. The dark-haired girl tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmering with an icy coldness. Such cruelty, such arrogance. Everything had been calculated, and the foolish Sun Shuer had fallen right into the trap.
Ah, ah, ah.
Sun Shuer screamed, her mouth filled with the biting cold wind. Trembling with fear, she stammered.
Yeah, you.
You pull me up.
What?
Let you go? Yixia loosened her grip slightly, causing Sun Shuer to slide further down, nearly losing control of her bodily functions in terror. The surrounding students stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces. Was this truly the frail heiress who had once clung to life? Gao Feiyu approached, his tone one of moderation. Xia, please calm down. We are all classmates. There's no need for this. We're all friends here. You're being excessive. Wei Xiaoming chimed in. Sun Shuer was just joking. Other classmates joined the chorus of pleas. After all, Sun Shuer was an ability user. Losing her would be a grievous loss. Joking? Yixia turned her gaze to Wei Xiaoming, her expression inscrutable. Wei Xiaoming felt a chill run down her spine, avoiding Yixia's eyes. Of course it was a joke. We often joked around during school, didn't we?
Xia.
Those were mere childish antics from our school days. This is a post-apocalyptic era. You shouldn't hold on to the past so tightly. Gao Feiyu supported Wei Xiaoming, his tone generous. Chapter 95. A tempting Western feast. While they spoke, a group of students hurried to pull Sun Shuer back from the brink. Once her feet touched the ground, she collapsed in a heap, utterly dazed from the fright. Overwhelmed by the fear she had just experienced, Sun Shuer erupted in anger. You are not only shameless but also vicious. She wished she could tear Yixia apart, yet Yixia remained unfazed at the railing, too intimidated to approach. Several classmates, who were on friendly terms with her, urged Yixia to apologize. Yixia surveyed the faces of Sun Shuer, Wei Xiaoming, Gao Feiyu, and those who mocked her with indifference and smiled, saying, Indeed, I was wrong. But jumping off would be too lenient for them. At that moment, Yu approached from a distance. Upon seeing him, Sun Shuer rushed over, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. Big boss, listen to me. Yixia is a vile witch. A white lotus. Don't be deceived by her appearance. Hearing her insults, Yu's clear brown eyes darkened slightly. As her personal bodyguard, he knew exactly what kind of person Yixia was. Miss, that is not true. What? Sun Shuer was taken aback. What miss? Yu's arrival drew everyone's attention. Gao Feiyu frowned, recognizing him as a classmate and knowing he was Yixia's loyal protector. If it were anyone else, he might consider recruiting them for the base. But not Yu, he was off limits. Is he also from the Yi family? Sun Shuer was bewildered. As someone exclaimed, yes, the bodyguard of the Yi family. This revelation rendered Sun Shuer's earlier remarks about cozying up to powerful figures utterly meaningless. The truth of Yixia and Yu's master-servant relationship was laid bare. What was that enticing aroma? Moments later, realization dawned on the crowd. They noticed that Yu had wheeled in a silver dining cart, the source of the delightful scent. Under the gaze of all, Yu unfurled a European-style tablecloth, laying it on the table before Yixia, then began arranging plates meticulously. When he lifted the silver covers, every student was left in stunned silence. Perfectly seared steaks gleamed with color, the meat succulent, roasted pork ribs sizzled with juiciness, exuding an irresistible aroma. Spaghetti adorned with classic tomato and meat sauce looked utterly tempting, alongside creamy mushroom soup, smoked ham pizza, and shrimp avocado salad. What a lavish Western feast. Wei Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, as if to fit an apple. No, it can't be. Who would have imagined they could enjoy such a meal in this resource-scarce apocalypse? Yu paid no mind to the astonished onlookers. He set the cutlery and brought forth a clean chair for Yixia to sit. His absence earlier was due to his visit to the kitchen of the Vienna Hotel on the second floor, where he had discovered an array of culinary tools and gas tanks readily available. He had procured the ingredients to showcase his culinary skills. This meal was indeed bountiful. The students fixated on Yixia's every movement, as she held the knife, cutting into the steak and savoring a piece. The rich flavors and delicate sauce left an unforgettable taste. In the desolate garden, silence reigned for a while before someone audibly swallowed, a sound echoing in the stillness. Sun Shuer gritted her teeth, her anger flaring as she remembered how she had toiled to bring back 2 bags of flour that afternoon. It was utterly unfair. She hadn't eaten this well. Why should that vile girl get to feast like this? More and more students began to swallow, their eyes glinting with hunger. Observing their reactions, Yixia remarked, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that Ayu is a Tier 3 ability user." TH3? The students were once again taken aback. Even Gao Feiyu felt a shiver run through him. He was a mid-tier Tier 2 user, a standout in the base. But Tier 3 was an unattainable existence for them. Those who had contemplated rushing forward for a bite suddenly regained their senses. Yet their desire was overwhelming, and they remained transfixed, noses twitching in anticipation. As the aroma wafted around them for several minutes, Yixia smiled and said, "If you wish to eat, it's not impossible. Just slap me, and I'll serve you." She gestured towards Wei Xiaoming. Wei Xiaoming stood in shock, her face paling. "Yixia, how could you?" Before she could finish, a gust of wind swept through, a resounding slap echoing as it struck her face. To everyone's astonishment, the one who had slapped Wei Xiaoming was none other than Sun Shuer. "You must be insane. I just offended you when you were dangling off the railing. Who cares about your help?"
Sun Shuer retorted sharply.
A powerless waste without abilities. How could she compare to steak, pizza, or pasta? Behind her, other students lined up, each delivering slap after slap to Wei Xiaoming, the sounds of their strikes relentless. When they finished, Wei Xiaoming's face was swollen and bruised.
Ye ayu yachet kolde.
Her expression devoid of sympathy. Having endured far worse for Wei Xiaoming's sake, she felt none for her now. "I was wrong," Wei Xiaoming sobbed. Not a fool. She understood the reason behind the situation, tears streaming down her face. "I shouldn't have spoken ill of you at the academy, spreading rumors. I shouldn't have incited those people along with Yaolan. I truly regret it." Yixia's smile did not reach her eyes, as she simply stated, "Too late." Wei Xiaoming had the right to apologize, just as Yixia had the right to reject it. Listening to their conversation, the students were left bewildered, unable to grasp the context, only to see the dark-haired girl gazing at the sumptuous Western feast before her, a slight smile playing on her lips. With so many slaps delivered, how would one divide the consequences? Yixia lifted the entire roasted pig ribs, placing them on the dining cart, and with a gentle push of her slender fingers, the cart glided towards the crowd. "You all handle it," she said, a phrase that ignited a fervor akin to detonating a bomb among the students. One by one, they lunged at the cart like ravenous wolves, ultimately entangled in a chaotic scuffle. Enough! Gao Feiyu could no longer tolerate the scene. He exerted his powers, subduing all the students and taking the tray into his possession. The resources found must be submitted to the base for centralized distribution. The students cast him fierce and resentful glances, thinking to themselves, "Gao Feiyu is merely the deputy commander. Allocation is a matter of a few words from the higher-ups. Why does he insist on being so righteous?" Gao Feiyu gazed at the ribs on the tray. From a distance, they seemed unremarkable, but as he drew closer, the aroma wafted towards him. Were they roasted with butter? The meat appeared exceptionally fresh. "Sia, where did you procure these ingredients?" he inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Chapter 96. To perish together? You are unworthy. This was not their first visit to the Vienna Hotel, yet in recent weeks, whenever they came to the Academy City to gather supplies, they would stay here. They had explored every corner of the building, taking every edible and usable resource available. Gao Feiyu was intrigued about where she had obtained the meat. Yixia elegantly savored the last piece of steak. "Have you been to the underground parking lot?" she asked. "No," came the reply. "There's a cold storage there. The ingredients were sourced from within." "So that's it." Gao Feiyu and the others had indeed never ventured into the underground parking lot. It was dark and eerie, devoid of light, and with the uncertainty of whether zombies lurked in the basement, none were willing to take the risk. However, upon hearing Yixia's words, Gao Feiyu eagerly made his way towards the underground parking lot. Besides a few students who initially did not participate in the discussion, Sun Shuer and the remaining students followed his lead, hoping for an unwritten rule at the base. The first to discover resources would receive extra rewards, and they were eager to share in the bounty. After they departed, Yixia whispered a few words to Yiyu. His clear brown eyes shimmered with understanding as he nodded. "All right." With that, he swiftly descended through another emergency exit, his strides brisk and purposeful. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoming sat on the ground, her face swollen like a pig's head. Several of her assailants were ability users, and having been pummeled into a daze, she naturally lacked the strength to venture into the basement. She felt certain that Yixia would not finish all that Western cuisine. Perhaps she could still eat some leftovers. However, once the dark-haired girl finished her steak, she waved her right hand gently, and the Western dishes on the table vanished. Wei Xiaoming stared in astonishment. Was this spatial ability? Did that cold storage even exist? She speculated that Night Xia had lured Gao Feiyu and the others to the underground parking lot, and surely they would not meet a favorable fate. Suddenly, she felt a bit relieved that she hadn't followed. Night Xia walked past her with an air of superiority, deeming her foolish. After all, for someone like Wei Xiaoming, who lacked abilities and could not fend for herself, surviving in the apocalypse was merely a torment. On the other side, as Gao Feiyu and his group passed the first floor, they encountered Teacher Yu. "Where are you all headed?" Teacher Yu asked, puzzled. Gao Feiyu, wanting to prevent more people from sharing in the spoils, simply replied, "Just taking a look around." He led Sun Shuer and a dozen students to the underground parking lot, turning left and right, but instead of finding a freezer, they were met with rows of cars. They exchanged glances, confusion settling in. One student suggested, "Commander Gao, should we search further? We haven't checked over there." Gao Feiyu shook his head, "No need." Calmly, he reflected on Night Xia's remarks and realized the myriad flaws in their situation. Even if a freezer existed, without a generator, the meat would surely spoil and be inedible. Could it possibly be powered by solar energy? One student proposed. Even if there were a generator, we already circled twice and haven't seen any freezer. Another student countered. That which deceived us. Sun Shuer cursed vehemently. Gao Feiyu felt anger rising, contemplating a confrontation with Night Xia. Fortunately, there were no zombies in the basement. Otherwise, before he could finish his thought, a monstrous growl echoed through the empty parking lot, sending chills down their spines.
"Run!"
Gao Feiyu shouted, leading Sun Shuer and the students in the opposite direction, only to hear the sounds of zombies roaring from that side as well. The zombies swayed and lunged, their gray-white eyes glowing red, as they charged towards the group in the center. They found themselves surrounded. With no choice left, Gao Feiyu led the others in a desperate fight against the undead. The underground parking lot descended into chaos. However, among the dozen students, only 5 were ability users, and the outcome was as one might expect. Aside from those 5, the rest of the students were bitten. How could there be so many zombies? Sun Shuer gasped, exhausted from using her powers. Gao Feiyu, a second-tier ability user, was slightly better off. He was about to speak when his gaze fell upon a Lamborghini parked ahead. He had seen it online. It was worth over 70 million and was his dream car. Inside sat a man and a woman, both looking strikingly familiar. Gao Feiyu immediately unleashed his powers and charged forward. "Night Xia." He gritted his teeth in anger as Night Xia rolled down the car window. "Captain Gao, what's the matter?" she asked, swirling a half-filled glass of red wine in her hand, the crimson liquid rippling like a dazzling ruby. Her demeanor appeared harmless as she sipped her wine, seemingly at ease. After all, steak and red wine were a perfect pairing. How could one not enjoy them together? "You've let hundreds of zombies into the basement, including many second-tier ones. Are you planning for us to perish together?" Gao Feiyu believed that even Yu would struggle to escort Night Xia out of the basement unscathed in such dire circumstances. While third-tier ability users were indeed formidable, bringing along a burden could spell disaster. Yet, Night Xia smiled. Her exquisite features resembled a midnight mandala, slowly unfolding and exuding an alluring yet dangerous aura. "Perish together? No. You are unworthy." She stepped out of the Lamborghini, and as a newly transformed second-tier zombie lunged at her, she revealed hands glimmering with a chilling silver light. Before Gao Feiyu could comprehend her next move, she evaded the zombie's attack with an agility that rendered her almost invisible. With a swift motion, the silver light flashed, and the zombie's head severed cleanly from its body. "Heavens!" Sun Shuer gasped as she recognized the object in her hand, a mere dagger. Had it not been for the corpse sprawled on the ground, stinging her face with the heat of her humiliation, she could hardly fathom that Night Xia was also a third-tier ability user. Her previous flattery towards Yu and disdain for Night Xia now seemed nothing short of a grand jest. You are all third-tier?" Gao Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an overwhelmingly powerful force would undoubtedly face no opposition from the faculty and students of the Hope Base, even if they aspired to lead it. With a thud, Gao Feiyu fell to his knees. At that moment, he had shed all semblance of an exemplary officer or model student, tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled solely with a desperate yearning for life. "Please, save me just this once." Imagine you encountered a dying dog on the road, pitiful and near its end. Would you not save it? His humble plea left Sun Shuer and the remaining ability user in shock. Captain Gao. Commander Gao. Is this truly how low you've fallen? Do not insult dogs. They are far more lovable than you. Knight Xia glanced at the dark-haired youth in the passenger seat, a smile gracing her lips. Without waiting for Gao Feiyu's reaction, she swirled her wine glass and strolled gracefully back towards the Lamborghini. Chapter 97. Justice delayed, Yeshiyu. I shall fight you. Sun Shuer refused to bow down. She unleashed her abilities to ambush Yeshiyu, only to be hurled away by a powerful wall of white wind, landing amidst a horde of zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The few second-tier zombies that lunged at Sun Shuer devoured her, sending a shiver down Gao Feiyu's spine. The remaining ability user trembled all over. Commander Gao. What should we do? What should we do? Gao Feiyu was drenched in sweat from anxiety. As they spoke, dozens of zombies staggered towards them. Suddenly, Gao Feiyu's face twisted with rage as he pushed the ability user away, shouting, "Go die."
Ah, no.
The ability user, caught off guard, was also consumed by the zombies. Meanwhile, Gao Feiyu used the time he had bought to weep incessantly for help and confess his sins to the Lamborghini. He recounted his wrongdoings, banging his head repeatedly with a thud, thud, that echoed, nearly splitting his skull. Inside the car, Yeshiyu downed a glass of red wine. Through the tall glass, she seemed to glimpse a past event. Class monitor, can you help me? Dressed in the academy's uniform, Yu picked up the textbooks scattered on the floor, one after another. The books bore shoe prints and sticky milk tea stains. She pleaded with Gao Feiyu. I haven't been involved with those boys. Nor do I have any strange diseases. I suffer from asthma, but the other students spread malicious rumors. I've tried to explain, but they won't listen. Can you help me? It was unprecedented for her to speak so much at once. However, the reply she received was, if you become my girlfriend, I'll help you.
What? Sorry.
Gao Feiyu's expression darkened. For a long while, the student leader known for caring and helping others responded thusly. Yeshi, have you considered why only rumors about you spread, while others remain unscathed? The innocent clear themselves, while the guilty sully their own name. If you have done nothing wrong, why would so many classmates target you? You should reflect on yourself. By this point, the rumors had spread throughout half the academy, and clarifying them was a thankless task. Gao Feiyu did not wish to invest time and effort to assist a stranger, so he chose to ignore her plight. Ah! Gao Feiyu's furious shout jolted her from her reverie. Why do you turn a blind eye? Saving me is not difficult. You are a third-tier ability user. It should be simple. Yeshiyu echoed his words, her voice soft yet cold. Indeed? Why? It would have been a simple matter for Gao Feiyu, the class monitor of that year, to extend a helping hand to the original owner. Upon finishing her thought, zombies lunged towards him, gnawing at his face. Half of his face was torn away, exposing his ghastly white bones, and his eyes bulged out, nearly popping out of their sockets, a sight most horrifying. The ability user zombie also pounced, sinking its teeth into his neck. Thus, all the dozen or so individuals in the underground parking lot met their demise. Vivid. Splattered blood sprayed onto the Lamborghini's window, and the black-haired girl in the driver's seat burst into laughter, a sound of pure delight. Coincidentally, besides Gao Feiyu and Sun Shuer, the group of students were also those who had bullied the original owner the fiercest. Indeed, sometimes it is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has not yet arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task, resolving the original owner's heart knot. You have gained 5,000 experience points, 100 bags of rice, 100 bags of flour, 100 pounds of pork, beef and lamb, 100 pounds of potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn and onions, and 5 special detox pills. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 35. With a series of notifications, Yeshiyu was somewhat astonished. She hadn't anticipated that settling accounts would yield unexpected rewards. Although the materials were not abundant, even the smallest morsel was still meat, and it was free. Moreover, she had reached level 35. Opening her information, she saw, name, Yeshiyu age, 17 system, 35 ability, teleportation race, human attributes, strength 367, speed 378, stamina 368, constitution 356 with her level boost. Combined with her personal training and the cleansing of the spiritual spring water, her stats resembled those of a mid to late-stage third-tier ability user rather than one just beginning. Yeshiyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She glanced again at the special detox pill, which claimed to detoxify all toxins except for the zombie virus, lasting 3 minutes. This was a potion produced by the system. She had seen it in the market before, priced at 200 points each. Receiving 5 was equivalent to 1,000 points, which was quite generous. It seemed that coming to the Vienna hotel was indeed a wise choice, almost a serendipitous stroke of fortune. Ayu, let us extract their cores together. Yeshiyu was in high spirits. As she spoke, she elegantly drew out her silver dagger, her smile widening. She looked ahead at the zombies, envisioning countless glistening cores. Yes, Mississippi Yu exited the vehicle alongside her. The Gal Feiyu zombie lunged toward them. It had transformed into a peak-tier second-tier zombie, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the third tier. However, the two had already dealt with third-tier zombies before, so they were not afraid. Easily dodging, the Gal Feiyu zombie hurtled towards the Lamborghini. Just as it was about to collide, Yeshiyu swiftly stored the Lamborghini in her space.
Bang!
The Gal Feiyu zombie crashed into the wall behind, creating a large dent. Yeshiyu gazed at the battered wall not far away, brushing her wrist bracelet, relieved that the Lamborghini, her current favorite sports car, had been spared. Had it been damaged, her heart would have bled.
Kill.
A calm, yet chilling command echoed, and a faint aura of murderous intent wafted from Yeshiyu. Like a specter, she darted towards the Gal Feiyu zombie. Seeing her tackle the Gal Feiyu zombie, Yu engaged with the Sun Schwer zombie and the remaining zombies. In the underground parking lot, the girl and the boy fought with fierce determination. This battle was exhilarating for Yeshiyu. Facing her former classmates, her dark eyes shimmered with a cold light. Yet, she did not seek revenge. It felt more like delivering justice.
Beep, beep, beep.
The surrounding cars activated their alarms. Hearing the commotion in the parking lot, Teacher Yu, accompanied by Zhang Heng and several classmates, rushed to investigate. Their eyes nearly bulged out upon witnessing the scene before them. In the flickering headlights, numerous bodies lay sprawled across the ground, a chaotic mass of at least 100. Chapter 98. Like a superhero, meeting her brother, a black-haired girl, akin to a ghost, wielded a silver dagger, moving with astonishing speed through the throng of zombies. Her physique was graceful, and the hem of her black skirt fluttered dramatically as she leaped. With every strike, a zombie fell to the ground. Not only her, but beside her, Yu dispatched zombies with equal efficiency, each blow clean and swift. Teacher Yu stood in stunned silence, trembling as he exclaimed, "Zhang Heng, who are the big shots?" Zhang Heng rubbed his eyes in disbelief and replied, "Both. They are both big shots. My goodness, they are incredibly powerful, utterly terrifying." The zombies they had struggled to defeat with great effort were mere ants in the hands of the girl and boy, easily crushed with swift precision. The surrounding students were equally shocked, completely oblivious to a lone zombie stealthily approaching them through the gaps between the cars. With a fierce roar, the figure lunged towards Teacher Yu at the front. "Teacher Yu, be careful." Zhang Heng, an ability user, reacted swiftly. However, the zombie had already pounced upon Teacher Yu, and even if he intervened at that moment, it would be too late.
No.
Teacher Yu. Numerous students cried out in concern. Teacher Yu is kind and gentle, always treating them well. They desperately wished for a superhero to appear, one who could teleport and rescue Teacher Yu. Suddenly, a savior truly emerged. A dark figure, ghostly in its swiftness, materialized before Teacher Yu. In an instant, she extended her fair right hand, and with a glint of sharp silver, the dagger sliced through the air, severing the zombie's throat. A decisive blow. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone gazed up in awe at the black-haired girl soaring through the air. She maintained her poised stance, the blade reflecting her exquisite features, and her jet-black eyes radiating a chilling light. With a soft thud, her petite shoes touched the ground, as delicate as a dragonfly alighting on water. The imminent peril was astonishingly dispelled in mere seconds. Students of all genders looked at her with wide eyes, filled with admiration. It took a while for them to regain their composure. "Teacher Yu, are you alright?" Zhang Heng and several classmates rushed forward, inquiring about Teacher Yu's condition. Upon seeing that Teacher Yu was unharmed, with no bite marks, they breathed a sigh of relief. Still shaken, Teacher Yu looked towards Yixia. Even as the one in danger, he could not comprehend how she had saved him. Her movements were so elusive, as if she had materialized from thin air. "Thank you. It's nothing," Yixia replied, retracting her dagger. After all, she had attracted the zombies in the parking lot. She sought to settle scores with those who had bullied her, not wanting to implicate the innocent. Are you a superhero? Your speed is astonishing. What level are you? Zhang Heng bombarded her with questions, akin to how he had inquired about Night Yu in the food street. In his heart, and in the hearts of all students, Yixie's actions were nothing short of superhuman. What she achieved was beyond their capabilities. Minutes later, in the lobby on the first floor, Teacher Yu sighed. I never expected that Gao Feiyu and the others would perish. Students around him murmured their agreement. Gao Feiyu was too arrogant, thinking he could roam freely as a second-level ability user. Why did he even go to the underground parking lot? He had never been there before. Now look what happened. He stirred up a nest of zombies and caused so many classmates to die. Their words were filled with anger, blame, and confusion, yet devoid of sympathy. It seemed that Gao Feiyu's popularity was merely superficial. Yixia sat on the couch, listening to their discussions while sipping from a plastic bottle filled with spring water. She chose not to explain anything. Everyone deemed Gao Feiyu's death an unfortunate accident. In a world teetering on the brink of danger, encountering peril and death was the most normal occurrence. After a while, as they discussed Gao Feiyu, Zhang Heng looked at her with admiration and yearning. Big sister, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. What are your names? He thought to himself, determined to remember their names forever. I am Yixia, and he is Yiyu, she replied confidently. No sooner had she said this than someone exclaimed in surprise. So she is Yixia, the frail heiress of the rumors? A girl scoffed. Do you believe in those baseless rumors? I don't care. I only trust my own eyes. From today on, Yixia is my goddess. Her moves against the zombies were so cool. Indeed, rumors are not to be trusted. Several high school classmates nodded in agreement, supporting the girl's assertion. At this moment, Yixia noticed Wei Xiaoming hiding in the stairwell, her dark eyes deepening. In the past, a few classmates had spread rumors about her, which was why they believed her to be ill. Who? Zhang Heng pressed on. Yixia mentioned several names, the last being Wei Xiaoming. Her voice, as clear as spring water, resonated deeply, capturing everyone's attention. Wei Xiaoming. That name sounds familiar, realizing she was from their group. 7 or 8 students were filled with righteous indignation, vehemently condemning Wei Xiaoming and vowing to make her pay. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoming trembled in fright, retreating further into hiding. She was the only one, aside from Yixia and Yiyu, who understood the true circumstances behind Gao Feiyu's death. However, after Yixia's remarks, even if she wanted to expose the events in the underground parking lot, no one would believe her.
Wait.
You say you are Yixia? Suddenly, Teacher Yu took off his black-framed glasses, gazing at Yixia in astonishment. Yixia felt a flicker of confusion. During their earlier conversation, she had learned that Teacher Yu was a professor at Shenyang University. Surely those rumors had not reached the university. Still pondering, Teacher Yu exclaimed, You are the sister of Yi Jingyu? Hearing that familiar name, Yixia's eyes sparkled, and her tone lifted. Do you know my brother? Yes, of course. He is my most proud student. Teacher Yu's eyes brimmed with reminiscence. Yi Jingyu was the finest student in Shenyang University's School of Economics, without exception. Perhaps due to his prestigious background, he had a keen interest in economics and an exceptional acumen for the stock market and business. In his freshman year, he entered a securities trading competition, a contest centered around simulated stock trading, alongside upperclassmen. Like a dark horse, he claimed first place, separating himself from the second-place contestant by a staggering 10 billion in funds, becoming a prominent figure in the School of Economics. Some claimed he was merely lucky, arguing that there was a vast difference between real and simulated markets. However, in his sophomore year, Yi Jingyu became a perennial presence in the stock market. Every stock he purchased only rose. By his junior year, he entered the market with 1 million, trading skillfully to amass a fortune of 100 million. He became a legend within the School of Economics, known by all. Teacher Yu spoke of Yi Jingyu's university days with immense pride. He could almost envision that composed student, still young, effortlessly influencing the entire financial sector with just a few keystrokes.
Yiyu listened intently.
Her brother was 7 years older than her, and she was unaware of his campus fame. He had never shared these stories with her. Their conversations were often warm yet mundane, reflecting on their shared memories.
Yiyu smiled genuinely.
Then, how did you come to know me, Teacher Yu? I noticed him several times staring blankly at his computer screen, thinking he was encountering some financial dilemma. When I approached, I found he was merely lost in thought over a photograph. Teacher, you chuckled. I even teased him, asking if he had found a girlfriend. He said it was his sister. Yi Jingyu has a rather indifferent demeanor, even when he earned a fortune in stocks. He rarely displayed much emotion. The only time he smiled was when he looked at your photo. I could tell he truly loves you. His gaze towards Yi Xia was filled with profound sentiment. No wonder she seemed familiar, as if he had seen her before. She was indeed Yi Xia, just as sweet and lovely as in the photograph. Yet, she appeared slightly changed in demeanor. But that was understandable, just as the zombie virus outbreak had altered Yi Jingyu. He too had acquired a veneer of coldness and ferocity. By the way, has Jingyu found you yet? Why isn't he with you?
What?
Yi Xia's pupils dilated in shock. Intuition whispered to her that Mr. Yu's subsequent words were of great significance. Are you not aware? Noticing her puzzled expression, Mr. Yu was taken aback. Throughout this month, he has been searching for you. On numerous occasions, while I was out with my classmates to gather supplies, I spotted him. I inquired if he wished to join the Hope base, to which he replied that he had already enlisted with the military base. Yi Xia was momentarily stunned. Although she had long suspected that Yi Jingyu would be relentless in his pursuit of her, hearing Mr. Yu's words still stirred something deep within her. Most astonishing of all was the revelation that her brother had not met with misfortune. He was alive. Furthermore, like her, he had also ventured to the military base. It was worth noting that he had established a small team of 6 members, all possessing formidable abilities, in his quest to find her. He had led his team across half of the Academy City, and it was they who had cleared the zombies from the Vienna Hotel. Mr. Yu recounted all that he knew. Setting aside his admirable character, it was evident that Yi Jingyu was his most esteemed student, and any assistance he could offer was welcomed. Listening to his words, Yi Xia suddenly felt a pang of regret. It was only natural. If her brother was determined to find her at Sainting Academy, he surely would not go alone. Enlisting several allies was the most prudent course of action. The military base, not far from Le Hub Villa, was the largest in S City, teeming with people and brimming with strong individuals, making it the ideal location to gather teammates. She realized she should not have been so blindly searching for him, but rather sought information diligently. A team capable of cleansing an entire hotel of zombies would undoubtedly possess immense strength. Yi Jingyu's name must be well known within the military base. With her dark eyes shimmering, she spoke with a hint of resignation. Mr. Yu, to be honest, I also emerged from the military base. Mr. Yu was momentarily taken aback. He refrained from asking why Yi Xia had traversed half the city to reach Sainting Academy. The answer was already apparent. After a pause, he sighed softly. You 2 siblings truly resemble each other. They were like 2 parallel lines, exerting every effort to reach one another, yet remaining perpetually unconnected, somewhat regrettable in a certain sense. Fortunately, they were not drifting further apart. Mr. Yu's voice was comforting. When you return to the base this time, be sure to inquire about the outcome. Before he could finish, Yi Xia suddenly sprang to her feet from the sofa. It was as if a revelation had struck her. Her obsidian-like eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was a blend of joy and exhilaration. Mr. Yu looked at her in confusion. What is it? Perhaps we want TF to wait until we return to the base, she murmured, striding purposefully towards the hotel exit. She waved to Yi Yu, signaling him to follow in her wake. Thank you for sharing this with me, Mr. Yu. With that, she gestured, and the corner of the hotel lobby brimmed with an array of supplies. 100 bags of rice, 100 bags of flour, 100 bags of pork, lamb, and beef, along with countless potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. Yi Xia produced the provisions she had just received from the system. Mr. Yu and the surrounding classmates were taken aback, unable to believe the sudden appearance of such a bounty. So much. Far more than our base S stockpile. Goodness gracious. She's an extraordinary ability user from the space system.
Zanghang et Galim.
Moreover, the quantity was staggering. Surely, she emptied her entire stock for them? As soon as he spoke, Yi Xia retrieved a Hummer from her space. Zhang Heng then realized that the absence of engine noise outside the snack street was because the Hummer had been directly stored in her space. A true powerhouse. Upon seeing her and Yi Yu board the vehicle, Mr. Yu, too pressed for time to inquire about the supplies, hurriedly asked, Where are you off to? It's getting dark. The outside is perilous. To find my brother, Yi Xia declared as she pressed down on the accelerator. Watching the Hummer speed away, Mr. Yu sighed. once again marveling at how alike the siblings were. Once they set their minds to something, not even a herd of oxen could pull them back. Mr. Yu. There's no need for excessive concern. They are both Tier 3 ability users and know what they are doing. They will be fine.
Let us hope so.
Zhang Hang exchanged a glance with Mr. Yu before they returned to the Vienna hotel. The sky had already darkened into dusk, the setting sun casting a golden hue across the ground. Half of the sun lingered above the horizon, while the other half dipped below it. The Hummer sped past the intersection in front of the Vienna Hotel, where a sign read 8M to the Institute of Life Sciences.
Bang!
Yi Xie collided with a zombie blocking the road. She left the window open, and the wind rushed into the vehicle, tousling her ink-black hair. Yi Yu gazed at her. Miss, you seem very happy. Indeed, Yi Xie reflected on her conversation with the staff that morning. The task at St. Ing has been withdrawn. I can only tell you that the same team has taken it. Connecting this with her recent exchange with Mr. Yu, it was indisputable that the team assigned to the S-Class Academy task must be her brothers. Earlier that morning, she had been quite displeased about this, cursing the team that had ventured such a distance to undertake a task for St. Ing.
Cough. Cough.
Little did she know it was her brother's team. Remembering her brother's gentle and doting demeanor, a faint smile graced her lips.